Naruto God Level System, Chapter 481-500. Chapter 481 Lucky Draw to Strengthen Fruit. After staying in the naval headquarters for half a month, Hyuga-Chen couldn't sit still, and took Alvia and Robin to the warship and set out to sea. Taotu also boarded the warship with her, and this time she wanted to follow along, but Hyuga-Chen didn't stop her any further. He knew that Peach Rabbit was going to sea with Hyuga-Chen, so he felt relieved, and before leaving, he asked Hyuga-Chen to take care of Peach Rabbit. Sengoku looked at the outgoing warship and pondered slightly. He had asked the 5 old stars about Olivia's mother and daughter before, but the 5 old stars told him not to worry about it. And he also told him to leave Hyuga-Chen's affairs alone in the future. As long as he doesn't become a pirate, then everything is up to him. Sengoku was astonished at the time. He did not raise any objections. The orders of the world government were above everything else, and he was instructed to just listen. Akainu Sakazuki, Kayaburu Pulsalino, and Aokiku Kuzan have also left the naval headquarters. They were named generals a few days ago and are now heading to the New World. Because the situation in the New World is very chaotic at this time, in addition to the Whitebeard who is still arrogant, Gaiduo and Aunt Charlotte Lingling have also emerged, and Yuhi has not entered the New World for the time being. However, there have been countless pirates pouring into the New World recently, and the Navy in the New World has been unable to suppress them. The newly promoted Admiral Akainu and the others must take action to suppress them. The 3 generals joined forces, except for Whitebeard, who is now at the peak of his strength, and other guys and Aunt Charlotte Lingling, who only met to be hanged and beaten. Although Gaiduo and Charlotte Lingling are the future 4 emperors, and their strengths are basically reaching their peak, but facing the 3 naval admirals, they can only be hanged and beaten. Maybe they can win one-on-one, but if 2 generals shoot together, they can piss them off. If 3 generals shoot, Gaiduo and Charlotte Lingling can only run away. With the new 3 generals sitting in the New World, those pirates immediately became a lot more honest, and even Whitebeard was a little afraid. Whitebeard is sure to defeat the 3 generals, but it will not be easy. There is no need for Whitebeard and he is unwilling to provoke Akainu and Kayabu. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, who were also educated by Whitebeard, were also unwilling to provoke Whitebeard. Now Whitebeard is indeed very powerful. Even if Sengoku and Carp joined forces, plus Azepha, it would be difficult to win the Whitebeard in his peak state at this time. Hyuga-Chen's warship sailed in the first half of the Great Waterway, and the little pirates encountered along the way were bombarded into the seabed by the cannons on the warship. These pirates are so weak. Taotu was a little uninterested. There is no need to fight at all, as long as you bombard it with a cannon, you can kill the pirates. Originally, Taotu wanted to show off his skills, but now it seems that there is no chance for him to show his skills at all. Girls, don't think about fighting, look over there. Hyuga-Chen, who was lying on the beach chair, pointed to Alvia and Robin. They were all reading quietly, and only Taotu would complain. I'm not like them, I really don't know what those boring books mean. Hyuga-Chen agreed with this sentence very much, and he didn't want to read boring books, especially the books in the hands of Alvia and Robin. Hyuga-Chen said that he couldn't understand it. Why don't we go to the New World? There seem to be many powerful pirates in the New World, Taotu suggested. Compared with the turbulent New World, the first half of the Great Waterway is relatively comfortable. Because the real powerhouses have all gone to the New World, the pirates in the first half of the Great Waterway are relatively weak. Of course, this is only a relatively new world. Compared with the 4 seas, the pirates of the Great Waterway are many times stronger than them. Why are you going to the New World? I don't want to go. Hyuga-Chen stretched out, then disappeared immediately. Taotu blinked. He wasn't still here just now, why did he suddenly disappear? It must be hidden somewhere on the ship, watch me find you. Momota got up and went to look for Hyuga-Chen in the cabin. However, Hyuga-Chen did not go to the cabin, but to the system space. Hyuga-Chen appeared on the floating island in the system space, but there was no one on the island. Hyuga-chan looked down and saw all the girls below. Shueheim is a system elf, so of course he can find Hyuga-chan, and he reaches out and greets Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan smiled, but did not go down, called out the system panel, and clicked the lottery. Came to Pirate World, and I have accumulated 2 lottery chances. Hyuga-chan is going to draw once to see if I can get good things in Pirate World. The draw begins. Congratulations to the host for getting a Superman Enhanced Fruit Perfect. System, is that you? Hyuga-chan asked, holding the strangely shaped fruit in his hand. However, the system ignored Hyuga-chan. I didn't expect the system to bubble up, which is really gratifying. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. Since the birth of the system elf Snoheim, this is the first time that the system has bubbled up. Hyuga-chan clicked the lottery with his mind to conduct the second lottery. As for the devil fruit in his hand, he will check it later. Congratulations to the host for obtaining devil fruit side effect elimination water times 10 feet. The system bubbled again, and the dive resumed. Hyuga-chan didn't care either, looking at the 10 bottles of blue liquid in his hand. Devil fruit side effects removal water. You can tell what it is by looking at the name. It removes devil fruit side effects. All that's left is this devil fruit. Enhanced Fruit Perfect. The superhuman devil fruit can temporarily or permanently strengthen everything, and the consumption of permanent enhancement increases tenfold. The perfect version has no side effects. Hyuga-chan looked at this devil fruit, which seemed to be a bit powerful. Holding the fruit for a while, then using the eye technique, Devour God, devoured and absorbed this devil fruit. After absorbing it, Hyuga-chan felt a power in his body, which can be named as strengthening power. Hyuga-chan used the strengthening power on himself, and after a subtle perception, he found that he did strengthen a little, but it was negligible. If it weren't for Hyuga-chan's strong perception ability, he wouldn't even feel his strength increase. I thought it was very powerful, but in fact, Hyuga-chan took it for granted, and the effect of using it on him was not good. Go off the floating island, accompany Makoto, Kushina, Tsunade, Conan and the others for a while, and then Hyuga Tatsu leaves the system space. As soon as he left the system space, he saw a person lying on the deck. Hyuga-chan walked over to take a look. Isn't this sand crocodile rock doll? What's wrong with him? Hyuga-chan kicked him and asked. Where have you been, Chen? You don't even know that this guy attacked our warship. Tautu looked at Hyuga-chan angrily. Hyuga-chan was stunned. He had only entered the system space for more than 3 hours, but there was a warship that attacked him without a long eye, and it was the guy named Rockdoll. Chapter 482. Go to Gaia Island. Rockdale was lying on the ground with an angry look on his face, but he was wearing Shanghai stone handcuffs and had no strength in his body. This is the drawback of devil fruits. Although it can obtain powerful power, it has fatal side effects. This is also the reason why many people are reluctant to take devil fruits, because after taking devil fruits, even if Whitebeard is put on Shanghai stone handcuffs, he will lose his resistance. You guy, why are you attacking my ship? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hyuga-chan asked while stepping on the sand crocodile's head. Sand crocodile lay on the deck in embarrassment, attacked Hyuga-chan's warship, and was captured by a woman, which is a shame to him. That's right, when this guy attacked the warship, he was captured by Alvia. Sand crocodile's current strength is not very good at all, but he is not an opponent of Alvia, whose strength is comparable to that of a naval admiral. Even the gap is indescribable. Speaking of the sand crocodile is also a bit sad. In the original book, Luffy was the first to be turned over by Chiwahai. Just because he was the first Chiwahai to be killed, he was doomed to be a waste, not to mention that this guy also has a natural devil fruit. There is a natural devil fruit, but it was turned over by people without armament haki. Even if the strength of the sand crocodile is underestimated, no matter how to explain that he was defeated by the protagonist Halo, it still cannot change the fact that he is a rookie. Therefore, this guy is a rookie. The strength of the Chiwahai is counted backward, and he is a rookie like Moonlight Moria 477. I really don't know how they became kings under Chiwahai. Did they buy it with money? This guy is also a big or small pirate. Do you want to throw him into the Push City? Tautu looked at the reward list. What qualifications does this guy have to enter the deep sea prison? I think it's better to sink him to the bottom of the sea. This is the best destination for pirates. Sand Crocodile's pupils shrank. His body struggled and swayed. He still had dreams unfulfilled. How could he die? He's going to be the pirate king. Don't want to die. Hyuga-chan removed the foot on his head and squatted down to look at him. It's okay to not want to die. Do you have any value? What do you want? Sand Crocodile asked. Of course he didn't want to die if he could live. How's your rustling fruit? Hyuga-chan grinned. You still want me to die? Sand Crocodile's face was extremely ugly. If he wanted his devil fruit, he had to kill him. I won't let you die. Hyuga-chan put his body on the Sand Crocodile's head. God Eater. A khaki devil fruit slowly appeared in Hyuga-chan's hand. Sand Crocodile was stunned for a while, then moved his body and found that his body was not so weak, and the restraining effect of Halu Stone on him disappeared. Looking at the sand fruit in Hyuga-chan's hands again, the Sand Crocodile's expression was sluggish, and he was able to extract the devil fruit from him. What kind of means? Sand Crocodile struggled to stand up from the deck. Just as he was about to make a move, a knife was placed on his neck, and Sand Crocodile didn't dare to move for a moment. Although the sword on his neck had no blade, he did not dare to doubt its power. It was this woman who cut off his pirate ship with one sword. Hyuga-chan looked at the rustling fruit in his hand. This fruit is indeed very weak, otherwise he would not be defeated by Luffy without armament haki. Forget it, I'll give you the devil fruit. Hyuga-chan put the rustling fruit into his mouth again, and then squeezed his Halu Stone handcuffs. What do you mean? Sand Crocodile stepped back and asked cautiously. You rookie, you don't deserve to be caught by me, get the hell out of here. Hyuga-chan waved his hand. Sand Crocodile looked angry, which was a great insult to him. I'm going to kill you. Sand Crocodile angrily wanted to shoot, but before he could shoot, Hyuga-chan slapped him unconscious. The weak look like the weak. You dare to attack my warship. It's good that you didn't sink into the sea, but you still want to attack me. Lift the Sand Crocodile and throw him out. The Sand Crocodile's body accurately landed on a wooden board floating on the sea. This plank was left by Sand Crocodile on his boat, and the rest has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Let's go to Gaia Island. Hyuga-chan instructed the female soldiers on the boat. He didn't care about Sand Crocodile's life or death. If he died, it would be his bad luck. Yes. The female soldier on the ship immediately drove the warship and headed towards Gaia Island. Chen, aren't you a devil fruit person? How can you hold the Halu Stone? Tautu's astonishment was indescribable. Aren't devil fruit capable people afraid of sea water and sea towers? Especially the sea floor stone, as the solid crystal of the sea, is the biggest nemesis of the fruit ability. Who told you that devil fruit people must be afraid of sea water and sea stone? I am an exception. Hyuga-chan threw the broken sea stone handcuffs in his hand. It's the first time I've seen someone who is not afraid of sea towers. Alvia said in surprise. After studying the history for many years, I have never heard of any devil fruit that can ignore Halu Stone. Robin, you ate the devil fruit too, didn't you? Hyuga-chan asked Robin. Robin nodded when he heard the words, and showed Hyuga-chan the ability of flower fruit. Hyuga-chan put his hand on Robin, and then used the God Eater to extract her flower fruit. Looking at Wawa fruit, Hyuga-chan finally remembered that there was a perfect version of Wawa fruit without side effects in his system backpack. Robin shook hands, and she could feel her devil fruit powers gone. Hyuga-chan threw the flower fruit into the system. The ability of this fruit is actually not particularly strong, so I don't want to give it to Robin. I'll find a stronger devil fruit for Robin in the future. There are many devil fruits in the sea that are stronger than Wawa fruit. For example, this time Hyuga-chan went to Gaia Island. Going to Gaia Island is not the purpose is to go to the empty island. Of course, I went to the empty island for the thunder fruit, such a powerful fruit, it would be a waste to eat Enelu. A natural devil fruit person, or the strongest natural devil fruit, actually lost to Luffy, who was not long in the sea. This guy is also a waste. Seeing Hyuga-chen extracting the devil fruit again, Momoto is no longer surprised, and common sense has been broken by Hyuga-chen. Why did you return the Shasha fruit to K-Rockville? Taotu asked curiously. What's the use of me keeping it? I don't need rust fruit at all. Although it is a natural devil fruit, Hyuga-chen doesn't like rust fruit. What's more, he can also control sand, and he doesn't need sand fruit at all. Even if it is left, it can only be sold to the system. It is better to lend it to the sand crocodile to use it. When he needs to exchange points, he can go to get it back. Main reason is that Hyuga-chen wants to see if sand crocodile can find Pluto. If Pluto is found, then Pluto is the real big head, and Pluto must be more valuable than Shasha fruit. Taotu shook her head. She really didn't understand what Hyuga-chen was thinking. It was a pity that the precious nature-type devil fruit was thrown back like this. Do you want rust fruit? Hyuga-chen asked. If you want, I can go back and get it back. Taotu shook her head. She didn't want the rustling fruit. She also knew the weakness of this fruit. When it encounters liquid, the elementalization will fail. Chapter 483 Sky Island Thunder Fruit. Soon the warship arrived at Gaia Island, and after arriving at Gaia Island, Hyuga-chen did not intend to land on Gaia Island. The huge warship was like a rocket, and it rushed into the sky in an instant. Could it be that this is the highest technology of the Navy, and it can still fly? Taotu looked at the sea below in surprise. Is this a spaceship? Alvia and Robin were very calm, and the female soldiers on the ship were equally calm, because they had already experienced it, and they had been surprised before. Is this going to the Sky Island? Alvia asked. She had also been to the Sky Island. At that time, she had to work hard for the Sky Island. Yes, there is a very powerful devil fruit on the empty island, and I went for that devil fruit. Hyuga-chen stood on the bow, looking at the strange white sea. Baihai and Beibaihai are very strange landscapes, as special as Upside Down Mountain. Hyuga-chen, Taotu and Robin are all very curious, and Alvia's eyes are calm. In order to study history and search for the text of history, Alvia has traveled most of the world, and basically she has seen many strange things. Soon their warships arrived at the empty island. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air was very thin, and Robin, Taotu, and the female soldiers on the ship were very uncomfortable. It's not very good here, it's very uncomfortable here. Taotu was lying on the deck, looking a little sick. That's it, get used to it, adjust your body and you'll be fine. Alvia smiled. Find the devil fruit, and then we'll leave, you can bear it for a while. Hyuga-chen teleported to the sky above the island. Observation Haki was released, covering the entire Sky Island, and not a single bit could escape Hyuga-chen's perception. For others, finding a devil fruit in this huge island was difficult, but it wasn't difficult for Hyuga Tatsuya. Looking down, Tensegan sees everything in the entire Sky Island. Tensegan can capture the strange energy of the devil fruit, so it is very easy to find the devil fruit. I didn't expect that there are many devil fruits in this empty island. Hyuga-chen found 3 devil fruits on this empty island. Controlling gravity, the fruits distributed on each island appeared in Hyuga-chen's hands, and the fruit with the blue spiral pattern was the thunder fruit. Other 2 Hyuga-chen didn't know what the fruit was, so go back and ask Alvia, she should know. After that devil fruit, Hyuga-chen dodged back to the warship. The gold in the historical text Hyuga-chen was not interested at all. As an admiral, Hyuga-chen lacked money the most, and Hyuga-chen also knew what it was in the historical text, so it didn't matter at all. Come back so soon. Alvia looked at Hyuga-chen in astonishment. After so long, she came back, and the speed was too fast. Look at what these 2 devil fruits are. Hyuga-chen handed Alvia the 2 devil fruits with strange patterns in his hands. Alvia took it and took a look at the two devil fruits. This is the animal-type pony fruit, the Pegasus form. After taking it, it can become a Pegasus. Alvia said while holding one of the devil fruits. When Hyuga-chen heard this, he threw this devil fruit aside. The animal-type devil fruit Hyuga-chen was really not interested, unless it was in eudemons. However, animal-type eudemons devil fruits are even rarer than natural-type ones, and it is really difficult to encounter them. This one is also the devil fruit of the zoology, the cat fruit of the zoology, tiger form. Hyuga-chen is a little disappointed. This fruit is too spicy. What kind of scum devil fruit? But Hyuga-chen still has expectations. In fact, these two animal-type devil fruits are already very good in the animal system, but of course Hyuga-chen doesn't look down on them. Here is a natural thunder fruit. Who will eat it? Hyuga-chen put the thunder fruit on the table. The thunder fruit. Didn't you eat the thunder fruit? Momoda looked at Hyuga-chen strangely. I didn't eat this thunder fruit. Hyuga-chen shook his head. Alvia and Peach Rabbit have question marks on their faces. It's not this thundering fruit. Is there another thundering fruit? Don't ask about the specifics. Who do you eat this thunder fruit? This. Peach Rabbit looked at this fruit, the strongest devil fruit of nature. It would be impossible to say that it was not envious. But Tautu did not intend to become a devil fruit person, because the devil fruit ability person will be afraid of seawater and sea tower stones while gaining powerful power, which is a fatal weakness. After thinking about it in the end, Tautu shook his head, and then pushed the thunder fruit to Robin. This powerful devil fruit, let me give you this little girl. Robin held the thunder fruit, and then looked at Alvia, who smiled slightly and touched Robin's head. If Robin can eat the thunder fruit, she can rest assured, the thunder fruit represents a powerful strength. With strong strength, Robin can protect himself. Robin smiled sweetly at Tautu and took a bite of the thunder fruit. I have to say that this devil fruit is really unpalatable, and Robin's face is wrinkled. Peach Rabbit, don't regret it. Hyuga-chen looked at Peach Rabbit with a smile on his face. I won't regret it. The side effects of devil fruits are too great. I don't need devil fruits to become a generation of strong women. Tautu raised her cheeks proudly. Really? What if I told you that I could get rid of the side effects of devil fruits? What? Is it true or false? Tautu couldn't sit still and jumped up. Thinking that Hyuga-chen was able to touch the Halu stone before and was not affected by the Halu stone at all, then this is probably true. Tautu is now regretful and wants to hit the wall. She doesn't want to take devil fruit, just because she is afraid of the side effects of devil fruit. If the side effects of devil fruits can be eliminated, Tautu certainly wants to eat the strongest fruit of nature. However, it was too late now, because Robin had eaten the thunder fruit, and Tautu was annoyed and was about to hit the wall. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tautu sat on the ground in frustration. After Robin took the thunder fruit, there was an electric glow in his hand, but because Robin was not strong, he couldn't exert his strength. Robin, after you get the thunder fruit, be sure to use it well. Hyuga-chen took out a bottle of blue liquid and handed it to Robin. Robin held the small bottle and looked at Hyuga-chen suspiciously. Drink this, and you'll be immune to the side effects of devil fruit, and won't be affected by seawater and sea rock. Robin took it happily after hearing the words. Of course she knew what it meant. Thank you, Chen. Robin smiled at Hyuga-chen, kissed Hyuga-chen's face, and then drank the blue water in the bottle. Robin didn't feel any change after drinking it. Hyuga-chen took a seafloor stone handcuff and handed it to Robin. Robin held it in his hand, and he was not affected in any way, without any sense of powerlessness. Tautu watched this scene and bit Kiba. It was so infuriating. If I chose to eat this devil fruit at that time, wouldn't it be? It's useless to think so much. The devil fruit has been eaten, so I can't let Hyuga-chen take out the thunder fruit again. Tautu didn't want to lose that person. Chapter 484 Teach Practice. The Hyuga-chen warship was sailing on the Great Waterway. They had already come down from the empty island. Tautu sat on the deck and pouted, and the regret in his heart was indescribable. The strongest devil fruit just missed. Why don't Chen take out the ringing thunder fruit and eat it for you? Robin tugged at the peach rabbit. The relationship between the two of them has improved a lot these days. No, I chose it myself anyway. Maybe Robin would be better for you to eat. Tautu shook his head and said. Although the thunder fruit is powerful, it is not that there are other powerful devil fruits. You can find other devil fruits. Hyuga Chen reminded. Yes. Tautu immediately stood up. The other devil fruits are also very strong. For example, the shock fruit of the strongest devil fruit in the superhuman series. I think Junjun fruit is very good. Tautu stood up and looked at Hyuga Chen with both eyes expectantly. Don't think about it. You can't bear the side effects of the fruit. Hyuga Chen shook his head. Didn't you say you can get rid of the side effects of devil fruit? Tautu was very unwilling. It can only get rid of the side effect of the devil fruit's fear of seawater and sea tower stones, which is the curse of the devil fruit, but the shock fruit itself has other side effects. The shock fruit is the fruit that hurts others first. When the quake fruit vibrates, it will also suffer the shock itself. Tsunade also eats the quake fruit, but Tsunade has a perfect sage body, which can ignore the side effect of the quake fruit. Don't look at the fact that Whitebeard is now the strongest man in the world, and he is in the limelight for a while, but there are countless secret injuries to his body. Maybe he can still hold on now, but when he gets old, even Whitebeard can't bear it when a secret injury breaks out. In the future, Whitebeard hangs a hanging bottle for infusion all day long, and 80% of the reasons are caused by the shaking fruit. It turns out that the Junjun fruit will also cause damage to myself. This is the first time I know it. Tautu was extremely surprised. Every time the quake fruit exerts its force, it must withstand a part of the force of the shock, and ordinary people cannot exert the power of this devil fruit at all. Hearing what Hyuga-chan said, Tautu gave up, and now that the Junjun fruit was eaten by Whitebeard, it is not easy to get the Junjun fruit. Even though Tautu is very confident in Hyuga Chen, Whitebeard's strongest name is not for nothing. She doesn't want Hyuga Chen to take risks and fight against Whitebeard because of a devil fruit. What is our goal now? Tautu asked. There is no goal, let's play in the sea. Go wherever it looks good. Hyuga Chen said standing on the bow. Alvia, do you have any recommendations? Hyuga Chen turned to look at Alvia. Me. I think the 4 seas are relatively good. Compared with the Great Sea route, the 4 seas are relatively peaceful. Alvia said. Perhaps the 4 seas are not as exciting as the Great Route, nor as prosperous as the Great Route, but relatively quiet. Especially in this period, the focus of the Navy is to suppress pirates from all over the world, especially for those newcomers who have just become pirates. The Navy is doing this to combat pirates. Most pirates come from all over the world. As long as they are cut off from the source, it will reduce the number of pirates in the whole world. However, the idea is very good, but the effect is not very good, and the number of pirates is still increasing. Time passed slowly, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, Hyuga Chen basically traveled all over the world. Whether it was the 4 seas or the New World, Hyuga Chen had all set foot there. On an island in the windless belt, Hyuga Chen was lying on a beach chair, basking in the sun. Tautu and Robin were practicing on the island, and Alvia went to guide them. Alvia is a good teacher, at least much better than the half-baked teacher Hyuga Chen. Robin is cultivating physical skills to develop fruit ability, while Tautu is more difficult. She has to practice swordsmanship, and also practice armament hockey and observation hockey. Domineering training is not easy. Tautu is dodging in Alvia's sword rain, just to practice observation hockey. In order to practice observation hockey, Tautu has suffered a lot of injuries, thanks to Alvia's mercy. I think you should practice your reflexes first, Hyuga-chan said while turning his head. Forced cultivation will only be counterproductive, and now Tautu's stride is a little bigger. Chen is right, you really shouldn't step too far now. Alvia put away the wooden knife parked at the door of Tautu Mian. Then what should I do? Tautu took a deep breath. Practice marksmanship and hit moving targets. so that you can not only practice your reaction skills, but also practice good marksmanship. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hyuga-chan took out a musket and threw it at Taotu. Taotu was holding a musket. To be honest, she really hadn't touched a musket. Don't underestimate the musket. In fact, a powerful sniper has a great deterrent effect. Hyuga-chan took out another musket, and then there was a bang shot. The bullet passed like a streamer, piercing the captain of a pirate group 10,000 meters away. If this broken gun was used by ordinary people, it would never be able to shoot that far, and it was very good that the bullet could fly 100 meters. However, after blessing armament hockey, the power has increased geometrically, not to mention that Hyuga-chan has vector operations. That's why we can use this broken gun to play the effect in the anti-Japanese drama. To put it bluntly, Hyuga-chan can destroy the white beard with 1 shot. If you give Hyuga-chan a Momo fruit, Hyuga-chan can blow up the world with 1 shot, which is really so powerful. Taotu has a gun, she doesn't know how to practice. Hyuga-chan grabbed a few stones and threw them out, then said, "Break the stones before they fall." Taotu immediately fired a few shots, but unfortunately, not a single shot was hit. Mainly, the stones thrown by Hyuga-chan didn't fall according to Momota's budget at all, and could change direction at will in the sky. Now you only need to hit the pebble in the sky, your marksmanship should be qualified, and your ability to respond and adapt will also be greatly improved. Taotu nodded, she knew that Hyuga-chan would not lie to her. Then Taotu started to use the musket to hit the stones in the sky, but this is not so easy to get. Taotu in the sky move irregularly, that is, the stones that do not fall are more powerful. After several days of practice, Taotu finally succeeded in hitting the stone with the musket. Afterwards, when dodging 1.6 to avoid Alvia's attack, Taotu obviously relaxed a lot. In addition to the improvement of eyesight, there is more of a special intuition. Sometimes there is no need to observe, and the body will move with the intuition to avoid Alvia's attack. At this time, Taotu has already begun to touch observation hockey. As long as you practice more, you will be able to master observation hockey completely sooner or later. And armament hockey is easier to say than observation hockey, but it requires physical fitness to keep up. This rush is useless. It is relatively easy for Robin to develop the thunder fruit. Hyuga-chan can give Robin the moves he developed himself. Even if Robin does not learn all, he can learn from it. Moreover, the thunder fruit can increase the voltage and current by eating thunder, so-called eating thunder is also being struck by thunder. Anyway, Robin ate the fruit of thunder, and he was a thunderbolt, and he was not afraid of being struck by thunder. Chapter 485 Future Empress, Boya Hancock. After staying on this island for half a month, Hyuga-chan and the others set sail again. Now they are in the first half of the Great Waterway and have just returned from the New World. After leaving the Windless Belt, Hyuga-chan and the others came to an island, and the island was also parked with a ship, which was also a pirate ship. This pirate ship seems to be the 9 snake pirates of Amazon Lily. Taotu, who was standing at the front, recognized it at a glance. The main reason is that the 2 giant swimming snakes of the 9 snake pirates are too conspicuous, and it is precisely because of these 2 sea kings that the 9 snake pirates can freely enter and exit the windless zone. These 2 big guys don't know if their meat is delicious. Hyuga-chan looked at the 2 sea snakes with their heads still showing. If hearing Hyuga-chan's words, the 2 sea kings roared and pointed their hideous mouths at Hyuga-chan. "Go away," Hyuga-chan said lightly, releasing a trace of Conqueror's haki. The 2 sea snakes immediately fell down, lurking on the bottom of the sea and daring not to show their heads, as if Hyuga-chan was a wild beast. The eyes of these low-intelligence creatures, Hyuga-chan, who exudes a domineering aura, is indeed a wild beast. It's really domineering, and it scared the 2 snakes all at once. Said a little girl with a delicate face on the 9 snake pirates. "Sister, the other party is the Navy, and we are pirates, so be careful." Sandasonia pulled her sister. "Sister Sandasonia, what are you afraid of? Do we pirates have to be afraid of the Navy?" Marigold said. Hyuga-chan turned around and glanced lightly at the three sisters who were peeking at him. Boya Hancock sisters were stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect that they were very hidden and discovered. Looking at Hyuga-chan's azure blue eyes, Hancock was a little addicted to it, and those deep eyes almost made her lost. Sister, what should we do now? Sandasonia pulled Hancock anxiously. After being shaken by Sandasonia, Hancock said calmly, "It's okay, he looks so good looking, he is definitely a good navy, and he won't do anything to us." Sandasonia and Marigold were speechless. They were pirates. If the other party was a good navy, wouldn't they be arrested? Ha ha ha, it's really good luck. I didn't expect everyone from the 9 snake pirates to go to replenish supplies, and you 3 little girls are left on the boat. A disgusting laughter sounded. The price of women in 9 Snake Island is very high. I believe you 3 can sell for a good price. The 3 of Hancock turned around immediately and saw an ugly man. This time Hancock and the others panicked. This time, this person looked like a bad person and looked too ugly. That's right, no matter what world it is, the first impression is very important. The handsome are generally the first to be defined as good people, and the ugly are naturally bad guys. What should I do? Marigold was frightened and hid behind Hancock. Hancock was also very scared. At this time, she suddenly thought of the deep-eyed, handsome navy on the warship next to her. Please, save us. If you save us, we will definitely repay you in the future. Hancock hurriedly asked Hyuga-chen for help. Sandasonia and Marigold feel unreliable. They are pirates. Can they ask the Navy for help? At this time, the ugly-looking man also saw Hyuga-chen and his warship, and immediately pulled out his knife. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. I am covered by a Tianlong person, and it is a matter of words to kill you. I think you're killing yourself. Hyuga-chen turned into a thunderbolt and appeared in front of him instantly, kicking him thousands of kilometers away with a lightning-like kick, and then fell into the sea. Before he fell into the sea, he was kicked to death by Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen turned his head and glanced at the 3 little girls. The one in the middle was a little short, probably the future Empress Boya Hancock. Look at the slave ship that was parked not far away. Did he rewrite Hancock's fate? Without him, perhaps now Hancock and the others have been captured and become slaves of the Tianlong people. Thank you. Hancock could finish speaking. Hyuga-chen turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared, appearing on the slave ship not far away. Search inside and find a box containing 3 devil fruits. After getting the box, Hyuga-chen smashed the slave ship into ashes with a thunderbolt. Going back to the 9 snake pirates again, he opened the box and looked at the 3 devil fruits inside, one of which was pink yuhi color and had a peach heart-shaped spiral pattern. If Hyuga-chen guessed correctly, this devil fruit should be a sweet fruit. About this devil fruit, Hyuga-chen threw it to Hancock, and the remaining 2 devil fruits were also thrown to her 2 sisters. These 2 fruits may be the snake and snake fruit python form, and the snake and snake fruit cobra form, which are also the devil fruits of Sandasonia and Marigold in the original book. These 2 devil fruits are not very good. Hyuga-chen is not very useful to hold them, and throwing them to the system will not give many exchange points. Simply give them 2 sisters, but this is not a very good thing for them 2 sisters. Now the 2 sisters look pretty good, but after taking these 2 fruits, they don't necessarily look like what they will look like. Hancock looked at the sweet fruit in his hand, then at Hyuga-chen, and then bit down, enduring the bitterness and eating it all. After eating the sweet fruit, Hancock changed slightly, and suddenly there was a special charm on his body. Thank you, benefactor. Hancock looked at Hyuga-chen gratefully. If Hyuga 327-chen hadn't rescued them, no one knows what they would have ended up with, and it would never end well anyway. And after saving them, he gave them 3 precious devil fruits. Seeing that his sister ate the devil fruit, Sandasonia and Marigold looked at each other, and then ate the devil fruit in their hands. In fact, the people of 9 Snake Island generally do not eat devil fruits, because if they eat devil fruits, they will become landlubbers and will be rejected by the sea. But I don't know why my sister ate it, they also ate it together. Looking at the two people who have changed, it really is an animal-type snake and snake fruit, and you can see it at a glance. Shouldn't I give them these two fruits? Hyuga-chen said to himself. 3 devil fruits, one can make people more attractive, is definitely one of the fruits that women dream of. However, these 2 snake and snake fruits made the 2 girls who were good enough to become ugly all of a sudden. Glancing at the 3 sisters, Hyuga-chen returned to the warship, and then brought Momoto and the others to the island. This small island is not well known, and they stopped here to buy some things and resupply. Sister, don't be in a daze, that navy has left. Marie Grod pushed Hancock, who was in a daze. Oh, Hancock came back to his senses, his expression was a little cute, and he looked very cute. Chapter 486 Terrified Grandma. Sitting in a pub on the island, Hyuga-chen was holding the latest issue of the newspaper. Standing behind Hyuga-chen, frowned while reading the newspaper. I didn't expect that we just left the New World for half a month, and the title of the 4 emperors appeared in the New World. Will the Emperor of the Sea, the Navy and the world government allow them to exist? Of course it is allowed. Perhaps the title of the 4 emperors is still a ghost of the world government. The 4 sea emperors are opposed to each other. Wouldn't this be better for the world government? Hyuga-chen lightly smiled. What the world government needs is stability. With the title of the 4 emperors, the pirates will definitely fight for the title of the 4 emperors. Even if all the 4 emperors return to their thrones, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Although the New World is big, it cannot hold 4 emperors at sea, so the 4 emperors' pirates must be opposed. This is beneficial and harmless to the world government. As for whether the 4 emperors who competed will unite, it is impossible to think about it. Perhaps fragile cooperation may exist, but coalition is really impossible. Who is most likely to become the 4 emperors? Alvia asked involuntarily. Whitebeard will definitely become the 4 emperors. As for the others, it's no surprise that they are Guy Duo, Charlotte Lingling, and Yuhi Fashanks. Yuhi made Shanks. Alvia and Tautu were stunned. Now Yuhi did not have a reputation, but his reputation was really small. No matter how you look at it, Yuhi Fashanks is not qualified to become the 4 emperors. Yuhifa is a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. His potential is very good and his strength is also very good, but he has not yet entered the New World. Hey, that navy boy over there, my uncle took a fancy to your position. Hyuga-chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and she is a pirate with no eyes. There are many things in this world that don't have eyes. Some pirates think that they are the boss and the second child, and they just like to find trouble. The pirates don't know how to keep a low profile. What they want is fame. Even some pirates will attack Navy warships to death, just to improve their reputation, but these pirates usually end badly. But even he dared to find trouble for the Admiral of the Navy. I really don't know what this guy has in his mind. Let me clean them up. Alvia's eyes turned cold. I didn't expect you to have a big beauty, I don't think it's better. Before the pirate's words were finished, his body was divided into 2 halves. Not only him, but even the pirate behind him was not spared. The other pirates in the tavern immediately lowered their heads. Originally, they wanted to watch the fun, but now they look down on the fun, for fear of taking their own lives. Although pirates act arrogantly, they are also very afraid of death, especially these little pirates. Leaving aside some Bailey, he fled from the pub in embarrassment. These pirates are obviously not strong, but why do they always like to court death? Tautu complained. Maybe they think they are very good. Hyuga-chen took a sip of beer and smiled. Pirates are usually very arrogant, which is a common problem of most pirates. After staying in the tavern for a while, they checked out and left. The female soldiers who were sent by Hyuga-chen to supply supplies should have also been supplied. Go back to the warship. Hyuga Tatsu returns to the warship with Alvia, Robin and Momoto. After returning, I found that the 9-snake pirates' ship had not left, and Boya Hancock was standing on the bow of the ship. After seeing Hyuga-chen, his eyes suddenly lit up. He jumped out of the boat at once, then ran towards Hyuga-chen, looking at Hyuga-chen's excited little face and talking to Yuhi. The 9-snake pirates were about to leave. Originally, Hancock thought that Hyuga-chen would not be able to be seen, but she was still waiting at the bow, wanting to see Hyuga-chen again. Benefactor, thank you for saving me. I don't know the name of the benefactor. I will definitely repay the benefactor in the future. Hancock's eyes twinkled with stars. Hyuga-chen chuckled and said, my name is Hyuga-chen. Then can I call you Chen directly? Hancock asked expectantly. Yes. Stop the ink, let's go. Robin dragged Hyuga-chen towards the warship. Although Hancock was full of a special charm that could attract men, women and children, Robin just felt uncomfortable looking at her. That's right, if you're late, you won't be able to catch up with the warship. Momotu pushed Hyuga-chen from behind. Little sister is a pirate, right? I'm sorry, we are the Navy, we won't arrest you this time, you have to be careful next time. Alvia patted Hancock's head. Hancock, let's go quickly, we're about to set off. Granny suddenly jumped off the 9-snake pirates, then picked up Hancock and quickly returned to the boat. After getting on the boat, Granny Zaw immediately ordered to set sail, and the 9-snake pirates' boat was pulled by 2 swimming snakes and quickly sailed into the distance. Why, mother-in-law, let me go, why are you holding me? Hancock's young body kept struggling. Don't make trouble, Hancock, do you know who that man is? My mother-in-law looked at Hancock with a serious face. Of course I know that his name is Hyuga-chen, and he is our benefactor. I will definitely repay him in the future. Hancock thought about the way of repayment he prepared in his heart, and his face suddenly turned to Yuhi. Hancock's shy and cute appearance almost fascinated his mother-in-law. This is the power of sweet fruit. Fortunately, Hancock just took the sweet fruit, and he is not proficient in the use of sweet fruit, but subconsciously released the charm that can fascinate men, women and children. Otherwise, the mother-in-law will not be spared. Shaking her head and reacting, Granny Zaw said, that Hyuga-chen is an admiral of the Navy, the highest combat power in the Navy, and the person who can kill the golden lion is a very dangerous person. Is that so? But so what? Hancock said, biting his finger. Why is my mother-in-law at a loss? Don't you know that you are a pirate? We are pirates, he is the Navy, and he is the highest combat power in the Navy. What if he suddenly strikes and arrests them? Just discovered Hyuga-chen. My mother-in-law was terrified. She actually saw the admiral of the Navy. Although their 9-snake pirates had good fighting power, they didn't dare to face the admiral. Not to mention the general who was rumored to kill the legendary pirate Golden Lion. She originally wanted to leave Hancock and run away, but she regarded Hancock as her own, and she still couldn't leave Hancock. So I took Hancock and left in a hurry. I could only hope in my heart that the big man would not look down on their 9-snake pirates. Seeing that Hyuga-chen didn't catch up, her mother-in-law was relieved. Hancock looked at the vigilant mother-in-law with an unhappy expression on her face. If it wasn't for the mother-in-law, she could still communicate with her benefactor for a while. If you join the Navy, will you be able to see Chen often? Her mother-in-law didn't know it at all, but Hancock had the idea of joining the Navy. If her mother-in-law knew, she would definitely vomit blood. They have no idea of joining the Navy on 9-Snake Island. Hancock is the future queen of Amazon Lily. How can she join the Navy? Chapter 487. Back to Navy headquarters. Humph. Tautu snorted angrily, looking at Hyuga-chen with dissatisfied eyes. You've been staring at me for hours. Do you need a break for your eyes? Hyuga-chen sitting on the deck grilled a piece of meat. This little sea beast that I just met unexpectedly bumped into his warship without knowing how to survive, and was killed and eaten by Hyuga-chen. Do you have any other thoughts about the little girl just now? Tautu smelled the fragrance and walked over, staring at the food. I don't know what kind of sea beast it is. The roasted meat is really fragrant. Although Tautu is not a foodie, it smells the aroma and drools. Robin also looked at the meat that was about to be roasted, with eagerness in his eyes, and the smell was so fragrant that Robin almost couldn't help but pounce on it and take a bite. Even the elegant Alvia couldn't help but look here. Momotu, I think Hancock is more attractive than you, Hyuga-chen said while roasting the meat in his hand. Tautu is not convinced. What is the little girl better than her? She admitted that the little girl was indeed charming, but that was all the power of the devil fruit. If the devil fruit is removed, is she not better than the newly developed little girl in 063? Eat the meat. Hyuga-chen tore off a piece of meat and blocked Tautu's mouth. Robin watched the golden roast meat enter Tautu's mouth, and his small mouth could not help pouting. Robin's expression is not invisible to Hyuga-chen. The unhappy expressions are written on his face. Of course Hyuga-chen will not turn a blind eye. Tear off a piece of meat and put it in Robin's mouth. Robin didn't care how hot the meat was. He chewed it hard, and his eyes turned into Moon Kiba. What about you? Do you want me to feed you? Hyuga-chen looked at Olivia behind him. Olivia made Yuhi's face when she heard the words. Of course she wouldn't let Hyuga-chen feed her. How embarrassing it would be. Alvia came over, tore off a small piece of meat, and put it in his mouth, feeling the tender taste, and nodded involuntarily. The meat of this sea beast is really delicious, but it's a pity that most of it is thrown away. The flesh of that sea beast, Hyuga-chen, only cut off part of the essence, and threw the rest into the sea. Hyuga-chen eats meat like this, and only eats the most quintessential parts. It's a pity to think about it now. However, the meat that is thrown away may not be as delicious as the meat of this essence. Let's go back to the Navy headquarters. I haven't returned to the Navy headquarters for 4 years. Hyuga-chen said. Alvia and the others naturally have no opinion. Anyway, Hyuga-chen is in charge, and they will follow wherever Hyuga-chen says. The warship sailed towards the Marine headquarters Marine Fando. He did not return to the Navy headquarters for 4 years, nor did he contact the Navy headquarters. If he were another general, he might have been removed. But Hyuga-chen doesn't care. Sengoku doesn't care about him. After all, the 5 old stars greeted him. Now Sengoku is a little regretful, knowing that he should have stopped Garp in the first place, and prevented him from pulling Hyuga-chen into the Navy. Now, where is a general for the Navy? It is obviously an uncle. Fortunately, Hyuga-chen didn't cause him any trouble, which made Sengoku relieved. 4 years after leaving the Navy headquarters, the Navy headquarters still hasn't changed much. Sengoku looked at Hyuga-chen who came back and expressed his surprise. Back at the Navy headquarters, I said hello to Sengoku, and I wanted to chat with Karp, but Karp was not at the Navy headquarters, but returned to his hometown of the East China Sea. At this time Luffy was born, and Garp often went back to look after Luffy. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji are still in the New World. Because of the 4 Emperors incident, the New World has become more chaotic, and they must be stationed there. However, the world government ordered them not to pay too much attention to the pirates. As long as the pirates are not very troublesome, let them go. This order made Akainu very dissatisfied, but the order of the world government is there, and it is useless for him to be an admiral, so he can only listen. After a few days at home, Hyuga-chen sends Robin to the Naval Academy. Tautu no longer needs to go to the Naval Academy to study, and the Naval Academy can't teach Tautu too much. Now Tautu has access to domineering, but domineering is generally not taught in schools, because many teachers and instructors in the Naval Academy are not domineering. Unless you are studying with Zephyr. Zephyr can definitely teach Tautu to be domineering, but Hyuga-chen and Alvia are both domineering and stronger than Zephyr, so there is no need to learn from Zephyr. Sending Robin to the Naval Academy, Hyuga-chen said hello to Zephyr by the way. To be honest, he is not familiar with Zephyr. Hyuga-chen greeted Zephyr, of course, to let Zephyr help take care of Robin. The Naval Academy's teaching ability is good, and it will also be helpful to Robin here. Admiral Hyuga, I wonder if you are interested in coming here to teach naval cadets. Zephyr looked at Hyuga-chen and asked. He is very clear about Hyuga-chan's strength. People outside may doubt whether Hyuga-chan has the ability to kill the golden lion, but basically no one inside the Navy doubts it. So Zephyr wanted Hyuga-chan to teach the students, even if they could learn a little, they would benefit from it for a lifetime. Hyuga-chan thought about it for a while, and it's okay to be a teacher here for a while. Okay, I'll be a teacher here for a while. Hyuga-chan agreed. A smile appeared on Zephyr's serious face. Although he became a teacher at the Naval Academy, Hyuga-chan was only an acting teacher and could leave at any time. However, the fact that Hyuga-chan became a teacher at the Naval Academy soon inspired the whole academy. Although Hyuga-chan has not returned to the naval headquarters for 4 years, his reputation is still circulating, so there are many people in the Navy who worship Hyuga-chan. Among them are naval cadets. Most of the cadets admire Hyuga-chan. Of course, there are also a small number of people who disdain Hyuga-chan. Since he wants to teach, Hyuga-chan is of course teaching Robin this session. Hyuga-chan, who was standing on the podium, his eyes turned into Moon Kiba. He didn't expect that Hyuga-chan would become a teacher. Robin was very happy, and his heart that he didn't want to come to school faded a lot. Robin, do you know General Hyuga? Ain, a little girl with blue wavy hair, pushed Robin's arm and asked. Robin smiled and nodded. I'm so envious that I actually met General Hyuga. Ain looked at Robin enviously. Although Ain joined the Naval Academy not long ago, she had also heard about Hyuga-chan, and she admired Hyuga-chan very much. Hyuga-chan looked at Robin and Ain who were whispering below, and didn't say anything. He still stood on the podium and explained the training methods suitable for these young students. Robin and Ain whispering is no problem. After all, there is Robin. Hyuga-chan will not punish them, but the others will not do. Catch one and clean up the other, and the group of 11 or 12-year-old students are very afraid of him. Chapter 488 Regressive Fruit, Dull Fruit and Threshold Fruit. Really hard to teach this group of young students. After teaching Hyuga-chan for a day, they were not interested because they knew almost nothing. Didn't say anything about it. Hyuga-chan was a temporary teacher, so he didn't have the right to say anything. Sengoku, does the Navy have any powerful devil fruits? Hyuga-chan came to Sengoku's office and asked while looking at Sengoku. Devil fruits. Do you want devil fruits? Sengoku frowned. The Navy headquarters does have devil fruits, but they are used to reward admirals, so you can't just give them to Hyuga-chan tilde. Is there any powerful devil fruit? Give me a few. Hyuga-chan was also polite. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched. A few devil fruits. This is what Hyuga-chan said. Really think the Navy is a devil fruit wholesale factory. Devil fruits do exist, but you already have devil fruit abilities. Why do you still need devil fruits? Sengoku asked suspiciously. I don't use it myself. Sengoku looked at Hyuga-chan for a while, but did not refuse in the end, took out a key and handed it to Hyuga-chan. This is the key to the warehouse where important items are stored. There are devil fruits in there. Go get any one you like. But don't take them all. Hyuga-chan looked at Sengoku in surprise. He didn't expect that Sengoku would be so generous and give him the keys to the warehouse. In fact, handing over the key to the important warehouse to Hyuga-chan, Sengoku also has his own ideas. Because Sengoku believes that Hyuga-chan has a close relationship with the world government. After all, the 5 old stars of the world government had specially instructed him to do whatever Hyuga-chan did. It could be seen that Hyuga-chan had something to do with the world government. Otherwise the 5 old stars would not have given such an order. Since he has a close relationship with the world government, if Hyuga-chan really wants the devil fruit from the Navy headquarters, as long as he says hello to the world government, he will also hand over the keys. If that's the case, why would it be so laborious? His face won't look good at that time, so he simply gave Hyuga-chan the key to the headquarters warehouse. Hyuga-chan didn't know that Sengoku had misunderstood that he was from the world government, and left the naval headquarters with the key. Go back home and call Alvia, and then go to the large warehouse of the Navy headquarters. Calling Alvia is to identify the fruit. Although it can be identified through the system, but there is a highly learned person like Alvia, don't you have to leave it at home to get moldy. I didn't expect to be able to enter the Navy's warehouse. Alvia looked around. There is a large amount of material and ordnance stored here, but the periphery is full of firearms and shells. Going to the deepest point, there is a house made of seafloor stone, and the outside is all made of hard seafloor stone. The seafloor stone is extremely hard and cannot be destroyed by ordinary people at all, and only a big swordsman can cut it open with a knife. Open the door and walk in. There are not many things inside, but each one is a boutique, such as devil fruit and famous knife. There are not many things here. Hyuga Chen glanced at it, and there were only 9 devil fruits. And according to Hyuga Chen's estimate, half of it is estimated to be animal-type devil fruits. Sure enough, after Alvia's identification, 6 of them were animal-type devil fruits. The other 3 superhuman devil fruits are the regression fruit, the obtuse fruit, and the threshold fruit. These 2 devil fruits have good abilities, and they have the ability of time-based fruits. Alvia held the regression fruit and the obtuse fruit. Take all these 3 devil fruits. Hyuga Chen directly took the 3 devil fruits, and Hyuga Chen of the animal department didn't even look at it. Although there are the most superhuman devil fruits in the original work, the reality is that the animal-type devil fruits are the most and the weakest. Even the awakening of the animal-type devil fruit cannot reach the level of destruction. In fact, the strongest should be the superhuman-type devil fruit. The superhuman devil fruit has many abilities that are very pervert. Basically, for a powerful user, it is no problem to overturn the world. After turning around and looking at the sword next to him, Hyuga Chen didn't have the slightest interest, not even a big quick sword. It seems that the collection of the Navy is not very good, but it is understandable. After all, the powerful fruits collected by the Navy are basically rewarded to increase the strength of the Navy. Leaving the warehouse, Hyuga Chen returned the key to Sengoku and went home with 3 Superman devil fruits. Sengoku's flesh hurts when he sees that the only 3 superhuman devil fruits have been picked by Hyuga Chen. After returning, Momoto, who was practicing swords in the yard, was suddenly attracted by the devil fruit in Hyuga Chen's hand. What devil fruits are these 3? Taotu ran over and asked. This fruit is very suitable for you. If you eat it, you should be invincible. Hyuga Chen took out the slow fruit and handed it to Momoto. Although I don't know why the fruit of dullness is here in the Navy, this devil fruit is indeed powerful, but it is just user garbage. Master tricks are basically for an instant. Once your reaction is slowed down, you will definitely die. Peach Rabbit took the dull fruit, did not ask what kind of fruit it was, and bit it directly. She believed that Hyuga Chen would not give her a garbage devil fruit. In fact, this dull fruit is an invincible fruit in the hands of the strong. In the future, Peach Rabbit will rely on the slow fruit to fight against Whitebeard, and Whitebeard may not be Peach Rabbit's opponent. After eating the dull fruit, Taotu stretched out his hand to emit photons, and the dull photon hit the fallen leaves in the air, and then the speed of the leaves slowed down, and the falling speed was pitifully slow. As long as this fruit is used well, it is actually very powerful. A white light group appeared in Hyuga Chen's hand, and then put his hand on Taotu. Taotu felt his body warm, and the strength of his body suddenly increased sharply. What is this? How could it increase so much strength in an instant? Momoto looked at Hyuga Chen in confusion. At this moment, her strength suddenly increased tenfold, and the increase was too scary. Hyuga Chen smiled and didn't speak. He just used the power of strengthening fruit, the devil fruit drawn from the system. Hyuga Chen had forgotten about the strengthening fruit before, but it was definitely impossible to say. Seeing that Hyuga Chen smiled mysteriously, she didn't say it, and Taotu didn't ask any more questions. To increase so much strength in an instant, Taotu is really very happy. Originally, Taotu's strength was not inferior to that of a general lieutenant general. This strength is already very against the sky. The future deputy emperor of the 4 emperor pirates will basically be this strength, and the strength of the general is basically equal to the 4 emperors. Maybe the 4 emperors will win in a heads-up, but they are actually of the same rank. After all, the general is the highest combat power in the navy. This is not a false name. If the current Tautu use the blunt fruit, they could fight against Akainu and the others. Of course, the chance of losing was more than 80%. Hyuga-chan took out a bottle of devil fruit side effect elimination water and let Tautu drink it, to get rid of the curse of devil fruit, and to be immune to the side effects of devil fruit sphere of sea water and Halu stone. Chapter 489 Meet the Don Quixote family. After staying in the naval headquarters for half a month, Hyuga-chan couldn't bear to go out to sea. It is really boring for the naval headquarters. The security here is heavily guarded, and there is no fun other than luxury. This time I didn't take Alvia and the others to sea, and Hyuga-chan didn't worry about what would happen to them in the naval headquarters. What's more, even if there is something wrong, Hyuga-chan will be able to come by teleportation. Instead of sitting on his own warship, he got a small boat and set out to sea. Alvia and the others didn't know that Hyuga-chan left until after Hyuga-chan left. Tautu and Robin were very angry and wanted to call Hyuga-chan, but Hyuga-chan didn't take the phone at all. If it wasn't for Alvia pulling them, the two of them would probably go out to sea in a warship to find Hyuga-chan. Sitting cross-legged on the boat slowly sailed on the sea. Today is a good day, just in time to sleep. Hyuga-chan lay back on the boat, looking at the blue sky Shirakumo, and fell asleep after a while. Hyuga-chan fell asleep. The boat, which can only accommodate 3 people, was still moving forward slowly. The wind and waves at sea could not affect the boat at all. Young master, look, there is a small boat over there. There seems to be a person on the boat. Diamante said to Doflamingo. Doflamingo stood up and looked at the sea in front of him. Sure enough, he found a small boat floating on the sea. Wah 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 young. It's really funny. Doflamingo laughed suddenly, and dared to drive a small boat on the sea, either a fool or a strong man. Hey hee hee tilde, I said how about pulling him into our Don Quixote family. Torapal was snotty and sloppy. Test his strength first. Doflamingo waved his hand. Diamante instantly understood what Doflamingo meant, turned the muzzle at Hyuga-chan's boat, and fired at it. Hyuga-chan, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and the cannonball stopped in front of Hyuga-chan and remained motionless. Hyuga-chan looked at the pirate flag of the Don Quixote family, and the cannonball that stayed in front of him was reflected back. Young master, it's Admiral Hyuga-chan. Diamante's legs trembled in fright. Torapal activated the sticky fruit ability, trying to block the bounced shells. However, the shells that were bounced back were not so easy to block. In the end, it was Doflamingo himself who blocked the shells. But the shell explosion still caused damage to their ship. So it's you. Hyuga-chan appeared on the Don Quixote family's boat, looking at brother Doflamingo with a faint gaze. Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't see Hyuga-chan's movement clearly just now. How dare you attack me? You are so brave. Hyuga-chan didn't even look at Doflamingo. He pulled a chair next to him and sat down. Doflamingo's face was ugly, and Hyuga-chan's behavior that didn't give him face at all made Doflamingo annoyed. General Hyuga, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't intend to attack you. Torapal said cautiously with cold sweat on his forehead. You disgusting thing, you better get out of my sight, or I don't mind cleaning up the world's garbage. Hyuga-chan said in disgust. With snot hanging on the nose, people are very sloppy, and with the ability to stick to the sticky fruit, it seems to make people feel nauseated. With the most disgusting devil fruit, it is also sloppy, and it is difficult not to make people feel uncomfortable. Torapal was extremely embarrassed and could only retreat silently. Doflamingo's face was gloomy. Although he was not a good person, he actually valued his family members, especially Torapal. Torapal was not only his military advisor, but also his savior when he was a child, so Doflamingo was very angry. Hyuga-chan who was sitting there, Doflamingo clenched his fists. This was the most humiliating time he had ever been humiliated by the Tianlong people. Although Hugo-chan didn't say anything, his whole body revealed a lofty attitude. Doflamingo remembered that when Roger was executed, when he saw Hyuga-chen for the first time, he was also so arrogant that he didn't take him seriously at all. Just when Doflamingo was about to hold back his anger, Torapal took Doflamingo's hand and shook his head at him. Torapal can become Doflamingo's military advisor, which shows that he has a good mind, and now the Don Quixote family is not qualified to face the Admiral at all. Although Doflamingo has great potential, he still has no future strength, and it is difficult to face vice admirals. At this time, facing the Admiral of the Navy, even if they go up together, they can't hurt a single hair. Not to mention that Brother Doflamingo after the beginning of the plot in the future is not the Admiral's opponent. 0. Because of Torapal's obstruction, Doflamingo's clenched hand loosened. You attacked me and caused great trauma to my spirit. Now, it shouldn't be too much for me to ask you for a little mental loss, right? Hugo-chan raised his mouth and looked at Brother Doflamingo with a smile. Doflamingo was silent, his fists clenched again. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning flashes in the sky, and the ancient giant beasts formed by thunder and lightning are hidden in the clouds, constantly roaring and roaring in the clouds. It's okay if you don't want to compensate, I have never liked to force others. Hugo-chan said with a smile. In the sky, a thunder dragon flew down and circled around the pirate group. The tail, accidentally, touched the stern of the boat, and the stern instantly turned to ashes. Looking at Hyuga-chen, Doflamingo bit Kiba, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Torapal pulled Doflamingo. Now Hyuga-chen is a blatant threat, and if compensation is not made, Torapal doesn't know what the consequences will be. The thunder in the sky now is more than enough to destroy them 10 times. I don't know what General Hyuga-chen wants. Doflamingo said angrily. Emotions are written on your face, you are still too young. Hyuga-chen stood up and looked at Brother Doflamingo with a light smile. Let me teach you what kind of posture the weak should take when facing the strong. The powerful, terrifying, and domineering aura was pressing on Doflamingo, and Doflamingo didn't even have the ability to resist, so he was crushed by Conqueror's Haki. Hyuga-chen's target was only Doflamingo, not anyone else. And Hyuga-chen also stopped, otherwise, relying on the coercion of Conqueror's Haki, Hyuga-chen would be able to crush Doflamingo into flesh-chan. How did you have Conqueror's Haki? Doflamingo asked with difficulty. The Navy generally does not have Conqueror's Haki, and even if they have the qualification to awaken Conqueror's Haki, it is difficult to awaken after joining the Navy. Garp is a good example. In fact, Garp also has the qualifications of a king, but if you want to awaken Conqueror's Haki, you must have the spirit of a king. Obviously, the Navy who has obeyed the order and is a vocation is difficult to awaken, because there is no belief in becoming a king. If Garp becomes a pirate, he will definitely awaken Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 490 Robbery of Doflamingo. Torapal and other officials of the Don Quixote family looked at Doflamingo who was crushed to the ground, and immediately rushed to save him. If other things, they will definitely tolerate Hyuga-chen, the admiral who is the most famous admiral. But it is related to their young master, and it is absolutely unbearable at this time. You bunch of trash, you don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Hyuga-chen glanced at them and released Conqueror's Haki slightly, and these cadres instantly fainted. Doflamingo stared blankly. Is the gap really that big? Originally, Doflamingo thought he was comparable to the admiral, but Hyuga-chen now taught him how to write weak and weak. You Don Quixote family should have a lot of good things, right? Take some to buy your life. Otherwise, you will all die, and the things will still be mine. Hyuga-chen kicked Doflamingo. The pain brought Doflamingo back to his senses, buried his head on the deck, and finally nodded in humiliation. The strength is not as good as others, this time when it is time to spend money to buy a lesson. If it weren't for them being cheap and firing that cannonball, maybe nothing would have happened. It's just that they are used to the smooth sailing, and they can't help being a little arrogant, and now they have kicked down the super alloy plate of Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen dispersed Conqueror's haki, and the embarrassed Doflamingo was able to stand up. Don't fool me with some rubbish, or look at the Brontosaurus flying in the sky, it doesn't have eyes. This was a blatant threat, but Doflamingo didn't dare not listen. Now being educated by Hyuga-chen, Doflamingo became honest in an instant. He walked to the cabin with his head down, and after a while, Doflamingo came out with a big box. Biting Kiba, the distressed Doflamingo handed the box to Hyuga-chen. At this time, his heart was bleeding, and all the things inside were good things. Hyuga-chen smiled slightly, looking at Doflamingo's distressed appearance. Hyuga-chen knew that the contents inside were definitely worth a lot. When I opened the box, I saw that there were 3 devil fruits inside. Alvia had drawn all the devil fruits before, and marked the names and abilities of the devil fruits, and then handed them over to Hyuga-chen. So Hyuga-chen knows exactly what devil fruits these 3 devil fruits are. Natural type Snow Fruit, Superman Childlike Fruit and Superman Weapon Fruit. These 3 are not garbage fruits, and even if one chooses the weakest among them, Hyuga-chen thinks it should be the natural Snow Fruit. Although the Snow Fruit is also a natural type, among the few natural types, the Snow Fruit is definitely weak. The 3 natural devil fruits, Swamp Fruit, Snow Fruit and Smoke Fruit, are completely holding back the natural devil fruits. Especially the Swamp Fruit, it is definitely the most rubbish natural devil fruit. Needless to say, the childlike fruit is one of the absolute bug devil fruits when placed in the hands of a real powerhouse. Although the weapon fruit is not very good, if it can be transformed into a nuclear bomb and can destroy an island in one fell swoop, it would be awesome. The development potential of this devil fruit is very high. In fact, the snow fruit is not weak. By reducing the temperature of the snow fruit, it can still condense into ice. It depends on the user. If the temperature can be lowered to absolute 0, everything will be frozen at that time. I didn't expect you to be quite generous. I'll ask you a few more people to hand over Monet, Sugar and Baby 5. Hyuga-chen closed the box and said. Doflamingo was stunned, he didn't know who these people Hyuga-chen was talking about. After thinking about it, Doflamingo woke up Torapal, and then asked Torapal if they had these 3 people on board. Young master, Monet is indeed on our boat. It is the group of children we took in before. One of them is named Monet. I don't know if the other 2 are on our boat. I will ask. Torapal immediately entered the cabin and asked those who were frightened, and soon got the news and came out with 3 little girls. The oldest of them is Monet, who is now in his teens, and the youngest is Sugar, who looks to be 4 years old. Baby 5 is 6 or 7 years old. They have just boarded the Don Quixote family's ship and were trained by the Don Quixote family as a reserve force. You 3, follow General Hyuga from now on, Doflamingo said with a cold face. Monet stretched out his hand to hold the sugar and nodded silently. They didn't have the right to choose at all. Baby 5 also nodded timidly. Only then did Doflamingo look at Hyuga-chen, expecting Hyuga-chen to leave quickly. Hyuga-chen looked at his small boat, and asked Doflamingo for a bigger boat unceremoniously. Doflamingo was angry at Hyuga-chen's progress, but he couldn't help it. His strength was not as good as others, so he could only swallow his anger. Now Doflamingo just wants to send Hyuga-chen away quickly. This time Hyuga-chen's lesson made him remember that if he wants to trouble others in the future, he should first investigate the identity of the other party, so as not to be bullied again. After getting a small emergency boat, Hyuga-chen did not embarrass Doflamingo anymore. Take Monet, Sugar and Baby 5 on the ship, and then the ship sails away into the distance without anyone controlling it. This is actually very simple for Hyuga-chen. As long as you use Tenseigion's repulsion to push, you can also use vector operations to push. Watching Hyuga-chen leave, Doflamingo's face was as gloomy as water. Damn bastard Hyuga-chen, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Doflamingo growled. Boom. Just after Doflamingo finished roaring, the thunderclouds that were about to disperse in the sky gathered again, and the thunder and lightning crashed down. Doflamingo lay on the ground, charred all over, and almost died at 130. This is just a small warning. If I scold me in my heart, I may not care, but don't say it. Hyuga-chan's voice came from a long distance. Young master, are you all right? Torapal looked anxious and hurriedly called the ship's doctor to come and treat Doflamingo. Fuck, I haven't gone far yet you dare to scold me, thank you for not killing you. Hyuga-chan, who was sitting in the stern, sneered. Monet looked at Hyuga-chan very cautiously, and at the same time was very confused about the future. He was abandoned by the Don Quixote family just half a month after joining the Don Quixote family. Will it be abandoned in the future? This is what Monet thought about the most. Compared to Monet, it doesn't matter if he is younger than Sugar. He looked at Hyuga-chan with a pair of curious eyes, and always felt that there was an aura about Hyuga-chan that attracted her. Baby 5 looked at Hyuga-chan, hesitated for a long time and asked in a low voice, "Do you need me?" Hyuga-chan looked at Baby 5 with a faint smile. Of course, he understood Baby 5's character. Because of being abandoned by his mother since childhood, Baby 5 desperately wanted to be needed. Because this time the Don Quixote family handed her over to Hyuga-chan, Baby 5 was more eager to be needed, and she had secretly decided that as long as Hyuga-chan said no, Baby 5 immediately jumped into the sea and committed suicide. If you don't need it, then die. That's what Baby 5 thinks now. Chapter 491 Go to the New World. Looking at Baby 5's expectant eyes, Hyuga-chan smiled and nodded. In fact, Baby 5 is quite pitiful. Of course, there are many poor people, because when Baby 5 grew up, she was a beautiful woman, and Hyuga-chan felt that she was pitiful, otherwise Hyuga-chan would have no sympathy for other people. In Hyuga-chan's words, "What's your pity on me?" Baby 5 burst into tears with excitement. Hyuga-chan was the first person who needed her, which made Baby 5 feel worthwhile. At this moment, Baby 5's loyalty to Hyuga-chan instantly increases to the maximum, loyalty max. Hyuga-chan took out the weapon fruit he robbed from that hapless Doflamingo, and handed the weapon fruit to Baby 5. Eat this. Baby 5 ate it in one bite, and did not dislike the taste of devil fruit at all. Even if Hyuga-chan gave her poison, she would eat it without hesitation. Next, Hyuga-chan looked at Monet and threw the snow fruit to Monet. You should know what this is. Eat it, and you'll be mine from now on. Monet was a little surprised when she saw the devil fruit. She was older than Baby 5, and she had heard of the legendary devil fruit. She had also seen the shape of devil fruit in newspapers. So after looking at the devil fruit, Monet was very excited. With the devil fruit, she will be able to protect herself and her sister Sugar. So Monet also ate the devil fruit. Tanchu fruit does not give sugar, mainly because the sugar is too small now, and after eating tanchu fruit, the body will stop growing. In the future, when the sugar grows up, give it to the sugar. With the three of them, Hyuga-chan can also disband the female soldiers on his warship. Hyuga-chan wants to make his ship full of beautiful women, and those female soldiers are not very good looking. Most female soldiers are not particularly beautiful, and it is not uncommon for female soldiers to be more men than men. Controlling this ship, Hyuga-chan headed for the New World. Now the New World is very lively. I heard that Guy is going to declare war with Whitebeard. Hyuga-chan wants to see it. Now Guy has basically reached his peak strength, and Whitebeard now maintains his peak strength. Hyuga-chan really wanted to see if the peak Guy was stronger, or the peak Whitebeard was better. One of the two of them is the strongest man in the world, and the other is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. I don't know if there are many strongest guys in a duel, and if they can beat Whitebeard. But among the two, Hyuga-chan is more inclined to Whitebeard. Although Guy has many titles, each of them is very powerful, but there are many defeats, and he has been captured 18 times. Of course, the most important thing is that Hyuga-chan wants to see Guy's structure, and wants to know what he is, whether he is human or not. If Guy eats 2 more devil fruits, I wonder if he will die. Hyuga-chan sat on the boat and thought about this question. No matter if it can be done or not, you can't tell if you try it first. If Guy Duo is unfortunate enough to die, he can only be blamed for his immortality. If it was Hyuga-chan himself, no matter how many devil fruits he ate, he would not cause his body to explode and die, because he was immortal. What's more, Hyuga-chan doesn't need to eat devil fruits at all, as long as he devours devil fruits with eye technique and devour God. Devouring and absorbing the devil fruit in this way will not have the side effects of the devil fruit, because the devil fruit is not eaten at all, but the power that is beneficial to oneself is absorbed. The curse of the devil fruit is not absorbed at all, and still exists in the fruit. Moreover, the abilities of the swallowed devil fruits will not conflict with each other, so Hyuga-chan's God devouring is simply a magical skill. God devouring is not only as simple as swallowing objects, but also has other abilities. To the new world, Hyuga-chan flew directly over. The coding is too troublesome, not to mention Hyuga-chan is not interested in going to Fishman Island yet. Now that Baixing has not been born, what are you going to do on Fishman Island? Hyuga-chan, who flew over his head again, his heart was very angry, and he felt as if his face had been trampled. But no one said to clean up Hyuga-chan, because they knew clearly that they and others were not Hyuga-chan's opponents. They don't know how strong Hyuga-chan is, but they are definitely very strong. They have lived for many years. Hyuga-chan is definitely the strongest person they have ever seen. It's too arrogant. If the 5 of us join forces, we should be able to fight him. The blonde 5 old stars had a gloomy expression. Master Yimu has already ordered, don't go to him for the time being, and even if we shoot together, it may not be Hyuga-chan's opponent. The 5 old stars of the flat hat said. The 5 old stars could only watch Hyuga-chan fly over. Hyuga-chan, who was flying in the sky, looked at the deepest part of the Holy Land Marijoa and snorted softly. Things that are beyond their own power, dare to spy on me. Hyuga-chan sneered. The deepest part of the Holy Land Marijoa, among the flowers. A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out of Ain's mouth, blood flowed from his eyes and ears, and his face was extremely distorted and painful. This time, he wanted to test Hyuga-chan, but unexpectedly, his soul was hurt, and his soul almost collapsed and died. I.M. closed his eyes and silently healed himself. Originally, he only paid more attention to Hyuga-chan, but now he is jealous, and even hides a trace of fear. Lord Chen, did someone make you unhappy? Baby 5 came over with tea and asked. It's nothing, it's just a small fly. Hyuga-chan waved his hand. He didn't need to take Yimu, the king of the dragon people, in his eyes at all. Hyuga-chan can clearly perceive him. His strength is not even comparable to 6 Paths Obito in Hokage. Why should Hyuga-chan pay attention to him? After entering the new world, Monet and Sugar looked around curiously, while Baby 5 stood behind Hyuga-chan, playing the role of a little maid. Chen, is this the new world? Shatang ran to Hyuga-chan's side and threw himself into Hyuga-chan's arms. Exiatang, you are not allowed to be rude to Chen-sama. Baby 5, who was standing behind Hyuga-chan, reprimanded at Exiatang. The reprimanded Sugar pouted, and the tears accumulated in the corners of his eyes, which quickly flowed down. Okay. Hyuga-chan stopped the Baby 5 who wanted to continue reprimanding Sugar, reached out and stroked Sugar's head, and Sugar's tears stopped. Sugar is still just a child, and his mind is not mature at all. In fact, compared with Hokage, pirates are still relatively precocious. Oh, Baby 5 nodded gloomily. In fact, I'm not much older than Sugar. Why doesn't Lord Chen hold me in his arms? So jealous of Sugar. The ship sailed slowly on the sea. Hyuga-chan took the newspaper sent by the news bird. Whitebeard was about to fight Guy Duo, and the place was an island that Hyuga-chan had never heard of. Hyuga-chan didn't know the exact location either, so he was going to find an island at random, and then get a permanent pointer to that island. Get ready, I'm going to start accelerating. Hyuga-chen reminded Monet and the others. Monet immediately grabbed Hyuga-chen's right arm, and Baby 5 who was standing behind Hyuga-chen also quickly grabbed Hyuga-chen's left arm. Lying in Hyuga-chen's arms, immediately hugged Hyuga-chen tightly. When they were ready, the ship galloped forward like a bow and arrow from the string, passing quickly on the sea, leaving a trace that could not disappear for a long time. Fortunately, Hyuga-chen used chakra to protect the ship, otherwise the ship would never be able to withstand such a fast speed. Chapter 492 Battle of Whitebeard and Guido. Find an island at random, then buy a permanent pointer to Severe, and set off towards Severe. This Severe Island is the island where Whitebeard and Guy agreed to fight, but Hyuga-chen didn't understand why Whitebeard would fight. When I came to this island, I found that there are pirates around the island, and there are also navies. Akainu, Kyabu, and Aokiji stood at the front, looking at these pirates expressionlessly. And the pirates are naturally afraid. This is the admiral of the navy. These little pirates dare not attract the attention of the admiral. Not long after Hyuga-chen arrived here, he saw the white-bearded Moby Dick slowly approaching. Whitebeard was standing on the bow with a naginata in his hand. Looking at the strongest man in the world, Hyuga-chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This height is also exaggerated, a rough estimate is definitely about 7 meters. And Guy is here too. Guy is also a tough guy. He came alone and didn't bring his own pirates at all. Hyuga-chen jumped off the boat and set foot on the island. Monet picked up the sugar and jumped down, and Baby 5 immediately jumped down to keep up, for fear that Hyuga-chen would leave her behind. I didn't expect to see many familiar faces this time. Hyuga-chen looked around. Yuhi Hair Shanks, Hawkeye Mahawk, Moonlight Moria, Sand Crocodile and others. Even Hyuga-chen saw Drago, but he didn't expect Drago to come here to join in the fun instead of developing the Revolutionary Army. Looking back, it was another pirate ship 717 coming, and it was the Doflamingo that Hyuga-chen had just robbed. I didn't expect this guy to come to the New World so soon, but yes, the battle between Whitebeard and Guy is so big, it's no wonder they don't come. I didn't expect Brother Chen to come too. Are you here to see the fun? Kisamu Borsellino saw Hyuga-chen and came over to say hello. Of course, how can such a thing be missed? Hyuga-chen nodded. Seeing Kizaru suddenly walk to Hyuga-chen's side, the pirates were surprised, and when they saw Hyuga-chen's face, they were shocked. Because Hyuga-chen didn't wear a navy coat, they didn't pay attention to Hyuga-chen. Now that they noticed Hyuga-chen, they naturally recognized Hyuga-chen. Except for some unknown little pirates, everyone knew about Hyuga-chen's prestige. After all, he was the one who killed the Golden Lion. Moreover, they also destroyed the pirate fleet of the Golden Lion. The Flying Sky Pirates were definitely the largest pirate group, but they were all destroyed by Hyuga-chen. This kind of proud record makes them dare not underestimate. In comparison, the most famous among the naval admirals is not the 3 new admirals who suppress pirates in the New World all day long, but Hyuga-chen. Akainu glanced at Hyuga-chen with a displeased expression on his face. Because Hyuga-chen doesn't do the right thing all day, Akainu has long been upset. If he is the admiral of the navy, he will definitely cut off the position of Admiral Hyuga-chen. Aokiji nodded to Hyuga Tatsu, and said hello. Kizaru sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, looking bored. Brother Chen, do you want to take action and help us catch these 2 troublemakers? Huang Yuan looked at Whitebeard and Guy Duo quite unhappy. If it wasn't for the 2 of them, he would still be on vacation in the naval branch. I am not interested. If the New World lacks the 2 of them, wouldn't it be boring? Hyuga-chen took out 2 jugs of wine and threw a jug to Kizaru. Huang Yuan took a sip, smacking his lips. The wine is indeed good, but even a little bit. Because of the difference in height and body shape, this pot of wine is a bit small for Kizaru. If Hyuga-chen threw a pot of wine to Whitebeard, he would definitely be considered to be looking down on him. These 2 guys are really ink. If you don't hurry up, it's a waste of time. Hyuga-chen said boredly with the jug. Whitebeard and Guy looked at each other a lot, but they didn't start a war, just a collision of momentum. Goo la la la, there are so many guys, you are just a junior in front of me. If your former captain, Rocks, is still alive, he is qualified to stand in front of me. Whitebeard laughed. Whitebeard, you're old, let me replace you. Guy looked at Whitebeard fiercely. Goo la la la, Whitebeard laughed, you little bastard is not worthy to replace me. Whitebeard released Conqueror's Hockey, which collided with Guy's Conqueror's Hockey. Yes, Guy also owns Conqueror's Hockey. The two people's Conqueror's Hockey caused a shock, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the pirates who were watching were stunned. There are only a few people who have not been stunned by Conqueror's Hockey, so it is best not to watch the game if you are not strong enough. Monet, Sugar and BABY5 are weak, but with Hyuga-chen by their side, of course they will be fine. It's so strong, so scary, Kizaru said, holding his chin. In the confrontation of Conqueror's Hockey, of course, Whitebeard is better. Guy suffered a little more loss, but it doesn't matter. For the strong, Conqueror's Hockey is basically to clear the soldiers. In the real strong battle, Conqueror's Hockey is at most a little interference. So Conqueror's Hockey sounds awesome and very rare, but in the battle of the strong, Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey are the best. Unless Conqueror's Hockey reaches the level of Hyuga-chen, and can rely on Conqueror's Hockey to tear space and obliterate the soul, this is the real power. However, looking at the entire pirate world, I can't find anyone who is comparable to Hyuga-chen in Conqueror's Hockey. It can be said that the gap between them is too much. Hyuga-chen released Conqueror's Hockey to wreak havoc on his soul when the leader of the Draconians, spied on him. It's very simple to just kill him directly, but wouldn't it be boring to kill him now? Hyuga-chen also wanted to see if that guy could bring him some fun. Whitebeard collided with Guy's fist. Whitebeard didn't use the fruit ability and Armament Hockey. Also Guy doesn't use Armament Hockey. The collision of the two caused a storm to tear apart the trees on the island. The island suffered. If the battle is over, it is estimated that the island may not exist. In the competition of pure power, Guy is worthy of the name of the strongest creature, and he is on par with Whitebeard. You must know that the current Whitebeard is at its peak, not the injured Whitebeard in the future. Gee la la la, I didn't expect you to have 2 more hits. Whitebeard laughed a few times, and then the naginata in his hand slashed towards Guy more. This time Guy didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly used Armament Hockey to protect his body, otherwise he really wouldn't dare to fight against Whitebeard's knife. Touch, chang. Guy was slashed and flew out, and the island was cut into a deep crack by this knife, but Guy who was slashed and flew out was mostly unscathed. It comes to Armament Hockey's accomplishments. Guy is more powerful than Black Wrist Zephyr, and there are not many people who dare to resist the sword of Whitebeard. Although he blocked Whitebeard's attack, Guy Duo's expression was more solemn. Just one blow, Guy learned about Whitebeard's monster power. Originally, he thought his power was strong, but he didn't expect that there were people who were not inferior to him. Chapter 493 Guy Who Kicked the Alloy Plate. Yugi made Shanks, Hawkeye and the others have solemn expressions, and even the bored Kizaru became serious. The battle between the two was too strong. Kizaru, Akainu and Aokiji have seen the power of Whitebeard and know the power of Whitebeard very well, but they didn't expect that Guy would be able to compete with Whitebeard. Guy is quite fierce. Do you have a devil fruit in your hand, Kizaru? Hyuga-chen asked Kizaru who was sitting beside him. Looked at Hyuga-chen with a puzzled look on his face. Doubts, Hyuga-chen chuckled and said, isn't Guy immortal? I'll give him 2 devil fruits to see if he dies. Hyuga-chen's voice was not concealed, and Guy who was fighting with Whitebeard also heard it, and he was stunned, and was punched by Whitebeard. This time, Whitebeard exerted the power of the Junjun fruit. Even if Guy was injured, his defense in front of the Junjun fruit was the same as paper. If it weren't for Guy's strong vitality, Whitebeard's punch would have sent him to hell. The entire island was split apart by the powerful power of Whitebeard, and the sea was turbulent, and the power of the shaking fruit was indeed extraordinary. Especially the user of the shock fruit, Whitebeard, is powerful, and the damage caused by this punch is simply devastating. Guy spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and several cracks were split open on his body, but Guy was indeed a monster, and his injuries recovered very quickly. The defense is strong, the recovery ability is fast, the speed is not slow, and the attack power is also very strong. It seems that Guy is also developing in a balanced way, and there is no major weakness. Hyuga-chen sat on the chair made by Mokuden, wood style, behind him. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Guy recovered a little more, staring at Hyuga-chen with bloody Yuhi eyes. If it wasn't for Hyuga-chen's words to distract him, he wouldn't have been punched by Whitebeard. The reason he is so embarrassed now is because of Hyuga-chen. But in fact, Hyuga-chen didn't make a sound, Guy didn't get distracted, and he couldn't dodge the punch. Guy knows it in his heart, but he is also a person who wants face, so he directly puts the blame on Hyuga-chen. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes for you. Hyuga-chen said lightly with his legs crossed. Bastard, just let me see if you have the strength. Guy growled loudly. You want to fight me out of your own power. Hyuga-chen took out a musket and aimed it at Guy. Faced with the muzzle of the gun, Guy can feel a deadly threat. You think you can hurt me with just a broken gun? Although Guy Duo's heart was solemn, there was disdain on his face. Really? You can try it. Hyuga-chen grinned and pulled the trigger. The thunder flashed on Hyuga-chen, forming a strong electromagnetic field, and the moment the bullet popped out of the chamber, the bullet was wrapped in electric current. The acceleration of the magnetic field, coupled with Hyuga Tatsu's use of the strengthening fruit ability to strengthen the power of the bullet, and then use the vector operation to control the surrounding force to bless the bullet. The bullet is also covered with armament hockey to enhance its power. This gun is powerful against the sky. Guy couldn't even see the trajectory of the bullet, only heard a gunshot, and felt nothing else. After a long time, Guy only felt the pain, looked down at his chest, and saw a big hole there. The people present, including Whitebeard, all shrank their pupils. If the shot was aimed at them, they would not have the slightest confidence to escape. Guy was mostly kneeling on the ground, and a hole of more than 15 centimeters was punched in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't hit his head, otherwise Guy would definitely die no matter how much he perverted. The blood gradually stopped, and the wound began to heal. The healing of this wound was actually comparable to Marco's fauna, phantom species, and phoenix fruit. Guy stood up and looked at Hyuga-chen with fear. Hyuga-chen's shot directly made him feel the fear of death. Originally, Guy liked suicide a lot, but now he doesn't want to commit suicide when he kills Guy. At this time, Guy just wanted to live, and only when he really faced death would he know how terrifying death was. Hyuga-chen didn't know that his shot directly changed Guy's hobby of suicide. Brother Chen is really terrifying. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to escape, right? Kizaru looked at Hyuga-chen with a bit of fear in his eyes. Speed has always been something he is proud of, but even he has not seen the trace of the bullet, which seems to have distorted space and time, surpassing the speed of light. Small idea. Hyuga-chen put away the pistol and looked at Guy Duo lightly. What do you want to do? Guy's fearless heart suddenly raised a trace of fear. After taking 2 steps back, Guy stopped his steps backwards with an ugly face. He is Guy Duo who is not afraid of everything, how can he be afraid? Did you think I was easy to bully before? Hyuga-chen stood up and looked at Guy Duo. Guy is very silent. He does think that Hyuga-chen is easier to bully. Although it is rumored that Hyuga-chen killed the golden lion, Guy belongs to the group of people who don't believe it. Especially Hyuga-chen's appearance is too deceptive. He looks less than 20 years old, sometimes age represents strength. So after losing in the hands of Whitebeard, Guy wanted to get back on Hyuga-chen, but he just kicked the alloy plate harder than Whitebeard. Don't think that you are strong because you are tall. Hyuga Chen looked up at Guy Duo. This guy is taller than a white beard, 9 meters tall, he is not human. In fact, whether Guy Duo is human, no one knows, maybe this guy is not a pure human being. Susano. The huge complete body Susano directly blinded everyone's eyes. Susano was bigger than most giants. The important thing is not the size. There are too many huge creatures, especially the sea kings in the sea, which are much bigger than Susano. The important thing is the momentum. That kind of powerful and evil momentum makes Whitebeard startled. Looking at the many guys under his feet, Susano's huge feet lifted up and stepped down. The island, which had been torn apart, sank completely after Susano stepped on it with one foot. The people watching the battle can only get on the boat. Among them, those who have the ability of Devil Fruit will fall into the sea if they don't get on the boat. Devil Fruit ability person falls into the sea. As long as no one saves, they can only wait to die. Releasing Susano, Hyuga Chen took Monet and the three back to the boat, and Guy Duo had already been stomped into the bottom of the sea. The people around looked at Hyuga Chen with puzzled expressions. Isn't it rumored that Hyuga Chen is a person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit? What happened to that armored warrior giant? Guy was hit hard by Susano, and instead of surfacing, he escaped by swimming on the bottom of the sea. Guy doesn't eat devil fruits, so he's not afraid of sea water at all. Holding his breath and enduring the pain, Guy swam to the distance, and now he just wanted to stay away from Hyuga Chen. Chapter 494 Whitebeard's Invitation. Guy runs away a lot. Hyuga Chen knows that even if he is on the bottom of the sea, he can't stop Hyuga Chen's sight. But Hyuga Chen doesn't have time to care about a little guy, so just run away. Besides, Hyuga Chen didn't intend to kill him in the first place. Whitebeard returned to the Moby Dick, holding the naginata tightly in his hand, staring at Hyuga Chen, his eyes full of fighting intent. Whitebeard is also a belligerent person. Seeing Hyuga Chen's powerful strength, Whitebeard inevitably has a fighting spirit in his heart. Hyuga Chen, I heard that you killed a golden lion. I originally don't believe it. Now I believe it. The golden lion is dead in your hands, Gu. Whitebeard said with a smile. Hyuga Chen smiled and shrugged indisputably. The golden lion was not wrong to die in his hands. I wonder if you are interested in fighting with me. Whitebeard invited with his naginata sword. Okay. I also want to see the strength of the strongest man in the world. Hyuga Chen nodded and agreed. It is still the peak period of Whitebeard. If it is a few more years, it is estimated that Whitebeard's injuries will start to erupt, and he will no longer be the peak by then. Is Chen going to fight with Whitebeard? Qingzi's eyes flickered. If you have a chance, you can try to catch Whitebeard. Akainu stared at Whitebeard and Hyuga Chen tightly. Hyuga Chen and Whitebeard are fighting, which is a good thing for Akainu. Maybe he can take this opportunity to catch Whitebeard. Akainu has already started planning in his mind how to capture Whitebeard. As the last of the three legendary pirates, if Whitebeard can be resolved, it will definitely give the pirates a huge blow. Whitebeard's reputation is not small, and his affiliated pirate group is not at all. As long as Whitebeard is solved, his pirate group will inevitably be disbanded. Lord Chen, you must be careful. Baby 5 looked at Hyuga Chen worriedly. But unfortunately her current strength is too weak to be of any help. Lord Chen, do you need Monet's help? Monet asked Hyuga Chen, who is also the strongest among the three of them. Although it is said to be the most powerful among the three, Monet can actually clear up the miscellaneous soldiers, but in fact it can't help much. Hyuga Chen stepped on the air and came to the sea step by step. As soon as he touched the sea instantly froze, and the sea in a radius of tens of kilometers was completely frozen. What? How is this possible? Qingzi was the most surprised when he saw the frozen sea. This is clearly his ability to freeze fruit, but why is Hyuga Chen able to freeze the sea? Could there be two identical frozen fruits in the world? Or a fruit similar to the frozen fruit, but how does his thundering fruit explain it to the armored giant before? In everyone's eyes, Hyuga Chen became more and more mysterious. Ji Yu La La La, it's really interesting. Whitebeard laughed a few times, and then jumped off the Moby Dick with a bold face. Dad, you have to be careful, reminded young Marco. Don't worry, Marco, there is no one who can defeat my father. Whitebeard said firmly. It seems that you are very confident with Whitebeard. Hyuga Chen grinned. I, Whitebeard, traverse the sea. I have seen countless powerhouses, and I have fought countless powerhouses, but no one can beat me. Whitebeard said proudly. However, Whitebeard does have the capital of pride, and his strength is indeed very powerful. However, in front of Hyuga Chen, his pride is a joke. Although Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, there is no one who is stronger than Whitebeard in the pirate world. For example, I am the heavenly dragon, he is stronger than Whitebeard, of course not too much. Speed is power, Edward Newgate, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? What? Whitebeard was startled, he could clearly perceive that Hyuga Chen was behind him through observation hockey. But when he felt it, it was too late. Hyuga Chen's legs turned into photons, and a light speed kick kicked violently on Whitebeard's back. Whitebeard threw his body and smashed onto the ice, leaving a long trace on the ice. Just as soon as they fought, Whitebeard suddenly suffered a big loss, and this kick caused Whitebeard to be seriously injured. Despicable, you actually attacked Dad. Marco yelled angrily. Shut up, Marco. Whitebeard stood up, looking a little unhappy, and taught Marco, there is no such thing as mean in the sea, you are still far from living in the sea, Marco. After reprimanding Marco, Whitebeard looked at Hyuga Chen and asked with a serious expression, what you just used should be the ability of glitter fruit. After talking about Whitebeard, he glanced at Kizaru, there are too many unexplainable things about Hyuga Chen. 0. The glittering fruit was obviously eaten by the yellow monkey, and the frozen fruit was also eaten by the green pheasant. However, Hyuga Chen can use the ability of the glittering fruit and the ability of the frozen fruit. This is really puzzling. It is the first time that Whitebeard has seen such a thing after so many years in the sea. Could it be that Hyuga Chen eats the fruits of sharing and can share the abilities of others? Whitebeard thought with great openness. Kizaru watched Hyuga Chen use his signature move, his face was very depressed, and he didn't understand why Hyuga Chen could use the ability of glitter fruit's move. Could it be that Hyuga Chen eats the ultimate nature-type devil fruit and can use all the natural-type devil fruit abilities? Huang Yuan also opened his mind, otherwise he couldn't explain it at all. Now that I think about it, Hyuga Chen has used 3 natural devil fruit abilities, namely Thunder Fruit, Frozen Fruit, and Sparkling Fruit. Besides, no one knows whether Hyuga Chen has hidden other abilities. Everyone looked at Hyuga Chen in shock, not knowing how many devil fruits Hyuga Chen had eaten. Anyway, it really surprised them today. Some pirates saw Hyuga Chen and thought of washing their hands in a golden pot. The strength of this general is too pervert. In fact, Hyuga Chen ate a total of 3 devil fruits, namely, Sparkling Fruit 4.8, Thunder Fruit and Fortified Fruit. The ability to use ice is Hyoten, ice style Keke Genkai, not a devil fruit. But they don't know what Hyoten, ice style is. In their eyes, this is the ability of frozen fruit. Don't talk nonsense so much, let's take it. Lanjiao Light Blade. Hyuga Chen jumped into the air and kicked out countless light blades. Although Whitebeard is very large, his movements are very agile. Armament hockey is wrapped around the naginata. What a gorgeous move. Lord Chen is really powerful. When will I be as powerful as Lord Chen? Monet said with longing. Chen is indeed very powerful. Sugar nodded while eating the grapes. Xiatang, you want to call Lord Chen? Baby 5 said dissatisfiedly. She thought that calling Lord Chen by his name was disrespectful to Lord Chen. Chapter 495 Beat Whitebeard. Gu la la la, you can't just let you attack. After Whitebeard blocked all Hyuga Chen's attacks, the blade wrapped the air pressure cover and swept towards Hyuga Chen. The frozen sea was shattered, and even the air was torn apart. The powerful force shocked everyone. As expected, he was the strongest man in the world. It's useless, Physical attacks have no effect on me. Hyuga-chen stood on the spot, facing Whitebeard's attack without dodging. Akainu, Kyabu frowned. Whitebeard's attack was accompanied by armament haki, and even elementalization could hit. Didn't Hyuga-chen know this? Whitebeard attacked without mercy, slashed straight at Hyuga-chen, and just as he was about to slash at Hyuga-chen, the sharp blades suddenly stopped. What's going on? Whitebeard frowned, his strength increasing. I can reflect all physical attacks, so your attacks have no effect. Hyuga-chen glanced at Whitebeard, waved his hand lightly, and then his body flew out. Vector operation is also a very pervert ability. It can freely manipulate the direction of all energy such as kinetic energy, thermal energy, and electrical energy, and can reflect all physical attacks. Unlike Accelerator, Hyuga-chen's vector operation has no restrictions and can freely manipulate the direction of the force. It can also draw out the power of the planet's rotation and revolution, and then turn it into its own attack. Very pervert. Whitebeard scratched a trace on the ice, his clothes were torn apart, his hands trembled slightly, and a trace of blood dripped down. Hyuga-chen saw that he appeared behind Whitebeard in an instant, and his hands turned into afterimages and hit Whitebeard. Boom! Boom! Bang bang! Blood spurted out of Whitebeard's mouth. Whitebeard observation haki couldn't capture Hyuga-chen's figure at all, or it was useless to capture the figure. He couldn't react at all, and his body could only keep flying in the sky. Dad! Marco bit Kiba, looking at the passively beaten Whitebeard. He was so angry that he couldn't help himself. Is this Hyuga-chen's strength? Drago hid in a corner, staring closely at the battle between Hyuga-chen and Whitebeard. At this time, Drago couldn't see the figure of Hyuga-chen with naked eyes at all, and he could only capture a trace of the figure by relying on observation haki, but he couldn't capture the speed of the shot. Looks like he showed mercy last time. Drago touched his wound. Hyuga-chen stopped. The figure of the Whitebeard fell from the sky, and his body was covered in bruises and looked miserable. Dad! Marco immediately came over to catch Whitebeard, and then treated Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you want to continue? Hyuga-chen stepped on the ice, looking at Whitebeard and asked indifferently. Goo la la la, of course go ahead, it's a long way to make me admit defeat. Whitebeard pushed Marco away and stood up. Dad, you can't fight anymore. Marco persuaded, looking at Hyuga-chen with hatred. There's no word, can't, in my Whitebeard's dictionary. I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard's random punch shattered the air. What a stubborn old man. Hyuga-chen chuckled. In the face of Whitebeard's fist, Hyuga-chen reached out to block it. Whitebeard, this is the end, let me fall. After speaking, Hyuga-chen's figure suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard, and then walked towards his ship. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the truce is over? They have no idea what just happened. However, at this moment, Whitebeard was punched dozens of times by Hyuga-chen in a row. Goo la la la, it's really strong. I lost. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. He knew that Hyuga-chen would be merciful, otherwise he would be dead by now. Seeing this, Marco immediately went over to help Whitebeard up, and then treated him, while watching the pirates and navy watching the battle vigilantly. Marco is very worried that these people are taking advantage of the fire, and Marco, who is now checking on Whitebeard, is very aware of Whitebeard's current situation. Although the external appearance looks small, the internal damage of the body is serious. This is the Whitebeard. If it were changed, it would have died. With Whitebeard's current injury, he can't recover after a few months of cultivation, and even if he recovers, there will be sequelae. Akainu looked at the severely injured Whitebeard, and immediately shot, using a shave close to the Whitebeard, and punched the Whitebeard's head with a punch. All this is between lightning and flint, and no one can react at all. Get out of here. Whitebeard dragged his severely injured body and punched Akainu. Wow tilde. Akainu spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back like a meteor, hitting the warship with a bang, and the warship was smashed into tatters by Akainu. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then stood up, and the Conqueror's Haki was released, a powerful deterrent that made everyone dare not do it. Hyuga-chen looked back at Whitebeard and admired him a little, but he was very aware of the injury he caused to Whitebeard, but he never thought that Whitebeard could still stand up. Although he was defeated by Hyuga-chen, the deterrent power of Whitebeard was indeed great. Those who were about to move, saw that Whitebeard punched Fike, and immediately did not dare to move. If you have any thoughts in your heart, you have to force them down. Everyone knows that Whitebeard is injured now, but no one knows how much Whitebeard is injured, so they don't dare to test it easily. Admiral Akainu, who is naturally capable of rock berries, was beaten up with one punch, so they should not test Whitebeard. Akainu, who was beaten up, was the most embarrassing, clenching his fists in anger. Was severely injured by Hyuga-chen, but he didn't get the white beard, and he was knocked out in front of everyone's eyes, which was a big shame. Maybe in the future, his Akainu will be labeled as a chicken. Let's go together, he's at the end of the game now, the three of us will definitely be able to take him down. Akainu said with a gloomy face. I think it's better. Huang Yuan shook his head, obviously unwilling to take action. Although Whitebeard now looks like a candle in the wind, if it erupts, it will be no problem to drag one of them to death. Kizaru didn't want to take risks, not to mention that the Navy headquarters did not order him to take down the Whitebeard, and Kizaru didn't want to take action at all. Aokiji shook his head, some people probably won't let them easily shoot at Whitebeard. Akainu was angry in his heart, and hot lava emerged from his hands. Since they didn't shoot, Akainu made his own shot. However, when Akainu was about to continue his work, Drago, who had been hiding himself, suddenly appeared in front of Akainu. Dorag, it's you bastard. Seeing Dorag, Akainu was even more angry. He already knew that Drago was not dead. After all, Drago has done a lot of great things over the years, and the Revolutionary Army has gradually become a climate. Looking at Drago angrily, Akainu glanced at Hyuga-chen again. The reason why Drago didn't die must have something to do with Hyuga-chen. But it doesn't matter anymore, today he will arrest the traitor with his own hands. Chapter 496 Lesson from Akainu. Hyuga-chen sat on the deck, drinking coconut milk while watching Drago, and now it's not surprising that Drago suddenly popped out. Although he and Whitebeard are not in a cooperative relationship, neither Whitebeard's arrest nor Whitebeard's death will do him any good. Whitebeard can contain the Navy alive. If Whitebeard is gone, the Navy will obviously be much more relaxed, so that it can free up its hands to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Now that the Revolutionary Army has just developed, the heels have not yet stood firm, and now they can only borrow the pirates to contain the attention of the world government and the Navy. So Whitebeard must not have an accident, otherwise Drago will not expose himself and keep Whitebeard. Hawkeye and Yuhi watched silently, they didn't mean to shoot. Big Spitfire. Dragon Claw. Drago and Akainu fought a blow, and both sides retreated, but Drago was stronger in the competition. Although Akainu has worked hard to cultivate over the years, there is no need for Drago to be idle. Although there are affairs of the Revolutionary Army involved, Drago has never given up cultivation. In this world, strength is still paramount. If you want to overthrow the world government, you still rely on strength. Even after staying in the Navy for a long time, Drago couldn't figure out the hidden strength of the world government. However, Drago is very clear that all the 5 old stars are first-class masters, and each of them has the strength to surpass the generals, so Drago is also very afraid. The world government is powerful and terrifying, and Drago can summon the courage to fight against the world government. This courage is enough. In a heads-up fight, Akainu is not Drago's opponent, but the gap is not too different. If Drago wants to defeat Akainu, it will not be able to do it in a while. You leave here with the white beard, Drago said to Marco and the other white-bearded crew. Marco nodded, glanced at Drago gratefully, and then left with a white beard. Whitebeard gave him a deep look when he left. No matter what, this favor is owed, and now Drago has earned it, the favor owed by Whitebeard. After getting on the huge ship Moby Dick, the Moby Dick slowly sailed into the distance. Akainu was blocked, and he could only watch the Moby Dick leave, and the others had no intention of making a move when they looked at the Moby Dick. However, the ambitious sand crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and Doflamingo looked at the departing Moby Dick with a strange light in their eyes. If this sea area hadn't been frozen, they would have really caught up. However, now this sea area is completely frozen by Hyuga-chen. Even if the Moby Dick left, it was Whitebeard who forced his body to use all his strength to shatter the ice cubes before leaving. Akainu looked at Aokiji and Kizaru angrily. These two guys watched him fight with Drago, and they were completely indifferent, and they even let Whitebeard go. In fact, among the admirals in the Navy, except for Akainu, they are basically scumbags, and they are all done. What are you two still doing? Akainu threw his boxing back at Dorag, and he also retreated to the warship, looking at Aokiji and Kizaru with bad eyes. I didn't order me to grab Dorag, Kizaru said indifferently while sitting on the warship. It doesn't make sense. Even if the three of us shoot together, we won't be able to catch him. Chingzi said lightly. Aokiji is right, if the three of them go together, Drago is definitely not an opponent, but it is easy to retreat. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him, but that doesn't mean you can't escape. If Drago really wants to escape, the three generals can't do anything about it. Hyuga-chen, why didn't you grab Whitebeard? The angry Akainu looked at the leisurely Hyuga-chen. I've beaten Whitebeard like that, and you can't catch him because you're trash. Don't put things on my head. Hyuga-chen said disdainfully. S-face turned Yuhi, S-face, and a huge magma fist slammed into Hyuga-chen's ship. A cold light flashed in Hyuga-chen's eyes, and he actually started hands with him. Akainu's courage is very big. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, sign. The magma fist was repelled, and Hyuga-chen's body appeared in front of Akainu, clenching his fist and hitting Akainu's face. Boom. Bang bang. Akainu's kiba flew out a few, and his body made long marks on the hard ice, and the ice chips splashed everywhere. Yuhi dog, who gave you the courage to shoot at me? Hyuga-chen appeared in front of him again like a teleportation, stepping on Akainu's body. Akainu wiped the blood from his face, and looked at Hyuga-chen with no fear in his eyes. Hisakisuke has not been afraid of anyone yet. Is this a naval infighting? Yuhi Shanks said with a smile. Hey, you'd better keep your voice down. Lackey Lu pulled Shanks. Now that they are still weak, it's better to keep a low profile. Yuhi Shanks, current strength is indeed inferior, but there are 4 admirals here, especially Hyuga-chen who defeated Whitebeard. If they really provoke the Navy because of his words, then they really can't run away, and the 2 generals can basically destroy the current Yuhifa pirates. Next time, I don't mind killing you directly. Hyuga-chen warned Akainu before returning to the boat. The boat flew straight into the sky, and then quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Hyuga-chen left very suddenly, but many people were relieved after he left, especially Doflamingo. Originally, Doflamingo only had some fear of Hyuga-chen, but now seeing Hyuga-chen beat Gaelot, beat Whitebeard, and beat Admiral Akainu, the fear in his heart has grown rapidly, and it has turned into fear. Akainu stood up with a gloomy face, as if the words shame were written directly on his face. Seeing the eyes of everyone looking at him now, Akainu has a feeling of being mocked in his heart. The angry Akainu turned his eyes to the pirates, and decided in his heart that these pirates would vent their anger. Drago left, and when Hyuga-chen beat Akainu, he took the opportunity to leave. Now the Revolutionary Army still needs to keep a low profile. He doesn't want to stage a scene where one person fights 3 generals alone, and then escapes smoothly. If it really attracts the attention of the world government, the newly established Revolutionary Army will be finished. Akainu didn't find Drago even using observation haki, and he was even more angry. Meteor volcano, Akainu growled angrily. This big move shrouded everyone, that is, the Navy is also within the attack range of Akainu, and Akainu's sanity has been lost. Akainu is really messed up. Aokiji immediately used the ability of frozen fruit to block Akainu's meteor volcano. Those pirates can be left alone, but they must protect the navy on the warship. However, those pirates were also unlucky. Hyuga-chen froze this sea area, and all their ships were frozen. At this time, they had no chance to run. Chapter 497 Fishman Island. Charlie, Shanks, Hawkeye and the others had serious expressions, and they all tried to block Akainu's attack. They actually wanted to leave now, but the ship was blocked by ice and could not leave at all. Hawkeye, let's work together to break the ice below. Shanks pulled out his western sword and stabbed it sharply. There were countless cracks on the ice surface, but they did not separate the ice surface. Hyuga-chen froze all the seawater 100 meters down, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the shocking fruit of Whitebeard without breaking it completely. And this ice is very hard, harder than steel, and even the lava of Akainu cannot make the ice melt quickly. Hawkeye pulled out the black knife Yi, who was behind him, swung the knife violently, and the green blade she slashed out, leaving a trace on the ice, but it did not completely cut through the ice. Even the destructive Whitebeard struggled to break the ice, let alone them. No, it can't be split at all, just abandon the boat. Shanks said with a wry smile, the hardness of the ice surface is already comparable to Halu stone. That's the only way. Hawkeye was decisive, mainly because his boat was small, so he didn't feel bad about losing it. As soon as Shanks and Hawkeye ran away, the rest began to follow suit and ran away together. Those with devil fruit abilities did not forget to bring a wooden board. Want to run? Meteor volcano. The angry Akainu used the ultimate move one after another, not caring about the loss of physical strength at all. Anyway, Akainu is physically strong, let alone using meteor volcano twice in a row. Even if he uses it 10 times in a row, there is absolutely nothing wrong. What should we do? Shall we hunt down the pirates with Akainu? Kizaru asked, holding his chin. Let's do it anyway, Shinji said after thinking about it. In the face of the 3 major generals, these people are really miserable. If you meet Aokiji and Kayabu, it's okay, these 2 people will at most make you lose your combat effectiveness. But if you encounter Akainu, let alone leave a small life, not even a complete corpse. Most of the pirates were caught or killed, and only a small number of elite pirates were able to escape. Whether it was Sand Crocodile, Moonlight Mariah, or Doflamingo, they all suffered heavy losses, and I regretted coming here to watch the fun. But these have nothing to do with Hyuga-chen. He is now heading to Fishman Island, although Shirahoshi hasn't been born yet, but it's not bad to come and see this island on the bottom of the sea. There is no need for coating at all, the repulsive force repels the seawater, and follows the current to the Fishman Island. Monet, Baby 5, and Sha Tang were amazed. They didn't have much knowledge, so they were naturally very surprised. They went directly into the bottom of the sea, but the seawater couldn't come in. It was really strange. Soon I came to Fishman Island. As a peculiar island in the sea, there are indeed beautiful scenery that cannot be seen on land. The most important thing is the mermaid. This is the first time Hyuga-chan has seen a mermaid. Unlike the ugly merfolk, the merfolk are basically good-looking. This is only limited to female merman. In fact, there are not many good-looking male merfolk. However, compared with the fish man, it is definitely 1,000 miles away. It's so beautiful here. Monet looked at the glittering scenery on Fishman Island. Sugar is holding a toy in one hand and eating a grape in the other, turning a blind eye to the so-called scenery. Baby 5 doesn't even feel it anymore. In her eyes, taking good care of Chen is the most important thing. She has already replaced herself as Hyuga-chen's maid. As soon as they set foot on the Fishman Island, they received a wave of resentment. The fishmen on the island are very hostile to humans. However, it is normal for them to hate humans, because although the Murlocs have personal characters, they are not recognized by humans at all. To put it bluntly, it is racism. Many people look at Murlocs with colored eyes, mainly because they are ugly. Just look at the mermaid. The mermaid will not be discriminated against, but it is also bought and sold by those nobles as high-end goods. The price of mermaids and murlocs on the black market is not low, especially mermaids. There is no market for them. There are also some murlocs who think that they are noble and that weak human beings are inferior creatures. The murloc Aaron is an example. The eyes of these people are really hateful. Monet felt very uncomfortable facing the vicious eyes of those murlocs. The murloc's appearance is very ferocious, and with this ferocious look in his eyes, Monet wants to do it. "You humans, get out of the mermaid island!" The murloc with fierce eyes roared angrily. This group of murlocs are really bastards. They are so ugly and dare to shout, "Let me shoot them to death." Baby Five's hands turned into pistols. "You look very familiar. What's your name?" Hyuga Chen looked at the jagged murloc. "My name is Evil Dragon. You damned humans, get me out of Mermaid Island. This is not a place for you lowly humans to set foot." Evil Dragon said viciously. It turned out to be an evil dragon. No wonder Hyuga Chen felt familiar. The evil dragon was one of the first murlocs to appear. He originally followed Fisher Tiger in the Great Waterway, but this guy got worse and worse, and finally ended up in the East China Sea. "Aaron, you hurry back." A coquettish shout came from behind the evil dragon. The evil dragon frowned and turned around with a displeased face. It was his annoying little sister again. "Charlie, you'd better mind my business. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't care about you. I'm here to save you," Charlie said angrily. Charlie is different from the evil dragon. The evil dragon is a murloc while Charlie is a mermaid. They are half-brothers and sisters. In the original book, Charlie was the owner of a mermaid cafe and a fortune-teller. Her fortune-telling was very accurate, and the only time she made a mistake was, of course, the protagonist. Charlie, who was originally at home, came here because of the fortune-telling that her cheap brother was in danger. "You come to save me?" "Just a joke, I need you to save me." The dragon laughed, and the younger brother who followed the dragon also laughed. Charlie trembled with anger. This stupid guy just likes to kill himself, forget the tragic situation that was cleaned up by others last time. An angry Charlie punched the dragon on the back of the head, and the dragon flipped the Byakugan and fainted. The younger brother of the evil dragon swallowed his saliva, but he did not expect the elder brother of the dragon to be so violent, and actually knocked the elder dragon unconscious with a punch. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and drag this troublemaker away. Do you want to be beaten too?" Charlie reprimanded. Although he is young, the way he raises his fist is still very intimidating, especially when he just knocked out the dragon with one punch. These people didn't dare to say anything. They immediately picked up the dragon and left in despair. Charlie took out the crystal ball for a divination, and found that the dragon was no longer in danger, then looked at Hyuga Chen curiously, and made a divination. But there was nothing, a blank space, which surprised Charlie. She couldn't predict anything, what was going on. It was the first time Charlie had encountered such a situation. In the past, no matter what the divination, the results could be obtained, and the results were very accurate. This was the first time that Charlie lost. Chapter 498 Tied Up Charlie. Leave Mermaid Island. Little Mermaid Girl, since the guy who was courting death just now is your brother, shouldn't you apologize to us? Hyuga Chen looked down at Charlie. I didn't provoke you. Why should I apologize to you? Charlie snorted coldly. Tied. Hyuga Chen smiled lightly, then said to Monet. Monet nodded and waved his hands. Snowflakes fell from the sky. The snowflakes fell on Charlie, and then condensed ice flowers. Charlie's whole body was cold, her blood was frozen, and she couldn't move at all. This move looks a lot like Zanpakuto Hirinmaru's Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial, but it doesn't have the power of Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial. Perhaps in the future, with Monet's development of Shui Shui fruit, it will be able to reach the power of Frozen and 100 Flowers Burial, but it is far from being comparable now. Of course, it was very easy to deal with Charlie, so he subdued Charlie in an instant, then took out a rope and tied Charlie. Charlie struggled to break free, but the rope was very strong, and her body was frozen stiff, so she didn't have the strength to resist. "What are you doing? Why are you tying me up?" Charlie asked in a panic. "Do you know that mermaids are very valuable above, and of course they will sell you a good price to catch you, ha 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 ha." Hyuga-chan laughed. "Damn, what did you say?" Charlie was even more panicked. She was just a little girl, how could she be like this kind of thing? "I told you this is Fishman Island, you'd better let me go," Charlie threatened after calming down for a while. "What about Fishman Island? It's mine when I catch it, Baby 5, you seal her mouth," Hyuga-chan said jokingly. "Order." Baby 5 took out the tape and sealed Charlie's mouth. Woo, Charlie was even more frightened. "Lord Chen, I think it's better to find a sack to pack her up. Otherwise, it will attract attention and may cause unnecessary trouble." Monet thought for a while and said. "Okay, just do as you said." Hyuga-chan nodded. Monet knocked Charlie unconscious with a knife, then put it into a sack. "Lord Chen, do you really want to sell her?" Monet asked after finishing all this. "Of course not, I just want to study mermaids and murlocs, and I'll catch another murloc in a while." Hyuga-chan shook his head and said. "Like mermaids and murlocs, they should not belong to human beings, or they are subspecies of human beings. Hyuga-chan is interested in studying them. He even thought about catching a few giants and furs to study." Monet threw the sack on the boat, and found some rope to tie it to prevent Charlie from escaping. Hyuga-chan looked around, and then took Monet and the others towards Fishman Street, because Hyuga-chan discovered the devil fruit through Tensagan. "Since there are devil fruits, of course you have to take a look." Fishman Street is the most chaotic place on Fishman Island. It is a place of lawlessness. When they came to Fishman Street, Hyuga-chan and the others received more hatred. The murlocs here are even more resentful of humans, not to mention all of them hate humans, but most of them hate humans very much, and the evil Longyi is from Fishman Street. "Lord Chen, these ugly murlocs are too hateful, let me shoot them down," Baby 5 said very upset. Baby 5's voice was not lowered, of course those murlocs heard it, and many murlocs clenched their fists in anger. Murlocs are generally powerful, and the arm strength of ordinary murlocs is 10 times higher than that of humans, but they are just ugly. Glancing at them lightly, Conqueror's Haki was released, and the group of trash fish were all stunned. Ignoring these fainted murlocs, Hyuga-chan continued to move forward and came to a huge ship, which should be the biggest ship Hyuga-chan had ever seen. "Is this the Ark Noah? This ship is really big." Monet and Baby 5 were very surprised, and only Sugar would not care about this ship. To Sugar, the ship has not been as attractive to her as grapes. Stepping into Noah's Ark, turn left and right to the innermost control room, where there is a murloc, but Hyuga-chan ignored this guy and looked at the 2 devil fruits placed beside him. Holding these 2 devil fruits, he looked at the pattern Hyuga-chan and didn't know what devil fruit they were, but there was no such thing in the picture book Alvia gave him. "I don't care what kind of devil fruit it is, just put it away." Hyuga-chan threw the 2 devil fruits into the system's backpack and asked the system what kind of fruit it was. "This murloc should be Vanderdecken X." Hyuga-chan looked at the murloc who was stunned by his Conqueror's Haki. "I didn't expect this guy to be here. It seems that the 2 devil fruits are also his, but now they belong to Hyuga-chan." Hyoten Ice Style Ice Coffin. Hyuga-chan took action to freeze this guy, and just wanted to find a murloc to study it, so choose him now. Anyway, Hyuga-chan hates this guy. After the research, it may be sold. I don't know how much Bailey can be sold by a murloc with devil fruit ability. After that, I spent a long time in Fishman Island, and visited the scenery of Fishman Island, and then Hyuga-chan took Monet and the others away. Leaving Fishman Island and returning to the first half of the Great Route, Charlie looked at Hyuga-chan with a horrified expression, tears silently flowing from her eyes. After leaving Fishman Island, she may never be able to go back. Maybe she will be sold by this demon. The more she thinks about it, the more afraid she becomes. Now Charlie regrets it, and if she had known, she would have left her cheap brother alone, or else she would not have been caught. Now her brother's catastrophe is over, but catastrophe came to her. Charlie wanted to cry. No, she has already cried now. Don't cry, it's not annoying. If you cry again, you will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Hyuga-chen reprimanded. Then hurry up and throw me into the sea. Charlie said expectantly. If she was really thrown into the sea, then maybe she would be able to run away. Tilda, you think I'm stupid, right? I'll sell you if I cry again, or study your structure. Charlie was frightened. Her tears stopped instantly. She didn't doubt Hyuga-chan's words at all, because Hyuga-chan was doing research now. Of course, it was Vanderdecken X who was studied by Hyuga-chan. At this time, Vanderdecken X, who was researched in pieces, was blind and was about to die. I didn't expect that the Murlocs are no different from humans except for the extra gills, just don't know about mermaids. Hyuga-chan looked at Charlie. Charlie shuddered immediately and said quickly, actually, apart from the fact that we mermaids can breathe underwater and have an extra tail, the rest are no different from humans, so we don't need to study them. Hyuga-chan withdrew his eyes and looked at Vanderdecken X, who was about to die. Unfortunately, I was thinking of selling you for money, but I didn't expect you to die. Hyuga-chan shook his head sadly, and then extracted the devil fruit from his body. As soon as Hyuga-chan extracted the target fruit, Vanderdecken X died. Chapter 499 Natural Department Mumu Fruit. Looking at the corpse of Vanderdecken X, Hyuga-chan threw it into the sea. Unexpectedly, the Murloc's vitality was not very strong, and he was tossed to death so quickly. In fact, King Vanderdecken IX was completely bleeding to death, because Hyuga-chan did not stop the bleeding at all during the autopsy. After disposing of the body of Vanderdecken X, Hyuga-chan looked at Charlie and walked over slowly. What are you doing? I said that I'm no different from a human being, so don't study it. Charlie shrank back in fear. Actually, I'm quite interested in your tail. Hyuga-chan crouched down and poked at Charlie's tail. The tails of female mermaids, as soon as they reach the age of 30, will automatically separate and become legs. Hyuga-chan really wanted to know why the 30-year-old can turn into legs, and why the tail of a male mermaid can't turn into legs. You don't touch my tail. Charlie was extremely embarrassed. How old are you? Hyuga-chan asked. Charlie was taken aback for a moment. She didn't understand why Hyuga-chan asked this question, but she was afraid that Hyuga-chan would slice her and study her. But Charlie answered honestly, I am 11 years old this year. 11 years old? Then I'll make you 19 years older in an instant. You shouldn't have any problem, right? What? Charlie asked with a question mark on her face. A moment of youth, controlling the power of time, shrouded Charlie's body, and time flies around her. Just an instant, the original lowly mermaid suddenly turned into a glamorous and beautiful royal sister, with her white jade legs shining brightly, and looking up, the scenery was even more beautiful. Hyuga-chan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Charlie was stunned for a while, and then quickly covered the spot where it was gone, her face extremely pale. Don't look, go away. Hyuga-chan shrugged. I've seen this kind of scenery a lot, so I made a piece of clothes and threw it to Charlie. Charlie immediately put on slowly. After putting on her clothes, Charlie looked at her legs, a little surprised, and a little surprised. Whether you want to keep the way you are now, or the way you were before, I can also let you go back to the past. There is only one chance to choose. Hyuga-chan said. Charlie looked at Hyuga-chan and bit Kiba. She felt that it was still better now, and that it was much more convenient after having two legs. Monet was the most surprised. Suddenly, she changed from lowly to Yuji. She was about the same height as Monet, but now she is a lot taller. Monet was a little unbalanced. You look good, stay on my ship in the future. Eat this devil fruit. Hyuga-chan took out a devil fruit and threw it to Charlie. Charlie held the devil fruit with hesitation on her face. Neither mermaids nor murlocs are willing to eat devil fruits, because after eating devil fruits, no matter who they are, they will become landlubbers that are rejected by the sea. Even mermaids and murlocs are no exception. The only exception may be that they will not be drowned, but they are also powerless. If they really eat the devil fruit and fall into the sea, they will not be drowned and starve to death. Can I not eat? Charlie asked cautiously. What do you think? Hyuga-chen glanced at her lightly. Okay. She had to bow her head under the eaves, and Charlie could only eat the devil fruit in one bite. The bitter taste almost made her spit it out. It took a lot of hard work to eat it. She had never eaten something so unpalatable. The unpalatable food was indescribable. This is a natural fruit of Mumu, it's cheaper for you. Hyuga-chen said, this is one of the 2 fruits obtained before, the system identified it, absolutely can't be wrong. Different from the superhuman luxuriant fruit, the luxuriant fruit only controls the growth of trees, and the Mumu fruit can transform into a tree. It's really unpalatable. Charlie took a sip and slowed down. But after eating the devil fruit, Charlie was relieved, at least she didn't have to worry about being sliced or sold. Charlie is very smart and knows that if Hyuga-chen really wants to sell her, she will never give her a devil fruit. After all, she knows the value of devil fruit very well. Instead of continuing to sway, she drove the boat back to the naval headquarters. Charlie was slowly getting acquainted with the power of the devil fruit. She had already thought about it, and she would run away when she had enough strength. Hyuga-chen glanced at Charlie, who was training hard, and stopped paying attention. As long as she got on his boat, it would be a dream to escape. Lord Chen, there is a boat ahead. This boat is very luxurious. Shall we rob it? Baby 5 patted Hyuga-chen, who was lying down and sleeping. Opening his eyes, Hyuga-chen tapped Baby 5 with his hand. Will you speak? We are the Navy, not pirates, how can we rob? Hyuga-chen reprimanded. Oh, Baby 5 nodded in agreement, indicating that he knew something was wrong. 0. Charlie, who is training hard, is sluggish. They are actually the Navy. The Navy actually kidnapped people. Charlie was already confused. I think there seems to be prohibited items on this ship. We have to investigate this kind of 3 non-vessel ships. What if there are pirates lurking on it? Hyuga-chen said righteously. Control the boat to turn the direction, and then drive straight towards the boat in front. This boat is indeed very luxurious. This is not the main thing. Mainly there is the symbol of the dragon people on it. This ship is related to the dragon people. If it is related to Tianlong people, it means good things. Anyway, Tianlong people will never look at waste. Stop the ship ahead. I'm Admiral Hyuga-chen. I suspect there are pirates on this ship. Let me search. Hyuga-chen shouted. The person in charge of the ship frowned, and then walked out with a few people, who came out and saw that it was indeed Admiral Hyuga-chen. It has been several days since Hyuga-chen defeated Whitebeard. The newsbird has sent out the latest information, and now the title of the strongest man in the world has changed hands. Hyuga-chen is the strongest man in the world. At this time, Hyuga-chen is very famous. Even those who serve the Tianlong people also know Hyuga-chen. What's more, if it sounds good, it is serving the Tianlong people, but if it is bad, they are not even a dog in the eyes of the Tianlong people. I don't know what General Hyuga is doing to intercept us. We are doing things for the Tianlong people. How could we harbor pirates? The principal said. Who knows who you are? 3.6 I think you are the Revolutionary Army under the banner of Tianlong people, delusional to overthrow the world government. Hyuga-chen put a big hat on them again. The principal's face was gloomy as water, and now he understands that Hyuga-chen is here to cause trouble on purpose. I hope General Hyuga doesn't go too far, or we don't mind contacting Lord Tianlong. The host threatened. Ha ha ha, just you can contact the Tianlong people. Hyuga-chen came to this luxurious ship instantly and said disdainfully. Ignoring the gloomy-faced master, Hyuga-chen walked inside. Seeing that Hyuga-chen was about to enter the cabin, the principal immediately winked. The things in here are not right. They can't let Hyuga-chen in. Who knows if this admiral will have a sense of justice and then do something. Chapter 500 Kurla. This big brother is a good guy. I'm an admiral of the Navy. What are you guys? You dare to stop me? Hyuga Chen looked at the few people standing in front of him coldly. The terrifying cold eyes made their souls freeze, and frost began to form on their bodies, but in a moment, their bodies were frozen. When the breeze blew, the ice shards shattered, and then flew to the sea. Under the sun, the tiny ice crystals flying in the air shone brightly. A few drops of cold sweat left on the principal's face, and one look actually killed a few powerful subordinates in his hands. It was terrifying. Would you like to go with them? Hyuga Chen turned around and looked at the chubby guy lightly. No, don't kill me. The principal immediately backed away in fright, looking at the icy breath on Hyuga Chen's body. He bit Kiba slightly, then jumped into the sea and swam desperately towards the distance. However, this guy is not strong and his physical strength is not very good. He soon sank to the bottom of the sea and became food for sea beasts. I walked into the cabin and saw that there was a lot of gold piled up in it. In addition to gold, there was also fine wine. I walked through several cabins with these things. These golden Hyuga Chen at all, but the wine is okay. Hyuga Chen also likes to drink a little wine when he has nothing to do. Going to the last 20 sides, it is a group of people who are imprisoned here. These should be the slaves they captured and dedicated to the Tianlong people. The most men were caught, with more than 30 people being held in one cabin. There were only 5 women, and 2 were little girls, who were kept in another cabin. Seeing Hyuga Chen, they looked up and then lowered their heads. Their eyes were full of confusion, and they didn't know what the future would hold. Can you let us go? A little girl with dirty clothes grabbed the door of the iron prison and looked at Hyuga Chen expectantly. Hyuga Chen lowered his head, looked at the bright-eyed little girl, smiled and said, "It's not impossible to let you go, but give me a reason to let you go." Kella, ignore him. They won't let us go. The other women in the cell pulled Kurla. No, I can feel that this big brother is a good person. He will definitely let us go. Kurla said. Ha 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 ha. Hyuga Chen laughed. He is a good person. Hyuga Chen never considered himself a good person, and of course he would not consider himself a bad person. Good and bad are not important to Hyuga Chen. There is no need to distinguish. Although you say I'm a good person, that doesn't mean I'll let you go. Hyuga Chen shook his head gently. As long as you let us go, we can do anything for you, please, big brother. Kurla begged to Hyuga Chen. Lord Chen, if you don't mind, let these 2 children go. Monet walked in and pointed to Kurla and another little girl. Monet prefers children and takes great care of Sugar and Baby 5. Of course, if Lord Chen doesn't want to, then forget it. Hyuga Chen glanced at Monet, his fingers drew a tiny sword energy, and the sword energy cut off the steel railing and released all these people. Ha ha ha, we are free and finally come out. Brothers, let's kill him together. Everyone looked at Hyuga Chen fiercely. They thought that Hyuga Chen was also with those who caught them. Looking at the brainless person who raised his fist towards him, Hyuga Chen shook his head. There are many brainless people in the pirate world. You dare to shoot at Lord Chen, courting death. Baby 5 turned his hands into submachine guns and fired at them. Kill them all in just a moment. These are just relatively strong humans, of course they can't stop bullets. The smell of blood filled the cabin, and the women who were still alive had already vomited. Where have they seen such a scene? Even if the pirates attacked the village, it was just like this. Baby 5's face turned pale. It was the first time she had killed someone, and this was the first time she had killed so many people. Even Monet couldn't keep calm, so he hurriedly used the snow and snow fruit. The heavy snow fell to cover the body and freeze the blood on the ground. The smell of blood disappeared a lot. Sugar didn't feel much, just frowned and didn't like it. Feed me the grapes. Sugar opened her mouth at Hyuga Chen. Hyuga Chen's mouth twitched, took out a grape and put it in Sugar's mouth. Shatang frowned and pouted. I didn't peel it. You have so many things to do, go and peel it yourself. Hyuga Chen took out a bunch of grapes from the system backpack and gave Sugar to her to make. Shatang was unhappy, and then stretched out his little hand to pull Monet and asked Monet to help her. Of course Monet would not refuse, this is her sister. Let's go, Hyuga-chen said to the woman who shrugged her head in horror. Those people were only killed before they were killed. Of course, there must be innocent people among them, but who made them so excited? A result, whether it was to attack Hyuga-chen or to be affected by innocent people, they were all sent to meet Hades by baby 5 feet bullets. Several women fled immediately, and one of them picked up a little girl and fled, which seemed to be a relative or something. At this time, apart from Hyuga-chen and the others, Kurla was the only little girl left. Why are you still here? I want to ask the big brother's name. Kurla said cautiously. My name is Hyuga-chen, you know my name now. Hurry up and go. However, Kurla didn't leave, and whispered 863, can big brother take me back? I don't know the direction of home. I'm sorry I don't have time. When Kurla heard the words, she was disappointed for a while, and at the same time she was very confused. She didn't know the direction of her home, so where should she go? Why don't you follow me to the Navy headquarters first? After arriving at the Navy headquarters, I will have someone take you home. Hyuga-chen said after thinking for a while. Thank you big brother, I will definitely find a way to repay you in the future. Kurla looked surprised and bowed to Hyuga-chen to express her gratitude. I don't need your little girl's repayment yet. Hyuga-chen moved all those golden wines to the system space. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, move it to the system space first. Gold is a hard currency. As long as it is not a fantasy world or an immortal world, it will generally be useful. Leave the cabin, and then enter the superstructure. Presumably the things in the superstructure should be better. However, the actual result disappointed Hyuga-chen. The things in the superstructure are indeed precious, but they are all jewelry and the like. There are boxes of extra-large gemstones and pearls. This kind of thing is indeed worth more than gold, but it is not attractive to Hyuga-chen. Compared with these things, Hyuga-chen wants to get a few strange devil fruits, which is far stronger than these junk jewels. Put these things away. Hyuga-chen took the girls back to the boat, and let this luxurious boat float on the sea. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 501-520. Chapter 501 The Worst Devil Fruit. I didn't expect that you didn't take the opportunity to escape, which makes me very surprised. Hyuga-chen looked at Charlie who was training next to her. Hyuga-chen, Monet, Baby 5 and Sha Tang all left just now, and Sha Li was alone on the boat. I didn't expect Sha Li to escape. I'm a fortune teller, Charlie said. She really wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but after divination for herself, the result of the divination was that there was no hope of escape, so Sha Li did not escape. Your divination ability, is it observation haki? Hyuga-chen asked. She can divination without using props. It seems that this is her own ability, and it is most likely observation haki. Charlie is confused. She doesn't know about observation haki. She has never heard of it, but her ability to predict is innate. Hyuga-chen looked at the confused Charlie and nodded thoughtfully, guessing that Charlie should be born with observation haki, and she is also a special observation haki. Hyuga-chen's observation haki can also predict the future, but it can only predict changes in the future for 1 minute. However, Hyuga-chen's prediction of the future is very accurate. Unlike Charlie who can only see a certain segment of the future, it is easy to take it out of context. Returning to the marine headquarters, I met a few pirates on the way, but Hyuga-chen would not care about them as long as they were not the pirates who were courting death. But many pirates like to court death, and they were killed by Hyuga-chen. Lord Chen, what kind of fruit is this fruit? Monet looked at the devil fruit in Hyuga-chen's hand. This devil fruit is one of the 2 devil fruits that I got at Mermaid Island before, one of which is the nature-type mumu fruit, which has already been eaten by Charlie. And this one made the corners of Hyuga-chen's mouth twitch. He didn't expect such a wonderful fruit. If anyone dares to say that there are no trash devil fruits in this world, Hyuga-chen will definitely slap him in the face with this devil fruit. This fruit is called weak fruit. Anyone who eats it will become weaker. Hyuga Chen threw the weak fruit in his hand. Other fruits will become stronger after eating, but this fruit will become weaker. Even if Guy eats more of this fruit, he will immediately become a chicken. If you think about it this way, this fruit is not so useless. If you see someone unhappy, you will eat this fruit. Hyuga Chen, who originally wanted to throw away this devil fruit, decided to keep the fruit. Then what is the use of this fruit? Can it make the enemy weaker? Monet asked. No, this devil fruit can only make those who eat weak fruits weaker, so this is a waste fruit. Hyuga-chan shook his head and said. There are even weak and weak fruits, but I don't know if there are strong or strong fruits. Although there are many devil fruits, humans don't get many of them. Most devil fruits are sunk at the bottom of the sea. Back at Marin Vando, Alvia, who had already received the news through the phone bug, came to greet him, followed by Tautu and Robin, as well as a little girl with blue hair who was a little smaller than Robin. This little girl Hyuga Chen also knew. He had been a teacher at the Naval Academy for a long time. This little girl was Robin's deskmate, named Ain. Seeing Ain, Hyuga Chen thought of the retrograde fruit in his hands. The fruit of regression is Ain's future devil fruit. Hello, General Hyuga. When Ain saw Hyuga Chen's eyes and noticed her, he greeted her with excitement and restraint. Yeah, Hyuga Chen smiled and nodded. This seems to be his own little fan girl, but it's normal. Among the Navy, Hyuga Chen's little fan sister and little fan brother are quite a few. General Hyuga is so handsome. If I can have a baby with General Hyuga, the baby's genes must be very good. Ain thought to himself. Ah, I am thinking about what I think in cook, how can I want this kind of thing? Very shameful. Aeon was at the head. What's wrong with you, Ain? Robin asked, looking at Ain who was very wrong. Ah, it's nothing, I'm nothing. Ain shook his head quickly, with a yuhi-yuhi expression on his face. I must have been seen by General Hyuga in my disgraceful appearance. What should I do? It's disgraceful. I didn't expect you to bring someone back. Tautu looked at Monet, Baby 5, Sugar, Charlie and Kurla behind. There's actually such a little girl. Momota pointed to Sugar, and looked at Hyuga Chen with a strange look. Hyuga Chen didn't seem to see Tautu's strange eyes, and asked her, how is your cultivation now? Is it still as weak as when I left? You actually said that I'm weak, but I'm strong. Tautu drew out his big sharp sword, Jinpyra, and slashed a sword against the sea. The powerful sword chi that was cut out separated the sea water, and the movement directly alerted the Navy of the Navy headquarters. How is it? I'm not weak now. I have learned armament hockey. Now that I add the fruit ability, I won't lose even against the generals. Tautu said confidently. However, if they really face the generals, Tautu will lose a lot. The current Tautu Kong has strength, but lacks fighting skills. Even her strength was strengthened by Hyuga Chen's use of the strengthening fruit, and now she does not have the strength to be fully strengthened as a master. What's more, Momotu's sword looks powerful, but in fact, a stronger lieutenant general, as long as grandmaster swordsmanship, can basically do it. You're still a long way off. Hurry up and practice. Hyuga Chen stretched out his hand and flicked Tautu's head, making her cry out in pain. Peach Rabbit is still young. In a few years, her strength will definitely shock everyone. Alvia said with a smile. In fact, the strength of Tautu now is already shocking. Even when Whitebeard was at the age of Tautu, it was not so strong. However, there is a reason for Momotu's strength. Hyuga Chen used the strengthening fruit on her, which directly strengthened Momotu's strength. Is there anything important in the Navy headquarters? Hyuga Chen asked. No, Alvia shook her head. Hyuga Chen had only been away for a month, and nothing major had happened at all. However, the fact that you defeated Whitebeard has spread to the Navy headquarters, and now you have a higher reputation in the Navy. Alvia said with a smile. Hyuga Chen shook his head. He didn't care about that. His reputation didn't matter at all. He was just messing around in the Navy. By the way, Alvia, you sent someone to send this little girl back to her hometown. Hyuga Chen pointed to Kurla behind him. At this time, Kurla had already washed and changed into clean clothes. She looked very delicate. Like a doll, she was no longer the dirty little girl she used to be. Okay. Alvia nodded. She was now Hyuga-chen's adjutant. Come with me. Alvia looked at Kurla with a gentle smile on her face. Kurla glanced at Hyuga-chen gratefully, then followed Alvia away, taking a few steps and looking back, feeling a little reluctant. As Kurla going, Sugar was a little reluctant. She was very happy with Kurla playing with her these days. Kurla nodded, then wiped her tears, and said silently in her heart, I will definitely come back. Chapter 502 Please date with me. Damn, why can't I touch you? Momotu swung her sword vigorously, but no matter how fast she swung the sword, she still couldn't touch the corner of Hyuga-chan's clothes. I'll say you're still a long way off. You haven't admitted it yet, so admit it now. Hyuga-chen stood there, drinking tea leisurely, and casually turned sideways to avoid Taotu's attack. Robin, you also come to help. I don't believe that I can't hit him. Taotu bit Kiba and said to Robin, who was studying with a book beside him. Me, all right then. Robin put down the book in his hand and raised his small fist. With the sound of lightning and thunder, Robin instantly appeared in front of Hyuga-chen, holding a small fist and hitting Hyuga-chen's nose. Robin, you are so cruel. Hyuga-chen turned sideways to avoid Robin's little fist. Anyway, I can't hit you, it doesn't matter where I hit. Robin said a little discouraged. The speed of thunder and lightning is close to the speed of light, but at such a fast speed, it is still impossible to touch Hyuga-chen. Drink tilde look at the trick. Taotu secretly used the slow light. Facing the dull light, Hyuga-chen did not dodge, but waved his hand to disperse the light. How could this be? Taotu was startled. She actually dispelled her slow light, and it hasn't been affected yet. Could it be that her fruit ability is fake? Taotu has fallen into self-doubt at this time. 087 Could it be that her fruit is useless? Your fruit ability has not been developed enough to affect me at all. Hyuga-chen shook his head and said. The dull fruit is not omnipotent. Even if Momotu develops the dull fruit to its strongest state, it is useless to Hyuga-chen, because Hyuga-chen can control time. The fruit of dullness is just a branch of time ability. How could it affect Hyuga-chen? Now that you have made some achievements in swordsmanship, concentrate on developing the dull fruit now. Hyuga-chen suggested to her. And Robin, you should develop your thunder fruit. Ah, you're going to be struck by lightning again. Robin didn't want to. There are two ways to develop the thunder fruit. One is to develop it slowly. The other one is quicker. As long as you eat thunder, you can absorb high-intensity lightning, and then increase your voltage. It's okay, it won't hurt anyway. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. As a person with the ability to wring thunder fruit, of course Robin will not be injured by lightning. At most it will be a little numb, and it will be very uncomfortable, which is why Robin does not want to be struck by lightning. Okay. Robin's face was a little helpless. She finally had a vacation. She had to read a book. Jumping into the pool, the thunder flashed in the sky, and the thunder and lightning fell down. Robin closed his eyes to accept the baptism of the thunder and lightning, and increased his own voltage and current. Devil fruit people can actually lie in the water. Monet and the others looked at Robin lying in the water in surprise. Devil fruits are afraid of water, especially sea water, and fresh water will be uncomfortable. If fresh water crosses half of the body, it will be no different from touching seawater. Therefore, the devil fruit ability person is not only afraid of seawater, fresh water can also drown the devil fruit ability person. This is for you, and you won't be afraid of water after taking it. Hyuga-chen took out 3 bottles of devil fruit side effect elimination water, and threw them to Monet, Baby 5, and Charlie. Really not afraid of water. Charlie was the most excited. As a mermaid, she certainly didn't want to lose her ability to swim. It's no good for me to deceive you. When Charlie thought about it, she lifted her head and drank it all. Of course, Monet and Baby 5 believed in Hyuga-chen without hesitation and drank it directly. After drinking it, the 3 women immediately tried it with the seafloor stone, and found that they really were not afraid of the seafloor stone, not even the seafloor stone, let alone seawater. All the girls practiced silently. Hyuga-chen sat at home and drank tea for a while, and then went out. I strolled around the streets of Marinfando to see if there was any delicious sea animal meat. I like eating Hyuga-chen very much. I am a big foodie, and my mouth is very picky. After walking around, I didn't find anything delicious. Those sea beasts, Hyuga-chen, had basically eaten them all. Is it Admiral Hyuga? Hyuga-chen turned his head and looked suspiciously at the pink-haired girl standing behind him. As expected, General Hyuga, Tina is so happy. Tina, it turned out to be her. Hyuga-chen remembered who she was. Colonel of the Navy headquarters, and later promoted to Major General of the Ministry. He has a good relationship with Smog, and he has the ability of the threshold fruit, but the threshold fruit seems to be in the hands of Hyuga-chen now. At this time, Tina should also be studying at the Naval Academy. Do you have anything to do with me? Hyuga-chen asked. Tina admires General Hyuga, can you give Tina an autograph? Tina looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. Okay. Hyuga-chen took out the pen from his pocket. It was not the first time he had signed someone's autograph, and he was already familiar with it. Where's that sign? Sign it here. Tina pointed to herself. Hyuga-chen looked at Tina. This girl looks about the same age as Taotu. The development is so good, even bigger than the Peach Rabbit. Sure enough, the girls in the pirate world are really developing very fast, and Hyuga-chen has not seen a few airports. It seems that in this world, breasts are still very rare. Hyuga-chen was not embarrassed. He waved his pen and signed his name, although the words were a bit ugly. Feeling the strangeness on her chest, Tina's face turned Yuhi. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first, pretty little sister. Hyuga-chen smiled slightly. Wait, Tina saw that Hyuga-chen was leaving, and immediately grabbed Hyuga-chen's arm. Tina likes General Hyuga very much, please get in touch with me. Tina said boldly despite her shyness. Hyuga-chen looked at Tina in surprise. Are all the girls so bold now? Sorry little sister, you are still young, let's talk about it when you grow up. I'm already very big. If you don't believe me, squeeze it. Tina took Hyuga-chen's hand and placed it on her soft spot. It's too big to grab with one hand. Looking at Tina's astonishing face, Hyuga-chen still resisted the heartache and refused. He is not a casual person, of course he is not a person when he is casual. Tina won't give up. Tina said firmly. She was ready to go to Hyuga-chen's ship after graduation. Okay, I'm waiting for you, come on and conquer me. Conquering me is equivalent to conquering the whole sea. Hyuga-chen joked. But it doesn't seem to be a joke. If he can really conquer him, it is indeed equivalent to conquering the entire sea. But if you want to conquer Hyuga-chen, it is not as easy as conquering the sea. Tina is the best, Tina will definitely succeed. Tina cheered herself. Looking at the ugly handwriting on the clothes, Tina didn't dislike it, and this dress will be her most precious collection in the future. Tina is Hyuga-chen's true fan. Chapter 503 The Core of the King. Robin's History. Looking at the smile on your face, you seem very happy. Alvia looked at the smiling Hyuga-chen suspiciously. Putting down the pastries and biscuits in his hand, Hyuga-chen took a sip of tea and said narcissistically, my charm is really unmatched Tilda. Alvia and the others have question marks on their faces. After going out today, a lot of little beauties confessed to me that if I didn't accept them, I would commit suicide. Alas, how could I bear to see them commit suicide, so I could only agree. The girls looked at each other and looked at Hyuga-chen expressionlessly. What do you mean by looking at me like this? Do you not believe me? Hyuga-chen was rather unhappy with the women's eyes. It's not that I don't believe it, it's that I didn't believe it at all. Taotu said lightly. Am I Hyuga-chen still lying to you? Hyuga-chen really didn't lie, and confessed a lot to him, but the real beauty is only Tina. However, the girls still looked at Hyuga-chen with a blank expression. Well, since you don't believe me, I can only bring one back and let you know. Hyuga-chan said and got up. That's still not needed, I believe you. Alvia stretched out her hand to hold Hyuga-chan. I think so too, Yi-chan, you're so charming, there must be many little girls who like you, and I feel in love with you. Robin said with a slightly Yuhi face. Other women also expressed their belief. How could they really let Hyuga-chan bring a woman back? Hyuga-chan's admiration for Robin was very useful, and he patted Robin's head to show his appreciation. Alvia's mouth twitched. I didn't expect this man to have such a side, it was really unexpected. To be honest, Alvia's feelings for Hyuga-chan are very complicated. The destruction of her hometown O'Hara, at that time, it was Hyuga-chan who led the execution of the Demon Slayer order. However, Hyuga-chan didn't take action and helped her keep Robin, so Alvia didn't resent Hyuga-chan, but was rather grateful. If it wasn't for Hyuga-chan, her mother and daughter would never have lived such a quiet and peaceful life. But now Alvia finds out that she has some other feelings for Hyuga-chan. This feeling seems to be love, but Alvia isn't sure if she really likes Hyuga-chan. Why have you been staring at me? Are you in love with me? Hyuga-chan raised an eyebrow at Alvia. Alvia's face turned Yuhi. She didn't refute, she just lowered her head, neither admitting nor objecting, more like acquiescence. By the way, Robin, since Alvia is your mother, what about your father? Tautu asked suddenly. Hearing this, Robin turned her gaze to Alvia. She had never seen her father, nor heard Alvia mention her father. Alvia was silent for a long time before she said, Robin, your father has died in a shipwreck. Really? Hyuga-chan laughed suddenly, then took out a bright blue ball and tossed it in his hand. Seeing the ball in Hyuga-chan's hand, Alvia's face turned pale all of a sudden, but seeing that there was nothing wrong with Robin, her face became better. Chan, I have something to talk to you about alone, is it okay if I don't know? Okay. Hyuga-chan and Alvia walked into the house. After entering the house, without waiting for Alvia to speak, Hyuga-chan said directly, you want to ask me where I got this ball, right? Alvia nodded and looked at Hyuga-chan nervously. As you guessed, I took it out of Robin's body. Hyuga-chan chuckled. Then how is Robin still? Still safe and sound? Alvia became even more nervous. I took the thing out of Robin's body. Of course, I will protect Robin's safety. Don't worry, Robin is not injured at all, and it will be fine in the future. Besides, this thing is not a good thing in her body. Hyuga-chan gave Alvia a reassurance. Alvia breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that there was nothing wrong with Robin now, and she also believed that Hyuga-chan would not deceive her, because she was not qualified to be deceived. Robin doesn't have a father, right? Or this bead is Robin's father or mother. Hyuga-chan put the bright blue bead on the table. This bead looks very ordinary, but it contains powerful energy, and the nature of this energy is somewhat similar to yin and yang, where vitality and destruction coexist. Alvia nodded and said, that's right, Robin was created with my blood and this bead. This bead is the core of the Heavenly King. This bead is the King of Heaven. Hyuga-chan was a little surprised. This is part of the Heavenly King. When I found the Heavenly King by accident, I didn't know it was the Heavenly King at that time, and then I accidentally activated the Heavenly King with my own blood. The strength I have now is also the energy released by the Heavenly King. The reason for the remodel. Later, the Heavenly King core, which was contaminated with my blood, separated from the main body, and created a baby with a power that I did not understand. Then the Heavenly King's core entered the body of the baby, and the Heavenly King's main body disappeared, and that baby was Robin. Hyuga-chan nodded. This bead has the power to create life, it is not surprising that it can create Robin. I checked the information later and found out that this is the King of Heaven, and the King of Heaven is sealed, and the blood of the royal family of the D family is needed to unlock the seal. Alvia continued. You are also from the D family? Hyuga-chan asked in surprise. Alvia nodded. She is not only a member of the D family, but also has the royal blood of the D family. By looking up information, I learned that the King of Heaven has his own will, and the core of the King of Heaven is in Robin's body. I am afraid that one day it will control Robin. That's why I searched for the historical text for Robin's sake. I wanted to find a way to take out the core of the king without hurting Robin and seal the king again. So it is. This heavenly king's core is very dangerous. Chen, you can either destroy it or throw it away, don't keep it by your side. Alvia said solemnly. The D family was originally a kingdom, but this kingdom perished, and the reason for the demise Alvia is not clear, but it has something to do with the king. It's okay, this thing is just a small toy in my hand, and the will inside it has been destroyed by me. Hyuga Chen played with the bead. Really, Alvia couldn't believe it. This is something that can destroy the world, and it can really destroy its will. It's easy for me, Hyuga Chen said, and the yin-yang escape Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, wiped out all will. What shape is the King of Heaven, and what is it? This is what Hyuga Chen is most interested in. When I saw it, it was a scepter, but the king did not have a specific form in the records and could change into any form, Alvia said. I didn't expect to use a transforming weapon, it sounds very cool. Hyuga Chen decided to wait for the day to get the king to take a look. Chapter 504 Alvia delivered to your door. Now that you have taken the core of the king out of Robin's body, I am completely relieved. Alvia said with a smile. All along, the problem with the core of the king has been Alvia's heart disease. She is afraid that one day Robin will be completely controlled by the core of the king and become a puppet of the king. No need to worry now, Alvia was really relieved. I never thought that Robin is the King of Heaven. Hyuga Chen put away the King of Heaven's core, although when he first saw Robin, he realized that it was wrong, but Hyuga Chen never thought that what was inside Robin's body was the core of the King of Heaven. Chen, thank you very much. Alvia approached Hyuga Chen, kissed him lightly, and ran out shyly. This is Alvia's first win. It would be even better if the kissing time could last a little longer. Hyuga Chen, who was sitting in the chair, thought discontentedly. My mother ran out of Yuhi's face, did you bully her? Robin walked in, akimbo, and looked at Hyuga Chen aggressively. No, don't frame me, I'm not that kind of person. Hyuga Chen denied it immediately. 997 inches the one who was kissed was me, and I was the one who was bullied. Hyuga Chen is this kind of person who gets cheap and behaves well. What, you and my mother kissed or kissed? Robin suddenly jumped up in surprise, and Tautu and the others, who were looking in at the door, naturally heard it. What are you saying out loud, Robin? Alvia, who was sitting in the yard, immediately walked in and dragged Robin out. What are you looking at? Don't hurry up to practice. Alvia reprimanded Tautu and the others who were watching the excitement. Peach Rabbit, Monet and the other women were startled, but they didn't expect that Alvia, who was always gentle, would actually reprimand them. The domineering aura on his body stunned them all at once, so they ran to practice. Damn, it's really nasty, I feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Tautu swung his sword and chopped the wooden figure in front of him into 8 pieces. Peach Rabbit, are you complaining about something? Alvia's voice came faintly. Tautu shuddered, turned her head to look at Alvia, whose eyes were full of Yuhi light, and then looked at the people beside her who were so obedient that they dared not speak, and immediately shook her head. Alvia, you heard wrong, I have nothing to complain about. Although he felt humiliated, he was not as strong as Alvia. Tautu secretly made up her mind to take revenge when she becomes stronger than Alvia one day. Hyuga-chan watched this scene from the window, and it was not bad for Alvia to supervise their cultivation. After all, they were all too lax. Especially after Hyuga-chen used the strengthening fruit to strengthen their bodies, they were not active in their cultivation. Going out of the door to the courtyard, Alvia's face, who had been paying attention to the door, gave a slight Yuhi. Look at your face, Yuhi. From what I know about you, you shouldn't be such a shy person. Hyuga-chen walked over and sat beside Alvia. Then from what you know about me, what kind of person am I? Alvia brushed her hair and asked softly. Guess what? Alvia was speechless, how could I have guessed? Hyuga-chen lay down, resting her head on Alvia's beautiful long legs. Borrow your legs, I want to sleep, do you have any opinion? I have opinions, very opinions. Robin ran over with a bulging face. Seeing Hyuga-chen resting on Olivia's lap, Robin felt uncomfortable. Hyuga-chen smiled slightly, picked up Robin and threw it into the pool next to him. With a wave of the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder struck instantly. Robin, you should continue to practice. Damn, mother believe me. Robin shouted, even though she is a person with the ability of the thunder fruit, she can transform into thunder and lightning, but she is still paralyzed by this high-intensity thunder and lightning strikes, and she can't lift half of her strength. Robin, Chen is for your own good, Alvia said with a smile. Robin is angry, she is really Alvia's biological. And the big villain Chen, really hateful, do you really like her mother? Damn, except for being younger, I'm not worse than my mother. I'm more cute, Robin muttered dissatisfied. Night, Hyuga-chen's door suddenly remembered that Hyuga-chen, who was going to sleep on Chuong, glanced at the door suspiciously, and then got up to open the door. After opening the door, Alvia in pajamas with white hair and shawl was standing outside the door, with moisture on her body, and at a glance, she knew that she had just taken a shower. You or this? Alvia smiled charmingly, aren't you going to invite me in? It's not good. It's easy to get in trouble when you are alone in the same room. I'm not a casual person. You don't want to seduce me because I'm handsome. I won't take the bait. As Hyuga-chen spoke, she pulled Alvia closer to the house. Alvia looked at Hyuga-chen and was very speechless. Is it from the recommended pillow seat? Come on. Although my heart is very resistant, I know that with my weak strength, I will definitely not be able to resist you, a female Tyrannosaurus. Please pity me. Hyuga-chen lay on the Chuong, a look that I can't resist. Alvia's head was covered in black lines. She almost couldn't help it. She wanted to punch Hyuga-chen in the forehead. I'm not as dirty as you think. I'm here to say thank you. Thank you for taking out the core of the king and saving Robin. Tisk tisk, came to my room at night, really just to say thank you. Besides, didn't you thank you during the day? Hyuga-chen sat up and looked at Alvia playfully. Don't you think that the man during the day was insincere, so you want to give a sincere thank you? Alvia's face was red. Yuhi, what should she say now? In fact, even Alvia herself didn't know why she came here by magic. Stretched out his hand to pulled Alvia into his arms, and looked down at Alvia, who was lying in his arms with a shy face. Hyuga-chen's eyes heated up. He originally wanted to tease Alvia, but he didn't expect to tease his own fire. Although I often go to the system space to discuss life with Makoto, Kushina, and Tsunade, Alvia in her pajamas is really attractive at this time, so Hyuga-chen couldn't hold it back. Who was lying in Hyuga-chen's arms, looked confused, and her arms wrapped around Hyuga-chen's neck involuntarily. She knew she really fell in love with this man. Chen, I love you, let me be your woman. The beauties are courting, and if Hyuga-chen doesn't say anything at this time, it proves that he is a eunuch. So in order to prove that he was not a eunuch, he fought till dawn this night. On this night, Alvia, an older young woman, finally became a woman and tasted what it was like to be a woman. Chapter 505 Mother-Daughter Conversation. What should I do, Robin? You seem to have a father. Taotu said with a distressed face. I have a father, what are you worried about? And I don't have a father or mother, and Alvia won't be my mother in the future. Robin threw the book in his hand on the ground with dark circles under his eyes. Don't do this, Robin, what do you think about me being your little mother? I promise that after I become your little mother, I will definitely protect you. Taotu's eyes suddenly lit up. Robin's face is dark. Whoever wants you to be my little mother, I said I don't have a father. Seeing that Robin was about to turn black, Taotu smiled shyly. Monet and Charlie also got up after a while. Both of them also had two dark circles under their eyes and shy yuhi on their faces. Obviously they hadn't slept well. This house is not soundproof. Charlie complained. It's up to you to know whether it's soundproofed or not. Tautu said quietly. The movement of Hugo-chan and Alvia was a bit loud last night, but the soundproofing of the house is actually good. If you don't listen carefully, you won't hear anything at all. Look at the baby five and the sugar who looked at them blankly, and the two of them didn't hear anything. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Tautu, Robin, Charlie, and Monet looked over, only to see Hyuga-chen coming out. Look at what I'm doing. Do I have flowers on my face? Hugo-chan closed the door and felt a little uncomfortable seeing Robin, Tautu and the others staring at him all the time. Where's Alvia? Robin asked. Alvia is still resting. Because the battle was a bit fierce last night, and it was the first time for Olivia, it is estimated that he will not be able to get up today. Humph. Robin hummed angrily. Momotu and the others gave Hyuga Tatsu a Byakugan and then ignored him. Hyuga-chen shrugged. Ignore him and ignore him. Hyuga-chen walked over and pinched Sugar's face. Tenten ate grapes without stopping for a moment, and he didn't panic. Feed me. Sugar opened her mouth wide and her eyes were watery, so cute. Faced with Sugar's request, Hugo-chan couldn't bear to refuse, and fed her the grapes on the table one by one. Sugar was sitting very quietly in Hugo-chan's arms. As long as there are grapes, Sugar is very quiet. If not, it can be a mess. Who cooks breakfast today? Hyuga-chen asked. Olivia used to prepare breakfast, but now Alvia is lying on the bed weakly, she must not be able to make breakfast. I'm not hungry, I don't want to do it. Tautu shook his head vigorously. I'll make breakfast. Monet smiled lightly. Maybe cooking is a little difficult for her, but a simple breakfast is very easy for her. Monet baked some bread. Although it looked a little mushy, it tasted okay. It didn't look appetizing, but it tasted okay. Eating 2 slices of bread, Hyuga-chen took a glass of milk and walked into the room with 2 slices of bread, looking at Alvia who was sleeping with his eyes closed and smiled. Reaching out and pulling the quilt away suddenly, Alvia opened her eyes immediately, and then immediately pulled the quilt over. She was not wearing clothes now. What are you doing? Alvia was extremely embarrassed, knowing that she was not wearing any clothes, but she lifted the quilt. It's nothing, I just want to know whether you are awake or asleep now. It seems that you are awake. Why are you pretending to be asleep? Hyuga-chen leaned over and asked with a smile. Ask knowingly. Alvia snorted softly, not because of shyness. Although she was not too young, she was no longer a little girl, but it was her first experience, so how could she not be shy? It doesn't matter, after getting used to it, you won't be shy. Hyuga-chen lay beside Alvia. Would you like to eat something to regain your strength? Hyuga-chen asked. Okay, but you feed me, I don't have any strength right now, it's all your fault. Alvia rolled her eyes at Hyuga-chen. Now Alvia is exhausted, and her lower body is still in pain, and she is almost dying. Just after feeding Alvia, Robin suddenly opened the door and walked in. After seeing Robin, Alvia became even more shy. Chen, you go out first, I want to chat with Alvia. Robin grabbed Hyuga-chen's hand, pulled him up and dragged him out. Hyuga-chen glanced at Robin helplessly and walked out following her strength. Since their mother and daughter want to talk, let them talk. After Hyuga-chen left, Robin and Olivia were speechless, and Olivia was embarrassed lying on the bed. I heard what you said yesterday, I was really created by the King of Heaven. Robin asked with a complicated look. Robin, although you were created by the Heavenly King, you are no different from other human beings at all, so don't have any burdens. Alvia is not surprised that Robin knew, because yesterday she found out that Robin had eavesdropped. Then you're not my mother, are you? You were created by the King of Heaven based on my blood, and theoretically you are indeed my daughter. I don't care, you're not my mother anyway, so I don't want to have another father inexplicably. Robin pouted, she didn't want Hyuga-chen to be her father. Why, do you hate Chen so much? In short, I just don't want him to be my father. Alvia, you won't be my mother in the future. Oh, since you don't want him to be your father, what do you want him to be you? Do you want him to be your husband? Alvia quipped. Ah, Alvia, what nonsense are you talking about? Robin jumped onto the bed and covered Alvia's mouth with his hand. Auntie 910 should be so big, it seems that I'm not talking nonsense. My good daughter, are you the man who wants to rob your mother? Alvia said with a teasing. Why do you say anything? I remember you wouldn't say such things before. Robin looked at Alvia speechlessly. Even if she became Hyuga Chen's woman, the change was too great. Alvia, who was originally intellectual and gentle, suddenly turned into a hooligan. This change was earth-shaking. If you really want to, I'll help you. Alvia smiled indifferently and winked at Robin. She and Robin were not outsiders, so naturally they dared to say anything. Of course, after becoming women, Alvia let go a lot. If it was before, she really did not dare to say such bold and shameful words to Robin. I don't believe you, women are selfish. Robin's heart fluttered, and then he pouted. If she would have believed in Alvia without hesitation before, now she will not believe in Alvia. Little Robin doesn't believe me, it's really sad. I can only say that you missed a good opportunity, Robin. Alvia shook her head and sighed. I don't need you, I can get what I want by myself. Robin said Yuhi. Did her words reveal something? Seeing Alvia's half-smile expression, Robin couldn't wait any longer, and ran out with his face covered. Chapter 506 The Fruit of Surgery. What did you communicate with Alvia? Why is your face so Yuhi? Hyuga-chan asked Robin, who ran out with his face covered. Do I have a face Yuhi? Robin calmed down the fluctuations in his heart and slowly calmed down, but the Yuhi rhyme on his face still did not dissipate. Yes, and very Yuhi. Taotu nodded. Robin sat down and glanced at Hyuga-chan. His face became more Yuhi, but he didn't say anything. How could she say what Alvia said? Hyuga-chan looked at Robin strangely. Why did Robin keep peeking at himself? Does he want to propose a pillow seat like Alvia? The thought of mother and daughter flying together instantly appeared in Hyuga-chan's mind. No, I can't continue to think about it. Now Robin is still a little lowly. I don't want to be a beast. Let's talk about it when Robin grows up. However, when Robin grows up, mother and daughter fly together, isn't it a beast? Hyuga-chan said that this question is difficult to answer, and if it is a big deal, it is difficult to be a beast. Lord Chen, what are you thinking? The smile is a bit wretched. Baby 5 pushed Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan came back to his senses, feeling a little embarrassed, and was actually being laughed at by Baby 5. Time has passed, and another 2 years have passed. Today, Hyuga-chan rarely appeared in the conference room. Hyuga-chan hardly attended the meeting before. Sengoku, I don't know if I have any meetings, and I don't know if I can get a good night's sleep. Carp rubbed his eyes and complained. Sengoku has a black line, and now he can only hope that the big brother doesn't fall asleep while he is in a meeting. After all, this guy Carp can sleep anywhere. I have something important to say. Hyuga-chan yawned. Looking at the 2 yawning guys, not the 4 yawning guys, Kizaru and Aokiji were also yawning boredly. Sengoku is also drunk. Why are they all such people in the Navy? And they are all important combat powers, and the only active Akainu is too extreme. This time I am talking about the 4 emperors of the New World. Now that Whitebeard, Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling have become the 4 emperors, the other 4 emperors, if nothing else happens, should fall on the head of Yuhi Fashanks. Up. Sengoku's face was gloomy. Yuhi-haired Shanks, a trainee of the Roger Pirates who was not in their eyes at all, but now he has the strength to overturn the river. It's not a big deal, is it? Hyuga-chen tapped the table with his fingers bored. Sengoku glanced at Hyuga-chen. Isn't this a big deal? So what's the real deal? The 4 emperors represent the 4 strongest forces among the pirates. If these 4 pirate groups are united, the impact on the Navy and the world government is unimaginable. Aren't you afraid of the 4 emperors' union? Hyuga-chan asked, looking at Sengoku. Sengoku nodded. He was afraid of the 4 emperors uniting. If the 4 emperors really united, it would definitely have the strength to overturn the naval headquarters. You are completely unfounded. Do you think that with Whitebeard's character, can he unite with others? Hyuga Chen said lightly. That's right, Boy Chen is right. From what I know about Whitebeard, he won't join forces with anyone. Carp nodded and said. Garp and Whitebeard are also old rivals. They have fought countless times, and they know Garp the Whitebeard very well. Whitebeard is a very arrogant person and will never join forces with other pirate groups. I'm not worried about Whitebeard, I'm worried about Guido, Charlotte Lingling and Yuhi Shanks. Sengoku isn't worried about Whitebeard joining the others, but what about the other three? Especially Sengoku knows that Guy and Charlotte Lingling are crew members of the same ship, and they have both worked together on the Great Pirate Rocks. Pirates pay more attention to interests. Without absolute interests, it is difficult for them to unite. Akainu said. Although Akainu's personality is extreme, he is not brainless and knows those pirates very well. Even so, we have to defend. Pulsalino, Sakazuki, you two go to the New World to deal with Yuhi Fa Shanks. Sengoku is ready to take Shanks who will become the 4 emperors. One more thing, it has to do with the world government and Doflamingo. Sengoku's face was slightly serious. You should understand that the world government bought the ultimate devil fruit with 5 billion Baileys. According to the information obtained, now the intermediary Doflamingo wants to embezzle this devil fruit. Hyuga Chen, who was boringly knocking on the table, was stunned. The ultimate devil fruit. Is it the fruit of surgery? The surgical fruit, a devil fruit that can give people immortality, is indeed very attractive to others, but to Hyuga Chen, it is not very attractive. The fruit of the operation can make people immortal and must catch the user's life, and Hyuga Chen's time freeze can freeze time, and it can also give people immortality without paying any price. So to Hyuga-chan, the surgical fruit is just a devil fruit with special abilities, and Hyuga-chan doesn't value his ultimate ability. But even if you remove the immortality surgery that makes you immortal, the fruit of the surgery itself is quite powerful. If you can get the fruit of the surgery, it's not bad. Hyuga Chen said secretly. Now I want to arrest Brother Doflamingo, this guy has been too rampant recently. Sengoku said. Tianlong people dare to embezzle everything they want, what is not rampant? I wonder who wants to arrest Doflamingo? Sengoku asked, looking at the crowd. Let me go, I'm getting a little bored at the Navy headquarters, I want to go out for a walk. Hyuga-chan said. Sengoku looked at Hyuga-chan suspiciously. No matter how you look at it, Hyuga-chan doesn't seem like someone willing to shoot. If that's the case, then Admiral Hyuga will go. Sengoku nodded without objection. Let's talk about what happened next. I'm going to arrest Doflamingo first. Hyuga Chen didn't want to listen to Sengoku's nonsense here, got up and left. Looking at Hyuga Chen's back, Akainu frowned. Marshal, Hyuga-chan is not that kind of positive person. Wouldn't it be a little strange that he was so positive this time? Sengoku shook his head and said, it's none of your business, Sakazuki, as long as you can complete the mission. Then we continue to talk about the 4 emperors. Brother Doflamingo is just a small person, so don't put too much effort into him. Although Doflamingo is now engaged in wind and rain, the momentum is very large, but he is not in the eyes of Sengoku at all. Even if it wasn't for the fruit of the surgery, Sengoku wouldn't even care about Doflamingo, not to mention Hyuga-chan's shot, even the 4 emperors wouldn't be able to escape. Akainu sat down with a livid face. In fact, the relationship between Akainu and Sengoku was not very good. There are also different divisions in the Navy. One of them is a hawk and the other is a dove. Naturally, there will be conflicts. Now Akainu is the representative of the hawk faction, but there are still more dove faction people. Carp and Aokiji belong to the dove faction, while Kyabu is swaying and grassy. Chapter 507 to the North Sea. The fruit of surgery is in the North Sea. Alvia was surprised. She had studied history and knew many things about Akatsuki. How could she not know the ultimate devil fruit, the fruit of surgery? Chen, You must get this devil fruit, it can make people live forever. Alvia said solemnly. If I eat this fruit, I can definitely use the immortality surgery to immortalize you. Alvia looked at Hyuga-chan seriously. I know better than you about this devil fruit. It can indeed give people immortality, but the price is also very high. Once the immortality surgery is used, the person with the ability will also die. Sun Tilde Shangshan shook his head and said. I don't care. You don't care about me, I won't let my woman die. Hyuga-chan squeezed Alvia's face. What's more, I'm already immortal, and you have also been cast by me with the time magic. Time has stopped passing on you, and the fruit of the operation is of little significance to us. Hyuga-chan said. Time has stopped passing on me. Alvia stayed, wouldn't she be immortal? However, the ability of the fruit of the operation is really good. Maybe you can grab it. Even if you don't need it, you can ask the world government for something in exchange. Let's go to the North Sea. Hyuga-chan brought Alvia, Momoto and the others on the warship together. Hyuga-chan warship now. Alvia, Momoto, Robin, Baby 5, Monet, Sugar, Charlie, Tina and Aang. Even if Hyuga-chan is counted, it is only 10. Personally, the soldiers on the original ship have been disbanded by Hyuga-chan. Now there are beautiful women on board. Hyuga-chan said that it is very seductive. A few days ago, Tina applied for a job on board Hyuga-chan, and Hyuga-chan agreed because of her beauty. Aang and Robin have a very good relationship. They often come to Hyuga-chan's house to play. They are also Hyuga-chan's little fan sister, so they also boarded Hyuga-chan's boat. Sengoku looked at the slowly sailing warship, and felt that Hyuga-chan was just going to play, but now Sengoku was worried about whether Hyuga-chan would be able to complete the mission. Forget it, he is a member of the world government, and he will definitely take care of what the world government has in mind. Sengoku still thinks that Hyuga-chan is a member of the world government. This is my first time to go to sea, so I'm so excited. Aang was lying on the bow, looking into the distance, and was very excited. Tina, Aang, these 2 devil fruits for you. Hyuga-chan put the threshold fruit and the regression fruit on the table next to him. Devil fruit. Tina and Aang approached. It's expensive, is it really okay? Aang asked hesitantly. It's okay, I don't care about the 2 devil fruits. Tina and Aang thought about it, and then ate the devil fruit one by one. Tina feels so unpalatable, this is the worst thing Tina has ever eaten. Tina frowned, forcing herself not to spit it out. Aang shed tears and was about to cry. Robin looked at the schadenfreude here, but she enjoyed the taste of devil fruit twice. The taste of this devil fruit can only be described as disgusting. Hyuga-chan has also enjoyed the taste of devil fruit twice, and only regrets that he didn't have the eye technique of devouring the gods. If there is this pupil technique, I will not taste the taste of devil fruit twice. These 2 bottles of water are also given to you. After drinking, you can lift the curse of the devil fruit, and you will not be afraid of sea water and sea rock in the future. The curse of devil fruit can also be lifted. Tina and Aang were very surprised. After all, the curse of devil fruit is well known. Because of the reason that it will turn into a landlubber, there are many strong people who refuse to eat devil fruit. However, they trusted Hyuga-chan very much and drank it without hesitation. Via the Holy Land Mary Joa, they still flew over the Holy Land Mary Joa. This time, the 5 old stars didn't speak, and didn't even look at them. Anyway, they are used to it, Hyuga-chan's arrogant behavior, they just turn a blind eye. On the other hand, there were quite a few Tianlong people who were very unhappy watching the ship flying over their heads. But it's useless for them to be upset, even the 5 old stars ignore them. Except for the leader of the Tianlong people, Yimu, the 5 old stars are above the other Tianlong people. I seem to be able to see the aggrieved face of the 5 old stars now. Alvia said with a smile. The 5 old stars are the most powerful people in the world. If someone is flying over their heads, they will definitely be upset. But what about the highest authority? In front of my man, he is not as good as a dog. Alvia is very proud. It's just the 5 old stars. Don't pay attention to them at all. Hyuga-chen didn't take the 5 old stars seriously at all. Only Hyuga-chen can ignore the 5 old stars who are equally terrifying in power and strength. Even if Whitebeard encounters the 5 old stars, he has to go around. If they are singled out, Whitebeard will definitely not be afraid of any of them, but if they meet 2 5 old stars, Whitebeard is no match. Everyone in the 5 old stars has more combat power than the generals, and is definitely not weaker than Garp. The warship entered the North Sea through the Windless Belt, and Hyuga-chen also caught some Sea Kings in the Windless Belt and threw them into the system space. I don't know if it's good or not, let Makoto and Conan handle it. I was scared to death just now. Ain's little heart is still beating very fast. The Sea Kings in the Windless Zone are huge, even if they are not deep seas, but there are Sea Kings that can swallow warships. Ain is just a little girl who has just set out to sea. The huge number of Sea Kings just now really scared the little girl Ain. General Hyuga is really powerful, but when he released his momentum, he made those Sea Kings dizzy. When can I be so powerful? After calming down, Ain looked at Hyuga-chen adoringly. These are nothing. Hyuga-chen smiled lightly. The little girl's admiration made him very happy. It has already reached the North Sea, and I don't know if the fruit of the operation has been eaten. It doesn't matter if you eat it. Hyuga Tatsu's devouring technique can extract the devil fruit that has been eaten. Mignon Island, Dies Barreros laughs with the fruit of the surgery, which is a devil fruit worth 5 billion bellies. Do you really want to sell 5 billion bellies to the world government? Doflamingo, the intermediary, is very untrustworthy. Why don't the boss eat it? Diaz's subordinate suggested. This is what the world government wants. What do you think will happen if I eat it? Diaz said blankly. He also knew that such a valuable devil fruit was not an ordinary devil fruit, but if he dared to eat it, he would definitely be targeted by the world government. Diaz doesn't want to be targeted by the world government. As for Doflamingo, the dark intermediary, he really needs to be on guard. After all, pirates are people who have no credibility, especially Doflamingo, the sea rogue. Chapter 508 Corazone's Strength Pit Brother. This is Mignon Island. Hyuga-chen took a group of people to Mignon Island. When Hyuga-chen and the others set foot on this island, Corazon and Luo also set foot on this island. Corazon is Doflamingo's younger brother and Sengoku's adopted son, a spy who is placed beside Doflamingo. In order to save Luo, who suffers from Birch's disease, Corazon prepared to betray the navy, betray Doflamingo, and grab the fruit of the operation for Luo to eat. Although this is likely to offend the world government, the navy, and even his brother Doflamingo, in order to save Luo, a child with a tragic background, everything doesn't matter. Luo, wait for me here, I will bring the fruit of the operation. Corazon said while pressing Luo's shoulder. Corazon, I'll go with you. Corazon looked at Luo, who was looking at him firmly, with a rare serious expression. It was not easy to grab the fruit of the operation, and it was difficult to escape if he was accidentally discovered. Although Corazon has many identities, he is also the second generation of the top cadre of the Don Quixote family, Yuhi Shin, but Corazon's strength is not strong. Although he is not a rookie, he is not a master. In the end, Corazon persuaded Sha Luo to go alone to snatch the fruit of the operation. He used the fruit of silence to eliminate the sound and successfully grabbed the fruit of the operation through an arson attack. However, when escaping, the chain fell off at a critical moment, fell down because of carelessness, and the surgical fruit in his hand flew out and rolled a few times on the ground. When Corazon was about to get up and pick up the fruit of the operation, the fruit of the operation had already been picked up. Corazon looked at the person who came, with a handsome face, wearing a black suit with a navy cape, followed by a few beautiful women and a few little girls. I didn't expect the fruit of the surgery to run to my feet. Is this a destiny? Hyuga-chan held the fruit of surgery with a smile on his face. At this time, Dies Barreros also chased after him, looking at Corazon who just got up from the ground, and then at Hyuga-chen who was holding the fruit of the operation, his face immediately turned ugly. Of course he knew Hyuga-chen. The Navy has the highest combat power, can hang more than 4 emperors, defeat Whitebeard, and is now recognized as the strongest man in the world. At this time, the fruit of the operation fell into the hands of Hyuga-chen. What can he do? Don't you want the 5 billion Baileys? This is impossible. He was also a Navy colonel originally, and the reason for becoming a pirate was because the Army's salary was too low, so he became a pirate for money. As a person who takes money very seriously, asking him to give up 5 billion Baileys is a bit silly. General Hyuga, can you return the fruit of the operation to me? This is a trade item between me and the world government. Diaz said bitingly. Hey Tilda, I found this by luck, why should I give it to you? Hyuga-chen gave him a sarcastic look. Diaz's face was ugly. General Hyuga, this is my thing. Ha ha ha, in front of my Navy Admiral, do you think I'm more merciful if you haven't run away as a pirate? Hyuga-chen threw the surgical fruit in his hand. Corazon is the one with the most ugly face. He obviously got the fruit of the operation, but because of his sloppiness, the fruit of the operation was sent out in vain. Luo still needs the fruit of the operation to save his life, and Corazon must find a way to grab the fruit of the operation. However, it is not difficult to grab something in the hands of the Admiral, it is impossible. Since the fruit of the operation has been obtained, then wait for Brother Doflamingo, and go back when he catches Brother Doflamingo. Hyuga-chen sat on the chair made by Charlie using the ability of Mumu Fruit. Doflamingo will definitely come to Diaz, and he will deliver it himself. Corazon saw that he had no chance to grab the fruit of the operation now, so he silently retreated. There was the fruit of silence, so he didn't make any sound and quietly left into the distance. Although he used the silence fruit to silence the sound, he couldn't escape Hyugatatsu's gaze. Although Hyuga-chen saw that he had escaped, he ignored it and ran away. Hyuga-chen would also like to thank him for sending the fruit of the operation to him. And when Diaz knew that Corazon had escaped, he was instantly furious. If it wasn't for this bastard, how could the fruit of the operation fall into Hyuga-chen's hands? I wanted to catch this guy and entertain him, but he didn't expect this bastard to escape when they weren't paying attention. Looking at the smiling Hyuga-chen, Diaz decided not to have the surgery. Although the fruit of surgery is valuable, it is still more important than life. Just as Diaz was about to leave, Tina immediately used the threshold fruit ability, formed iron bars with her arms to surround them, and then imprisoned them all. What are you doing? I don't want the fruit of the operation, why don't you let us go? Diaz's face was blue and purple. Isn't it normal for the Navy to catch pirates? It's a matter of course, what's the fuss about? Hyuga-chen said lightly. Diaz slammed the iron fence with a punch, and the reinforced iron fence was bent with a powerful force, but it could only be done like this. Now they are like locked monkeys, unable to break the iron cage that holds them. If it's annoying again, I'll kill you all. Hyuga-chen looked indifferently at the pirates who were locked in the cage and yelling. Perhaps really frightened by Hyuga-chen's words, the group of pirates immediately shut their mouths, and even Diaz didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, countless threads of threads erupted from the sky, and threads like volcanic eruptions encircled the entire island. Doflamingo's birdcage. Hyuga-chen smiled lightly at the transparent silk threads, which looked small and fragile, but could actually cut steel. Doflamingo's development of the line fruit is good, although it has not awakened yet, but it is not far from the awakening of the devil fruit. Chen, do you want me to cut these threads? Alvia said. No need, just wait for Doflamingo. I guess he will be here soon. Sure enough, after a while, Doflamingo came along with Corazon by his side. When Doflamingo saw Hyuga-chen, his face suddenly became very ugly, and his eyes suddenly turned to Corazon. When Corazon saw Doflamingo look over, he immediately pretended to be crazy. The 3.1 bar oil paint on the corners of his eyes and his mouth, coupled with the black feather coat and funny movements, looked like a funny clown. Rosanity, my brother, stop pretending, I need an explanation. Doflamingo was really angry. Corazon gestured with both hands, indicating that he did not understand what Doflamingo meant. I know you can talk, and I told you not to pretend. Doflamingo became more and more angry, and drew his pistol at Corazon. He was tricked by his own younger brother. If he knew that Hyuga-chen was here, Doflamingo would never come. It was the information that Corazon gave him, telling him that there was only one lieutenant general here, and that the fruit of the operation was taken away by the vice admiral. Otherwise, how could Doflamingo come swaggeringly? Now seeing Hyuga-chen, who was looking at him jokingly, Doflamingo felt that he had been tricked to death by his own younger brother. Chapter 509 Hand-Blade Brother. Looking at Doflamingo who pointed a gun at him, Corazon's eyes flickered, and he did have a purpose in harassing Doflamingo. If Doflamingo and Hyuga-chen can be brought into conflict, there is a slight chance that he will get the fruit of the operation to save Luo. Although this trace may be less than 1/10,000th, he will try it even if it is 1/100,000th. He already regards Luo as his son, and he will never allow Luo Yinper's lead disease to die early. Seeing that Corazon was silent, still looking funny, Doflamingo's last patience was exhausted. Do you think I won't kill you? Doflamingo's eyes flashed with cold light, his fingers snapped on the trigger. Bump! A gunshot rang out, blood splashed, and Corazon fell to the ground and covered his arm. The shot did not hit Corazon's vitals. It wasn't that Doflamingo was showing mercy for the sake of his relatives, but that Corazon avoided the key at the critical moment. You are still so ruthless. Corazon put away his clown-like expression and finally spoke to Doflamingo. When 08 was a child, Doflamingo did the same, ignoring his pleas and killing his father in front of him. Rosanity, I didn't want to kill you at all, but you were courting death yourself. Doflamingo's eyes were very indifferent, without the slightest emotion. You originally wanted to kill me, right? You should have known that I was a spy of the Navy. Corazon laughed miserably. From the time Doflamingo knew he was pretending to be dumb, Corazon knew that he had found something wrong. It doesn't make sense to say so much, just go see our stupid father. Doflamingo locked Corazon's gun, full of murderous intent. Feeling the danger of death, Corazon stood up and kicked Doflamingo with one foot. He couldn't just die like this, and Luo was still waiting for the fruit of the operation to save his life. Only by eating the fruit of the operation can Luo's lead disease be eliminated, so that Luo can be rescued. It's kind of interesting to actually think about fighting back. Brother Doflamingo's mouth curled into an arc, and the breath on his body became even colder. Super whip. Of transparent ultra-fine silk threads are intertwined to form a hair-like thread called Jinchuriki column, which is then thrown out like a whip. This move can cut through a building, the attack range is very far, the silk thread cuts off Corazon's arm, and the blood splashes. He's actually showing no mercy to his younger brother. This guy is quite cruel. Tautu said. Brother Doflamingo can kill his father at the age of 10, so it's normal not to show mercy, but it's not normal if he shows mercy. Hyuga-chan said softly. The flow of blood caused Corazon to faint, and the severe pain caused cold sweat on his face, but Corazon didn't say a word, his eyes were very calm. Corazon, how are you? After hearing the sound, Corazon immediately turned his head and looked at Luo who was running over. After seeing Luo, Corazon suddenly became anxious. Why did he come at this time? Didn't he say that no matter what happened, he would not be allowed to come? The original kid, I didn't expect this kid to come here with you too. You want the fruits of surgery to save him. Brother Doflamingo sneered. Corazon didn't speak, but looked at Hyuga-chen, and suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. General Hyuga, this child suffers from lead disease. Only by eating the fruit of the surgery can he eliminate his disease. Please save him. Corazon prayed to Hyuga-chan. Is he familiar with me, or are you familiar with me? Why should I save him? Hyuga-chan said lightly. Trafalgar Law is indeed a good person, but it does not mean that Hyuga-chen will send out the fruits of the operation. He is not a kind person. How is it possible to give the precious item of the fruit of surgery to a stranger? Even if it is really sent out, unless the other party can bring him greater benefits, obviously Luo can't bring him any benefits. As long as you give Luo the fruit of the operation, I can make him work for you. Corazon said. Hyuga-chen shook his head. He didn't need Luo to work. What's more, even if Luo is accepted, whether he will be loyal is also a question. Get up, Corazon. You didn't tell me that you would die standing up, and you would never lie on your knees. Luo walked to Corazon's side, helped him up, and stopped the bleeding. Well said, you are indeed going to die today, wah 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 young. Doflamingo gave a unique laugh. Corazon was disappointed. The fruit of the operation was destined to be lost, and even Luo's life could not be saved. With Corazon's knowledge of Doflamingo, he would definitely not let Luo go. Seeing that the two of you have a deep relationship, I will send you to report to Hades together. Fu yi yi yi. Admiral Hyuga, as a righteous navy, you shouldn't watch Doflamingo kill a child, right? Corazon said loudly. Now no matter what, let's save Luo's life first. Maybe Luo will have a chance to cure the lead disease in the future. The threads that could cut steel had been ejected, and when he could cut Luo this kid in half, Doflamingo stopped. Looked at Hyuga-chen with dread, hated and feared Hyuga-chen as much as flamenco, but fear was more than jealousy. So Doflamingo didn't dare to do it. You guys continue, I'm just watching, don't get involved with me if you have nothing to do, it annoys me, you know. Hyuga-chen felt unhappy. Use him to intimidate Doflamingo. It seems that this guy who behaves like a stupid clown is very shrewd, and he is very annoying if he does not pass Hyuga-chen. Irrelevant people, what does death have to do with me? Hyuga-chen said lightly. Doflamingo suddenly laughed and looked at Corazon with murderous intent. My stupid brother, say goodbye to the world. Doflamingo raised the gun, then jerked the trigger. However, this shot still did not kill Corazon, but although Corazon was not dead, Luo was going to die. Because what Doflamingo aimed at was not Corazon at all, but the kid Luo. Looking at Luo who was shot through his forehead, Corazon had tears in his eyes, and his heart was extremely painful. He originally wanted to save Luo, but he did not expect Luo to die in front of him. Wah 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 young. Do you feel a lot of pain? This is what happens when you betray me. Doflamingo did not hide his cruelty at all. It's your turn now, my stupid brother. The worst thing you ever did was to not betray me. Doflamingo shot again. Corazon didn't dodge, he was also shot through his forehead and fell to the ground. Looking at Luo, who was also on the ground, his eyes gradually closed. Looking at the lifeless Corazon, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a veiled loss. After Corazon died, his last relative was gone, but if he dared to betray himself, he must die. Chapter 510. Baby 5 Feet's Metal Storm. General Hyuga, long time no see. Doflamingo forced a smile and greeted Hyuga-chen. To be honest, Hyuga-chen was the person he didn't want to see the most, but when he crashed in, Doflamingo had nothing to do. Brother Doflaming, you seem to be very arrogant in the sea recently. Hyuga-chen looked at him lightly. Feeling Hyuga-chen's gaze, Doflamingo was sweating coldly behind his back. His sharp eyes made Doflamingo dare not look directly, as if everything in his heart was seen through. Doflamingo has dealt with Hawkeye, and Hawkeye's eyes are as sharp as a blade, but compared with Hyuga-chen, it's far worse. If facing other generals, even facing extreme Akainu, Doflamingo would have the courage to be arrogant, but when facing Hyuga-chen, his arrogance immediately subsided. Both Guy and Whitebeard were beaten by Hyuga-chen. Although he thought he was good, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Hyuga-chen. General Hyuga is joking, how dare I be arrogant in the sea with you, I'm doing business in a proper way. Doflamingo smiled. Sengoku asked me to catch you. Hyuga-chenji said. Doflamingo's fists clenched instantly, his legs tensed, ready to escape at any time. General Hyuga, I don't know what you mean. Doflamingo asked with a very ugly face. Me, of course I want to catch you, Hyuga-chan said with a smile. This time, Doflamingo didn't talk nonsense anymore. His body quickly retreated and fled into the distance. Empty road. Doflamingo tied the clouds in the sky with a thread so thin that it was invisible to the naked eye, so as to achieve the effect of traction and let him fly at high speed in midair. It's too much to think about trying to escape. Hyuga-chen stretched out his finger, a golden light shone in his hand, and a laser shot out from Hyuga-chen's hand. Doflamingo, who was moving at high speed in the sky, suddenly fell, and before falling to the ground, Hyuga-chen appeared in front of him. Before I let you go, you'd better stay with me. Hyuga-chen's legs burst into golden light, and then swept out. Boom! Doflamingo hit the original position again, and the blood in his mouth spurted out without money. Returning to his seat again, Hyuga-chen crossed his legs and looked down at Doflamingo lying on the ground. What does General Hyuga want? Doflamingo got up with difficulty. Chen, why are you talking nonsense with him? I think it's over if you just take him back, or just kill him. Taotu pulled out Jinpyro and pointed at Brother Doflamingo. As soon as Hyuga-chen nodded, Taotu immediately slashed him into 2 pieces. Doflamingo's face was ugly, and he looked at Taotu with hatred eyes. Humph! Taotu snorted coldly, and instantly came to Brother Doflamingo, and then swiftly cut out a sword. Scoff! A huge wound appeared on Doflamingo's body, and his entire body was thrown out. Look at me with those eyes again, and I'll cut you in 2 with 1 knife. I'll do what I say. The slashed Doflamingo fell to the ground, dust flying, and gravel splashing. If it wasn't for Doflamingo so armament hockey defended, he'd be cut in 2 by now. Lying on the ground, Doflamingo was miserable and aggrieved. He was hanged and beaten like a dog. The key is that he didn't dare to get angry. Even if he had fire in his heart, he could only hold it in his heart. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came, and a man wearing a plaid coat, sunglasses, with lightning-shaped temples on both sides of his face came, and he was also wearing a Navy's cloak of justice. Admiral Hyuga, I'm Vice Admiral Virgo, and Marshal Sengoku sent me to capture Doflamingo back. Hyuga-chan, face is half smiling. Maybe this guy thinks he's a fool, right? You were sent by Sengoku. Virgo nodded, his face extremely calm, as if he was really sent by Sengoku. Since that's the case, do I need to call Sengoku and ask? Hyuga-chen jokingly looked at Virgo, really thought he didn't know the 2 were in a group. Virgo's face tightened. He was one of the top cadres of the Don Quixote family and the first generation of Yuhi, who was sent by Doflamingo to the Navy as a spy. Through a special channel, he learned that Hyuga-chan had also come to Manyan Island, and Virgo, who knew Doflamingo's movements, rushed over immediately. Originally wanted to contact Doflamingo through the phone bug, but for some reason, no one answered. Virgo could only come quickly and hoped in his heart that Doflamingo hadn't met Hyuga-chen, but he was still a step late. Fortunately, Doflamingo wasn't dead yet. Virgo doesn't care about anything else now. He will try to save Doflamingo first. At this time, his identity is exposed, and Doflamingo must be rescued. Looking at Hyuga-chen's playful expression, Virgo's face was heavy, and it seemed that he had been discovered. Dover, you leave first, and I'll block him, Virgo said solemnly, wrapped in armament hockey, looking like a monster. Ha 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 ha, are you trying to block me? Hyuga-chen smiled, this guy is really over his head. I am the person who hates over-the-top people the most. Obviously you are. I want to see what you can do to stop me. Baby 5, teach him a lesson. Baby 5, who was standing behind Hyuga-chen, looked excited, and finally it was her turn to show her talents. Although Baby 5 is young, but Hyuga-chen's strengthening fruit is very pervert, so Baby 5's strength is not weak. Hands turned into metal storm machine guns. Metal storm. Like a violent storm, the bullets shot towards Virgo, and even a building could be pierced in an instant. This is still Baby 5 and it still doesn't know armament hockey. If armament hockey can be blessed, the picture will be absolutely beautiful. Ding, ding, ding. The bullet hit Virgo, making a metal crash sound. Virgo has an armament hockey bodyguard, which does temporarily block the crazy metal storm. After frantically shooting for a minute, Baby 5 finally stopped. Although her body was strengthened by Hyuga-chan's strengthening fruit, her current physical strength can only last for 1 minute at most. But this minute is enough. In this minute, more than 1 million bullets were fired, and Virgo with armament hockey was also shot into a sieve. The quantity has changed into a qualitative change. More than 1 million bullets hit him in 1 minute. Now that Virgo has not been beaten into powder, he is considered powerful. This is too pervert. A warship will also be turned into scrap metal in an instant. Momota was stunned, and she found that even in the face of Baby 5's attack, she could only avoid it. The only downside should be that the physical exhaustion is too fast. Otherwise, it is really too pervert. Hyuga-chan supported Baby 5 and was very satisfied with this attack, but it was more effective against the Lieutenant General, but not so good against the Brigadier General or the Emperor's deputy. Maybe even the generals can't withstand this crazy attack for a long time, but they can easily avoid it. Chapter 511 Task for Doflamingo. Doflamingo was lying on the ground, and he was almost terrified. Fortunately, Virgo was a little far away from him. Otherwise, in his current state of serious injuries, he would definitely die. Is this a weapon fruit? Brother Doflamingo was heartbroken. He didn't expect the weapon fruit to be so strong. If he knew it earlier, he would eat it for the family's cadres, and he would not be robbed by Hyuga-chan. It's useless to regret now. Anyway, the weapon fruit is gone, and thinking about it will only make my heart hurt more. With this time, it is better to think about how to escape. Virgo died. Although Doflamingo was sad, everything was still important to his own life. Doflamingo was a selfish person. Looking at Hyuga-chan, Doflamingo thought how to save his life in Hyuga-chan's hands. In fact, if he is caught, Doflamingo can accept it. Even if he is caught, Doflamingo is sure to come out. After all, he was also a Tianlong person. Now Doflamingo is afraid that Hyuga-chan will kill him directly. Doflamingo, the living are always more valuable than the dead, what do you think you are worth? Hyuga-chan stood up and handed the exhausted 503 Baby 5 to Alvia to take care of him, walking towards the Doflamingo on the ground walked away. Doflamingo's expression changed, and he looked up at Hyuga-chan. How much do you think your life is worth? Hyuga-chan asked lightly. I don't know what General Hyuga wants. Ordinary money, you definitely don't like it. Doflamingo got up with difficulty. After Doflamingo got up, he was already taller than Hyuga-chan, which made Hyuga-chan a little unhappy. You better lie on the ground. Heavy pressure was placed on Brother Doflamingo. Brother Doflamingo, who had just stood up, fell to the ground at once, accidentally biting a mouthful of mud. Bah! After spitting out a mouthful of mud, Doflamingo's face was gloomy. Did he really play with him as a dog? But if you want to make a big deal, you have to be able to stretch and bend, and Doflamingo still endured it. I can let you go, but you have to find a devil fruit for me. What devil fruit? Doflamingo was immediately excited when he heard Hyuga-chan say he could let him go. Barrier fruit. After you find this devil fruit, send it to the Navy headquarters. Remember that you only have 2 years. If you haven't found it in 2 years, then you are useless. What happens to useless garbage? I think you should understand. Doflamingo's face is not good looking. To be honest, it is not easy to find a devil fruit in the vast sea. Especially if he was only given 2 years to find a devil fruit that he didn't know where it was, it would kill him. If 2 years did not find it, Doflamingo knew very well what Hyuga-chan would do with him. If Hyuga-chan really wanted to kill him, it would be useless for him to hide anywhere. Why? Don't you agree? I don't force people, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Hyuga-chen's fingers condensed a golden light. The light gathers on the fingers, and the highly compressed and concentrated laser is directed at Doflamingo's head and will be fired at any time. At such a time, can Doflamingo say no? He didn't dare at all. If you agree, you still have a chance to live. If you don't agree to die now, Doflamingo will still settle the account. General Hyuga, rest assured, I will do my best to find the barrier fruit, Doflamingo assured. In fact, he is not sure at all, but in order to survive, he can only guarantee this. If he really can't find it, it is a big deal to seek the protection of the world government. Brother Doflamingo has some secrets from the master, and if the world government doesn't want him to reveal it, it will definitely not die. Very well, I am waiting for your good news. I am very optimistic about your potential. I hope you will not let me down. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. Thank you General Hyuga for your attention. Doflamingo responded with a smile on his face, scolding Mom for selling out. Let's go. Hyuga-chen turned back to the girls and said. What about them? Tina pointed to Diaz and the others who were caught by her. Don't worry about them, they're just a group of little pirates. Let Doflamingo solve it. I think you're okay with that, right? Hyuga-chen looked back at Doflamingo. Doflamingo dared to have an opinion. Of course he didn't dare, and said quickly, it is my honor to serve General Hyuga. Hyuga-chen didn't even look at him and left with the girls. Do you really want to let Doflamingo go? Tina was a little unwilling, and the pirate who was about to be caught, did she let him go? Tina, it's not good for me to catch him, it's better to let him find something for me. Hyuga-chen said. The defense of the barrier fruit is first class, not to mention that the barrier fruit is not only defense, but can also be used to attack, which is considered a first-class devil fruit. Hyuga-chen wanted to get it, but he didn't have the time to look for it, nor was he interested in finding this devil fruit all over the world. Of course, this kind of thing will be done by Doflamingo. Of course, if he can't find him within the time limit, Hyuga-chen will not let him go and send him to die for free. Okay, but I feel that you are still suitable for being a pirate, not a navy at all. Tina said. Tina believes that Hyuga-chen's character is more suitable for being a pirate than a righteous navy. If I hadn't met Garp, I might have really been a pirate. Hyuga-chen smiled. Hyuga-chen and his party walked far, and Doflamingo got up from the ground. His face was dark, and he thought he had used armament hockey. Doflamingo, who was full of anger but didn't dare to vent, looked at Diaz and the others, and his eyes became cruel in an instant. You, what are you doing? Diaz was a little scared, and now Doflamingo looks a little scary. Wah 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 young. If it wasn't for you darn bastards, Virgo wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have been so embarrassed, so let me die. Bounce. The silk thread in Doflamingo's hand easily cut them all open, and in order to vent his anger, Doflamingo also carried out corpse abuse. After everything was over, the whole scene was like sheer purgatory. Blood was flowing slowly, and Doflamingo had a cruel smile on his face. But thinking of Hyuga-chen, the cruel smile on Doflamingo's face disappeared, replaced by an ugly expression. One day, I will also have the strength of Kun facing the sea. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his eyes full of desire for strength. Perhaps because of Hyuga-chen's relationship, Doflamingo will become stronger than the original. But who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe he can't find the barrier fruit, and it is possible that he will be slaughtered by Hyuga-chen. Chapter 512 Strip Devil Fruit Ability. What, is there something wrong with this surgical fruit? Could it be a fake? Alvia asked, looking at Hyuga-chen who had been researching with the surgical fruit. The fruit of the operation is real, but I'm researching what all devil fruits have in common. Tilda, Hyuga-chen said softly. Something in common with devil fruits. Could it be the curse of devil fruits? Alvia is smart enough to guess. Yes, according to legend, every devil fruit hides a devil. I really want to see what the devil looks like. Hyuga-chen said. Although it is said that the devil fruit is the incarnation of the devil of the sea, there is no record of the devil in the historical text. In fact, no one knows the formation of the devil fruit. Alvia shook her head. The existence of devil fruit is very long, and no one knows when the devil fruit appeared, or that the devil fruit has existed since before the birth of human beings. Hyuga Chen smiled. He also didn't believe that the devil fruit was hiding a demon. If there was a demon hidden, it would have been discovered by Hyuga Chen long ago. Maybe I can try the curse of extracting devil fruits. Hyuga Chen thought for a while. His pupil technique, Devouring God, at the beginning, only had the ability to devour, but after using it, Hyuga-chan developed the ability to extract and deprive. That's why Hyuga-chan was able to use the devourer to peel off the devil fruits that others had eaten. Do what you want, the blue chakra leaks out, and then flows into the devil fruit. I don't know if the power of the devil fruit will be repelled by chakra. This Hyuga-chan also doesn't know, but if you want to strip out the curse of the devil fruit, you must first find the curse power of the devil fruit. Fortunately, chakra did not reject the power of the devil fruit itself, and used chakra to explore the inside of the devil fruit. And Hyuga Chen really found a strange power. First try to see if you can extract it. Hyuga Chen concentrated, and then used God Eater. A black gas drilled out of the surgical fruit and appeared in Hyuga Chen's hand. Sure enough, Hyuga Chen smiled. If nothing else, the fruit of this operation should not be afraid of the side effects of seawater and seafloor stones. Alvia stood behind Hyuga Chen, staring at the black gas in Hyuga Chen's hands. What is this thing? It should be the curse of devil fruit. Catch a fish and try it. Hyuga Chen caught a fish from the sea. Then let the black gas in the hand sink into the fish's body, and then throw it into the sea, and the fish thrown into the sea actually lost its strength and sank toward the bottom of the sea. It seems that my guess is correct. Hyuga Chen nodded, then caught the fish again, and then extracted the black gas from the fish. Looking at the black air and the fruit of the operation in his hand, Hyuga Chen suddenly smiled unscrupulously. Maybe the fruit of the surgery can be sold to the world government, Hyuga Chen said. Sell the fruit of the operation to the world government. I think it's better to keep it. Anyway, we are not short of money. Alvia shook her head. Actually, the fruit doesn't matter. What we want is the power of the devil fruit, so it's better to leave only the power of the devil fruit. Hyuga Chen extracted a white light group from the surgical fruit. Since the curse of the devil fruit can be extracted, the energy that the devil fruit can impart to human beings with special abilities, of course, can also be extracted by Hyuga Chen. This is for you. Hyuga Chen gave Alvia the white ball of light. After Alvia took it, the white light group entered her body. Alvia was shocked and felt a special energy in her body. Alvia stretched out her hand and created a hemispherical space with one hand, wrapping the entire surrounding of the warship, and randomly controlling a sea beast in the sea to float up. The light was condensed in his hand, facing the sea beast wrapped in the global body space, and the sea beast was instantly torn apart. However, although it was torn apart, this sea beast was like eating a torn apart fruit, without bleeding or dying, and was still alive and kicking. This is the ability of the surgical fruit. But I didn't eat the surgical fruit at all. Alvia looked at Hyuga-chan in surprise, and now the surgical fruit is still in Hyuga-chan's hands. Could it be the white light group from before? Alvia asked. Hyuga-chan nodded. It was indeed the light group, and it was the light group that was the key to empowering devil fruit eaters. Now the fruit of surgery in Hyuga-chan's hands is already an ordinary fruit, without any special power. It should be said that it is a very unpalatable ordinary fruit. However, instead of throwing it, Hyuga-chan threw the black ball of cursed gas into the fruit of the surgery again. Sell this to the world government. I believe it should give a good price. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. Alvia also had a smile on her face. Chen, you are so bad. Robin, who was sitting not far away, pouted. The two of them laughed so well. Wretched. If Alvia knew that Robin said she was wretched in her heart, would she be angry and give her a lesson? Under the control of Hyuga-chan, the warship rode the wind and waves, and soon came to the windless zone, and caught a group of sea kings again in the windless zone. Now that the windless zone has become Hyuga-chan's fishing ground, the sea kings are about to cry. We sea kings are the overlords of the sea. You come to arrest us from time to time for several reasons. Are you not afraid of arresting us to extinction? Leaving the windless belt, he quickly arrived at the Yuhi soil continent, and flew up again arrogantly, but this time, instead of flying directly over, he flew towards the residence of the 5 old stars. Wu Laoxing frowned as he looked at the warship flying towards him. Hyuga-chen seemed to be looking for them. In fact, they didn't want to see Hyuga-chen, because when they saw Hyuga-chen, they were definitely angry. What do you think Hyuga-chan's purpose for coming here? The bald-headed 5 old star asked with a gloomy face. Looking at Hyuga-chan's warship, he felt a pain in his face, but he would never forget the slap Hyuga-chen once gave him. The other 5 old stars shook their heads. How did they know what Hyuga-chen was thinking? I hope it's not to cause trouble, otherwise it will be a big trouble. The 5 old stars with flat hat and curly hair said. I'm not afraid of making trouble. Even if his Conqueror's Haki is powerful, it doesn't mean that his other abilities are as strong as Conqueror's Haki. The 5 of us may not be his opponent when we join forces, said the Taoist 5 old stars. Lord Yimu said, don't provoke him. Do you want to make Lord Yimu angry? The long-haired Wu Laoxing glanced at the Taoist Wu Laoxing lightly. This is the Holy Land Mary Joa, the world government headquarters. We don't need to be too afraid of him. Let's understand his purpose first, said the blonde 5 old stars. And while they were talking, Hyuga-chan's warship had come to them. Chapter 513 The Lion Speaks Up. Long time no see, I miss you so much. Hyuga-chen greeted with a smile. Seeing the bright smile on Hyuga-chen's face, the 5 old stars became more vigilant. He was definitely making a bad idea. Looking at me so vigilantly makes me sad. Hyuga-chen jumped off the warship in midair. Wu Laoxing's face was expressionless. They didn't see any sadness in Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen, if you have anything, just say it straight. The bald-headed 5 old stars said coldly. No one would be nice to someone who had beaten him. Even if he knew that Hyuga-chen was strong, he would not give it to Hyuga-chen. Good face. Hee, what are you doing in such a hurry? That's how you treat the guests when they come. The 5 of you are really rude. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. The 5 old stars looked at each other, and then the flat hat 5 old stars stood up and said, then please let General Hyuga come with us. The 5 old stars took Hyuga-chen into their residence, and the girls on the warship also jumped down and followed behind Hyuga-chen. Tisk tisk, the place where you live is really luxurious. It seems that you have corrupted a lot, right? Hyuga-chen said, looking at the luxurious decorations around him. Wu Laoxing's face is ashen. Why are they so ugly? Did they still need to embezzle? Wu Laoxing asked Hyuga-chen to sit down, and then asked the waiter to pour tea. They also sat down and looked at Hyuga-chen. This tea is very good. It seems that you can enjoy it very much. Would you mind giving me some tea when you leave? Hyuga-chen took a sip of tea and nodded with satisfaction. Hyuga-chen, do you really take this place as your own home? The bald-headed 5 old star patted the table. His fiery temper couldn't bear it anymore. Everyone is their own. Your home is my home. Why are you so outspoken? Saying this hurts your feelings. You. The bald-headed 5 old stars were furious. Who is your own? Okay, everyone is very busy. You can also talk about your intentions. The long-haired 5 old star said. He was angry at the bald-headed 5 old stars, and wanted to intervene to smooth things out, so as to avoid a conflict between the bald-headed 5 old stars and Hyuga-chen. Once there is a conflict, it goes without saying that the 5 bald-headed stars will definitely suffer. Since I got to the point, I won't talk nonsense with you. Do you accept this? Hyuga-chen took out the fruit of the operation and put it on the table. This is the fruit of the operation. The 5 old stars all stood up at once. The fruit of surgery is a devil fruit that can make people immortal. How could they not know it? And they themselves are the beneficiaries of the fruit of surgery. The 5 old stars existed at the beginning of the establishment of the world government, and they have lived for more than 800 years. It is because of the fruits of the operation that they can survive for so long. Several people looked at each other. Of course they wanted the fruit of surgery. In fact, it was wrong that the fruit of surgery could give humans eternal life. It is true that the fruit of surgery can increase lifespan, but it must not give people immortality. They bought this fruit of surgery to prolong their lives, although they could feel that they still had a lot of lifespan, and it would be fine to live for a few hundred more years. But there are 5 of them, and the ageless operation of the fruit of the operation cannot act on 5 people at the same time. Therefore, it is impossible for them to wait until their lifespan is approaching to find the fruit of surgery, not to mention that not everyone can use the surgery of immortality. Looking at the fruit of the operation, the 5 people were short of breath, which was used to prolong their lives. The fruit of the operation was placed on the table, but the 5 old stars did not dare to take it. Now that the fruit of the operation belonged to Hyuga Chen, they dared not move it casually. This devil fruit is worth 5 billion Baileys. Since it is General Hyuga, how about we buy 10 billion Baileys? Asked the 5 old stars with a flat hat. I don't lack things like money at all, let's get some really good things out. For example, that knife, I look good. Hyuga Chen looked at the knife in the hands of the Taoist 5 old stars. Taopao Wu Laoxing was furious. For him, this knife was his life. Is this knife the first generation of Onishi? I like it very much, or I will use a devil fruit to exchange it with you. Hyuga Chen took out a devil fruit again. This devil fruit is very powerful. If I hadn't already eaten the devil fruit, I would have eaten it myself. Alas, what a pity. Hyuga Chen held the devil fruit in his hand with a pity. And behind Hyuga Chen, the girls who knew what this devil fruit was, almost couldn't help laughing. This fruit is the weak fruit, the devil fruit that only makes people weaker. In addition to weakening the eater, it has no other effect at all, and it can be called a waste fruit among waste fruits. Humph! Taopao Wu Laoxing snorted coldly. He didn't even bother to eat devil fruits, he only loved Kendo Zero. What's more, Taopao 5 old stars believe that this is definitely not a good devil fruit. If it was really a good devil fruit, Hyuga Chen wouldn't be so kind to him. Let's talk about the fruit of the surgery. The blonde 5 old star saw that the topic was about to go too far, and hurriedly brought the topic back again. Okay, 50 devil fruits, 10 famous knives, and the door fruit, this surgical fruit is yours. Hyuga Chen Lion opened his mouth, and the bite was ruthless. What is the concept of 50 devil fruits? Devil fruits are at least 100 million Baileys, and they are not available if you want to buy them. Famous knives are even more elusive, and the door fruit is a very powerful devil fruit, and in Hyuga Chen's eyes, its value is not weaker than the fruit of surgery. It's just that the user of the door fruit is too garbage, probably because the user is a dragon. As long as things related to space and time are generally very pervert, the door fruit is the devil fruit of the space department, how can it be garbage? There are not many space-related devil fruits, 1 door fruit, and 1 operation fruit. The faces of the 5 old stars were ugly, and Hyuga Chen was too lion to open his mouth. They can get 50 devil fruits. After all, the world government has existed for more than 800 years, and there is a collection of this. 10 famous knives can also be taken out, but the price is too high. 1.2 is just this little thing, I don't think the world government can afford it, right? Hyuga Chen looked at the 5 old stars in surprise. In fact, these are not too many in Hyuga Chen's opinion. The Tianlong people like to collect devil fruits. They have a lot of stocks. If they want 100, it is estimated that the world government can also take them out. Although they can take it out, they don't want to be taken advantage of. The fruit of surgery is precious, but they feel a little worthless for so many things in exchange for the fruit of surgery. Think about it. The fruit of surgery can give people immortality. You should be clear about this value. For you, it's just to exchange some useless things for useful things. Hyuga Chen said. The 5 old stars looked at each other and finally nodded. For them, this can't be regarded as a loss. This is what they need to prolong their lives. No matter how precious things are, they are not as important as their lives. Chapter 514 Give you a weak fruit to eat. Looking at the 50 devil fruits and 10 famous knives brought by the 5 old stars, Hyuga-chen nodded in satisfaction. The fruit of the door will take a while. If General Hyuga doesn't mind waiting, just wait here, said the long-haired 5 old stars. Send this to the Navy headquarters. I don't have time to wait here. These Tianlong people are so ugly, I feel that it affects my mood when I see them. Of those Tianlong people, few are good-looking, most of them are ugly and wretched fat pigs. The 5 old stars nodded. In fact, they didn't want Hyuga-chen to stay in the Holy Land Mary Joa too much. Who knows if he will make a fool of himself. Put a bunch of devil fruits and 10 famous knives into the system space, and all the 50 devil fruits are animal devil fruits. Although they are all animal-based devil fruits, they can also reveal the wealth of the world government. Only the world government can produce so many devil fruits. It can't be said that the world government took it out, it should be said that it is the devil fruit collected by the Tianlong people. After all, only the heavenly dragons would keep the devil fruit and not use it. If it was handed over to the 5 old stars, it might have been used to increase the strength of the world government. Seeing Hyuga-chen waving away the devil fruit, Wu Laoxing felt distressed and couldn't help but be surprised. This should be a space method, right? For a while, the 5 old stars were even more afraid of Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen was too mysterious, so far they didn't know too much information about Hyuga-chen. After thinking about it for a long time, I still decided to exchange it with you. Hyuga-chen took out the weak fruit and looked at the 5 old stars of Taoism. I'll give you this devil fruit, you have to develop it well, I'll take the first generation of ghosts. Hyuga-chen grabbed the first generation of ghosts, and then stuffed the weak fruit into the mouth of the 5 old stars of Taoism inside. Everything was completed in an instant, not to mention other people, even the Daopao 5 old stars involved, did not react. After reacting, Hyuga-chen had already left with the first generation ghost, and the 5 old stars of Taoism had also swallowed the weak fruit. Hyuga-chen, hurry up and return my knife to me. Taopao Wu Laoxing roared angrily. Sorry, what's in my hand is mine. Hyuga-chen waved his hand and left with the girls. Before leaving, the women gave him a sympathetic look and ate the weak fruit. I didn't expect that the dignified 5 old stars, the top managers of the world government, would end up like this. It's so sad. Shali shook her head and sighed, her eyes full of schadenfreude. The world government was inherently unfriendly to Mermaid Island, and of course Charlie didn't like the world government either. What do you mean? Daopao Wu Laoxing frowned, and then he felt a little weak, and the strength he was proud of was slowly disappearing. This time, Daopao Wu Laoxing was startled, and the originally fierce face became even more fierce, and his face distorted and roared, Hyuga-chen, what did you give me to eat? Of course it's the devil fruit, the superhuman type, the weak fruit, which can make people weaker and weaker, enjoy it. Ha 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 ha, Hyuga-chen laughed. The other 4 looked at the Taoist 5 old stars, and then at Hyuga-chen, and couldn't help but look at each other, there is such a devil fruit. As far as they have learned, almost every devil fruit will increase its strength, but it will have an additional weakness of being afraid of seawater and sea towers, but this is the first time they have heard of a devil fruit that weakens its own strength. Maybe you are the first person to eat this devil fruit, I believe you can carry forward this devil fruit. Hyuga-chen gave Daopao Wu Laoxing a look that I was optimistic about you. Daopao Wu Laoxing spit out a mouthful of blood, and was really about to die of anger, and his anger attacked his heart. Actually, I can also take out the devil fruits. Just give me 50 more devil fruits, and I'll help you take out the weak fruits. You can decide this for yourself. You can come to the Navy headquarters to find me after you think about it. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. As long as there is no accident, another 50 devil fruits, this is really profitable. Hyuga-chen secretly sighed that he was smart. Wu Laoxing's face is dark. This is to treat them as a devil fruit shop, right? Let's go. Hyuga Chen took the girls away. He believed that 50 devil fruits would be in his hands. No strong man is willing to become a weak man, which is definitely more uncomfortable than killing him. Hyuga Chen took the girls on the warship and left, and the 5 old stars were speechless, feeling the momentum of the 5 old stars in Taoist robes, and they had nothing to do. Why don't you ask Mr. Yimu to see if Mr. Yimu has a solution? The 5 old stars with flat hats suggested. It's useless, even if you eat the devil fruit. Even Lord Yimu can't do anything. Maybe the mysterious Hyuga Chen can do it, said the 5 old stars with blonde hair. 50 devil fruits can only be collected from the Tianlong people. Now they are dissatisfied with these 50. If they want another 50, it will be even more difficult. Taopao Wu Laoxing's face was very ugly. He doesn't know what the virtues of the Tianlong people are. It is absolutely impossible to give him the devil fruit again. Now that he has lost his strength and has even become weaker than ordinary people, the Taoist 5 old stars feel particularly uncomfortable. The 5 people sat there silently, and among them, the 5 old stars in Taopao were particularly uncomfortable. However, he was very uncomfortable right now, but Hyuga Chen felt very refreshed. 50 devil fruits, plus 10 famous knives. Hyuga Chen let the system recover all of them. The exchange points skyrocketed by 750,000 at once. In addition to the previous exchange points, now Hyuga Chen's exchange points have exceeded the 133 million mark, and there are already 1.06 million exchange points. It's really a big profit this time. Hyuga Chen sat on the warship with his legs crossed. General Hyuga is really amazing. Even the 5 old stars just looked at your face. Ain looked at Hyuga Chen with admiration. No way, brother's strength is strong, just call me Brother Chen in the future. General Hyuga sounds awkward. Hyuga Chen patted Ain's head. Okay Brother Chen, Ain called sweetly. I didn't expect the world government to have so many devil fruits. Alvia really didn't expect that the world government would be able to produce so many devil fruits all at once. This is not an artificial devil fruit, but a real devil fruit. The main reason is that the Tianlong people are rich. If you have searched the entire world for 800 years, there must be a lot of good things. There is no shortage of precious items for the Tianlong people. Some nobles often send precious items to the Tianlong people in order to curry favor with the Tianlong people. For example, all kinds of precious swordsmen, as well as devil fruits and so on. If you have time, you can go to the Tianlong people to rob them. They have more oil and water than the world government. After all, the world government serves the Tianlong people. Go back to the Navy headquarters. I wonder if Sengoku will be angry this time. Hyuga-chan said inexplicably. Corazon is the adopted son of Sengoku. Now that Corazon is dead, I don't know what will happen to Sengoku. Chapter 515 Sengoku with a livid face. The first generation of ghosts is really good. It's a good knife. Hyuga-chen pulled out the knife in his hand, and the dark ghost was entangled, as if he could hear the ghost's cry. This knife is a demon knife, and it is not something that ordinary people can control. If you can't control this knife will attack the master. Alvia said. Of course, she wasn't worried that Hyuga-chan couldn't control this sword. With Hyuga-chan's strength, how could she not be able to control this sword? Looking at the uninhabited island 10 miles away, Hyuga-chan swung a sword, and the black sword glow cut through the sky, as if there was a roar of a ghost in the sword glow, piercing the soul. Within 0.1 seconds, the knife beam slashed on the island 10 miles away, instantly cutting the entire island in half. Although the island is not big, it still feels too exaggerated to see that Hyuga-chen is separated by a distance of 5 kilometers, cutting an island like tofu. Especially after the island was cut open, the sword light did not disappear, but cut a trace on the sea, making the sea unable to close for a long time. There are not many people who can cut open the sea water and make the sea water unable to close for a while. Tina, Ain and other women have big mouths. This is really exaggerated. no wonder they can beat Whitebeard, or easily beat Whitebeard. The corners of Xia Li's mouth twitched. She has now accepted her fate. 2 years ago, she thought about running away after becoming strong, but now she has no such idea. Not to mention she can't escape. Even if she can escape, she may not leave now. At least it's better here than on Mermaid Island. Charlie didn't have many friends on Mermaid Island, so she was very lonely, at least not now. The warship swiftly headed towards Marine Fando, and soon returned to Marine Fando. Hyuga-chan had just returned, and Sengoku couldn't wait to find him. Apparently he knew by this time that Corazon was dead. General Hyuga, what's going on? Why didn't Doflamingo get it back? Sengoku's expression was a little angry. Corazon's death really hit him. Although Corazon was only Sengoku's adopted son, Sengoku's feelings for him were real. There's no way to do this. Vice Admiral Virgo belongs to Doflamingo. That guy swears to cover Doflamingo's escape, and I can't do anything about it. Hyuga-chen spread his hands helplessly. Sengoku's face was ashen. There was nothing he could do, it was just an excuse. The general and the lieutenant general seem to have only one rank difference, but the strength is very different. A lieutenant general can stop the general. It can only be said that this can only be achieved in a dream. What's more, the general who was blocked was Hyuga-chen. If Virgo had the strength to block Hyuga-chen, he wouldn't have to come undercover, he would have gone to the New World to be the fourth emperor. Don Quixote Rossindi, aka Corazon, was killed by Doflamingo. Sengoku asked. Although the news has been received, Sengoku still wants to make sure. That's right, it's just a pirate. It's not a pity to die. Marshal Sengoku doesn't need to care about such a small person. Hyuga-chan's expression was casual. Sengoku clenched his fists and said angrily, "He is my adopted son." Really? Marshal Sengoku actually accepted a pirate as his adopted son, tisk tisk. Hyuga-chan shook his head. Sengoku was about to vomit blood. He's an undercover agent lurking beside Doflamingo, Sengoku roared. It turns out to be like this. It's really sad. Marshal Sengoku also asks my condolences, but why are you yelling at me? What does the death of your adopted son have anything to do with me? It's not that I killed him. Hyuga-chen doesn't care, said. You were there right then. Why didn't you save him? Sengoku demanded angrily. Sengoku, I have no reason to save him. He is your adopted son, not mine. What does his life and death have to do with me? Hyuga-chen's expression turned cold after listening to Sengoku's question. General Hyuga, pay attention to your manner of speaking. Sengoku blushed. What's wrong with my attitude? Since you care so much about your adopted son, why did you let him be a spy in the first place? You are not capable of protecting your adopted son and yelling in front of me. If you are capable, go out to sea to avenge him. Hyuga-chen looked at him disdainfully. Sengoku was hurt by Hyuga-chen's words. He is a naval marshal, can he easily leave the naval headquarters? Well, the main reason is that Sengoku really can't kill Doflamingo. That guy has the identity of a dragon. This may not be known to others, but Sengoku is very clear. So even if Sengoku was caught, Doflamingo couldn't handle it. The enemy is free on the sea. You Admiral only know that Yuhi is angry with his eyes. Fart Admiral, useless. Without even looking at Sengoku, Hyuga-chen took the girls away. After Hyuga-chen left, the Navy who was attracted to watch the fun immediately dispersed. Now Sengoku's eyes are really scary. They are afraid of causing trouble, but they admire Hyuga-chen so much in their hearts, they actually scolded Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku sat on the ground, his eyes a little confused. Now he is indeed a bit useless, and the 5 old stars have already sent an order, don't pay attention to Brother Doflamingo. With this order, it is doomed that Sengoku can no longer do anything to Doflamingo, and really can only watch the guy who killed his adopted son arrogant in the sea. He is obviously a marshal of the Navy, but he can't even deal with the little pirate Doflamingo. He is really aggrieved and useless. After sitting on the ground for a long time, Sengoku stood up to clean up his mood, and then went back to work lonely. The marshal scolded him with blood. Tina said that she opened her eyes, and how could Sengoku be considered his boss? But when you think about Hyuga-chen facing the 5 old stars, it's understandable. The 5 old stars don't care, let alone the Admiral of the Navy. Tina, I think you should hurry up and practice. Except for the sugar, you are the weakest here, and even Ain is stronger than you. Hyuga-chen said. Understood. Tina nodded, even if Hyuga-chen didn't say that she would strengthen her practice, after all, she was very competitive. Tina found Alvia and asked Alvia to instruct her to practice. Alvia's teaching ability was much stronger than Hyuga-chen, mainly because Hyuga-chen was too lazy to teach at all. Anyway, Monet, Baby 5, Robin and the others all followed Alvia to practice. Why are you so lazy? Robin couldn't help complaining when he looked at Hyuga-chen lying in the sun basking in the sun. What do you know? I'm thinking about life right now, a kid like you won't understand. Hyuga-chen said after taking a sip of juice. Yes, you 10 are thinking about life. Robin gave Hyuga-chen a blank look, then continued to read. I really don't know what you mean by reading books every day. It's boring. What do you know? You don't understand anything. There is a lot of knowledge in books, especially history books. Robin said angrily. Hey, I still think it's good to bask in the sun. Is it useful to study history all day? Hyuga-chen said with narrowed eyes. In Hyuga-chen's view, the past is gone, and history has nothing to study. Chapter 516 Discussing the 7 Seas 1. 4 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and many things have happened in those 4 years. Doflamingo worked hard, finally found the barrier fruit, and immediately sent it to Hyuga-chen. So he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and finally saved a small life. Long time ago, the world government sent someone to send the door fruit, and Hyuga-chen suddenly had 2 more powerful devil fruits. Another major event is that Fisher Tiger climbed to the top of the Yuhi soil with his bare hands, made a scene in the Holy Land Marijoa, and liberated many slaves. He was the first person in history to make a fuss about Marijoa, and also the first person who dared to challenge the world government. It should be a fish man. However, if you dare to provoke the authority of the world government, of course, the end will not be very good. It is still the same as the original, ambushed by the Navy, and finally died of excessive blood loss. The sea is still chaotic, and Fisher Tiger is just a wave on the sea. Although Tiger played the Holy Land of Marijoa and was admired by countless pirates, he was soon forgotten after Tiger died. The 4 emperors also completely returned to their positions. Yuhi Fashanks successfully won the last 4 emperors with his amazing strength and powerful crew. Looking at Kurla, who was pretty and cute, dressed as a Navy cadet, Hyuga-chen was slightly surprised. Kurla, I didn't expect you to join the Navy. 800. Big brother, you can still remember me. Kurla was surprised. She hadn't seen Hyuga-chen for 6 years, and she was still able to know her, which really surprised Kurla. You are Sister Kurla. Sugar came over and looked at Kurla in surprise. Sugar, it's really been a long time, you've grown up. Kurla picked up Sugar. Although they didn't get along for a long time, they were separated for another 6 years, but Sugar and Kurla were very close, and even Monet, the elder sister, felt jealous. Kurla, you joined the Navy, will you be able to play with me often after that? Sugar looked at Kurla expectantly, and of course she was happy to have another playmate. Kurla nodded and said with a smile, as long as I have time, I will come to accompany you. Exiatang, this stubborn little girl, finally doesn't bother me anymore. Hyuga-chen drank a sip of tea and said with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the knock on the door, Alvia walked over to open the door. There was a Navy soldier outside the door, and he saluted immediately after seeing Alvia. Lieutenant General Alvia, Marshal Sengoku is looking for General Hyuga. That's right, Alvia is now the Vice Admiral of the Navy. When she heard Hyuga-chen was looking for him, Alvia let him in. Sengoku is looking for me for something. What is it? Hyuga-chen asked, looking at the soldier. Marshal Sengoku really has something to call General Hyuga. As for what it is, this subordinate is just sending a letter, so of course I don't know, but the other generals and lieutenant generals have been called. I see. Hyuga-chen nodded and let the soldier leave. At this time, Hyuga-chen almost guessed what was going on. At this time, the pirates are very powerful. If all the pirates add up, their power will definitely exceed the navy. Although the pirates will not unite, the navy is still the strongest armed group on the sea, but the form on the sea is out of control at this time. The number of pirates is increasing, and more 4 pirates are pouring into the Great Channel, which brings great pressure to the navy. So at this time, it is very likely to discuss the matter of the Chiwahai, let the pirates restrain the pirates, and also want to limit the 4 emperors of the New World. In the future, when the 4 emperors, the navy and the Chiwahai under the king stand on a 3-legged stand, of course the weakest of the 3 forces is the Chiwahai, and the Chiwahai even has to obey the mobilization of the navy. Chiwahai and the navy basically belong to a cooperative relationship, and it is impossible to say who is higher in rank, but since they have obtained the corresponding power and status, of course there are some costs to pay. In fact, Shichibukai is very embarrassing, whether it is the navy or the pirates, they are not welcome to see them. However, Chiwahai also has privileges. After becoming Chiwahai, as long as they do not do too much things, the navy will turn a blind eye to them. I'll take a look. Hyuga-chen put down the tea in his hand, then stood up and walked towards the meeting room of the navy headquarters. On the way to the conference room, Hyuga-chen met Garp, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Garp doesn't have many days in the navy now, but he has 2 grandchildren to take care of. Although Garp seems a little irresponsible and can't take care of them often, he will visit his grandson whenever he has free time. Chen boy, long time no see. Garp yawned and greeted Hyuga-chen with squinted eyes. Long time no see, do you know what Sengoku does in a meeting? Garp shook his head, he just came back, and he didn't even see Sengoku's face, how could he know what Sengoku was going to do in the meeting? After the 2 came to the conference room, everyone was there, and he was the only one left. Sengoku was expressionless and waited until Hyuga Tatsu and Garp sat down before Sengoku spoke. The current form of the sea, everyone should be very clear. Now facing the growing number of pirates, our navy is no longer capable. Sure enough, it's about the Shichibukai. Although Sengoku hasn't mentioned the Shichibukai yet, based on his long speech, he can basically guess it. So I thought of a countermeasure. I'm going to let the pirates to check and balance the pirates. I will select 7 powerful and deterrent pirates, and use their strength to check and balance the pirates. They are collectively referred to as the 7 Wuhei under the king. After Sengoku finished speaking, Akainu frowned and asked the pirates to check and balance the pirates, which is unreliable. Why did they help us suppress the pirates? Sengoku glanced at the green pheasants and said, as long as the world government recognizes their existence, withdraws their bounty, no longer targets them, and allows them to establish their own forces, I believe that many people will be willing to join. After hearing that, Zephyr patted the table and stood up abruptly. This is condoning the pirates and complicit with the pirates. I firmly disagree with this matter. Zephyr hates pirates extremely, how could he be willing to accept such a plan? Sengoku looked at Zephyr and felt a little helpless. He and Zephyr were from the same era, and of course he knew Zephyr's dislike of pirates. Sengoku, who proposed the Shichibukai plan, also hates pirates, but he can only suppress the chaos on the sea in this way. I'm no longer an admiral, so don't ask me to discuss anything. Zephyr left angrily. Zephyr left the table in anger, and the rest were silent. Now the world governments have endorsed the plan. Since the world government has agreed, what's the point of holding this meeting now? Hyuga-chan said, tapping on the table. I want you to not have any emotions, all this is to stop the evil pirates. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Sengoku, have you ever thought that this will also encourage the arrogance of some pirates? Carp left angrily after speaking. Sengoku sighed, none of you understand my pressure. Chapter 517 Discussing the Seven Seas 2. A long silence in the conference room. Sengoku asked again, what's your opinion now? The departure of two old comrades, Zephyr and Carp, makes Sengoku a little embarrassed now. What? More. Sengoku also knows Zephyr's situation very well. His family was killed by pirates, so Zephyr hates pirates very much. Just that Hyuga-chen didn't understand why he had a bloody feud with the pirates, but Zephyr didn't kill a single pirate, and was called the "don't kill" general. Zephyr has two titles in total, one is Black Arm, Zephyr, and the other is Don't Kill, General. Compared with the title of Black Arm, it seems that the title, Don't Kill, is more famous. Seeing that everyone was focusing their attention on himself, Hyuga-chen shrugged and said, I don't have any objections. It doesn't matter if I want to establish Chiwahai or not. Hyuga-chen has no interest in meddling in these nostalgic affairs. His status as a naval admiral is just a name, and he doesn't care about it at all. Since Hyuga-chan's statement has nothing to do with him, then the three generals, Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji, are left. The other lieutenant generals, except for the Crane, have no right to speak at all. And Crane has been persuaded by Sengoku. Crane also agreed to Sengoku's plan of the 7 Wukai. I object, I don't agree with the Chiwahai plan. Akainu said, he does not allow a trace of evil, and naturally he will not admit those pirates. In the end, Akainu objected, Kizaru was neutral, and Aokiji considered it for a long time and chose to agree with the plan of the king's Chiwahai. In fact, now that the world government has agreed, even if the three generals of Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all oppose it, it will be useless in the end. So even though Akainu was angry, he still couldn't stop Sengoku's plan to use barbarians to conquer barbarians. Now it's time to discuss who to choose to be the king of the 7 Wuhai. Sengoku thought. You must choose a deterrent, and you can't have too many connections with the 4 emperors. It is best to stand on the opposite side of the 4 emperors to become the king's Chiwahai. The main purpose of the Chiwahai under the king is to check and balance the 4 emperors. It is definitely not possible to choose the people under the 4 emperors to become the Chiwahai. I have a personal choice, the world's largest swordsman Mihawk. He is fully qualified for the position of Chiwahai. Qingzi said. That guy has an unclear relationship with Yuhi Fashanks, one of the 4 emperors. Who knows if it can be used? Akainu said dissatisfied. Let's tentatively choose one of Hawkeye's first. Sengoku said, able to compete with Yuhi, one of the 4 emperors, Hawkeye's strength is very strong, and it can barely be regarded as a general-level combat power. After all, to be recognized as the world's greatest swordsman, this swordsmanship should be at the top. However, the title of the world's largest swordsman also has water. Sengoku looked at Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan's swordsmanship is definitely stronger than Hawkeye. And there is the 5-old star with the sword. The powerful and terrifying breath makes Sengoku dare not underestimate, and the swordsmanship is definitely better than Hawkeye. But Sengoku hasn't seen Wu Laoxing for a long time, and he doesn't know that the current Taoist Wu Laoxing has become a chicken. Hyuga-chen fed him a weak fruit. It is estimated that now he should be the weakest creature in the world. Give him a knife, it is estimated that he can't even kill a chicken. Moonlight Mariah is also good, and he and Guy have a grudge, so he's an object of consideration. Hyuga-chen almost laughed when he heard it. It wasn't that he looked down on Moonlight Mariah, in fact Moonlight Mariah was a rookie. If you find the weakest among the Chiwahai, it is definitely Moria, who is the largest and the weakest among the Chiwahai. General Hyuga's recommendation, Sengoku asked, looking at Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen, who was sitting there in a daze, was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with a smile, do you really want me to recommend it? I think Brother Doflamingo is good, what do you think? Sengoku's face darkened. Doflamingo is indeed qualified to be one of the king's Shichibukai, but can Sengoku make him the king's Shichibukai? Obviously not possible. Discuss it for yourself. I won't accompany you. Hyuga-chen got up and left. He really wasn't interested in participating in this. Back at the door of the house, Hyuga-chen saw an acquaintance, with a bald head in a Taoist robe, with a ferocious face and a frightening look, and there were people beside him supporting him. Isn't this a noble 5-old star? How come you came to the Navy headquarters? You are so low-key, this is not in line with your identity. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing's face turned dark, and he resisted his displeasure. He showed a smile to Hyuga-chen. Probably because I have never laughed before, but now it feels very scary to laugh, and it is guaranteed to scare children to tears. Put away this reluctant smile. It looks uglier than crying. Hyuga-chen said sarcastically. Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing felt very embarrassed and didn't give him any face. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, otherwise he would lose face. Chen, you're back, they're here to find you. Alvia opened the door and walked out. Hyuga-chen nodded, then looked at the Taoist 5-old stars and said, I didn't expect you to come to me now. This guy can bear it, he actually endured it for 4 years before coming to him. I don't know if I can take out the devil fruit in my body, it's 50 devil fruits. Tao Pao Wu Laoxing motioned to present 50 devil fruits. Are several bags full of devil fruits, all placed in front of Hyuga-chen. This is the devil fruit obtained by the Taoist 5-old stars with all their hard work. In order to take the devil fruit from the Tianlongren, the Taoist Wu Laoxing suffered a lot. The key is that he can't take the Tianlongren. Although Wu Laoxing's status is higher than most Tianlong people, but even so, he does not dare to do anything to Tianlong people. Hyuga-chen poured out the devil fruit, and then asked Alvia to count it, and it turned out to be 50 devil fruits. Hyuga-chen immediately glanced at the Taoist 5-old stars with contempt. This guy won't be in trouble. Although Hyuga-chen asked for 50 devil fruits, doesn't this guy know how many more to please him? Originally, I wanted to invite him in for a cup of tea, but now Hyuga-chen is not interested anymore. Take out the weak fruit in his body, and then directly let him get out. After taking out the weak fruit, the poor Dao Pao 5-old stars who were already weak have regained their strength all of a sudden. In fact, his strength has not disappeared, but it was sealed by the power of the fruit. Now that the power of the fruit has disappeared, his strength has naturally recovered. The 5 old stars of the Taoist robe were relieved to recover their strength. In fact, he was ready to disappear and then start all over again. Unexpectedly, his strength did not disappear. Now that the weak fruits have been taken out, the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe will stay there soon, and immediately take people away. Saw Hyuga-chen, so of course he wouldn't stay here too long. I didn't even say thank you, nothing. Hyuga-chen scolded in dissatisfaction. Alvia chuckled and said thank you, it's good that he didn't fight with Hyuga-chen. Before the 5 old stars knocked on the door, Alvia opened the door and looked at it, and shut him out. It is estimated that he should be so angry now. And Chen didn't give him a good anger. It is estimated that it is already very good not to be angry now. Chapter 518 Go to 9 Snake Island. Recycling these 50 animal devil fruits to the system, Hyuga-chen's exchange point has reached 1.75 million. These exchange points Hyuga-chen didn't move, and he didn't have anything in particular that he needed, and the real good things couldn't be bought at this exchange point. So keep these exchange points for now. Compared with the good things in the mall, these exchange points are not even a fraction. A few days later, the first Wangxia Chihuahai was born, and the first one to join the Wangxia Chihuahai was Eagle Eye, and Qingzi personally invited it. Moonlight Mariah and Sand Crocodile Rock Doll were also invited to become the king of Kibukai. Hexia Jinping also joined the Chihuahai under the king, and used the rights of the Chihuahai to liberate the Murlocs, including the dragons, who were imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. Bartholomew Shang also took the initiative to join Wangxia Shichibukai in order to provide the Revolutionary Army with information on the world government and the Great Route. At this time Xiang had already joined the Revolutionary Army. There were already 5 people in Chihuahua, and there were still 2 places left, and Doflamingo naturally took a fancy to the privilege of Chihuahua and wanted to join Chihuahua. But when he applied to the Navy to become one of the 7 Seas, he was rejected, and Doflamingo's face suddenly darkened. Dover, the Navy rejected us, what should we do now? Should we give up the position of Shichibukai? Torapal said. No, the privilege of Chihuahua is very important to our development and cannot be given up. Of course Doflamingo did not want to give up the position of Chihuahua. With the identity of Chihuahua, the entire Don Quixote family can definitely develop rapidly. Prepare a big gift, send it to Hyuga Chen, and ask him to help. If it doesn't work, I can only use extreme methods. A light flashed on Doflamingo's glasses. Okay. Torapal prepared a generous gift and sent it to Hyuga Chen of the Navy headquarters. However, Torapal felt unreliable, and with this gift, I am afraid that Hyuga Chen could not help them. Navy headquarters. I didn't expect Doflamingo to give me a gift. Hyuga Chen smiled. Is this bribing him? What are you going to do? Do you want to help him become King Shichibukai? Alvia asked. Why don't you ask? Don't you know his character yet, so you certainly won't help. Robin said, flipping his hair. Now Robin has grown up, revealing an inexplicable charm, and Robin and Alvia are almost exactly the same. That is, the color of the hair is different, and those who don't know think they are twin sisters. Is it still Robin who knows me and wants me to help him with this little gold-silver jewelry? Hyuga Chen threw the gift aside. It is indeed precious to others, but to Hyuga Chen, these things are like trash. If you like it, you can pick it up. Hyuga Chen said, women should like these jewelry and the like. However, the girls didn't like it, and in the end they were all played with sugar as a toy. If they were seen by others, they would definitely be called a prodigal. I received a mission to go out. I don't know who is willing to accompany me. Hyuga Chen stood up and said. You took a quest. You are such a lazy person, how can you take a quest? Tautu, Robin, and Charlie looked at him in disbelief. Usually Hyuga Chen is too lazy to move, how could he take the initiative to take the task? Forget it if you don't believe me, I'm going to see alone. Hyuga Chen left in a white suit and navy coat. The women looked at each other in dismay. Did they really take on the mission? The sun really came out of the west. Girls did not go out to sea with Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan was lying on the boat, and the boat moved slowly against the wind and waves. Hyuga-chan's boat was pushed by Hyuga-chan with vector operation, and it was only a matter of thought to change the direction, and there was no need for a helmsman at all. This time it was really Hyuga-chan who took over the task and went to Nine Snake Island to invite Boya Hancock, the queen of Amazon lilies, to join the king's Shichibukai. Hyuga Chen is also a little longing for this woman's country. Wouldn't it be a pity not to visit the Nine Snake Island when he came to Pirate World? If I knew it earlier, I brought someone with me. There's no one chatting on the sea, so boring. Hyuga Chen was lying on the bow of the boat, wanting to see if there were any pirates. He wanted to have some fun. When Hawkeye is bored, doesn't he often chase and kill pirates? Hyuga Chen is also going to give the pirates a big chase at sea. Pity that Hyuga Chen was disappointed, and he didn't see a pirate at all, probably because he was close to the windless zone now. The pirates' boat is not inlaid with sea tower stones, they dare not come to the windless belt to find excitement. Forget it, after entering the windless zone, play with those sea kings. Hyuga Chen leaned on the bow boredly, holding a wine bottle in his hand. The wine in Hyuga Chen's hands is not ordinary. This is a special wine for Tianlong people, and it tastes really good. The ship sailed into the windless zone, and Hyuga Chen deliberately made a big noise on the sea. The windless zone is the lair of the Sea Kings. The most indispensable thing here is the Sea Kings. I don't know why the Sea Kings like to stay in the windless zone. Soon a Sea King with horns and several times the size of the Hyuga-chan warship rushed to the surface. The Sea Kings look very strange, such as this Sea King, with thick armor, 2 horns, 8 legs, and a big donkey head. If you're unlucky, I'm going to eat you today. Hyuga Chen stepped on the cannon on the bow. This sea king with the head of a donkey roared. Sea kings have a long lifespan and high intelligence. Of course, this high level is relative to beasts, and their intelligence is not enough compared to humans. Even if the IQ is comparable, they do not have the scheming of human beings. The donkey-headed sea kings roughly understood what Hyuga Chen said, and rushed towards Hyuga Chen suddenly. This time, if it really hits the warship, it can definitely easily smash the warship. The Sea King has an extraordinary strength of 5.3. With a smile on Hyuga-chan's face, a sword of light condensed in his hand and slashed towards the Sea King. Pupils dimmed, the body was divided into 2 halves, and the blood stained the sea area of Yuhi. The smell of blood attracts more Sea Kings, and Hyuga Chen releases Conqueror's Haki, which instantly scare away these Sea Kings attracted by the smell of blood. Cut off the most essence of the beheaded Sea King, and the rest will sink to the bottom of the sea, and then be swallowed by the Sea King. Have a barbecue. Hyuga Chen put aside the meat that was bigger than him, then took out the grill, and placed a piece of meat on the grill. While drinking fine wine, leaning on the meat, it would be even better if there was a beautiful company. If I knew earlier, I should have brought Alvia and the others along. Chapter 519 Passionate Hancock. Eating barbecued meat and drinking small wine, the boat approached Nine Snake Island. In the far direction, Hyuga Chen was discovered by the lookout post of Nine Snake Island. Someone actually visited the Nine Snake Island. It seems that it is still the Navy. No, I have to report to the Empress quickly. The sentinel immediately went to report to Hancock. I didn't expect that Nine Snake Island, which is in a windless zone, would be so vigilant. Hyuga Chen chuckled lightly. Nine Snake Island is in a windless zone, and ordinary people cannot enter. This is the natural barrier of Nine Snake Island. With such a geographical advantage, it is rare to be vigilant. It is estimated that Hancock will come soon. The little girl at the time has grown up now. Hyuga Chen sat on the bow, and soon the ship docked. Hyuga Chen was immediately surrounded by a group of women. Is this a man? He looks too good-looking, said a female soldier who had never left the island. Bah, haven't you seen the reward order? Most of the men above are ugly. This handsome guy should be an accident. I heard that men are ugly. Another female soldier said. Not all the people of Nine Snake Island have been out of Nine Snake Island, so after seeing the man Hyuga Chen, he was very surprised. Don't say it. Nine Snake Island doesn't allow men. Let's arrest him and hand it over to Lady Empress. He is so beautiful, it would be a pity if he died because of this, or let's let him go. Hyuga Chen's face darkened, and he actually described him as beautiful. Is he complimenting me or hating me? Get out of the way, Lady Empress is here. The Daughter Island warriors surrounding Hyuga Tatsu immediately moved away. Boya Hancock, who had just become an empress, originally wanted to see which man who did not know whether to live or die dared to set foot on Nine Snake Island. However, when he saw that it was Hyuga Chen, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his face showed surprise. Although it has been 6 years, Hancock still can't forget Hyuga Chen, the savior, but misses it even more. I didn't expect that the man I thought about day and night would come to Nine Snake Island. Could it be that God heard her prayer? After seeing Hancock, Hyuga Chen's eyes were amazed, and the charm of Hancock made his heart move. In addition to the bonus of sweet fruit, the main thing is that Hancock is beautiful, otherwise, it is absolutely unattractive to give sweet fruit to an ugly person. After all, sweet fruit only adds charm, not like slippery fruit, which can make people beautiful. Chen, I didn't expect you to come to Nine Snake Island. Hancock swooped over, picked up Hyuga Chen's head and buried it on her murder weapon. A soft touch and aroma came. Fortunately, Hyuga Chen did not need oxygen to survive, otherwise he could suffocate happily. She really deserves to be an empress, a woman with a big heart. The female warriors of Nine Snake Island had their jaws dropped. Looking at the empress with a sullen face, she wiped her eyes in disbelief. Is this really the arrogant Lady Empress? Could it be that she was ripped off? You can't go wrong. This charm, Lady Empress, is so beautiful. A female warrior next to her was bleeding out from her nose, with an insane expression on her face. Hancock's charm is indeed great, and both men, women and children will be fascinated by her charm. Hyuga Chen's head moved, the corners of his mouth curved into an arc, and then he took a light bite at Hancock. Hancock's body trembled. He let go of Hyuga Chen with both hands. The whole person fell into Hyuga Chen's arms. His eyes were misty, and he looked at Hyuga Chen with blurry eyes. At this moment, the charm that Hancock unwittingly unleashed made Hyuga Chen feel short of breath. Chen came to Nine Snake Island. Did he propose marriage to me? I'm so happy. I want to have a baby with Chen. Hancock's face became more and more yuhi, and he didn't know what to think. Hyuga Chen looked down at Hancock lying in his arms. Hancock was really cute at this time. Hyuga Chen was almost unable to resist Hancock's charm, so let alone the others. At this time, Hyuga Chen could clearly hear their violent heartbeats. Hancock, get up first. Hyuga Chen woke up Hancock, who had fallen into a world of self-delusion. Hancock looked at Hyuga Chen in confusion, and asked softly, is it going to be a bridal chamber? Hyuga Chen was taken aback. Suddenly Hancock came back to his senses and felt a little shy. What was thinking in my mind? I am really shy and yearning. Hancock held his face, shy and unable to extricate himself. After a long time, Hancock raised his head and dragged Hyuga Chen towards her palace. I finally remembered. Isn't that Admiral Hyuga Chen? A girl shouted. I didn't expect our Empress to have a relationship with the Admiral of the Navy. It seems that our background is quite tough. But there is a ban on our island. Men are not allowed to go to the island. Is it okay now? Whatever you do, this is something that Lady Empress should consider. While many female warriors were talking, Hyuga Chen had come to her palace with Empress Boya Hancock. Chen, do you know that my concubine has been thinking of you all these years? If it wasn't for Glorious Osa to stop me, I would go to the Navy headquarters to find you. Hancock hugged Hyuga Chen. Glorious is the mother-in-law and the former emperor of Daughters Island. Hyuga Chen looked at Hancock, who had been pestering him, and said in his heart that the Empress was really enthusiastic. Of course, this is why Hyuga Chen has this kind of treatment. If someone else set foot on Nine Snake Island, he would have been thrown into the sea by Hancock Petrochemical. Hancock, come down first. 550 was hugged by Hancock's hands. The whole body was wrapped around his body. Hyuga Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He is a very normal man. If it takes a while, Hyuga Chen may not be able to hold it anymore. Okay. Hancock got off Hyuga Chen and stood beside Hyuga Chen obediently like a little woman. People who knew Hancock's character saw this scene, and they all showed disbelief. This arrogant and willful queen actually has this side. Look at what Houken is the new emperor of Nine Snake Island. You see him as if you saw me, understand? Hancock showed a domineering side to these Nine Snake Island people. My Lady Empress, this doesn't seem to conform to the rules. Said Granny Za. What's the matter with having an emperor all of a sudden? Not to mention that Nine Snake Island has always been a woman, and suddenly there is a man who becomes an emperor. Rules. Concubine's words are rules, Hancock said proudly. Hancock, even if you are the current emperor of Nine Snake Island, you can't do anything wrong. What do you want the people of Nine Snake Island to think? Humph. Whatever the concubine does will be forgiven, because the concubine is so beautiful. Am I right? The charm released by Hancock instantly fascinated the mother-in-law. That's right. No matter what Hancock does, we will forgive you. Granny Za's eyes flashed with heart. Chapter 520. Spend the spring night with the Empress. Forget it, Hancock. I didn't want to be the emperor of Nine Snake Island. Hyuga Chen shook his head gently. Since Chen said it's okay, then forget it. But when you see Chen in the future, you must be as respectful to me as you are. No, it is more respectful than me. Hancock faced the female warrior on Nine Snake Island commanded. Yes, Lady Empress. No one dared to ignore Hancock's orders, and her prestige on Nine Snake Island was not high. In addition to the charm of the sweet fruit, mainly Hancock's strong strength is convincing. Compared with the original work, Hancock is undoubtedly stronger. Because of Hugo-chan's change, Hancock was not caught by human traffickers, and he got sweet fruits earlier and was exposed to the training of Nine Snake Island earlier. Hancock's own aptitude potential is not weak, but she has the aptitude of a king. If Hancock originally joined the Chihuahai, the combat power should be counted backwards among the Chihuahai. That is now against Hawkeye, and you can also fight against him. Even if you won't win, you will definitely not lose. She was dragged to her dormitory by Hancock. Hancock grabbed Hyuga-chen's hand and asked, "Chen, why do you have time to come to Juche Island? Concubine thought you didn't remember Concubine." Hancock's eyes resembling a resentful little wife, looking at Hyuga-chen's scalp is numb, and the woman's resentful eyes are really lethal. "I'm just like a scumbag. We just met once and saved you once. We're not that familiar yet." Hyuga-chen complained speechlessly in his heart. Of course, he definitely won't say these words. He hasn't been so puzzled yet, and only a straight man of steel can say it. Hancock was so cute when he was a child. How could I forget you? Just been busy and didn't have time to see you. Hyuga-chen lied without blinking. He was so busy, he worked as a salted fish at home all day, and he still had the face to say he was busy. But Hancock didn't know. Hyuga-chen said that you were cute when you were a child, so he knocked Hancock down directly, and Hancock fell into a world of delusions again. Hyuga-chen looked at Hancock speechlessly, which is probably Hancock's cuteness. After a long time, Hyuga-chen couldn't help but push Hancock. "Hancock, seeing Yuhi all over your face, is there something unhealthy in your brain?" No, my concubine didn't have anything unhealthy in her brain," Hancock hurriedly denied. "Now let's talk to you about business. Are you going to propose to me? Come on, I'm ready now." Hancock looked at Hyuga-chen expectantly. Several black lines appeared on Hyuga-chen's forehead, and he reached out and tapped Hancock's smooth forehead. Hancock covered his forehead, stuck out his tongue at Hyuga-chen, and sold him cute. Looking at Hancock's delicate and beautiful face and dark blue eyes, Hyuga-chen had unhealthy thoughts in his heart, and he really is a little goblin. Sengoku came up with a king under the Chihuahai. As long as you join the Chihuahai, you can receive the protection of the world government. If you don't do anything excessive, the world government will turn a blind eye. King Sha Chihuahai, does Chen want me to join? If Chen lets me join, I will join. If I don't let me join, I won't join. Hancock kept looking at Hyuga-chen. Of course it's up to you to make up your mind. Hyuga-chen tapped her. Oh, then the concubine will join the Chihuahai under the king. Hancock nodded directly after thinking about it. Hancock didn't think much about the benefits of joining Shichibukai. The most important thing was that after joining Shichibukai, he could go to the Navy headquarters to find Hyuga-chen. So thinking of this, Hancock chose to join Wangxia Chihuahai without hesitation. A concubine joins the king's Chihuahai, shouldn't there be any benefit? Hancock lay on Hyuga-chen. It's really good. You don't have to worry about the Navy in the future. As long as you don't do too much things, the Navy won't target you. Hyuga-chen said. This is not what the concubine said about the benefits. Hancock glanced at Hyuga-chen resentfully, then lowered his head to kiss Hyuga-chen's. Hyuga-chen didn't expect that he was actually raped by a woman from Hancock. How could this be possible? Hyuga-chen immediately started to counterattack. After a long time, Hancock was lying in Hyuga-chen's arms. Without the slightest strength, he panted and said, "You took away the first child of my concubine, you must be responsible." "What did you say? You were the one who spoke first. It's good that I didn't make you responsible. It's okay to be a concubine." Hancock nodded immediately. "You can stay with me as a princess in the future." Hancock stretched out his finger and raised Hyuga-chen's chin. Crack! With a crisp sound, Hancock lay on Hyuga Chen's arms with a face like Yuhi's, and looked at him with watery dark blue eyes. How dare you play tricks on me? Woo, the Loon family likes you. Hancock raised his head and looked at Hyuga Chen with big watery eyes, like a cute kitten. Hyuga Chen looked at Hancock, who was malicious and cute, and said that he really couldn't stand it. Hancock, you are not afraid that I will eat you. Come and eat your concubine. Hancock said shyly, and gave Hyuga Chen a wink. No way, this is what Hancock brought by yourself, don't blame me. Hyuga Chen picked up Hancock and walked to the peachy big Chuang beside him. Hancock hugged Hyuga Chen's neck with both hands, his eyes were tightly closed, and his eyelashes kept fluttering. Are you nervous now? Hyuga Chen asked Hancock under him. Concubine is not nervous at all. However, Hancock's slightly trembling voice had betrayed her, and it was impossible for Hancock not to be nervous at this time. Or any girl who is experiencing this for the first time, will be nervous. You're still stubborn, this time I'll teach you a lesson, you little goblin. Soon Hancock groaned, and then a shy voice spread throughout the room. The female guard in the palace heard the voice from the queen's bedroom. Although she didn't understand what it was, she felt extra shy. My Lady Empress's voice seems to be very painful, is there something wrong? Shall we go in and have a look? Don't, Lady Empress has told me to never enter her dormitory, and I am very excited to hear Lady Empress's voice. What pain is there? I think you heard it wrong. Another guard said. You heard it wrong. Nonsense, I have the best hearing in Nine Snake Island, and I can also observation hockey, how can I hear it wrong? The two female guards guarding the gate almost got into a fight. After a long time, the sound stopped and everything subsided. Hancock lay beside Hyuga Chen, put his arms around him, and then fell asleep. Hyuga Chen kissed Hancock's sleeping face, and then carefully wiped Hancock's sweat. At this time, the two guards who had been quarreling fell to the ground with their legs weak. They didn't know why their legs became weak after hearing the sound from the room. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 521 to 540. Chapter 521 Hancock helps find women. The setting sun was slowly setting, and the light of Pan Yuhi came in through the window, just shining on Hancock's face. At this time, Hancock is really beautiful, and she deserves to be the most beautiful beauty in the world, especially now that she has just done that, and now that Hancock's cheeks are Yuhi moist, it is definitely the most beautiful moment of Hancock. Hyuga Chen was lying next to him, watching Hancock quietly, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on Hancock, making Hancock even more charming. The number one beauty in the world is mine now. Hyuga Chen hugged Hancock tightly in his arms. Hyuga Chen showed a happy smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was dreaming. The next morning, Hancock woke up early, and the first thing he opened his eyes was to look at Hyuga Chen. Sure enough, I'm not dreaming, I've really become Chen's woman, I'm really happy. Hancock moved his body, and suddenly there was a pain in his lower body that made Hancock frown slightly. Is this what my mother-in-law said about the pain a woman must go through to get to love? Although it hurts, it feels so happy. Hancock murmured. Rubbed a strand of hair on Hyuga Chen's face. Hyuga Chen opened his eyes, in fact, he had already woken up. Hyuga 860 Chen who opened his eyes, Hancock's eyes were bent into Moon Kiba, and he looked at him with a smile. Do you think that yesterday was not cleaned up enough, and want to continue this morning? Hyuga Chen put Hancock in his arms. I don't want Chen, I can't bear it anymore, why don't you go find someone else? Women on Nine Snake Island can do it. Hancock said. It was the first time for Hancock, but he was very crazy yesterday. Now Hancock really has no fighting ability at all. Looks like it would be nice to have a wife who is an empress. Hyuga Chen said with a smile. Hancock smiled sweetly, then shouted outside, Get Margaret. Hancock, are you serious? Hyuga Chen looked at Hancock in surprise. My concubine can't serve you now. Of course, I have to find someone to replace it. Margaret is the most beautiful female warrior on the Nine-Snake Island besides me. It's okay to be a maid for my husband. Said. Actually, I don't need to. No, a wife who can't satisfy her husband is not a good wife, Hancock said firmly. Helping his men find women, Hancock is definitely a good wife, beautiful and understanding. Of course, this is also related to the worldview of Pirate World. This is not a monogamous world, and this is a world where the strong are respected. In Hancock's eyes, Hugo-chan is the strongest man, so of course there cannot be only one woman. What's more, Hancock is a more traditional woman. In her eyes, she can't satisfy her man, which is the biggest sin. In fact, Hancock doesn't care how many women Hyuga-chen has, she only cares that Hyuga-chen loves her. Of course, no matter how many women Hyuga-chen has, Hancock will be the biggest principal. Don't look at Hancock's appearance as a little woman in front of Hyuga-chen and forget her identity, she is the empress. Hancock is very arrogant, and no one can stand on her except Hyuga-chen. Soon Margaret walked in, looking at Hyuga-chen and Hancock lying on the bed, Margaret's face Yuhi, and at the same time a little curious. How about Chen, isn't she beautiful? Hancock said proudly. Hyuga-chen looked at Margaret, she was indeed very beautiful, and she was not inferior to Monet and Charlie. What are you still doing? Hurry up and serve Chen, Chen will be your king in the future. Hancock shouted. Margaret came over, looked at Hancock and asked weakly, My Lady Empress, how do you serve? Looks like you have to go to Granny's and get you some books on how to serve men, Hancock said, pinching his chin. That's it. I'll guide you, Hancock said after thinking. Please Hyuga-chen when he sees Hyuga-chen again. Hancock has borrowed a lot of books from his mother-in-law and has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. And yesterday, I also had an actual combat, which can be regarded as having some actual combat experience, and I am no longer a novice. So at this time, Hancock is still qualified to guide the little white Margaret. Hancock, I don't think this is a good idea, Hyuga-chen said in discord. Chen, you just need to enjoy. Hancock lowered his head and kissed Hyuga-chen softly on the face. Since Hancock said he wanted him to enjoy it, he would no longer live up to Hancock's good intentions, and could only enjoy it reluctantly. At this time, Hyuga-chen is still getting cheap and selling well, which is really annoying. In fact, who would refuse this kind of treatment? Margaret glanced at Hyuga-chen. Her heart was very nervous, and her hands clenched tightly. Under Hancock's orders, Margaret began to serve Hyuga-chen shyly and curiously. At this time, Hyuga-chen, the old driver, couldn't sit still, and took command in person. Under the personal command of Hyuga-chen, Margaret transformed from a simple girl into a real woman. Hyuga-chen in both hands, Hancock suddenly felt uncomfortable and was a little jealous. Women are strange creatures, and it was clearly her name Margaret, but now Hancock feels particularly unhappy and regrets it in his heart. But the man was found by himself, and even if he regretted it, he would swallow it in his stomach, and Hancock felt a lot more relieved when he thought that Margaret was only her bodyguard and had to obey her orders. Lord Empress, I seem to be injured, and Lady Empress seems to be injured too. Margaret pointed to the two bright Yuhi flowers on the Chuang list. Looking at Margaret's misty eyes, Hyuga-chen was thinking about how to explain it to her. Margaret, don't make a fuss, it's normal, Hancock said with a shy Yuhi face. Do you want Granny Za to spread knowledge to the people of Nine-Snake Island, so it would be shameful not to know anything, Hancock thought to himself. Oh, Margaret nodded. Since the Empress said it was normal, she was relieved. The two girls lay on the bed for a day, the food was brought by the maid, and Hyuga-chen personally fed them. Although he was dissatisfied that Margaret had the same treatment as himself, but Hyuga-chen could feed her personally, Hancock was very happy. In the evening, Hancock was able to get off the Chuang and walk, but the walking posture was a little weird. And Margaret still hasn't recovered, and it is estimated that it will take at least tomorrow to recover. At this time, after the nourishment of love, Hancock looked more beautiful, and Hyuga-chen was fascinated by the style that Hancock unwittingly released. And Hancock also likes to tease him. If it wasn't for seeing that Hancock hasn't recovered yet, Hyuga-chen will definitely let her see his power again. Chapter 522. Take Hancock back to Navy headquarters. Lord Kun, I'll go to the Navy headquarters with you. Hancock looked at Hyuga-chen and wanted to leave with Hyuga-chen. What about Nine Snake Island? And what are you going to do with the 9 snake pirates? Hyuga-chen asked. Hancock was stunned. She really hadn't thought about these issues, but compared to 9 Snake Island and the 9 snake pirates, Hyuga-chen was still more important in her heart. So Hancock came back to his senses and said without hesitation, "Don't worry about 9 Snake Island and the 9 snake pirates, let others manage it, it doesn't matter. Besides, didn't I become the king of the 7 Martial Seas? Don't worry too much about the safety of 9 Snake Island in the future." Hancock was always willful. In her words, "Even if I leave 9 Snake Island, the people of 9 Snake Island will forgive me, because my concubine is so beautiful." Master Kun, do you agree? Hancock shook Hyuga-chen's hand and looked at Hyuga-chen coquettishly. Don't Hu-kun want to see his concubine every day? Does Hu-kun not love me anymore? Hancock looked at him with tears in his eyes. Of course I have no problem. Hyuga-chen stroked Hancock's smooth black hair, very soft, like silk. Yeah, that's great, Hu-kun, I love you so much. Hancock gave Hyuga-chen a sharp kiss on the face. In Hancock's heart, as long as she can see Hyuga-chen every day, it is her greatest happiness, and she doesn't care about the position of the Empress. If it wasn't for her mother-in-law's desperate efforts to stop him, perhaps Hancock would have become a navy now. As for that excitement, Hyuga-chen hugged the excited Hancock. Of course, the concubine is really happy. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of the concubine, she must serve her husband Kun well. Hancock looked at him with charming eyes. The next day, Hancock took Margaret, who had recovered, to find her mother-in-law who was enjoying her old age on the island. What, Hancock, are you going to leave your Empress position and go to the Navy headquarters? Granny suddenly jumped up. No, I definitely don't want it, I firmly disagree. How could my mother-in-law agree? She would not agree with Hancock leaving the position of the Empress. Humph, the concubine doesn't need your consent, the concubine is just here to inform you. Hancock snorted softly. Hancock, I think you are definitely bewildered by Admiral Hyuga-chen. Granny shivered in anger. Yes, the concubine was indeed captured by her husband Kun. Hancock looked shy. Why is my mother-in-law speechless? As a person with sweet fruit ability, she is actually fascinated by others. Hancock, you are really shameful, you should not have been chosen to be the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Old woman, I'm leaving. After saying hello to Granny Za, Hancock left with Margaret. The mother-in-law looked at Hancock's back, sighed and didn't stop her anymore, because she knew that if she stopped again, Hancock would throw her away without hesitation. Hancock was not someone who respected the old and loved the young. After staying on 9 Snake Island for a while, Hancock announced to the citizens of 9 Snake Island that she would leave 9 Snake Island and let her 2 sisters manage the affairs of 9 Snake Island. Hancock has an unparalleled reputation, and the entire 9 Snakes Island is her word, so her decision cannot be opposed by the people. What's more, Hancock did not step down as the Emperor of Amazon Lily. She is still the Empress, but this Empress will not stay on 9 Snake Island. Lord Empress, we will always support you. Listening to the crazy shouts below, look at Hancock who uses the sweet fruit ability. Hyuga-chen has a black line. After Hancock announced the completion, Hyuga-chen took Hancock and Margaret on board the ship. At this time, Margaret had changed into a maid costume and changed from a protector to a maid. Although she was a little unaccustomed to wearing a maid outfit at first, Margaret has gotten used to it after a few days of adaptation. Hyuga-chen, the ship slowly returned to the naval headquarters. Hancock was aggressive at this time, and when he heard that Hyuga-chen had other women, Hancock was always in this state. Hancock, Must be the eldest sister of the family, and I am the principal. Hancock clenched his fists tightly. Hancock's character is very strong, similar to Kushina. If Kushina can come out of the system space, I don't know if the two women with very strong personalities will fight. According to Hyuga Chen's estimate, there is an 80% chance of a fight. The ship sailed in the windless zone. This time, I didn't encounter any sea kings that didn't have long eyes. After all, it was a ship inlaid with sea towers. As long as I didn't deliberately seek trouble, there would generally be no problem. Leaving the windless belt, on the way back to the naval headquarters, I encountered a few pirate groups that did not have long eyes. Then all those pirates became tools for Hancock to show his strength, and they were all easily killed by Hancock. How about husband Kun? Hancock is amazing. Isn't he stronger than your other women? Hancock pressed against Hyuga Chen like a beautiful snake. Margaret, who was behind her, looked at this scene shyly. My Lady Empress is really bold, but I am really envious. The king's embrace is very warm and infatuated. Margaret thought to herself. Don't be too complacent, Hancock, your strength is still far behind. Hyuga Chen lightly flicked Hancock's smooth forehead. Although Hancock's strength is quite good, he is definitely a cage-level powerhouse in the Hokage world. But compared with the girls in the system space, Hancock's strength is still far behind. Not to mention the girls in the system space, even Alvia, can easily defeat Hancock, so Hancock is still far behind. Not getting the compliment he wanted, Hancock pouted slightly. Hyuga Chen smiled, and a white light group emerged from his hands, and the light group turned into a mist and entered Hancock's body. Hancock's expression was startled, and she could clearly feel that her power was increasing sharply at this time. After a long time, the strengthening was completely completed, and Hancock's strength was 10 times stronger than before. If the previous Hancock was considered a brigadier general's combat power, now the combat power is a proper general. Hancock threw a fist at the front, his fist toward the air, and actually fired an air cannon. The air cannon hit the sea like a missile, the sea water was repelled, and an Uzumaki was shot on the sea. It's so strong, I feel like I can easily defeat my previous self. Kun did you do it? Hancock asked while holding Hyuga-chan's arm. Hyuga Chen nodded, and he used the ability of the strengthening fruit to strengthen Hancock. Hyuga-chan's strengthening fruit is very pervert. It can be said that with this fruit, you can create an unlimited number of masters. And not only can it be used on people, but swords and the like can also be strengthened, and the attack can also be strengthened, and anything can be strengthened. Chapter 523 Tit for Tat Women. Sailing on the sea for 2 days, Hyuga Chen set foot on Marine Fando in the naval headquarters. When he went out, only Hyuga Chen was alone. When he came back, there were 2 beauties, Hancock and Margaret. Especially Hancock, she is the most beautiful beauty in the world, and she also has the identity of a pirate queen. Sengoku stared at Hyuga Chen and the well-behaved Hancock behind her. Didn't he invite the pirate empress to become Shichibukai? How did you bring people back? Chen boy, you can have my style back then. Garp winked at Hyuga Chen with a smile. What style did you have back then? Lieutenant General Crane asked suddenly. The wretched smile on Garp's face stopped abruptly. Hyuga-chan looked at Garp and then at Crane. He didn't understand what the relationship between the two was, but they were definitely related. Cap, your smile just now is as wretched as Pelusalino, Hyuga-chan said. Poor Kizaru was innocently lying with a gun, and he didn't want to look so wretched, but things like looks were uncontrollable. Maybe the kiwi eats the slippery fruit and can become a handsome guy. Hancock has already agreed to join Shichibukai, that's all. Then why did she come to the Navy headquarters? Sengoku asked, frowning. I'll live in the Navy headquarters in the future. You have an opinion. Hancock's eyes sharpened and his tone was unceremonious. Sengoku frowned even deeper. This is the headquarters of the Navy, and he is also a marshal. A pirate is so arrogant with him. Sengoku, why are you asking so many questions? Wouldn't it be better for her to live in the Navy headquarters? Garp dragged Sengoku, the windless guy, away. The relationship between Hyuga-chan and Hancock can be seen at a glance. Sengoku is not clear. No wonder he is so old that he doesn't even have a wife. It seems that there is a reason for being single. General Hyuga, I hope you don't make Momoto sad, or I won't let you go. Crane warned Hyuga-chan. Old woman, how dare you be so rude to my husband Kun. Hancock looked angry. Crane didn't bother with Hancock, turned around and left. Kun, what are you doing with me? I must teach this old woman who is disrespectful to you. Hancock waved his fist. Crane was furious and quickened her pace. If she stayed here again, she was afraid that she could not control her fight with Hancock. Crane hates people calling her an old woman the most, so this time I will give Hyuga-chan a face, and don't care about her. Okay Hancock, come home with me. Hyuga-chan dragged Hancock away, and Margaret obediently followed behind. Arriving at the door of the house, Hyuga-chan pushed open the door. All the girls were in the yard, and they all looked over after hearing the sound. Seeing Hyuga-chan's return, the girls had smiles on their faces, but when they saw Hancock holding Hyuga-chan's arm, and the maid Margaret who followed, the smiles on their faces froze. Alvia, you're green. Robin pushed Alvia. Alvia glanced at Robin blankly. For some reason, now Alvia wanted to give her a punch. But for the sake of her being her own daughter, forget it. Seeing the eyes of the girls in the yard, Hancock raised his chest proudly, as if the queen was examining her people. Hancock's proud eyes offended all the girls at once, and the eyes of Alvia, Robin, Tautu and other girls were all a little bad. Kun, are these women your maids? Hancock asked softly, looking at Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan glanced at Hancock. Hancock, you are very good at pulling hatred. I will give you 100% for your ability to pull hatred. At times like this, should I stay away? Hyuga-chan thought to himself. Chen, is this the concubine you're looking for? Why didn't you tell me? Olivia walked over with a smile and looked at Hyuga-chan tenderly. However, Hyuga-chan saw the chill in those gentle eyes, and Alvia got angry. What did you say? You dare to say that the concubine is a concubine, and the concubine is the palace, and you are the concubine. Hancock and Alvia looked at each other, and a gust of cold wind blew. Sure enough, the women at this time are so powerful that even I have to retreat. Hyuga-chan sighed, and then silently stepped aside. What happened to her? She should be the little girl on the Nine Snakes Pirates 6 years ago, right? Robin tugged at Hyuga-chan's sleeve and asked jealously. Although Hancock has changed a lot now, not as young as he used to be, and more beautiful, Robin still recognizes her. Because of the unique charm of sweet fruit, this special charm is hard to forget. You must have been tempted, right? Tautu looked unhappy. Do you still need to ask this? You must be tempted. Men are all animals who think about their lower bodies. Shali gave Hyuga-chan a look of contempt. Brother Chen, you have disappointed us too much. Monet looked at her sadly. Except for Baby5, Sugar, and Kurla, all the other women gave Hyuga-chan a look of contempt. I didn't expect my boss to be a lecher. It's really scary. I don't know if there will be unspoken rules. Tina is so scared. Really? Fortunately, Tina reminded me, I really want to try the unspoken rules. Hyuga-chan glanced at Tina. If General Hyuga really wanted Tina, although Tina didn't have the ability to resist, she would definitely refuse in her heart. Lord Chen, who is this person in the maid outfit? Is it the newly hired maid by Lord Chen? Does Lord Chen not need me? No, Baby5 will always be my cutest little maid. Seeing that Baby5 was about to cry, Hyuga-chan quickly comforted her. Under the comfort of Hyuga-chan, Baby5 showed a happy smile, but was still very hostile to Margaret. Baby-5 is not hostile to Hancock. She thinks that Margaret dressed as a maid is her archenemy, who is here to rob her of her job. Hancock 0.7 and Alvia's eyes is still going on. Alvia's personality is soft on the outside and tough on the inside. How could he regress at this time? And Empress Boya Hancock is even more powerful, neither of them will back down. Chen, did you and her do that kind of thing? Robin asked, covering the pink yuhi on his face. Hyuga Chen understood what Robin was referring to, but still wanted to tease her, and said with a smile, I don't understand what you mean, what is that kind of thing? Robin was embarrassed. She believed that Hyuga Chen absolutely understood what she meant, but she wanted to look like she didn't understand, and Robin was a little angry. You know what I mean. Robin said angrily. Sorry, I don't know. Hyuga-chan looked at Robin with a smile. Robin is so angry. Really want to punch him in the face. This smile is really bad. Chapter 524 Jealous. What, are you angry? Hyuga-chan asked Robin, who was bulging. Robin rolled his eyes at him. Isn't this a well-intentioned question? Hurry up and say, did the two of you do that, or I'm really angry. Robin asked again. She really wanted to know the answer. Well, we did do that. Hyuga Chen saw that Robin was really going to be angry, so he didn't tease her anymore. After Robin heard it, her heart tingled slightly, and she felt a little sour. The Taotu, Shali and others standing beside her also had the same expression, and their hearts were sour. You actually did that kind of thing with her. Robin was a little angry. It was a shame that they were with Hyuga-chan all day, but they were also beaten by others. This is a shame. If I knew this earlier, I should have followed. I regret it. Taotu felt very regretful. The younger generation is getting more and more lawless now. Alvia said lightly. Humph. Hancock snorted softly, facing Alvia at a disadvantage, but she would never admit defeat. Stop staring at each other. Alvia 22, prepare your meal. Hyuga-chan interrupted by looking at the two women who were endless. If he doesn't interrupt, who knows when the two will stare at each other. Lord Chen, leave the little things like cooking to me. This is the duty of a maid. Baby 5 said immediately. However, Hyuga-chan refused without hesitation. The food made by Baby 5 was particularly unpalatable, and she had no talent for cooking at all. Baby 5, cooking is a cook's job. You just need to do what a maid should do. Hyuga Chen painstakingly persuaded. Oh, Baby 5 was a little disappointed. Sir Chen, I will definitely practice cooking, and then I will cook for you myself. Baby 5 still thinks that a maid who can't cook is not a good maid at all. She wants to become an almighty maid and is always needed by Lord Chen. Chen, a man who is too fussy, but he will be killed by a hatchet. Sugar jumped into Hyuga Chen's arms and said. Who taught you this? Hyuga Chen took a grape and put it in the sugar mouth. My sister told me, and Kurla said the same. Sugar pointed to Monet and Kurla without hesitation. Sugar, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say that? Monet looked at Sugar angrily. Brother Chen, I didn't say that. Kurla said with tears in her eyes. She really didn't say it. That little girl named Shatang actually framed her. Kurla also didn't expect that Sugar was innocent on the outside, but was so dark on the inside that she would never play with her again. Hyuga Chen looked at Kurla. In fact, he believed in Kurla more than that, and looked at the sugar in his arms with scrutiny in his eyes. Maybe I remembered it wrong. It was Sister Ain who said it. Sugar said, biting her fingers. Good girl Ain laid the gun innocently, and said quickly, I promise, I definitely didn't say that. You said, did you say it yourself? Hyuga Chen grabbed Sugar's cheek with both hands, but she didn't expect this little girl to be small and quite black-bellied. Chen, you don't believe me. Sha Tang was about to cry. Sugar will be handed over to you. Hyuga Chen ignored the tears from the corners of his eyes, and threw her to the angry Monet, Kurla, and Ain. I believe that the three girls will educate her well. Sure enough, the sound of Sugar Wow soon came. Husband Kun, do you want a concubine to cook for you? I'm sure it's better than that woman's cooking. Hancock threw himself on Hyuga-chan. This woman is so nasty. I really want to beat her up. Have you formed a team? Sha Li asked. Forget it. If you beat her, someone will definitely feel distressed. Taotu looked at Hancock, who was lying on Hyuga Chen's crooked body, and his face was full of jealousy. What are you thinking, Robin? Tautu asked, looking at Robin who was absent-minded. Oh, I'm not thinking about anything. Robin shook his head, but Tautu and the others didn't believe it. Just now, Robin was distracted, clearly thinking of something. But Robin doesn't say it himself, and it's not easy for them to break the casserole and ask to the end. Hancock looked at the angry eyes of the girls, not only was not angry, but very happy. He kissed Hyuga Chen's face violently, and his expression became even more tired. Is she mad at us on purpose? Tautu felt very angry. Do you think it's just you and Chen that are very affectionate? The angry Tautu brushed aside her shyness and boldly came to Hyuga Chen and kissed him directly on the mouth. You dare to kiss my husband Kun without my permission. Hancock was very angry. Chen doesn't belong to you alone, you are too domineering. Tautu glared at her dissatisfied. The concubine has always been so domineering. Robin came over and suddenly and boldly kissed Hyuga Chen on the mouth, and he was still wet. Hyuga Chen was also dumbfounded. How could Robin be so bold? Could it be that he was stimulated? Hancock and Tautu, who were originally unconvinced, suddenly reached out and pulled Robin away. Peach Rabbit. Robin glared at Peach Rabbit. Isn't she her own? Don't you want to unite against the outsider Hancock? If Tautu knew what Robin was thinking, he would definitely say who is his own and you are my rivals in love. Next, Hyuga Chen was surrounded by the jealous girls, and ate all kinds of tofu casually. Now it seems that it's still good for him to be jealous of them, but this time it's cheaper. What are you doing? It's dinner, ready to eat. Alvia came out of the kitchen and said angrily. Hancock and Margaret are also integrated into this big family, although the interior is not harmonious, but for Hyuga Chen, it is painful and happy. 490 Anyway, during this time, Hyuga Chen ate a lot of tofu, and because of Hancock's relationship, Alvia became a lot more active. There are now 6 people in Wangxia Chihuahai. During this period, many people thought about joining Wangxia Chihuahai and submitted applications to the Navy headquarters. However, those people, Sengoku, don't look down on them. Those who are too weak have no use in becoming Chihuahai. They have no deterrent power at all. The King's Shichibukai and the Navy are in a relationship of mutual use, but if you want to become a Shichibukai, you must first have the qualifications that can be used. If you don't even have the qualifications to be used, the Navy will definitely ignore you. Sengoku every time. In any case, Sengoku would not let Doflamingo's tumor become one of the 7 seas under the king. Now Sengoku is holding a pile of documents in his hand to see who can qualify to become the king's Shichibukai. However, there is no suitable candidate for selection. Those who are strong in the New World are not willing to become Chihuahai. They would rather survive in the gap between the 4 emperors than become the lackeys of the Navy. In the eyes of some pirates, Wangxia Chihuahai is the lackey of the Navy, and they are also full of hostility towards them. This is also an embarrassing place for Shichibukai. The Navy does not want to see them, and now the pirates look down on them, and regard them as traitors, thinking that they have betrayed the pirates and joined the world government. Chapter 525 Brother Ming becomes Chihuahai. Dover, it seems that it is impossible to become the king of Shichibukai. Sengoku ignores us at all, and there is no movement from Hyuga-chan. Toripal said in a deep voice. The hateful Hyuga-chan, I gave him all the money that the Don Quixote family made a year. He didn't even give us a reply. He clearly didn't take me seriously. Doflamingo's eyes filled with hatred. Dover, he has the right to ignore us. Toripal smiled wryly. People don't even care about the 4 emperors, do they still care about them? Although the Don Quixote family is strong, they are far behind the 4 emperors. Doflamingo's face was hideous, and he scratched the solid table. This year's heavenly gold should be handed in. Doflamingo's face was hidden in the darkness, making people wonder what he was thinking. Dover, you don't want to play with the idea of gold in the sky, right? Toripal was shocked. Gold in the sky is something of a dragon. Once the things of the Tianlong people are touched, it is likely to attract the crusade of the Admiral of the Navy. It doesn't matter, I rob the gold in the sky and see what they can do with me. Brother Doflamming smiled hee. Dover, you must think clearly, in order to become Chihuahua, such a risk is not worth it. Torapal persuaded. Needless to say, I am very clear about what to do. I will do it as I say, and I will be responsible if something goes wrong. Brother Doflamming waved his hand. Torapal shook his head. Although he was a military division, he only suggested that Doflamingo should make the decision. Under Doflamingo's plan, he successfully snatched the gold in the sky and captured a lieutenant general of the navy. Torapal looked at the captured vice admiral and shook his head helplessly. This time he really offended the navy. It's okay to offend the navy, but the most important thing is to offend the world government and the Tianlong people. If they are not careful, they will not be able to get along. Dover, what's next? Torapal decided to go the same way with Doflamingo. What's more, after robbing the gold in the sky, they have no way out. Yang. Of course, let Sengoku know. Doflamingo took out the phone bug and dialed Sengoku's office, knowing that Sengoku's phone was normal because it wasn't a secret at all. Hello, are you Doflamingo? Sengoku asked directly as he picked up the phone. How did Marshal Sengoku know? Doflamingo asked with a weird smile. Sengoku snorted coldly. At this time, he couldn't think of anyone else who would call him. Sengoku already knew about the robbery of gold in the sky. And Sengoku also knew that Doflamingo did it. He was scolded by the Tianlong people just now, and he was feeling unhappy at this moment. It seems that Marshal Sengoku already knows, so I'll tell you straight away. If you want to get gold for revolving heaven, you can make me the king of Chihuahua. You're dreaming, Sengoku replied directly. If Marshal Sengoku says that, then there is no way to guarantee the safety of your men, Doflamingo threatened. Sengoku felt another breath in his chest, but he couldn't get up. Brother Doflamingo, if you dare to try someone from my navy, believe it or not, I will send a kainu to surround you. If Doflamingo dares to threaten him, then Sengoku will counter-threaten him, and now he is about to tell Doflamingo directly that I will let the dog bite you. If a kainu is really sent there, according to a kainu's character, Doflamingo will definitely be destroyed. Even if a kainu knew that Doflamingo had the identity of a heavenly dragon, he would kill him without hesitation, not to mention a kainu didn't know. Hyuga-chen and Akainu were the ones he was most afraid of. Then try it. I will accept the gold in the sky. Brother Doflamingo said gloomily. For the position of Chihuahua, even the admiral of the navy would not be afraid to encircle him. It was the privilege of Chihuahua that was too tempting for him. Doflamingo is also a typical man who wants money but not his life. Sengoku hung up the phone bug and sat down in his chair to think. It is impossible for him to really send an admiral to encircle him, and Doflamingo's identity as a dragon man cannot be avoided. Although Doflamingo has been expelled and is not recognized by the Tianlong people, it cannot change his bloodline of the Tianlong people. Sengoku really didn't dare to do anything to him casually, otherwise Sengoku would have taken away the scourge of Doflamingo long ago. After thinking about it, Sengoku contacted the 5 old stars and wanted to hear the opinions of the 5 old stars. This matter still has to be decided by the highest authority, the 5 old stars. His admiral looks majestic, but in fact, he is no different from a puppet. A lot of important things have to go to the world government. After the connection, the voice of the 5 old stars came. Sengoku, we have already learned about Doflamingo's situation. Let him become the king of Shichibukai. However, if Doflamingo becomes the king of the 7 Wuhai Seas, with his ambitions, a lot of things will definitely happen. Just do as we say, you just need to listen to our orders. After that, Wu Laoxing hung up the phone. Sengoku felt very aggrieved. After thinking for a long time with a gloomy face, he called Doflamingo. Marshal Sengoku has figured it out. Doflamingo asked jokingly. Sengoku's face was even more gloomy, so arrogant. The world government agrees that you will be one of the 7 seas under the king, but you'd better give me some peace of mind and don't let me grab the handle, otherwise no one will be able to save you." After speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone, and he didn't want to get angry with Doflamingo. On the other side, Doflamingo laughed, and sure enough, the world government would not do anything to him. Identity should still be used reasonably. Fuyi fu fu. After reaching the goal, Doflamingo handed over all the people in the navy and the gold in the sky. Although the gold in the sky is very rich, and all kinds of gold, silver jewelry and cloth tributes are eye-catching, but Doflamingo knows what he can take and what he can't take. Obviously, gold cannot be taken from the sky, nor can the admiral be killed. If he dares to kill the admiral, then Sengoku will definitely send the future to attack him. Toripal finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was the one who was most frightened. With the identity of the king's Chiwahai, I can also plan the next step, and Dressrosa should return to my hands. Brother Doflamingo clenched his fists. Dressrosa is now ruled by the Riku royal family, and 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family ruled here. It's just that, as one of the 20 kings who founded the world government, the Don Quixote family went to live in the Holy Land Marijoa, so the Riku family ruled here. Originally, Dressrosa belonged to the Don Quixote family, but now Doflamingo wants to get back the country he lost. Chapter 526 Bomb Kill the Dragon People. At this time, all the kings and 7 Wuhai returned to their positions, and Sengoku also wanted to hold a meeting, mainly to restrain them and prevent them from doing too much. So Sengoku and Wu Laoxing applied, and then notified all Wuhai to go to the Holy Land Marijoa for a meeting. As a member of the Kibukai, Hancock, of course, also received the news, reached out to hug Hyuga Chen's arm, and rubbed against him. Husband Kun and concubine go together. Hancock looked at Hyuga Chen expectantly. Hyuga Chen was tickled by Hancock. "Of course I can go with you, but shouldn't you do something?" Hyuga Chen looked at Hancock with a smirk. If the husband Kun wants to do something, can the concubine still object? Hancock leaned against Hyuga Chen's arms and said with a sigh in Hyuga Chen's ear. Hyuga Chen picked up Hancock, the goblin, and walked into the bedroom, where Robin, Momotu and the others watched and bit Kiba and gnashed their teeth. "Alvia, you are so unsatisfactory, you can't even fight Hancock, shame." Robin looked at Alvia and accused. "No way, who made me not as bold as Hancock? If you are willing to help me, Robin, I will definitely be able to suppress Hancock." Alvia said with a smile covering her mouth. Robin faced a Yuhi. "Sister Alvia, why don't I help you?" Tautu walked behind Alvia, pinched her shoulders, and asked 807 to please. "But me and Robin are the most attractive combination for men," Alvia said with a smile while holding Robin. Although Robin is no longer called her mother, Robin was not born in October, but she was born because of her blood, so the two of them are mother and daughter. Even if this relationship is removed, she and Robin have almost the same appearance, and they look like sisters, and they are very attractive to men. Robin's face Yuhi fell into contemplation. With her relationship with Alvia, how could she sit back and watch her defeat to an outsider like Hancock? Maybe I should help her out, That's it, I just wanted to help Alvia. Holy Land Marijoa. At this time, the Holy Land Marijoa was heavily guarded, and today was the day when the king was summoned to come to the Holy Land Marijoa for a meeting. Today, all the CP organizations are dispatched and spread all over the corner to prevent anything from happening in Chiwahai. After all, they are all vicious pirates. Who knows if they will do anything? If they hurt Tianlong people, they can't explain it. Of course, they are also very clear that as long as they are not fools, they will never hurt Tianlong people. This is the Holy Land Marijoa, the headquarters of the world government, and the headquarters of the Navy is not far away. Once something happens here, there is absolutely no escape. I didn't expect Holy Land Marijoa to be so beautiful, but these fat pigs are really annoying. Hancock pointed at the Tianlong people and said with unceremonious contempt. "What did you say? You dare to insult us Tianlong people?" The fat Tianlong person raised his gun without hesitation. They are used to being domineering. As long as they look at people unhappy, they will be shot to death, not to mention Hancock, the person who insulted them. However, before he could shoot, Baby 5, who was following behind Hyuga Chen, shot the gun in his hand. Someone, catch them up for me. The fat Tianlong man roared, clutching his injured hand. People from the CP organization immediately appeared and surrounded Hyuga Chen and the others. Alvia, Tautu, Robin and the others did not come with them. Only Hancock, Baby 5, Margaret and Hyuga Chen were the four of them. General Hyuga, your subordinates openly attacked the Tianlong people, please hand her over to us. The leader of CP0 looked at Hyuga Chen. My subordinates attacked the Tianlong people, sorry I didn't seem to see it. Baby 5, how did you attack the Tianlong people, please show me again. Hyuga Chen turned back and said to Baby 5. Yes, Lord Chen. Baby 5 raised his gun, this time aiming at the vital position of the fat Tianlong man. Pull the trigger, and the bullet is instantly unloaded, and it still wraps around armament hockey. The leader of CPO was furious, and stretched out his hand to clamp the bullet that covered armament hockey. As the top leader of the espionage agency, his strength is not weaker than that of a Navy admiral, and his duty is to protect the Tianlong people and eliminate those who are a threat to the Tianlong people. Seeing someone openly attack the Tianlong people, he naturally can't sit back and ignore it. If the Tianlong people are injured or killed, even if he is the top leader of the espionage agency, I am afraid that he will not be able to escape punishment. Finger gun. By armament hockey, he slammed his fingers towards Baby 5's head, and the move was extremely savage, and one move would kill anyone. In front of my face, shoot at my maid, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Hyuga Chen's legs lifted up like a drawn bow, and then kicked him in the face. Boom. The body slid several hundred meters on the ground, pulling a long trace on the hard ground. The leader of CP0 raised his head, his face had been deformed by Hyuga Chen's kick. And the others in the CP organization couldn't watch it, they skillfully used the 6 naval styles, and the attack shrouded Hyuga Chen. It's too much, Hyuga Chen sneered. Let the concubine come, the arrow of the captive. Hancock held the peach heart substance in his hand, pulled back, and shot countless pink arrows. Anyone hit is petrified, not just living things, but even non-living things. Things like cannonballs, swords, etc., are also petrified by the arrows shot by the captive arrows. Even an admiral of the Navy would never dare to resist this move. In one move, all the people who rushed to attack were all petrified. Damn, you are courting death. Seeing that his subordinates were petrified, the CP0 leader got up and rushed over angrily. God's punishment. A thunder and lightning struck down, and the leader of CP0, whose strength was comparable to that of a naval admiral, was directly split into ashes by lightning. This poor fellow was beaten to ashes by the mighty thunder before he even reported his name, leaving not even a whole corpse. The fat celestial dragon who turned into ashes together was Hyuga Chen, who was afraid that after the death of the CP0 leader, he would not be able to find someone to protect, so Hyuga Chen kindly gave him one. Seeing that Hyuga Chen shot and killed a celestial dragon, the other celestial dragon who were watching the lively not far away immediately ran away in fright. I feel much more comfortable without these unsightly guys. Hancock nodded in satisfaction. I think so too. Hyuga Chen nodded in agreement. These Tianlong people are indeed ugly, especially their clothes. The bubble head mask will not complain first, just talk about their clothes. Put on that clothes, like wearing a bucket, it looks very ugly. After accompanying Hancock in the Holy Land Mary Joa for a while, Hyuga Chen and the others walked towards the meeting room in a hurry. It is estimated that at this time, those other Wuhai have arrived. Chapter 527 Meeting. Taking Hancock into the conference room without any delay, sure enough, the other 6 Wuhai have arrived, and the 5 old stars are also here. Seeing Hyuga Chen, Wu Laoxing's face was very ugly. They already knew about Hyuga Chen's killing of Tianlongren and the CP0 leader. And the previous fruit of operation, they already knew that it was pitted by Hyuga Chen. After eating the fruit of operation, except for the curse of the devil fruit, there is no other ability at all. But there's nothing they can do. In this matter, they can only eat wongly and dumbly, and they have to swallow the pain themselves. Could it be that they should settle accounts with Hyuga Chen? It's not that they don't want to settle accounts with Hyuga Chen, it's just that they can't beat him, so this breath can only be swallowed. The Pirate Queen is too big, let us all wait here. Moonlight Moria said strangely. Do you have an opinion? Hyuga Chen glanced at him lightly, his indifferent eyes chilling his heart. It's good that you can sit here as a waste, where do you have the right to speak? Hyuga Chen interrupted him directly. For Moonlight Mariah, Hyuga Chen is deeply despised. The people here are probably the weakest Mariah. Moria's face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to talk to Hyuga Chen. This is the man who had beaten the white-bearded man before. Now that everyone's here, let's start the meeting, Sengoku said. Although the 5 old stars are also sitting here, Sengoku is the initiator of the meeting, and he presided over this meeting. As for the 5 old stars, they came here mainly to meet Chiwahai, and then to deter them. At this time, they released a terrifying aura, and their purpose was to deter Chiwahai. This time, the main purpose is to let you meet each other. It's best not to have conflicts between Kibukai, Sengoku said to Kibukai who were present. The purpose of Chiwahai is to balance the power of the 4 emperors and curb the pirates raging at sea. Sengoku can't let them have internal conflicts. Of course it won't make them unite, so Sengoku has to grasp a degree of not letting them get too close, but not letting them die each other forever. You guys continue the meeting. We won't accompany you. 5 old stars stood up and left the conference room. Because they really don't want to see Hyuga Chen, they feel liver pain when they see Hyuga Chen, not to mention the death of Tianlong people, they still need to solve it. If the Tianlong people were killed, even if it was Whitebeard, it would be easy to do it, but the one who killed the Tianlong people was Hyuga Chen. It's hard for the 5 old stars to deal with it now, and they are still thinking about a solution. Wu Laoxing suddenly left, and Sengoku was a little unhappy. If you want to leave, you should leave early. Now that the meeting has started, and Wu Laoxing suddenly left, isn't this hitting Sengoku in the face? But the 5 old stars don't care about Sengoku's face. In front of the 5 old stars, Sengoku's face is worthless. Fuyang Yang Yang. It's so disrespectful, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Doflamingo said with a strange smile. Sand Crocodile Rock Doll. Moonlight Moria also looked at Sengoku with playful eyes, and it was rare to see the Admiral's shame. Sengoku's face was as gloomy as water. Sengoku didn't tell you. You can't take care of the 5 old stars, can't you take care of them? They mock you so much, but you can bear it. Hyuga-chan said. Quiet me all, if you are talking more, I will remove you from Shichibukai. Sengoku slapped the table and stood up, looking coldly at Doflamingo who took the lead. Seeing Sengoku's anger, Doflamingo wisely restrained his laughter, and finally got Shichibukai's position. He didn't want to lose it like this. Rare, I thought Sengoku you would only get angry. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. Sengoku ignored Hyuga-chan, but looked at Shichibukai, mainly because he had nothing to do with Hyuga-chan. Remember to me that although Chiwahai has privileges, you shouldn't use your privileges to do anything excessive, or let me find out that the Navy will make every effort to arrest you. This is Sengoku's warning to them, and his eyes are especially staring at Doflamingo. The most dangerous among the 7 seas is Doflamingo. Of course, this is not to say that Doflamingo is the strongest. Among the Chiwahai, there are many people who are stronger than Doflamingo, such as Hawkeye Mahawk, and another example of Bao Kun Bear. Both of them are stronger than Doflamingo. Then add the Empress Boya Hancock. The current Empress is not the Empress in the original story. Experienced better training, plus the reinforcement that Hyuga Chen gave her, and Hyuga-chen also helped Hancock to extract the curse of the devil fruit, eliminating the weakness of the devil fruit. Therefore, Hancock is very strong at this time, and he is definitely the strongest among the 7 Wuhei. Although Hawkeye is also very strong, he is not as good as the Admiral of the Navy, and he is comparable to Yuhi Fashanks. That is because the two compete in swordsmanship. If it is a battle of life and death with full strength, Hawkeye is still close, but although it is not as good as the Admiral of the Navy, the gap is not big. If there is a real fight, even the Aokiji and the others will definitely not be able to win Hawkeye without going through a few days of fighting. The face of Sengoku's threatening words. Hawkeye sat there and said nothing, there holding a book, his face was silent. He joined Chiwahai just to provide information to the Revolutionary Army. After all, after becoming Chiwahai, he could control a lot of naval movements and information about the world government. Sand Crocodile Rock Doll's eyes flickered, but he wanted to find Hades, and he wanted to rely on the power of ancient weapons to become one piece. When it comes to ancient weapons, I am afraid that this has touched the bottom line of the world government. If it is exposed, it will definitely be arrested and locked in the underwater prison. Doflamingo was still arrogant with his legs crossed, but he didn't care about Sengoku's warning. What's more, after becoming Chiwahai, there is no evidence that the Navy will never do anything to him. Husband Kun, concubine is not interested in this meeting. Hancock leaned into Hyuga-chan's ear and said. For Hancock, instead of having a boring meeting here, it's better to be alone with Hyuga-chen. Actually, I'm not interested either. Hyuga-chen leaned back on the chair and tapped the table with both hands bored. Sengoku, let's leave first. I won't listen to your nonsense. Hyuga-chen took the Empress Hancock's hand and left with Baby 5 and Margaret. Sengoku's face sank again. As soon as Hyuga-chen left, Doflamingo's expression became quite natural, and his whole body relaxed. Crocodile also felt a lot better. He was also cleaned up by Hyuga-chen, and even almost died in the sea. So after seeing Hyuga-chen, I was a little scared and didn't even dare to say a word. Main purpose of K. Rockdale's search for Hades is to seek revenge for Hyuga-chen, but he almost died in the sea because of Hyuga-chen. It is impossible to say that there is no hatred for Hyuga-chen in his heart. Rockdale, who has seen Hyuga-chen's strength, has no expectations for revenge by his own strength. Chapter 528 and Robin. If there is nothing else, I will not accompany me, and there are several big business waiting for me to deal with. Doflamingo got up and walked out with arrogant steps. Sengoku frowned and slapped the table sharply. Go back for me, am I letting you go? Doflamingo's way of walking is too arrogant. Sengoku was already angry, so Doflamingo unfortunately hit the explosive pack. At this time, the explosive pack of Sengoku exploded at one point, and Doflamingo became the fuse. The 5 old stars cannot give him face because they are the bosses, and Hyuga-chen can give no face because he is strong. But what kind of thing is your Doflamingo? The angry Sengoku really wanted to shoot Doflamingo to death here with a shockwave. Rockdale looked at this scene jokingly. The gun shot the first bird, and now Doflamingo is the bird that was beaten. With Doflamingo's pink Yuhi feather coat, it's really suitable for that bird. Yi Yang. If you don't let him go, you won't let him go. Why are you so angry? Doflamingo sat down with a smile. Well, in fact, he confessed, and the angry Sengoku was very powerful. He didn't want to use his own life to test Sengoku's strength. No one will doubt Sengoku's strength. To be a naval marshal requires not only wisdom, but also extraordinary strength. Don't think that Sengoku is called a wise general and look down on his strength. Anyway, a shock wave from Sengoku can definitely kill Doflamingo. Since you have become a king under the Chiwahai and enjoy the rights of the Chiwahai, you still have to do things for me. Sengoku said in a deep voice. What do you want us to do? Hawkeye raised his brows. Suppress the pirates. Sengoku said lightly. The establishment of the Shichibukai itself is to combat pirates. Everyone's brows were raised, but they didn't say the word, rejection. They chose to join Chiwahai for their own purposes. What's more, the relationship between pirates and pirates is not harmonious, and it is no problem for them to suppress pirates. Seeing that they agreed, Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. As long as they started suppressing the pirates, they were destined to stand on the opposite side of the pirates. You guys are back so soon? Alvia asked in surprise as she watched Hyuga-chen and the others come back. Is this meeting going too fast? It's just a day's work to come and go. I don't have time to listen to that old man Sengoku speak. Hancock said, lying on Hyuga-chan's back. Why do you keep pressing on Chen, Hancock? It's so uncomfortable for him. Come down quickly. Robin grabbed Hancock's hand and pulled her down. Hyuga-chen opened his mouth. He actually wanted to say that I wasn't uncomfortable. Hancock was lying on top of him. He felt soft and comfortable. Chen, come in. I have something important to tell you. Robin grabbed Hyuga-chen's hand and pulled him into the house. What's the matter? Hancock wanted to enter the house, but was stopped by Alvia. Alvia, what are you doing with your concubine? Hancock, are you interested in learning from each other? Alvia asked with a smile. Let's learn from each other. My concubine is not interested in learning with you. I'm going in to find my husband Kun. Could it be Hancock that you are afraid of? Alvia used aggressive tactics on Hancock. Seemingly simple, but very useful to Hancock. Hancock and Alvia looked at each other, and Conqueror's Haki was released. Concubine is not afraid of you. Let's go and find a place to learn from each other. Hancock said proudly. Alvia smiled lightly. During this time, she also understood Hancock's character. As long as she used the aggressive method, it would definitely work for Hancock. Alvia dragged the others along and took Hancock to the sea to find an island to learn from. With their strength, the destructive power caused by them is huge, so they can only find an uninhabited desert island to learn from. Robin, pull me in. Before Hyuga-chen finished speaking, Robin blocked his mouth and stared at Robin with wide eyes. How could Robin be so bold? But no matter what, you have to eat the tofu that comes to your door, or you will be struck by thunder. It took a long time for Robin to separate, and a silver-colored silk thread slowly stretched and then disconnected from the middle. Robin, you actually forcibly raped me. No, you have to be responsible for me. I guess you are the only one who can say such shameless words. You are the one who sells it when you get cheap, right? Robin rolled his eyes at him, and the face that was originally ashamed of Yuhi is not that Yuhi anymore. What am I shameless? Don't you want to be responsible? I didn't expect you to be an irresponsible scumbag, Robin. Hyuga-chen looked at Robin angrily. You'll die for me. Robin couldn't bear it any longer, and clenched his pink fist to give Hyuga-chen a close contact. Hyuga-chen smiled at Robin, grabbed Robin's wrist, pulled Robin into his arms, and looked down at Robin. Seeing Hyuga-chen staring at him without blinking, Robin felt a little nervous. You, what are you looking at? I'm looking at you, Robin, you're so beautiful. Then who is more beautiful than Hancock and I? Robin gave him a proposition. Hyuga-chan's face is tangled. Can you answer this question? If Hancock is more beautiful, then Robin will definitely be angry. If Robin is more beautiful, then Hancock will definitely make trouble with him. As for Hancock, will he know? This is absolutely impossible. If he dared to say today that Robin is more beautiful than Hancock, it is no surprise that Robin will tell Hancock in the next second. Don't you mean to say, the two of you have their own strengths and scumbags? Robin narrowed his eyes with an elegant smile on his face. Hyuga-chen smiled, a little embarrassed. He really wanted to say that just now. If you have to answer, then I can only choose Hancock. Hyuga-chen said. Why? Robin pouted. She didn't think she was inferior to Hancock. That's because I understand her inner. But I don't understand you at all. 2.0 Hyuga-chen glanced at Robin's whole body, as if his eyes could penetrate her clothes. Robin made a Yuhi face, then slammed down on him, and said, then I'll show you my inside, too. Resisting shyness, Robin gracefully took off his clothes. Looking at her skin as white as jade, the flame in Hyuga-chan's heart changed from a small flame to a raging fire. Next, a man and a woman are naturally self-evident, and the whole room is full of moving notes. Because it was the first time for Robin, Hyuga-chan didn't go too far. Seeing Robin, who had transformed from a young girl into a real woman, became more intellectual and elegant, she couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Robin hugged Hyuga-chan's body, buried his head in his arms, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and then fell asleep. Now that she is Chen's woman, she is very happy. Chapter 529 Advanced City Prisoner Escape. Alvia, I will definitely win you next time. Hancock looked at Alvia angrily. It wasn't that she lost in the competition between the two of them, but when they were halfway through the competition, Alvia suddenly stopped, which made Hancock more angry. Alvia smiled slightly. The reason why she proposed to discuss with Hancock was just to create opportunities for Robin. They were all Chen's women. Alvia didn't care who wins or loses between them. You two learn from each other, why are you pulling us along? It's so boring. Tautu stretched his waist and said. I don't feel right, Alvia, you are abnormal. Charlie frowned. Tina thinks so too. Alvia is not a person who likes fighting, so why did she suddenly ask for advice? Tina said while pinching her chin. Alvia smiled slightly, she couldn't hide it anyway, and it didn't matter. After returning home and entering the room, the girls smelled a special smell. Did you smell anything? Monet asked. 12 inches I smell it, Kurla said, raising her hand. Hancock's face changed. She was familiar with this smell. Every time she and her husband Kun fell in love, it was the same smell. And there are only husband Kun and Robin at home, plus Alvia unusually wants to learn from her. Hancock is a very smart person, so everything is clear. Although he was very jealous, Hancock didn't say anything. Anyway, husband Kun would not be the only woman she was, as long as it didn't threaten her position in husband Kun's heart. Tautu also thought of something, looked at Alvia strangely, and was very angry. She was the first to know Chen and she, but they all ran in front of her one by one. Peach Rabbit wanted to yell at this moment, but Peach Rabbit was not convinced. Sure enough, when I saw Hyuga Chen and Robin walking out of the same room, Robin's walking posture was very strange, and when he was limping, everyone except those who didn't understand understood. As for people who don't understand, basically they all know about books about men and women, and if they want to find one they don't understand, it's only sugar. What have you been looking at me for? Robin sat on the sofa, covering his face feeling shy. I'm too embarrassed to ask, of course, I'm staring at you, a fishy cat, with my eyes. Tautu said viciously. ... A few days later. General Hyuga, I have something to ask you. Sengoku's eyes were serious. The prisoners who were held in the advanced city ran out, and there are many big troublesome pirates among them. You need your help to catch them back. Please don't refuse, Sengoku pleaded. He had just finished the roundtable meeting in Chiwahai, and before he could take a break, he received a riot in the big underwater prison to promote the city. The vicious pirates who were imprisoned in the advanced city escaped from the prison, and now those who escaped from the prison are destroying everywhere, seriously affecting the balance on the sea. The sea, which had already been balanced and settled down, became rough again. The prisoners in the advanced city actually ran away. What does the director of the prison do? Hyuga-chan was very surprised. Isn't the current director of the advanced city Magellan? His strength is comparable to that of a general. How can a person with the strength of a general look down on a pirate who has been imprisoned for many years? Alas, since the establishment of the advanced city, there has been no accident, so this time, some powerful characters have escaped because of carelessness. Sengoku sighed. It's okay to say that Akainu and Kayabu have already been dispatched. I believe they will be captured soon, but there are two particularly powerful characters. Who is the most powerful character? Hyuga-chen asked curiously. Be called a particularly powerful character by Sengoku, It must be very powerful. Bundy Waldo the World Destroyer, and Yuhi Barorik Redfield the Lonely. Sengoku said heavily. World Breaker Bundy Valdo is a Momo fruit, powered man who used to be feared by the Navy. Just by hearing the name of this World Destroyer, you can know his strength. And his Momo fruit is a very pervert devil fruit, which can increase the size and speed of the objects it touches by hundreds of times, and can also increase its movement speed at will. And this hundredfold is not necessarily the limit of Momo's fruit. The solitary Yuhi, also known as Earl Yuhi, is even more powerful. This is someone who, by himself, can be on an equal footing with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. I heard that now Count Yuhi has found the animal-type bat fruit, the ghostly beast vampire form. Relying on this bat fruit, he has regained his youth and has become more difficult to deal with. That's why I have to ask you for help. No problem, leave these two guys to me. Hyuga Chen happily agreed. Hyuga-chan was just about to get the Momo fruit, and originally planned to go to the advanced city, but Bundy Waldo ran out unexpectedly. It's good to run out. Anyway, I was bored in the Navy headquarters, so I just went out for a walk. Leave Sengoku's office, then go home and call the girls, and set off immediately on the warship. I have also heard of Earl Yuhi. He is very powerful and must be careful. Alvia said. Don't worry, I'm going to deal with Earl Yuhi, it's not easy to catch. That's right, Lord Kun Kun is the best. Hancock, who is lying in Hyuga Chen's arms, said. Robin is also lying in Hyuga Chen's arms, pushing Hancock with his small hands, and the two women are fighting each other in Hyuga Chen's arms. Pouted, it was clearly my place, but you two actually occupied it for me, and you are not ashamed to grab the place of the child. The angry Sugar wanted to seek justice, but when he thought about his small arms and legs, he was also bullied in the past, and he was suddenly discouraged. Sister Monet, the two of them bullied me, you avenge me. Sugar pulled La Monet. Monet squatted down and touched the Sugar's head. Sister, I can't help you, I'm not their opponent. Sister Ain, don't you usually love me the most? Turn them back into children and see how I bully them. Seeing that Monet couldn't help, Shatang abandoned her without hesitation and turned to Ain. Embrace. Monet clutched his heart, that heartache. Am I the one who hurts you the most? Sugar is really getting more and more unscrupulous. Sorry little Sugar. Ain shook his head at Sugar. Sugar looked disappointed. As expected, Ain, you are still so useless. Listening to the words of Sugar's poisonous tongue, Ain suffered a 100% crit. This little girl not only has no conscience, but also has a poisonous tongue. Sugar looked at Kurla. Kurla waved her hands again and again. Don't worry, Kurla, I won't be looking for you, because I know you're the most useless one. Kurla's heart was full of anger. Sure enough, I shouldn't usually play with you, this unconscionable little girl. Her words were so hurtful that I really wanted to beat her up. Chapter 530 World Breaker Bundy Waldo. Looking at Sugar standing in front of him with a bulging face, the watery eyes were pitiful. Hyuga Chen reluctantly pushed Hancock and Robin away. Shatang jumped into his arms excitedly, and sure enough, no one could rely on him, he still had to rely on himself. Hancock and Robin were depressed and looked at Hyuga Chen with resentment. Don't they have a little girl attractive? Fu-kun, are you Lolicon? Hancock asked resentfully. Bullshit, how could I be Lolicon? I am in full control, not just lowly. Hyuga Chen said righteously. You are so shameless. Charlie gave Hyuga-chan a contemptuous look. Hyuga Chen turned a deaf ear to Xiaoli's contempt. Seeing how he could be toothless with a big mouth full of white fang, there was clearly something wrong with Xiaoli's eyes. The juice is ready. Margaret and Baby 5 two maids came over with freshly squeezed juice. You two have worked hard. Of course it's not hard work for the king, said Margaret. That's right, as long as Lord Chen needs anything, you can leave it all to Baby 5. Baby 5 patted her small chest and said. Hyuga-chan chuckled lightly, then looked at Kurla who was standing on the bow looking out to sea. Kurla, I'll give you a devil fruit, do you want to eat it? Ah, of course. Kurla was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and immediately came to Hyuga-chen, looking at Hyuga-chen eagerly. Among the girls present, except for the sugar, she should be the weakest, so of course she hopes to get a devil fruit that can quickly increase her strength. Only with strong strength can he be able to help Brother Chen and repay Brother Chen for saving her at the beginning. Take out the door fruit and hand it to Kurla. This fruit will be very powerful when used. Of course, the premise is that the person who uses it cannot be weak. Kurla held the door fruit with a look of excitement, endured the bitterness of the devil fruit, and then ate it. It's really unpalatable, woohoo. Tears flowed from Kurla's face, indicating that it was the first time she had eaten something so unpalatable. Ain came over, handed her a glass of juice, and told her to rinse her mouth. Devil fruits are so unpalatable, the taste is very strange, and I felt unpalatable when I ate them. Ain said to Kurla. I don't know where Bundy Valdo has gone. It seems that the Navy's intelligence department is a bit bad. After spending half a day at sea, according to the information sent by the Navy headquarters, there was no sign of Bundy Waldo at all. Shouldn't have heard about Fu-kun's name and hid in fear, Hancock said. Hyuga-chen shook his head, let alone hid when he heard his name. Hyuga-chen guessed that Bundy Valdo had never even heard of his name. Chen, the Navy has sent information that Bundy Valdo wants to gather pirates to attack Marine Vando, the headquarters of the Navy, to avenge the Navy, Alvia said. This guy is so arrogant. Sengoku is still in the Navy headquarters. Although this guy's strength should be good, he's not so confident, right? Hancock looked surprised. Who knows that? But he's on his way to Marivendo now. Then let's turn around and go back to Marin Fando. Hyuga-chen controlled the warship to turn around, galloping like a rocket on the sea. I didn't expect Bundy Waldo to be so arrogant, and dare to attack the Navy headquarters. Sengoku's face was gloomy. Cap, take it seriously, this time someone is provoking the authority of the Navy. Sengoku growled, looking at the sleeping Garp. Garp was awakened by Sengoku's roar, and looked at Sengoku in confusion. Sengoku was very angry. He knew that Garp was unreliable, and it was okay to be unreliable at ordinary times, you still sleep at the critical moment. Sengoku, don't make a fuss, isn't Shenboi going to solve him? I guess it will be solved soon, let me sleep for a while. Garp closed his eyes again. Forget it. Sengoku didn't want to deal with this troublesome guy, and took someone on a warship to stop him himself. Sengoku is not afraid of Bundy Valdo's strength, but of the destructive power he causes, and the Momo fruit is a big killer. If Bundy Valdo were to hit Marine Fando with 100-fold cannonball, let alone sinking Marine Fando, it would definitely cause countless casualties. But Sengoku is completely overthinking, and now Bundy Valdo has been unfortunately stopped by Hyuga-chen. Old man, are you Bundy Valdo, the world destroyer? Asked Hyuga-chen, standing on the bow. You guys are also in the Navy. Bundy Waldo frowned at Hyuga-chen, but no matter how many he took out his pistol, it was a shot at Hyuga-chen. Waldo, who has been imprisoned for many years, does not know Hyuga-chen and thinks he is just a minor character. Hyuga-chen pinched the bullet between two fingers, raised his brows slightly, how could he look down on me so much? I didn't expect you to be unusual, Momo 100 times gun. Bundy Waldo glanced at Hyuga-chen in surprise, and then shot again. The bullets shot this time are different, their size and speed are increased by 100 times. Wooden shield. Charlie made a wooden shield to block the bullets. Although it was wood, it was stronger than steel. Natural type Mumu fruit, the power can refer to Mokuten, wood style. To be able to stop it, it seems that you are not easy, just to destroy all of you, as an appetizer before destroying the Navy headquarters. Bundy Valdo laughed. And the newly recruited pirate behind him also laughed. Humph. It's really annoying. Hancock went to that stop. The sweet fruit bonus and his own beauty instantly fascinated Bundy Waldo and other pirates. Sweet and sweet. Except for Bundy Valdo, who reacted in time and stabbed himself with a knife to get rid of the confused state, all the others were petrified. Bundy Valdo had cold sweat dripping from his forehead and was almost finished. Momo, 100 times cut. The knife was enlarged 100 times, and then slashed down at 100 times the speed. Sluggish light. Tautu's hand shoots a light that can make people sluggish, and the big sword that originally slashed at 100 times the speed instantly turned into a turtle speed. The slow fruit is indeed very restrained against speed-type enemies, and the speed doubling of the Momo fruit is obviously among them. Afterwards, Tautu slashed the 100 times larger knife into pieces with a sword energy. Not only that, the released sword chi suddenly turned a corner and slashed at Bundy Valdo's right arm, cutting off his right arm. Bundy Valdo lost an arm in just a moment of fighting, without Hyuga-chan's shot. Damn! Bundy Valdo quickly stopped the bleeding. His face was very ugly. He did not expect this to be the case. Could it be that he has been detained for too long, and now the people outside are too powerful? He was once also a famous world destroyer, and the world government also relied on secret calculations to catch him. Why are you being bullied so badly after you come out now? Is this era changing so fast? Chapter 531 Momo Fruit is in hand. Old guy, it's better to stay in the big underwater prison obediently. If you have to run out, we will find you everywhere, and my sister will flatten him. Sha Tang pushed Monet and said. Monet nodded helplessly. The icy snow fell, and every snowflake could freeze the sea. Snowflakes fell on Bundy Valdo, freezing his body and congealing his blood. However, Bundy Waldo has been frozen for many years in the underwater prison, which may have improved his ability to resist freezing. Although he felt uncomfortable, he was not buried by ice and snow. Armament hockey. Bundy Valdo covered armament hockey with his left hand, then increased his speed by 100 times, and flew towards Hyuga-chen with a moon step. As the saying goes, catch the thief first and catch the king. Bundy Waldo has already seen it. Hyuga-chen is the main character of this ship. Wow, he actually dared to fight with Chen. Chen, hurry up and kill him. Sha Tang said, jumping. Monet's head was full of black lines. Looking at the sloppy sugar, can't you be more honest? Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga-chen used the gentle fist that had not been used for a long time. Under the palm print that turned into an afterimage, Bundy Valdo spewed blood and flew back and smashed on his ship. Don't try to compete with me in physique, you are still too far behind. Hyuga-chen said 563 with disdain. Damn, Bundy Valdo got up, and sure enough, Hyuga-chen was more difficult to deal with than the group of women, and it was just one move that severely injured him. Bundy Valdo didn't seem to have much problem, but in fact, his body has been damaged a lot. Sink them all to the bottom of the sea. Momo 100 times cannon. This is Bundy Valdo's strongest trick, and he also relies on this 100 times magnified cannonball to attack Marin Vando. Let me stop this cannonball. Kurla stood up, not at all afraid of this huge cannonball bigger than a warship. The air opens. Kurla opened a huge portal in the air, and then the shells fell into the portal and disappeared. Ain immediately supported Kurla. Not long after taking the door fruit, she was able to open such a large door. Kurla is also a genius. And opening such a large door requires a lot of physical strength. Although panting, Kurla was happy that she was finally able to help. How is that possible? Bundy Valdo's face was ugly. His 100-fold cannon was even a white beard. It's not your time anymore. Your time is long gone. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe I can leave you a whole body. Hyuga-chen looked at Bundy Valdo with an unbelievable face. Bundy Waldo, look at the right arm that has disappeared. You have cut off Lao Su's right arm and left me a whole body. Can you go to the sea and retrieve my right arm? If you can stop one, I don't believe you can stop the second and third shells. Bundy Valdo looked hideous. He had seen Kurla fall to the ground exhausted, which also gave Bundy Valdo hope. As long as he can sink their ship, he can escape and seek revenge in the Navy in the future. Firing 300 times in a row, Bundy Waldo's physical strength couldn't support it anymore. After all, he was old and no longer had the physical strength he had when he was young. Futility of struggle. Susanoo. The huge armored samurai protected the warship and took 3 super powerful cannonballs, but there was no crack in the armor. This is also normal. The Susanoo used by Hyuga-chan. It is estimated that the shock fruit of Whitebeard may not be able to cause damage to Susanoo. What is this? Looking at the giant armored giant that was more than 100 meters away, his aura overwhelmed the sea and exuded endless evil aura. The horror in Bundy Waldo's heart was indescribable. As expected of my husband Kun, there are so many ways. My husband Kun is the strongest. Hancock put 2 jade arms around Chen's neck, looking like a nympho. He's not just your husband Kun. Robin hugged Chen's arm and confronted Hancock. Alvia smiled and watched this scene, and didn't go over to join in the fun, otherwise Hyuga-chen might have a headache. With Susanoo removed, Hyuga-chen looked at Bundy Waldo indifferently. It was time to get rid of this guy. Give me your momo fruit. As for you, you should be buried in the sea. Hyuga-chan came to Bundy Waldo in an instant. Bundy Waldo's pupils shrank suddenly. His observation haki did not capture Hyuga-chan's movement trajectory at all. Of course, it is impossible for him to capture it, because Hyuga-chen uses space to move, which is impossible for Bundy Waldo to capture. Of Bundy Waldo's head, a fruit with a strange spiral pattern was slowly pulled out by Hyuga-chen. After getting the momo fruit, Bundy Waldo was useless. A laser beam cut a hole in his head. Bundy Waldo fell on the deck, once famous on the sea, feared by the Navy, and feared by the world government. Bundy Waldo completely ruined his life. After Waldo died, Hyuga-chen returned to his warship, and Bundy Waldo's ship began to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Instead of letting it float on the sea, it is better to let it sink to the bottom of the sea, where most of the pirate ships end up. Hey, Sengoku, Bundy Waldo, I've already solved it for you. Don't forget to reward me when you go back. Hyuga-chen called Sengoku. Sengoku also breathed a sigh of relief, and then took the Navy back to the Navy headquarters, as long as Bundy Waldo was dealt with, so the Navy headquarters would not be threatened. Going to find Earl Yuhi now. According to the latest information, Earl Yuhi seems to have gone to the New World, and his whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid it is harder to find than Bundy Waldo. Alvia said. Haha, this is easy to handle. Hyuga-chen laughed twice. He didn't need to go to Count Yuhi at all, just let him bring it to the door himself. This guy is known as the arrogant Yuhi. He is arrogant. As long as the news is released, the Admiral of the Navy will fight with him. Whoever does not come will be a dog. I believe he will definitely come. Hyuga-chen told the method. Alvia and others were covered with black lines. Isn't this a method that children often use? But it doesn't matter who uses it, as long as it works well. Alvia called the Navy headquarters to release the news. Through the dissemination of news birds, the news spread all over the world, and even the whole world knew it. For a while, many people were struck by lightning. What the hell is this? Although the news is very shocking, all the pirates in the Great Channel are waiting to see the show. Count Yuhi has a great name. As long as he is not the kind of new pirate, he has basically heard of the name of Count Yuhi. This is the person who can keep pace with Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion all by himself. If he hadn't been caught by Garp, he might be one of the legends on the sea at this time. Chapter 532 Duel with Count Yuhi. Dad, are you saying that Earl Yuhi is going to duel with Hyuga-chen? Marco asked Whitebeard. Whitebeard picked up the wine barrel next to him, and then drank it all at once. Gee la la la, Earl Yuhi will definitely go, I understand his character. Whitebeard said affirmatively. Dad, should we join forces with Earl Yuhi to deal with Hyuga-chen first? He is a great threat to us, said Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division. Bista, don't say such things. Earl Yuhi will not cooperate with anyone, and Lao Su will not cooperate with others. Whitebeard reprimanded. Whitebeard has his own pride and will never cooperate with others to deal with Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chan is actually not a big threat to us. Besides, even if I really join forces with Earl Yuhi, I may not be Hyuga-chan's opponent. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Haven't played against Hyuga-chan will never know how strong he is. Even Whitebeard, who fought with Hyuga-chan, doesn't know how strong Hyuga-chan is. Hyuga-chan, who was fighting with him at that time, was not serious at all, but even if he was not serious, he was seriously injured. Even now, the injury that Hyuga-chan left him has not recovered. Beasta, you have to understand that you have your own pride as a great swordsman, and Daddy also has his own pride. In our eyes, Daddy is the strongest. Marco patted Beasta's shoulders. I see. If he were to compete with others in swordsmanship, he would also not want others to intervene, and would rather fail than help others. Dad, shall we go to see their duel? Diamond Yoja asked. Of course I'll go, let you see what a strong man is, lest you leave me without the ability to sail on the sea. Whitebeard said. Daddy's joking. We're not leaving Daddy, Marco said. Whitebeard shook his head, he couldn't take care of them all his life, and he would die one day. Whitebeard didn't want his sons to survive on the sea after he died. He can live to give his sons a safe haven, but what if one day he has an accident? So Whitebeard thought a lot. Not only Whitebeard, but the other 4 Emperor pirates also made up their minds to watch it, and Chiwahai didn't want to miss it. The news spread so widely that even Count Yuhi could receive the news. Hyuga-chen, defeat the one with Whitebeard, and I will meet you in Redfield. Count Yuhi shredded the newspaper and said. In any case, he is sure to take on the challenge. After all, whoever doesn't come is a dog with great lethality. Earl Yuhi doesn't want to be talked about as a dog. Wouldn't that be an insult to him, not to mention that he has just recovered his peak strength and is looking for someone to fight. Originally, he wanted to find Garp. After all, it was Garp who caught him while he was weak. Count Yuhi is also a vengeful person, and of course he wants to take revenge. But now that Hyuga-chan challenged him, he wouldn't pretend that he didn't see it, so he would use Hyuga-chan first. Upon receiving the news, Count Yuhi flew towards the target location, which was a small island in the Windless Belt. Many people will refuse to fight in the Windless Belt, but to Count Yuhi, the Windless Belt is nothing. Hyuga-chen sat on the warship, and the warship slowly sailed towards an unnamed island in the Windless Belt. Throwing the Momo fruit into the sea, the power of the Momo fruit has been swallowed and absorbed by Hyuga-chen, and now this fruit is the same as the surgical fruit traded with Wu Laoxing before. Pick up a cannonball next to it, and throw it out violently. The cannonball grows hundreds of times at once, blasting a big hole in the sea, and then forming a huge uzumaki. Hyuga-chen looked stupefied, as expected of Momo's fruit. This power is indeed great. Now Hyuga-chen can increase the size and speed of objects 500 times, 5 times stronger than Bundy-Valdo's 100 times. This Momo fruit is really powerful. Alvia's mouth widened. This fruit is really against the sky. Originally, it was an extravagant wish to flatten a building with a cannonball, but after enhancing it with the Momo fruit, it is not an extravagant hope to flatten the island. Momo fruit is really strong, otherwise Bundy-Waldo would not have the title of World Destroyer. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. If the cannonball is further strengthened by using the enhancing fruit ability, Hyuga-chen estimates that one cannonball can blow up 10 holy places of Mary Joa. Of course, there are not 10 holy places Mary Joa to blow up for him. After coming to this nameless island in the Windless Belt, there are already many pirates waiting here, and basically the 4 emperors and Chiwahai have arrived. The 4 emperors did not bring all the crew members here. After all, this is a Windless Belt. In case of a riot of the Sea Kings, it would be difficult for Whitebeard to protect all the crew members. Barorik Redfield, Earl of Yuhi, has also arrived. It's you who made the appointment, but I didn't expect you to be the last one here. Admiral is really a big deal. At this time, Count Yuhi was already angry. He waited here for a long time, and if Hyuga-chen came a little later, he might be leaving. The protagonist is always the last to appear. You came so early, it goes without saying that you must be here as a stepping stone. Hyuga-chen got off the warship and said lightly. Extremely arrogant. If it wasn't for maintaining his graceful posture, Count Yuhi might have yelled at Hyuga-chen. Arrogant. I'm sorry, I'm not arrogant. You will be buried here today. Hyuga-chen looked at Count Yuhi indifferently, as if telling a fact. But in the eyes of Count Yuhi, it is not just arrogant and arrogant. To endure the anger in his heart, Earl Yuhi didn't talk nonsense with Hyuga-chen, and it was the best way to prove it with strength. The figure disappeared instantly, and it was like a ghost that people could not capture the figure. The four emperors all stared at each other closely, and this battle was also very rare for them. Hyuga-chen took 2 steps back, then slapped his hand and yanked it forward. Just when Hyuga-chen's slap was about to fail, Count Yuhi suddenly appeared and brought his face close. In order to prevent Hyuga-chen from being so embarrassed with a slap in the air, Count Yuhi resolutely stretched out his face. Crack! A crisp sound resounded across the island, and Count Yuhi's body flew backwards quickly like a rocket. The body pulled out a ditch on the ground. This is not important, the important thing is the face. At this time Count Yuhi's face has been beaten and swollen. The four emperors frowned as they watched this scene, and it was impossible for Count Yuhi to come over and let Hyuga-chen fight. So Hyuga-chen had long known that he would be there, whether it was budgeted or observation hockey's predicted future. Of course they are more inclined towards observation hockey's foreseeable future. Guy Duo's face is very ugly. I didn't expect that Hyuga-chen's observation hockey attainments are so high. Not many people can predict future episodes with observation hockey, which is a difficult state to achieve. Chapter 533. There are many guys who have been lying on the gun. Earl Yuhi, I didn't expect you to be as weak as Guy. It seems that you don't live up to your name. I'm so disappointed. Hyuga-chen shook his head in disappointment. And Guy Duo's already black face is even darker. The two of you fight, why am I lying on the gun innocently? Seeing the gloomy aura on Guy Duo, the people around him immediately moved away, for fear of being affected by the angry Guy Duo. Although Hyuga-chen said how weak Guy is, I don't know how many people want to be as weak as Guy. You dare to hit me in the face. Count Yuhi's swollen face quickly disappeared, but the flames of anger in his heart rose even higher. No matter who it is, slapping the face will be regarded as the biggest humiliation. At this time, it is Hyuga-chen's humiliation to him. You dare to humiliate me like this, I must make you pay the price today. Count Yuhi said viciously. Ha ha ha, I'm stronger than you, so what's wrong with me humiliating you? You can humiliate you back if you're not convinced. Hyuga-chen laughed and mocked. As for respecting the weak, I'm sorry, in Hyuga-chen's opinion, you are so weak, how can I respect you? Count Yuhi's body turned into countless bats, and countless bats attacked Hyuga-chen, each with sharp kiba teeth. This is a vampire bat. As long as it is bitten, it is the end of its blood. Moreover, after absorbing the blood of the enemy, it will also transmit the vitality contained in the blood to its own body. This is one of the abilities of the phantom bat fruit vampire form. With this fruit, you can achieve immortality by sucking blood, and Count Yuhi also relies on the ability of this fruit to restore his youthful state. Not only the appearance has returned to youth, but also the physical strength has also returned to a youthful state, so this fruit is also a very strong devil fruit. However, Hyuga-chen has no feelings for animal-type devil fruits. Even if it is an animal-type phantom beast, Hyuga-chen does not feel it. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Endless light bullets attacked the vampire bats, and countless vampire bats were beaten into Mukuro by the light bullets. And the number of light bombs is infinite, more than vampire bats. One of the bright Yuhi-colored vampire bats, which is the body of Count Yuhi, immediately retracted the vampire bat. Every bat is his source of power, Izumi, and every time one is killed, Count Yuhi loses a portion of his power. So Count Yuhi won't let his vampire bat make indifferent sacrifices. Aren't you out of your skills? Hyuga-chen looked at Earl Yuhi, who had an ugly face, with undisguised mockery on his face. The sarcasm on Chen's face is so obvious. Earl Yuhi won't be angry, right? Taotu said with a smile covering his mouth. You can't tell by looking at his expression. If Tina was him, he would be pissed off. Tina pointed at Count Yuhi's ugly face and said. It's just an old guy who has been eliminated by the times, and it is not easy for husband Kun to solve him. Hancock looked proud. This is her husband Kun. Not far away, Whitebeard heard Hancock's words, and his face was unpleasant. What is an old guy who was eliminated by the times? Then he, a contemporary of Count Yuhi, is also an old guy who was eliminated. What do you think about the big man? Don't think that you are a Whitebeard, and your concubine is afraid of you. Feeling the unkind gaze of the Whitebeard, Hancock scolded him without hesitation. How dare you look down on Dad? Marco, Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta and others were angry. Humph, I just looked down on it, so what, it's just my husband Kun's defeat. Believe it or not, I'll let my husband Kun arrest you all. Hancock said proudly. Whitebeard stopped Marco and the others who were about to do it. If he was the only one, Whitebeard wouldn't take this anger, but his son was still here, so he endured it. Sister Hancock, you are amazing. Sugar looked at Hancock with admiration. At this time, Sha Tang decided that she would go to Whitebeard like Hancock in the future, so what kind of sin did Whitebeard do? And Count Yuhi continued, but it was more like a joke to Tatsu. Count Yuhi's swordsmanship, physique, and fruit abilities were all out, and he couldn't help him, and he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. And Hyuga Chen also used the glitter fruit and the thunder fruit to bombard Count Yuhi wildly. Pervert in the form of the bat fruit and the vampire is reflected, and the recovery power is definitely stronger than that of the phoenix fruit. Dozens of holes were punched by the laser of the glittering fruit, and he could actually recover, but his face became a little pale. I didn't expect you to be so durable, as durable as Gai Duo. Hyuga Chen mentioned Gai Duo again. Gai, who was lying on the gun, again released a terrifying breath, and the sea kings in the sea were scared away. What wrong have I done? You keep mentioning. Count Yuhi's face was terrifyingly pale, his aura weakened, and he looked at the trembling beasts on the island. The body turned into a bat again and dissipated, and then flocked to the beasts. Although those beasts were fierce, they couldn't stop the vampire bats at all. The blood of these beasts was absorbed by the vampire bats and turned into mummified corpses. Then the vampire bat changed back to the appearance of Count Yuhi again. At this time, his power has been restored, and it is no different from the heyday. Hyuga Chen watched his movements and did not stop him in the slightest. Your bat fruit vampire form is indeed pervert, but unfortunately I have no feelings for animal-type devil fruits, but presumably your devil fruits should be of high value and not useless. Count Yuhi's face was very ugly. How could he, who has lived for many years, not understand the meaning of Hyuga Chen's words? Hyuga Chen clearly wanted his devil fruit. Don't be too complacent, the real battle has only begun now. Count Yuhi said stubbornly. In fact, the current Count Yuhi is already poor in skills, but he must not lose in terms of momentum, and he will never lose. Then let me see, what other means do you have? Don't be the same old Kiba again. Hyuga Chen folded his arms and looked at him lightly. Humph! Count Yuhi snorted coldly, his body suddenly disappeared into a shadow, his body was hidden in the shadows around him, and he quickly approached Hyuga Chen. Don't use this kind of trick to make 2.7 people laugh. Hyuga Chen kicked Count Yuhi, who was hiding in the shadows, in the face with a thunderous kick. Count Yuhi's face was deformed by the kick, several Kiba teeth fell off, and his body rotated 360 times in the air before falling to the ground. That's right, it didn't rotate 360 degrees, but was kicked by Hyuga Chen and rotated 360 times in the air. However, Earl Yuhi's life is really tenacious. This heavy kick made his head deformed, and he still hasn't kicked him to death. The face that was deformed by the kick quickly recovered. Count Yuhi stepped back and looked at Hyuga Chen with an extremely ugly face. After taking the bat fruit vampire form, he will not die as long as the existence at the core of the heart is not destroyed. Otherwise, such a rapid kick hit the head, and he would really be kicked to death. Chapter 534 The Death of Count Yuhi. Why, aren't you going to escape now? Hyuga-chen looked at Count Yuhi playfully. Escape? Will you let me escape? Count Yuhi's face turned cold, not to mention that Hyuga-chen would not let him escape, and even if he let him escape, he would never escape. Because of the problem of face, he will never run away, and would rather die here. Count Yuhi opened his mouth and made a harsh sound, which was painfully painful. Those who came to watch the battle were affected, fresh Yuhi blood flowed from their ears, and they were dizzy and unsteady. I didn't expect you to be able to use ultrasonic attacks. But it's not surprising that bat fruit can use ultrasonic waves. Hyuga-chen stood not far from Count Yuhi, but he was not affected in any way. It actually doesn't work for you. Count Yuhi's face sank, but this was also in his expectation, and it was definitely not so easy to defeat someone who could defeat Whitebeard. If that's the case, then let you see my strongest form. Count Yuhi's thin body suddenly became full of muscles. His body size suddenly soared, and with it, his strength soared. Armament Haki wrapped his fist around and hit Hyuga-chen head-on, and Hyuga-chen also noticed the difference. In the words of the Hokage world, now it is Count Yuhi who has used the secret technique. Count Yuhi did use the forbidden technique, and now his power has skyrocketed several times, but his blood is evaporating every second, which means that he is now fighting with his life. In the face of the huge fist, Hyuga-chen didn't mean to dodge, and he didn't need to dodge at all. He raised his fist as well, and then the fist was thrown out like a shooting star, and the two fists collided together. Boom! Crack! Count Yuhi's bones were shattering, and even though armament Haki was wrapped around his fist, he was still injured. How can there be such a strong power? Even the sea kings in the deep sea are just like this. Are you a monster? Count Yuhi asked with a painful expression. Isn't this going to last? So you're still a long way off. Hyuga-chen increased his strength again, destroying Count Yuhi's entire arm, and blasting him out, almost falling into the sea. Count Yuhi is a devil fruit person. Even if he falls into the sea, he will become the food of the sea kings. Looking at the hands that had completely disappeared, and then looking at the sea kings swimming in the sea, Count Yuhi used the umbrella in his hand to slash a sword energy towards the sea. The sea kings roared and rushed out of the sea, their tyrannical eyes full of anger. What is this bastard doing? Moonlight Mariah looked angry, and he could actually do such a thing as angering the sea kings. You must know that they are still here. If the sea kings are furious, they will also be besieged by hordes of sea kings. Maybe the four emperors can still face it calmly, but for a rookie like Moonlight Moria, it is a huge disaster. Count Yuhi ignored them, turned into countless bats, and madly sucked the blood of the sea kings exposed to the sea. As long as there was blood, he could recover himself. If it weren't for the fear of public wrath, Count Yuhi would even suck the blood of pirates on the sea. It actually sucks blood again. It seems that the bat fruit vampire form is still a perpetual motion devil fruit. Hyuga-chen whispered softly. As long as it sucks blood, it can restore all states, even physical strength can be perfectly restored. This devil fruit is very pervert. Now it seems that among the Eudemon's devil fruits, only Marco's phoenix fruit is the most rubbish. Whether it is the dragon fruit of Dorag or the vampire fruit of Count Yuhi, they are much stronger than the phoenix fruit. Sengoku's phantom beast species Buddha and Buddha fruit should also be stronger than the phoenix fruit. Sengoku is a shock wave, and all the members of the Blackbeard pirates vomited blood. After sucking blood, Count Yuhi's lost arm also recovered and looked at Hyuga-chen again. You only have this chance. Next time I give you no time to recover. Hyuga-chen said lightly. He was already unwilling to play with Count Yuhi, and it was time to deal with him completely. Humph. Who will kill the deer is still unknown. Count Yuhi said coldly. So where are you looking? Hyuga-chen's voice came from behind Count Yuhi, making his back cold and sweating. How could it be? I didn't see you moving. How could you come behind me? Count Yuhi couldn't believe it, but he was quite confident in his observation haki. Actually, if I really want to kill you, you won't even have a chance to resist. Hyuga Chen said lightly. Death to me, Blood Claw. Count Yuhi slammed towards Hyuga Chen who was behind him. However, his attack penetrated through Hyuga Chen, and Count Yuhi attached armament haki and continued the attack. However, every attack passed through Hyuga Chen without any accident, which made Count Yuhi's face very ugly. Even if no one can beat him, how can he beat him? I'm in a different space from you now, it's impossible for you to hit me. Hyuga Chen said lightly. Obito's Kamui is really useful, and can make the enemy doubt life. You've attacked so much, isn't it my turn to attack too? Hearing this, Count Yuhi immediately became vigilant, and observation haki predicted every fragment of the future. Give you a punch to the sky. Hyuga Chen punched Count Yuhi in the jaw, knocking him to the sky. No matter how Count Yuhi took precautions, it still didn't work at all. His observation haki could also predict the future, but it seemed to be ineffective when facing Hyuga Chen. Count Yuhi flying into the sky, Hyuga Chen smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly and appeared above Count Yuhi. Count Yuhi, I wonder if you have been kicked by the speed of light before. Without waiting for Earl Yuhi to answer, his feet that turned into golden streamers slammed into Earl Yuhi's body. Count Yuhi fell straight from the sky like a bird with broken wings, and the island was torn apart by the bombardment. And Count Yuhi lay there as if he was going to die. The sea water slowly infiltrated, and Count Yuhi's body was stained with the sea water and became weak. Hyuga Chen flew down and fished up Count Yuhi who was lying in the sea. He hadn't taken out the devil fruit yet. How could Count Yuhi be buried in the sea? Rinnegan God Eater was eaten by Count Yuhi once again emerged from Hyuga Chen's hands. Without the bat fruit and vampire form, Count Yuhi immediately became extremely old. Looking at the old Count Yuhi, a lightsaber appeared in Hyuga Chen's hand. Give you a treat. Hyuga Chen pierced his heart with a sword, and Count Yuhi's eyes slowly closed. Whitebeard waited for the pirates to watch this scene and fell silent. Yuhi, who used to be lonely in the sea, is now completely closed. I don't know if they will be the same as Count Yuhi in the future. Chapter 535 Spy Khalifa. Count Yuhi is dead, do you guys still want to watch a play here? Hyuga Chen looked at Whitebeard, Yuhifa, Guy and the others. Are we here? What does it have to do with you? Can you control us? Guy roared angrily. Hyuga Chen laughed when he heard the words. He is an admiral in the navy, and Guy is mostly a pirate. He actually asked if he could control his stupid words. Immediately in front of Guy Duo, Hyuga Chen kicked him into the sea. Just swim for me. Guy who fell into the sea was very angry, but looking at Hyuga Chen's cold eyes, Guy was a little bit cowardly. Although this will lose some face, it is still more important than face, and now the Guy is not the Guy who used to commit suicide at every turn. Now Guy just wants to live a good life. Moonlight Moria looked at Guy who was kicked off the ship, with a happy smile on his face. It's better to drown this guy, or be eaten by the Sea Kings. Moonlight Mariah hated Guy Duo very much. He was once a famous figure in the New World, but it was Guy Duo who killed his pirate group by himself. It is precisely because of this that Moonlight Moria returned to the first half of the Great Channel, and now he is afraid of the second half of the New World, and does not dare to go to the New World. Moonlight Moria counted all this on Guy's long head, but he was full of fear of Guy's too much. This is the end of the talk. You guys hurry up and get out of my way, or I don't mind throwing you down and feeding the Sea Kings. Hyuga-chan said to the others. Although they were angry, they still left obediently. Even Whitebeard, Yuhifa, and Auntie, they didn't want to go swimming like Guy Duo. Especially the ant. The murderous ant drove the boat away immediately. She is a devil fruit person. If she is really thrown into the sea, she will be completely cold. Husband Kun is so domineering. let them get out of the way with a word. Hancock said, holding his face. Hyuga Chen returned to the boat, then took Hancock into his arms and looked at the pirates who drove the boat away. Hyuga Chen said that the scene I performed was not that good looking. Countless light bombs appeared in the sky, and then bombarded down. The light bombs did not hit their ship, but exploded on the sea. But those pirates panicked, because they had already seen the overlord of the windless belt, the figure of the giant sea king swimming over constantly. The sound attracted the sea kings, and countless sea kings rushed towards them. The four emperors are still better. Once Conqueror's haki is released, except for the irritated and irrational sea kings, the other sea kings fled in fear. But Shichibukai and other pirates who came to risk their lives to watch the battle were unlucky. Moonlight Mariah, Kay Rockville, and Doflamingo all looked ugly. Although their strength can be regarded as powerful, under the impact of many sea kings, even they may be buried in the sea. The key is that they haven't dared to scold the initiator, because after scolding, there is really no life left. Hu-kun, you are good or bad, I like it. Hancock hung on Hyuga Chen and said with a smile. This is just a fee. How can I let them see a battle? If I don't charge a fee, would I be sorry for myself? Hyuga Chen said with a smile. Ignoring this group of pirates who wanted to scold their mothers, Hyuga Chen controlled the warship to fly into the sky and left directly. As for whether those pirates are dead or alive, it depends on their abilities, but the four emperor pirates will definitely be fine, and the others really can only depend on luck. After returning to the naval headquarters, Sengoku immediately came to inquire about the situation. How is it? How is Count Yuhi now? Why don't you ask? Of course he's already dead, so don't worry about me doing things. Hyuga Chen said with a wave of his hand. However, Hyuga Chen was doing business, and Sengoku was really worried. It's good to be dead. Sengoku nodded, and now that Earl Yuhi is dead, he doesn't have to worry about anything. In fact, Earl Yuhi is a loner. In fact, the harm is not very big, but he is also a dangerous person, not to mention who knows whether he will take revenge on the Navy. So it's best if he's dead. Confirming that Earl Yuhi was dead, Sengoku went back, and there were still many official duties waiting for him to deal with. This admiral is not so easy to be. You want to be a soldier on my ship? Hyuga Chen looked at this tall woman in surprise. Although she is tall and mature, this woman is actually not very old, only 16 years old. It can only be said that the world of pirates is developing rapidly. That's right, I admired General Hyuga, so I wanted to become General Hyuga's subordinate. Khalifa said calmly with a small face. Then why haven't I heard of you from the Naval Academy before? Hyuga-chan looked at Khalifa with his legs crossed. Because I just joined the Navy, it's normal that Admiral Hyuga hasn't seen me. Khalifa's expression was very calm. Really, I have a bad personality and like unspoken female subordinates. Do you still want to be my subordinate? Hyuga-chan stood up, walked over and pinched Khalifa's little face. Khalifa's tensed face couldn't bear it any longer, and Yuhi Dizzy appeared on her face. General, this is sexual harassment. You're right, I told you, I like unspoken female subordinates. Hyuga-chan looked at her with a smile on her face. Khalifa's face turned pale. She never thought to sell her hue, although Hyuga-chan was handsome and full of inexplicable attractiveness, but this was not the reason for her to betray her hue. You're a spy who wants to go undercover with me, right? Hyuga-chan withdrew his smile and looked at her indifferently. At this time, Khalifa panicked. Her face became even paler. She wanted to refute but she didn't know how to speak. Lord Chen, is this woman a spy? Upon hearing this, Baby Five made a rope with both hands and tied Khalifa. Admiral Hyuga got it wrong. I'm not a spy. Don't pretend. The 5 old stars told me a long time ago that they sent a spy to come to my place. The member of CP9 is still a little beauty. Khalifa was speechless. She definitely wouldn't believe what Hyuga-chen said. How could the 5 old stars want to set up spies? Why would they tell Hyuga-chen deliberately? But Khalifa also knows that her identity has been exposed, and she has just come into contact with him, so he shouldn't have time to investigate her. Why do you know she is a spy? You have nothing to say now, right? Hyuga-chan crossed his arms and looked at Khalifa. Khalifa was silent, and now she really has nothing to say. Her identity has been exposed, and she has to say something. I just don't know what Hyuga-chan will do with her. If she is killed like this, Khalifa is really a little unwilling. Really a spy? Lord Chen, I think it's better to kill this malicious woman. Baby 5 took out his pistol and pointed it at Khalifa. Khalifa shuddered. Really want to kill her? Looking at Hyuga-chan, Khalifa was waiting for Hyuga-chan's judgment at this time. She knew that this man would decide her life and death. Chapter 536 Meet Luffy for the first time. Who sent you here to be a spy? Hyuga-chan didn't let Baby 5 kill her directly. Didn't you say that the 5 old stars have already told you? Khalifa said with a cold face. It's really the 5 old guys. It seems that these 5 old guys are also very restless. Hyuga-chan didn't expect that they were really the 5 old guys. The 5 old stars said you were more lecherous, so they sent me here, Carly said in a cold tone. Those 5 old people dared to frame me. Where am I horny? Hancock, do you think your husband is horny? Hyuga-chan asked Hancock angrily. This concubine is difficult to answer, Hancock thought, then said. Do you still need to ask this question? If you want to prove that you are not lewd, it is very simple. Seeing that this woman is very beautiful, if you kill her, it will prove that you are not a womanizer. Sha Li said. Khalifa's face was as white as paper. Sure enough, she still could not escape death. But when she became a spy, Khalifa was ready, and Khalifa closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Husband Kun, the concubine sees that she looks good, so let's stay. Leave it to the concubine to teach her a good lesson. Hancock tilted his head and said. Hyuga-chan looked at Carly, S577 method. It is indeed not good to kill such a beautiful girl directly. As expected, I am still a lecherous person. Leave it to Hancock. Hyuga-chan waved his hand and handed Khalifa to Hancock. Khalifa opened her eyes when she heard the words, and was completely relieved, as if she could not die. Listen, you have to listen to your concubine in everything from now on, or your concubine will make your life worse than death. Hancock looked at Khalifa with his arms on his hips. Khalifa nodded her head a little. It would be good if she could save her life now, and she would be obedient if she was obedient. You take this book first, study it well and read it carefully. Hancock took out a book from nowhere and handed it to Khalifa's hand. Khalifa looked at the title of the book, On the Skills of Serving Men, and when he looked at the unsightly picture on the cover, he knew that this was not a good book. Let her see this kind of thing, it is better to kill her directly. However, Khalifa still accepted it obediently, and as expected, it's better to live. In order to survive, I read this thing. Hancock nodded, and after successfully teaching her, she and Margaret, plus himself, would definitely be able to defeat the combination of Olvia and Robin, and get more favor from husband Kun. Hancock, how can you show her such a thing that is not suitable for children? Tautu glanced at it, extremely embarrassed. But this book seemed to have some special magic, and it always attracted her attention. Do you want to ask Hancock to borrow a few copies? And Khalifa said that I am a pure girl, and I want to cry more when I read this kind of book, but there is no way, I can only read it in order to survive, and it seems to be very attractive. 2 years passed slowly. At this time Hyuga-chan was floating on the sea with the girls. Khalifa is holding a small yellow book in the corner and reading it, perhaps because of the fact that she has read it too much in the past 2 years. Now Khalifa is obsessed with reading the small yellow book. What are you going to do in the East China Sea? The East China Sea is the weakest sea. Momoda asked Hyuga-chan as she watched the ship sail towards the East China Sea through the windless belt. Don't Garp have a grandson Luffy? So I want to go and see. Hyuga-chan said while lying on the chair. The ship sailed into the East China Sea and soon arrived at the windmill village of the Goya Kingdom in the East China Sea, and there was a warship parked here. It was Garp's ship. Do you want to go down and play? Hyuga-chen turned his head and asked. The girls expressed no interest, and there is nothing interesting in this small village. It is better to stay on the boat. There is an entertainment room on the boat. And this backward little village is estimated to have nothing. Seeing that the girls were not interested, Hyuga-chen didn't say anything, jumped off the boat and set foot on the island. Yo, Chen-boy actually came to my hometown. Garp came over with a big laugh. Cap, if you let Sengoku know you're slacking off here, I think he'll be very angry. Ha ha ha, he won't know. When I came out, I told him that I went out to catch pirates, and I would just catch a few pirates and go back. Garp said. Hyuga-chen was speechless. It seems that Garp has also become a veteran in the Navy. Let's go, I'll take you to meet my grandson Luffy. This bastard is clamoring to be a pirate all day long. He's mad at me. Garp sighed angrily. The son has become the most dangerous criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, which has made Garp very ugly. If the grandson becomes a pirate again, his face as a naval hero will be disgraced. So now seeing Hyuga-chen coming, Garp is very happy. Maybe he can let Hyuga-chen inspire Luffy's belief in becoming a navy and give up being a pirate. Cap, in fact, everyone has their own ideas. If he wants to be a pirate, let him be a pirate. Hyuga-chen patted Garp on the shoulder. Garp was speechless. I am a navy. If my grandson becomes a pirate, what will I do? Under the leadership of Garp, Hyuga-chen also saw Luffy, wearing a symbolic straw hat, with a scar on his face, with a heartless smirk, looking at Luffy's big smiling face. Hyuga-chen a chuckle. Perhaps this is the unique smile of the protagonist. Can infect people. This big brother, are you also in the Navy? Why aren't you a pirate? Luffy asked Hyuga-chen. I have to ask your grandfather. If it wasn't for your grandfather, maybe I would be a famous pirate now. Garp has black lines all over his head. Then big brother, you can also become a pirate now. Shall we go to sea together? Garp couldn't take it any longer, raised his fist and punched Luffy. What the hell was this bastard talking about? I am so pissed off. Garp gasped. Actually, I think it's pretty good for him to be a pirate. You think it's good, but if my grandson becomes a pirate, what will the old man do? Garp said while sitting on the ground. Was Yuhi who made Shanks this bastard? If it weren't for him, maybe Luffy wouldn't think about becoming a pirate. Garp vowed to arrest Shanks next time he saw him. Don't doubt Garp's strength. It's not impossible for Garp to catch Yuhi Shanks. Actually, your Mancha family is very powerful. If your grandson becomes a pirate, then the three forces of the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Navy will all take over. Hyuga-chen teased. Alas, Garp sighed. If he really becomes a pirate, the old man will not dissuade him, but if he is encountered by the old man, even if he is my grandson, I will not show mercy. Garp said firmly. Glancing at Garp, Hyuga-chen shook his head. Although he said so, if he really met Luffy, Garp would still show mercy. When Garp faced his grandson Luffy, he put water several times. Chapter 537 The Evil Dragon Learned. Not only did I see Luffy this time, but also Ace and Sabo. Hyuga-chen stayed in Windmill Village for a while, talked to Garp for a while, and then left. I heard that my incompetent brother seems to have come to the East China Sea. I want to go see him. Shali said to Hyuga-chen who was back on the boat. Your brother who is not a weapon. Is that the evil dragon? Hyuga-chen suddenly thought of the evil dragon. That guy was originally arrested, but after Jinbei became Chiwakai, he used his own power to rescue the evil dragon. Then go and have a look. Hyuga-chen thought for a while, maybe now the dragon has gone to the village of Kokoja, maybe, you can see Nami. Now Nami should still be a 10-year-old loli. The warship slowly set sail and headed towards the village of Kokoja, where the evil dragon should be seen. Even if the evil dragon hasn't gone, he will go there in the future. Under the control of Hyuga-chen, the warship exploded with super-fast sailing speed and quickly arrived at the village of Kokoja. Looking at the pirate ship parked next to him, Hyuga-chan understood that the dragon should be coming now. You guys go. We'll just stay on the boat. Alvia said to Hyuga-chan and Charlie. Hyuga-chan left the warship with Charlie and just stepped into the village of Kokoja when she heard loud voices and wild laughter. Humph. You are still so incompetent, and you came to the East China Sea to attack an ordinary small village. Charlie snorted as she looked at the dragon. Hearing the words, the evil dragon turned around, looked at Charlie with a condensed gaze, and then asked tentatively, "You are Charlie?" "I didn't expect you to know me, it's really rare." Charlie folded her arms. "Didn't you get caught by the traffickers?" Evil dragon looked at Hyuga-chan who was standing next to Charlie, his eyes dignified. "I remembered, you were the one who was on Fishman Island that day, you took Charlie away, right?" "Boss, he's Admiral Hyuga-chan. Let's run now," said a Murloc, tugging at the dragon's arm. "It's the Admiral. It seems that we have saved Nuochigao and Nami." Belmer hugged the two of them with a sigh of relief. Originally, Belmer was ready to go all out, but now that the Admiral is here, these ferocious Murlocs will never be able to turn the tide. "What about Admiral? Charlie, you are actually standing with the Navy. Could it be that you also joined the Navy and became a lackey?" The dragon looked at Charlie coldly. The dragon hated the Navy the most. If it wasn't for the Navy's ambush, Tiger Boss wouldn't have died because of it. Charlie's eyes turned cold. "You bastard, hurry up and return to Fishman Island and never come out, or I will throw you into the Push City and let you spend your life in it." "Ha ha ha, it's just you." Evil dragon looked disdainful. The dragon's disdainful face completely angered Charlie. She reached out and waved at the dragon, and vines suddenly grew out of nowhere, tying the dragon up. "Damn, you actually ate a devil fruit." The dragon continued to struggle with his powerful strength, but the vines became tighter and tighter, and the dragon's struggles had no effect at all. "What should we do?" Hachi asked towards Kruby next to him. "How do I know what to do? This woman has been violent since she was a child, we should not provoke her." Kruby said. "What about Aaron? Aaron is her brother after all. I don't think he will do anything to him. Let's run away. If he is caught by the Admiral, then he will stay in the Push City for the rest of his life." The other Murlocs fled in a hurry, looking at the dragon with shame and annoyance, these unethical bastards. "Charlie, I'm your brother, you won't really capture me and push me into the city." The dragon was a little scared. He didn't want to stay in Advance City anymore. "I promise you, can I go back to Fishman Island?" The evil dragon decided to surrender first and wait until he escaped. "Do you think I don't know you? But for the sake of your cheap brother, I'll let you go. If you let me know that you dare to do anything wrong, I'll just break your nose." Charlie said really broke his nose a section. The evil dragon screamed in pain, but Charlie didn't expect to actually do it. "Swim back to Murloc Island for me." Charlie threw him into the sea, and the dragon who fell into the sea breathed a sigh of relief. The sea is the world of Murlocs. As long as he is in the sea, he is sure to escape. "Brother, this way." Little 8 beckoned to the dragon in the sea. The evil dragon swam over and climbed onto the boat, looked at them angrily and said, "You bastards, you left me there and escaped alone. There's nothing you can do about it. Brother Aaron, your younger sister was fierce since she was a child. We dare not provoke it, and there is still an admiral there, so we are. Forget it, leave the East China Sea and go to other sea areas." The East China Sea couldn't go on, and the dragon was going to the South China Sea. Because compared to the West China Sea and the North China Sea, the East China Sea and the South China Sea are relatively weak, and now the weakest sea, the East China Sea, cannot survive, and can only go to the South China Sea. The evil dragon didn't plan to go to the Great Channel. With his strength, he really couldn't get along in the Great Channel. This stupid guy is still learning from others to be a pirate, and he doesn't even look at how much he weighs. Charlie said disdainfully. Charlie didn't have much affection for this half-brother at all. "Thank you for saving our village, Admiral Hyuga." Burmel saluted Hyuga-chen, who was also a navy. "It's just that all her companions died in one battle. She adopted Nuochigao and Nami on the battlefield, and then chose to retire. I don't seem to have done anything at all. Hyuga-chan shrugged. He didn't even say a word. The dragon was taught a lesson by Shali, and then ran away in fright. Belmer shook his head and bowed solemnly to Hyuga-chan and Charlie. Anyway, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, the dragon would definitely not let it go. Bermel said solemnly. Although Belmer used to be in the navy, she was just an ordinary soldier with no strength at all, and even the cadres under the dragon were no match for her. Nuochigao and Nami raised their heads curiously, looking at Hyuga-chan with big eyes. Hyuga-chan looked down at Nami, thinking of abducting Nami, although his ship didn't need a navigator, but he liked Nami very much. Will the little one come to my ship and become a great navigator? Hyuga-chan crouched down and looked at Nami. Charlie and Belmo both showed speechless expressions. I actually wanted to kidnap the little girl. Charlie was very angry, thinking that she was kidnapped by Hyuga-chan back then. At that time, Hyuga-chan didn't talk to her in a good voice, and directly asked Monet to tie her up. Charlie now sees Hyuga-chan's soft and gentle treatment of Nami, and she feels extremely unbalanced. And Belmer was even more speechless. In front of her adoptive mother, she wanted to abduct her daughter. Chapter 538 Successfully Abducted to Nami. Nami looked at Hyuga-chan and blinked. Don't you want to look at the sea, see the scenery of the whole world, draw a map of the whole world? Hyuga-chan continued to abduct Nami regardless of Belmer's darkened face. Belmer's face was dark, and if she hadn't known that Hyuga-chan was an admiral, she would have thought it was a human trafficker. Nami's eyes showed yearning, and she was full of yearning for the vast sea. Nami. I have a lot of gold-silver jewelry on my boat. If you get on my boat, it's all yours. Hyuga-chan continued. Nami's eyes suddenly turned into symbols of money. It seems that Nami has been obsessed with money since she was a child, and now Hyuga-chan is already a real hammer. Nami bit her finger, and then looked at Belmer and Najigao. Although she did yearn for the sea, she was also reluctant to bear Belmel and Najigao. Aren't you reluctant to let them go? It doesn't matter, my boat is very big, I don't care if I have 2 mouths to eat. Hyuga-chan patted his chest and assured. Nami's eyes lit up. Their family was so poor that they couldn't open the pot. Of course it would be better if someone took care of the meals. Belmer. Nami looked at Belmer, trying to get her consent. Looking at Nami, Belmer was in a trance. She also understood Nami's dream and wanted to draw a nautical map of the whole world. Nami, if you want to go out to sea, then follow General Hyuga. Belmer gave Nami to Hyuga-chan and was relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about Nami's safety. Nami, we know your dream, let's work hard to realize it. Nuochigao cheered on Nami. What about you? I can't leave you alone, can I? Otherwise, I'm afraid you will starve to death. Nami looked at the 2 girls and said. Why don't you go with me? This is someone taking care of the meal. Think about the current situation of our family. Now we have a big head and let us slaughter it. If we don't kill it, we won't kill it for nothing. Nami's remarks moved Bermel's heart. To be honest, Belmer couldn't do anything, and their family was getting poorer and poorer. Hyuga-chan's head is full of black lines. Can you talk behind my back and say I'm taking advantage of me in front of my face? Under Nami's persuasion, Bermel decided to go to Hyuga-chan's warship to eat. Wouldn't it be a pity not to have free meal tickets? Bermel has already regarded Hyuga-chan as a meal ticket. If Hyuga-chan knew her thoughts, she would not know how she would feel. Tidying up, the Belmer family of 3 followed Hyuga-chan back to the warship. In fact, their family really had nothing to clean up. It is no wonder that Nami is a wealthy fan. Such a poor family must be full of desire for money. The most valuable thing in their family is the oranges from the orange tree. Where's the gold-silver jewelry? Take it out and show it to me. Nami asked impatiently after getting on the warship. Hyuga-chan took out a box of jewelry from the system space and threw it in front of Nami. When Nami opened it, she was dazzled by the dazzling light, but Nami didn't blink, staring straight at the jewelry. I decided that I will sleep with these things in my arms in the future. Nami took out a few large gold chains and put them on her head. Husband Kun, who is this little girl who is obsessed with money, and those two women? Hancock walked over and hugged Hyuga Chen's arm, feeling slightly jealous. How long has it been going down, and actually brought 3 female creatures aboard, knowing that she should go down with her. Touching Hancock's head and giving her a head-touching kill, Hancock's jealousy disappeared immediately. Sure enough, Hancock was the best to deal with. This time, I turned to Nami, and then turned around again in the East China Sea. In fact, the East China Sea is quite beautiful, and the scenery is better than the Great Channel. And also fished out a lot of devil fruits from the bottom of the sea. This is a natural devil fruit, let's eat it. Hyuga Chen fished out 5 devil fruits from the bottom of the sea. One of them is a natural devil fruit, the wind fruit, which is very suitable for Nami. Hyuga Chen is not a stingy person, so he gave the wind fruit directly to Nami. Nami ate the wind fruit while crying. The devil fruit is really unpalatable. After turning around in the East China Sea, Hyuga Chen fished out a lot of devil fruits from the bottom of the sea. Sure enough, there are many devil fruits in the sea. I don't know how these devil fruits sank. Nami, the value of a devil fruit is very high, especially the devil fruit of the nature department, which is worth billions of Baileys. Robin said with a smile. What? Nami's face collapsed when she heard this, and then she quickly vomited, trying to spit out the fruit. How could she eat such a valuable thing? Don't vomit, you can't vomit. It's all your fault for eating it for me. It would be nice to sell it for money. It's billions of Baileys. Nami seemed to see Bailey flying away with wings. Velmer tapped Nami's forehead with his hand. Little fool, this is a natural devil fruit, of course it's best to eat it. Hyuga Chen a grateful glance. Velmer had a lot of knowledge, and she knew the value of devil fruits very well. Especially the nature-type devil fruit. This is not something you can buy if you want. Hyuga-chan gave Nami such a valuable devil fruit without hesitation, which shows that he really likes Nami. Kun, I have a surprise for you. Hancock came out suddenly, grabbed Hyuga-chan and hurriedly entered the superstructure. Hyuga-chan looked at Hancock and didn't understand what surprise she had for him, but Hyuga-chan was still full of expectations. Following Hancock to the room, Hyuga-chan felt a heat surge in his heart. And Margaret in sexy and sultry outfits, Hyuga-chan just looked at it and his blood boiled. Khalifa has been studying books for more than 2 years, and I think it's time for her to practice. Hancock whispered in Hyuga-chan's ear. Khalifa's face was ashamed of Yuhi. She didn't dare to meet Hyuga-chan's eyes. Her legs felt weak at the thought of what was going to happen next. Although he has become a theoretical master after reading Xiaohuangshu for 2 years, Khalifa is still a novice without personnel 1.0, with no theoretical experience and no practical experience. Tonight, with Hancock, Khalifa, and Margaret in the service, Hyuga-sang was refreshed to ultimate, and most importantly, in the middle of the road, Taotu suddenly broke in. And then the results naturally speak for themselves. The next day, in addition to Khalifa and Taotu, the 2 women who had just gone through life, even Hancock and Margaret lay in the room weakly. Hyuga-chen walking out of the room, Shali rolled her eyes at him. In fact, she also wanted to go in last night, but she finally backed away, and now she regrets it a little. Humph. Robin looked at Hyuga-chen, snorted lightly, and continued reading. Alvia smiled and said nothing. Monet, Ain, and Tina glanced at Hyuga-chen resentfully, and Hyuga-chen's scalp was slightly numb as they looked at them with resentful eyes. Chapter 539 Back to Fishman Island. Meet the White Star for the first time. I don't know why General Hyuga came to our little Fishman Island. Neptune looked at Hyuga-chan and asked very respectfully. Although he is the king of the Ryugu kingdom, he still has to be cautious when facing the admiral of the navy, especially the Fishman Island is very sensitive. This is the place that pirates must pass through when they go to the New World. In fact, the navy does not have much control over this place. So Neptune had to consider Hyuga Chen's intentions. Hyuga Chen smiled slightly, and after leaving the East China Sea, he went directly to Fishman Island. Naturally, he had a purpose in coming here, and the purpose was of course Princess White Star. Bai Xing is a sea king, and there is a huge power hidden in her body, which can control sea kings. It can be said that Bai Xing is the emperor of sea kings. Nipton, the purpose of my coming here is for Princess White Star. I wonder if you can let me see Princess White Star. Hyuga Chen said straight to the point. Neptune's heart tensed. The admiral wanted to see Shiraishi. What's the matter? General, Bai Xing has been staying in Dragon Palace City. She doesn't seem to have had any encounter with the general, right? She shouldn't have offended the general, right? Neptune asked cautiously. Seeing Neptune's cautious look, Hyuga Chen smiled faintly. Beheim was even more nervous. She knew more than Neptune and knew the identity of Poseidon, the White Star Neptune. This time Hyuga will be here, shouldn't it be for this? But if Hyuga-chan really wanted to see Shirahoshi, they couldn't stop it. Ryagujo's strength was not qualified to stop the admiral, let alone the strongest admiral. Why are you so long-winded? Husband Kun wants to see Princess White Star, you can take it with you. Hancock looked at them dissatisfied. Neptune and Princess Bime looked at each other, and now they can only hope that Hyuga-chan won't hurt Shirahoshi. General Hyuga, that child of Shirahoshi is a little timid. If she has offended, I hope General Hyuga will not have the same knowledge as her. Neptune said. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Hyuga Chen gave them a reassurance. Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. The admiral should not lie to him, and there is no need to lie to him. As long as it does not hurt Bai Xing, he is relieved. General Hyuga, can you talk to me alone? Princess Oheim thought for a while, then looked directly at Hyuga Chen and said. What is this woman trying to talk about? Isn't she trying to seduce my husband Kun? Hancock looked at Princess Beheim vigilantly. Neptune was embarrassed at this time, and Princess Beheim was also embarrassed. She admitted that Hyuga Chen was very attractive, but she was not a womanizer. Since that's the case, then I'll just say it right here. You guys retreat first. Princess Beheim asked all the guards to retreat. After dismissing the palace guards, Princess Odoheim said, Does General Hyuga know Shirahoshi's identity? Hyuga Chen nodded. Yes, I know that Shirahoshi is the Sea King Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Ah, how could the famous ancient weapon be a mermaid princess? Tautu looked in disbelief. What's so surprising? If it really counts, I was a king before. Robin whispered. Robin, you are at most the puppet of the King of Heaven, right? Tautu poked Robin's arm. Robin glared at Peach Rabbit angrily after hearing this, but Peach Rabbit was right. And Neptune is the most confused one. What did he hear? His daughter is actually the legendary Sea King Poseidon. Does General Hyuga really know? Oh, what are you going to do with Shirahoshi? This was the question that Princess Odoheim was most concerned about. Of course, take her away. Do you think you have the ability to protect Bai Xing? Once Bai Xing's identity is revealed, can you guarantee her safety? Haim was silent when she heard the words, but if Shirahoshi was handed over to Hyuga Chen, would Shirahoshi end well? This Princess Beheim is not clear. Is Admiral Hyuga here on behalf of the world government? Princess Odoheim asked. No, I'm just representing myself. Don't worry, I will never hurt Bai Xing. Now, Princess Odoheim can only choose to believe in Hyuga Chen. Then General Hyuga, please come with me. Princess Oheim took Hyuga Chen and the others and walked outside. Neptune sat in his seat silently, and he still hasn't recovered from the news that White Star is Neptune. In fact, the King of Neptune is also quite a waste, and the overall strength of the entire Dragon Palace Kingdom is not strong, and many things are made by Princess Beheim. Coming to a huge palace with Princess Yeheim, Princess Yeheim directly shouted, White Star, the mother is here to see you. The huge door was opened, and Shirahoshi stuck his head out from inside. He was very happy when he saw Princess Odoheim, but when he saw Hyuga Chen and the others, he was suddenly scared. Baixing is very timid, weak on the outside and weak on the inside, like a frightened bunny when he sees a stranger. Princess Beheim shouldn't mind. Shall I chat with Shirahoshi alone? Hyuga-chan asked with a smile. Beheim nodded, then said to Baixing, don't be afraid, Baixing, they are all good people and will not hurt you. Baixing nodded his head cutely, but there was still timidity in his eyes. Princess Mermaid is really big. This is the biggest mermaid I've ever seen. I'm very curious about how Princess Beheim gave birth to Princess Baixing. Monet looked at Princess Beheim and said. Sugar agrees. Sugar raised her hand. Shirahoshi was too big for them. Maybe this is the difference between Sea King. Kurla said softly. Hyuga-chen walked into Shirahoshi's palace at 2:10, while the girls stayed outside and talked a lot, mainly discussing how Princess Oheim gave birth to the huge Shirahoshi. And Princess Beheim looked embarrassed. Watching Hyuga-chen walk in, Shirahoshi stepped back, clenched his fists and looked at Hyuga-chen with cute eyes. Don't worry Shirahoshi, I won't hurt you. Hyuga-chen showed a gentle smile. Take a look at Baixing's room, especially the place where Baixing sleeps. This bed is really big. You really don't want to hurt me. Baixing was timid, but there was curiosity in his eyes. Baixing was very timid when she was born. Apart from her father and mother, the only people Baixing saw were her brothers. Hyuga-chen was the first outsider she saw. Of course not, am I going to lie to you, this little girl? Baixing gradually relaxed, mainly because Hyuga-chen had an affinity for her, so she was not too timid when facing Hyuga-chen. After chatting with Shirahoshi for a while, the innocent Shirahoshi was already very kind to Hyuga-chen. Brother Chen, can you tell me about the outside world? Baixing didn't go out because of cowardice, but Baixing was full of curiosity about the outside world. Of course. Hyuga-chen smiled, but he planned to kidnap Shirahoshi, and of course he wanted to tell Shirahoshi about the beauty of the outside world. Chapter 540 Take away the white star. Is it really that good outside? Shirahoshi lay beside Hyuga-chen, his eyes full of yearning. Of course, you shut yourself in a small house now, can you see the scenery outside? Baixing shook his head when he heard the words, and had a strong yearning for the outside world. Actually, I also want to go out and have a look, but I'm a little afraid of the outside. Baixing said with a finger. Looking at the shy and timid Shirahoshi, Hyuga-chen thought in a trance that the person opposite was Hinata. Hinata was just as shy and timid as Shirahoshi when he was a child. Why don't you leave Fishman Island with me? I'll show you the scenery on the sea and let you see the world. Hyuga-chen invited Shirahoshi. Baixing was a little tangled. In fact, she really wanted to go out, but she was timid by nature. While looking forward to the outside world, she was also full of fear. Don't worry, I will protect you and not put you in danger, Hyuga-chen said to her. Baixing looked down at Hyuga-chen, and did not mean to distrust him. Although they had been together for a long time, Baixing already had full trust in Hyuga-chen. Then I'll ask the father and mother, if they don't object, I will leave Fishman Island with you, Brother Chen, and take a look at the outside world. Baixing said with a tilted head. Hyuga-chen smiled, now it's done. Took out a devil fruit and handed it to Shirahoshi. Shiro, you're too big, eat this devil fruit. It can make you smaller. With a smile on Baixing's face, can it really make her smaller? You must know that what troubles Baixing the most is her size, and it is precisely because of her huge size that Baixing has no friends. It is precisely because of her huge body that she feels out of tune with her surroundings and becomes more and more withdrawn and timid. Baixing picked up the fruit and ate it. After eating it, the huge body began to shrink slowly, getting smaller and smaller, and finally became as small as an ant. Hyuga-chen looked at Shirahoshi who was crying, and felt a black line on his head. This is the superhuman type shrinking fruit. After eating it, you can shrink at will. However, Hyuga-chen didn't expect Shiraishi to be so talented. After eating it, it would shrink like an ant. Don't cry, Shirahoshi, You can control your body and you'll be fine when you change back again. Hyuga-chen comforted Shirahoshi who was crying. Only then did Shirahoshi put away the tears, then nodded, and controlled the body to gradually grow bigger, and then under the guidance of Hyuga-chen, it became a suitable body shape for a 6-year-old child. Hyuga-chen looked at Shirahoshi's mermaid tail. A green chakra appeared in his hand, and then smashed the chakra into Shirahoshi's body. I saw Shirahoshi's original mermaid tail disappeared, and then turned into human legs. Baixing looked at the tail that turned into 2 legs, a little curious, but also a little shy. She was not wearing anything underneath, so Baixing was a little shy instinctively. Hyuga-chen used the yin and yang escape to recreate a suit for Shirahoshi, and Shirahoshi put on Yuhi's clothes, embarrassed. After chatting with Baixing for a while, Hyuga-chen took Baixing to open the gate of the palace and walked out with little lowly Baixing. Looking at Shirahoshi who was holding hands by Hyuga-chen, Princess Otohime's eyes widened. How could her daughter become so small? General Hyuga, what's going on? Princess Ohime asked quickly. I gave Shirahoshi the superhuman shrinking fruit. Behime's complexion changed. Baixing ate the devil fruit. Wouldn't it be rejected by the sea? Baixing is Neptune. Don't worry. This devil fruit has no side effects. Hyuga-chen saw what Princess Otohime was thinking, and said aloud. Behind does not believe that there are no side effects of devil fruits. She is well informed, but she has never heard of devil fruits without side effects. However, after she saw Baixing touch the sea floor stone with her own eyes, she really believed that the devil fruit had no side effects. He didn't even touch the sea floor stone, so the seawater must be no problem, and Princess Behind was relieved. Lord Empress, I want to go out with Brother Chen to see the outside world. Baixing nodded and looked at Princess Yeheim expectantly. Looking at Baixing's expectant eyes, Princess Behind sighed helplessly. General Hyuga, I hope you can take good care of Shirahoshi. If I know that you are using Shirahoshi, even if it is not an opponent, I will not let you go. Princess Ohime said to Hyuga-chen. This voice sounded from Hyuga-chan's heart, and other people couldn't hear it at all. Hyuga-chen glanced at Princess Ohime in surprise. Her observation hockey attainments are not low. I will take good care of Shirahoshi. As long as he is by my side, Shirahoshi will not suffer any harm. Hyuga-chen also used observation hockey to convey what she wanted to express to her heart. Behind nodded, and at this time she could only think about Hyuga-chen, because she couldn't stop Hyuga-chen from taking Shirahoshi away. General Hyuga, how could Shirahoshi have legs now? This is what Otohime is most puzzled about. Female mermaids will turn from fish tails into legs when they are 30 years old, and Shirahoshi is only 6 years old now, so all this should have something to do with Hyuga-chen. Don't worry about this, I turned Shirahoshi's fish tail into legs, and it won't affect her in any way. Hyuga-chen reassured her. After staying on Fishman Island for a few days, the main reason was to let Shirahoshi say goodbye to his parents. Hyuga-chen also took the girls to play on Fishman Island. Hyuga-chen when she was in her teens, she was not familiar with Murloc Island. This island under the sea is beautiful, Hancock exclaimed. I didn't expect that there would be islands under the sea. It's so strange. The world is really amazing. Nami jumped up and said. Along the way, Nami also saw the strange scenery of the sea. After staying for a few days, Hyuga-chen took Shirahoshi, said goodbye to Neptune and Princess Bime, boarded the warship, and left Fishman Island. Shirahoshi hugged Hyuga-chen's arm tightly, and looked at the girls around her with timidity in her eyes, and tears welled up in her eyes. Hyuga-chen patted his forehead. Is Shirahoshi still so timid? However, he also knows that this cannot be changed in a short time, and this can only be changed slowly. He believed that Baixing would gradually become braver in the future. Little White Star is actually afraid of me. Sha-Tang pouted depressedly. Originally, Sugar was the youngest, but now there are 2 younger than her. But Nami was holding the money all day, ignoring her at all, and Baixing was actually afraid of her. Shatang was very depressed, actually afraid of her. What was there to be afraid of? Shirahoshi is not just afraid of sugar, it can be said that except for Hyuga Tatsu, she is also afraid of the mildest Alvia. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 541 to 560. Chapter 541 Pitted Sugar. Shiroxing, these big sisters won't hurt you. Hyuga Chen reached out and rubbed Shirahoshi's pink yuhi-colored hair. Baixing didn't speak, buried his head in Hyuga Chen's arms, and left the hometown where he lived. In addition, she is very afraid of life, so after leaving Fishman Island, she has been lying in Hyuga Chen's arms. At this time, Hyuga Chen was the person she was most familiar with, and only lying in Hyuga Chen's arms could Shirahoshi feel the warmth. Actually, Shirahoshi doesn't need to be afraid. Hyuga Chen stroked Shirahoshi like a small animal. Brother Chen, am I very useless? Baixing raised his head with tears in his eyes, which could turn into pouring rain at any time. How could that be? Hyuga Chen stroked her head and comforted her. At the same time, a few giants, like the sea kings of the island, were quietly watching Hyuga Chen's warship. They could feel that their king was on that ship now. One waited until the ship was completely invisible before they returned to the incomparably dark seabed. Of course, Hyuga Chen also felt the existence of those behemoths, but he ignored them, they were not malicious anyway. The warship rushed out of the bottom of the sea and came to the sea. The warm sunlight fell on the deck of the warship. Baixing opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. 560 Although there is sunshine on Fishman Island, the sun cannot be seen. The sunshine of Fishman Island is Sunshine Eve, which transmits sunlight to Fishman Island. Therefore, Fishman Island, which is located 10,000 meters under the sea, has not been destroyed. Darkness shrouded. Is that the sun? Baixing squinted to the sky, then looked around, full of novelty about everything around him. Shirostar, how are you feeling? Hyuga Chen asked. I feel that the air is fresher, and the sea is so beautiful. Baixing pointed to the golden yellow sea under the sunlight. Actually, to us, your Fishman Island is even more amazing. Nami held the gold box. Although the box was very heavy, Nami kept holding it and didn't let go, for fear that it would be gone after letting go. Baixing looked at Nami, although her eyes showed a hint of timidity, but she was not so afraid. Hancock came over and picked up Baixing. Baixing struggled for a while, looked back at Hancock's charming smiling face, and immediately stopped struggling. The one who has the best relationship with Shirahoshi now is Hancock, except for Hyuga Chen, because Hancock's charm will be fascinated by men, women and children, and Shirahoshi is no exception. And Xingtang was very dissatisfied when she saw it. She always wanted to play with Baixing, but Baixing never played with her. Stop pouting, you know how to play all day long, let's practice. Kurla patted Sugar's head. I don't want to practice. Cultivation can be tiring. I have your protection, so don't be afraid. Shatang said while sitting on the deck. Little girl, I won't protect you. Ain said while pinching Sugar's face. Sister, Ain bullied me. Sugar opened Ain's hand dissatisfied, and then called her sister Monet. If you practice hard yourself, you won't be bullied next time. Monet said with a smile. Exiatang, seeing as you are so lazy, here is a way for you to quickly increase your strength without getting tired at all. Would you like to give it a try? Robin smiled darkly. Really? Sugar stood up immediately and looked at Robin expectantly. If there is really a way to increase strength quickly and not get tired, where will Sugar be spared? However, Sugar doesn't think about it. Where in this world can a pie fall from the sky? Even if there is a pie, it can only fall on your head unless the pie is as big as the whole world. And looking at Robin's increasingly dark smile, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. However, Sugar, who has been confused by the big pie, will pay attention to these. You really decided, don't regret it. Of course you won't regret it. Sister Robin, hurry up and tell me the method. Sugar shook Robin's arm vigorously. Hyuga Chen shook his head. Why did Robin seem to have become black-bellied? Since you begged me, I'll give you the method. Robin's hand filled with electricity, and then put it on Sugar's hand. There was a crashing sound of electric current, and Sugar's hair stood up immediately, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth, and then fell on the deck. Robin, Sugar will be all right. Monet looked at the sugar that fell on the ground, very worried. It's okay, I just use electrical stimulation to strengthen her cells. It doesn't do any harm to her, but her body will be sore. Robin said with a smile. Do you want to give it a try? This method is very effective. It can definitely increase your strength quickly, and it has no side effects. Robin looked at Monet, Anne and the others. Monet immediately shook his head and said quickly, this method should be used by others. I think Anne is very suitable. Don't, I'm not interested in this. I think Brother Chen's strengthening is enough. I keep practicing every day, and I don't need to use this method. Anne said the same. Seeing Sugar lying on the ground, looking like he was about to cry, with electricity flashing from time to time, Monet and Anne immediately refused. They would rather train hard than be abused like this. It seems really hard to see the sugar. After a long time, the numbness on Sha Tang disappeared, and then he got up from the deck and looked very angry at Robin's black-faced smile. Robin, you deceitful bad woman, I will never trust you again. Sugar said angrily. Sugar, I didn't deceive you, can you feel your body a little stronger? Robin said with a smile. Sugar does feel that her body is strengthened, but the enhancement is too little, and I am completely sorry for the bitterness I have eaten. But Robin didn't lie to her. Sugar can only eat this dumb loss. Chen, baby's heart is so bitter. Sugar threw herself on Hyuga Chen, wanting to seek comfort. You deserve it. There is no such thing as a pie in the world. Even if a pie does fall, it won't hit you on the head. Hyuga Chen tapped Sugar's head and stroked her hair that stood up. Hyuga Chen agreed. People have suffered such a big crime, you don't know how to comfort them. You're also a big bad guy, just as bad as Robin. Sugar clenched her small fist and beat Hyuga Chen angrily. If you're not honest, I'll throw you out. Being threatened, Sha Tang immediately calmed down, sat in Hyuga Chen's arms and stopped moving, obediently watching Hyuga Chen tidy her hair. Looking at the sugar that suddenly quieted down, Hyuga Chen still felt that he was not used to it. Chapter 542 Meet Yuhi _ Humph. Bad woman. Sugar walked past Robin and snorted heavily. After a while, Sha Tang came over again, to actually bully Sha Tang. How could this woman be so bad? Robin, who was reading a book, was full of black lines. Sure enough, she shouldn't provoke Sugar. I didn't expect this girl to hold grudges so much. For half a day, she has been walking around by her side. Do you feel guilty in your heart? Guilt is useless, you are a bad woman. Sugar came out again. This time Robin couldn't bear it anymore, and grabbed her over. Sugar looked at Robin who was doing it, and his eyes widened. Hurry up and let me go, Kunzi doesn't move. Sha Tang struggled hard, but compared to Robin, the strength of her struggle was negligible. Sorry Sugar, I'm not a coon, I'm just a little girl. Sugar looked at Robin's arcing hand, dangling in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. What do you want to do? I can warn you, if you dare to touch me, I will let Chen teach you a lesson. Sha Tang said with a little panic. She didn't want to enjoy the feeling of being paralyzed again. Little girl, now you know you're afraid. Robin smiled and looked at Sugar. And Sha Tang raised his head, just didn't speak, and he couldn't lose his momentum if he lost anything. Just say I'm wrong now, and I can let you go, or you can just lie down for a while. Robin threatened to Sugar. Sister Robin, I was wrong. Sugar immediately gave in shamefully. Anyway, she definitely didn't want to enjoy the electric shock again. I'll let you go this time, and next time I won't let you go easily. Robin let go of the sugar. Sugar let out a sigh of relief, then ran away immediately and threw herself into Hyuga Chen's arms. Chen, Robin bullied me again, she also threatened me, you help me teach her a lesson. Xiatang, be honest and look at Bai Xing. If you are taught a lesson next time, you deserve it. Sugar pouted. She already had an idea in her heart. Anyway, she would never eat this loss, and she would definitely let it out. Shatang decided in his heart that when Robin was taught by Chen to be powerless, it would be her chance to take revenge, and she wanted her to look good at that time, hee. Robin, who was reading the book, felt his body cold, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. His eyes looked at the smiling Sugar not far away, and he immediately became vigilant. What the hell is this little girl doing? It seems that you must be vigilant in the future. Robin said secretly. Brother Chen, there's a boat over there. Bai Xing, who was looking around with a telescope, ran over and said, pointing ahead. Hyuga Chen looked up. For Emperor Yuhi Hair Shanks. This guy is not with the New World. What is he doing in the first half of the Great Waterway? That's right, the ship in front is Yuhi's pirate ship of Shanks. Looking at the direction they are traveling, it is the Chambord Islands. Maybe they want to return to the New World. Is that the pirate's ship? I heard that the pirates are very vicious. Why don't we avoid it? Bai Xing said worriedly. Don't worry Shirahoshi, we don't need to be afraid of them. Alvia stroked Shirahoshi's head. And the people from the Yuhi pirates also discovered Hyuga Chen's warship, and frowned at Hyuga Chen's warship. Boss, I didn't expect to meet Admiral Hyuga Chen. What should we do now? Should we go around? Lajalu asked while nibbling at the meat. Shanks frowned. He never thought that it would be so coincidental that he bumped into Hyuga Chen's warship all of a sudden. If they go around, then the reputation of their Yuhi pirates will not matter. Although Shanks doesn't care much about face issues, he also has his own pride. Especially if he avoided Hyuga Chen's warship, it would spread to the New World, and there would definitely be many pirates who would challenge them to Yuhi's pirate group and pull them down to become the four emperors. In the New World, if you want to become the Emperor of the Sea, it is to kill the previous four emperors and replace him as the new emperor. Therefore, the four emperor pirates must not show their weak side, otherwise it will only attract the provocation of countless pirates. Beckman, do you think this should be done? Shanks asked the co-captain Beckman. Beckman is Shanks' think tank, the military advisor on the ship, and has a good strength. If I make a sensible choice, it must be to avoid Hyuga-chan. If he really shoots at us, we really only have the chance to escape, but you are the captain, and it is up to you to decide. Beckman said. Then go straight ahead, don't turn around. Shanks decided. The crew on board didn't say anything, but laughed excitedly. The head really didn't disappoint me. Reikalu said, if Shanks really decided to bypass, then they would be disappointed instead. They have become the four emperor pirates, and they will not be afraid of anyone, even Hyuga Chen, the strongest man in the world. However, in the future, I don't know if they will regret their choice. Is it a provocation to us? Tautu's eyes widened, and her slender and beautiful 5 fingers were holding the famous sword Jinpyra. The boat that met Hu-kun didn't dodge far away. This is disrespectful to Hu-kun. The concubine will not forgive their sins. Hancock clenched his fists. Yuhi, it's really funny. Hyuga Chen chuckled twice. The 2 boats approached slowly, and finally stopped at a distance of 50 meters. I didn't expect to meet the Admiral, what an honor. Yuhi Fashanks said with a smile. Seeing that I haven't run away, is it because I'm tired of drifting on the sea and want to live in the underwater prison for a while? Hyuga Chen stood up and looked at Shanks and said. I don't want to go to the great underwater prison, but it would be a shame if I ran away in despair, Shanks said. Cap said he was going to arrest you. I wonder if he did anything. Shanks was stunned for a moment, then thought of Luffy. He led Luffy to the path of the pirates, and Garp would definitely not let him off easily. Of course, this is also Luffy's desire to become a pirate from the beginning, otherwise Shanks would not be able to lead him to the path of a pirate. I was quite surprised when I found out that Luffy's grandfather was Garp. Shanks said. In fact, Shanks didn't know that Luffy's grandfather was Garp at first, and he only found out later. Now Garp is thinking of tearing you down. You said if I want to take you up and hand it over to Garp and see how he demolishes you. Hyuga-chen crossed his arms and looked at Shanks. Shanks laughed twice, without showing the slightest fear. If he was really scared, he would have walked around long ago, and would never meet Hyuga-chen. I don't think General Hyuga will take me lightly, Shanks said. The existence of the 4 emperors stabilizes the new world. If one of the 4 emperors has an accident, the situation that has just stabilized will be out of control again. However, Shanks didn't know that Hyuga-chen never cared about the stability of the situation in the new world. Chapter 543 Go to War. The scene is hot. Yuhifa, it's bad luck for you to meet me, so accept it today. Hyuga-chen looked at Shanks lightly. Shanks' face became solemn. Hyuga-chen really would do something to him. Head, it seems to be a little bad now. We had a conflict with Admiral Hyuga-chen. I don't know if we will be caught in the underwater prison, ha 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 ha. Leikalu laughed. This guy actually dares to laugh, it's really rampant. Let his concubine take care of this dead fat man. Hancock said angrily. Captive arrow. Not good. Dodge immediately. Shanks' pupils shrank suddenly, and then let the crew dodge immediately. Although Shanks' crew was not many, each of them were elites, and with the help of others, many people avoided the pink Yuhi-colored arrows. But there were also people who were petrified by arrows. Shanks looked at the petrified crew and the petrified ship, and his face immediately became ugly. Shanks is a person who values the crew very much, just like Whitebeard. Looking at the petrified crew, Shanks clenched his fists. How to remove the petrification? Shanks asked, putting away the anger on his face. Remove the petrification. If you want to remove the petrification, then come and defeat the concubine. Hancock said arrogantly. Shanks looked at Hyuga-chen, and for the first time he regretted his choice. If he avoided Hyuga-chen, there would be no such thing, but for the so-called dignity, it is likely that his crew was lost. Don't think about lifting the petrification, let Tina smash them, the formation of black spears. The steel spear stabbed straight at Shanks' ship. Do it with your hands. Shanks pulled out the western sword from his waist, and used the sword to block the flying steel spear. Alvia pulled out the katana, which had not been used for a long time, and slashed the pirates with a sword at Yuhi. Baby 5 is even more exaggerated, and directly produced several metal storm machine guns. Now the weapon fruit of Baby 5 has been developed to awakening, and it is no longer limited to turning itself into a weapon, but can create a weapon. Monet, Ain and Sha Tang, who joined in the fun, controlled a machine gun and shot the pirates frantically at Yuhi. Baby 5 again makes a missile launcher. Lord Chen, let's launch it. Give them a missile to try. Baby 5 said breathlessly. The weapons made by her will also consume her stamina when used. Monet and the others use machine guns to shoot frantically, but they consume the stamina of Baby 5. Yuhi looked at the sword chi that was slashing over, and immediately blocked it with his sword. As soon as he touched it, his body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string and smashed into his own boat. It's even stronger than Hawkeye's slash. Shanks' arm muscles bulged, and armament hockey covered the blade and arm. Damn, the firepower is too strong to stop it. Under the metal torrent created by the metal storm, even the sniper Jesus BU couldn't do anything. Many petrified companions were instantly turned into powder by bullets. Reikalu watched this scene, biting Kiba very weakly. Dodge me all, don't fight hard. Ben Beckman shouted, biting Kiba. But we avoided, what about the petrified companions? Lajalu roared. There's no more control now, we'll all die if we don't avoid it, Beckman said, using armament hockey to cover his shield while blocking the torrent of bullets. Now Beckman is very clear that if they are not careful this time, the Yuhi pirates will be wiped out. Bai Xing's eyes widened. When had she seen such a scene? Shirostar, let's fire the missile. Hyuga Tatsu put the controller in Shirahoshi's hand. Hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the Yuhi-colored launch button, and the missile made by Baby 5 instantly lifted into the air. Hyuga Chen thought about it, but still didn't double the use of Momo fruit for the missile, otherwise it would be too exaggerated. Now his ship is too close to Yuhi's ship, and if he doubles up with Momo fruit, the power of the explosion will sweep his ship in two. Although Hyuga-chen can block it, it is not necessary, and the missiles without doubling are enough for them. Yuhi Fashanks was slashed out by Alvia's sword energy again, and his body fell into the sea. And Beckman looked at the sky as about to come down, with a funny smiley symbol, full of ridicule missiles. His face is extremely ugly. Although he didn't know what it was, Beckman could feel a strong sense of danger. Abandon the ship and run away for me. Beckman jumped directly into the sea. Leikalu and others hesitated, and then jumped into the sea. Missile bombed, and Yuhi's pirate ship was instantly shattered. Beckman, who jumped into the sea, was hit by the powerful shockwave and vomited blood. Even Beckman, who is second only to Shanks in strength, let alone others. Even the Yuhi fat pirates lost 2 cadres. Beckman stuck his head out of the sea, took out his revolver, and aimed it at Hyuga-chan. "Stop attacking me or I'll shoot," yelled Beckman. "Stop attacking. What are you? You can threaten me to stop attacking," Hyuga-chan said disdainfully. Beckman bit Kiba, covering armament Haki's bullet, and pierced towards Hyuga-chan's forehead. The corners of Hyuga-chan's mouth curved into an arc, and then with a flick of his hand, the bullet that flew towards him turned a corner. Bullet pierced through a head, and Yuhi sent one of the officers of the pirate group to die in the sea with his eyes wide open. Beckman's eyes widened, and his face instantly changed to Yuhi. "Hyuga-chan, I'm going to kill you." Beckman stomped on the air and flew up from the sea, which was exactly Moonstep's technique. In fact, there are many pirates who can moonwalk, because moonwalking is indeed very practical. Looking at the fist that Beckman bombarded, Khalifa crossed his fingers. Protective barrier. The barrier that suddenly appeared blocked Beckman's bombarding fist. That's right, Hyuga-chan gave Khalifa the barrier fruit. "My mother's blood is about to burn. Nuauchigao, Nami, you two don't stop me." Belmul, who was holding a rifle, shouted loudly. "Belmer, your strength is too weak, let's stop," Nuauchigao said helplessly. "That's right, let's count the gold coins together." Nami and Nuauchi tugged at Belmer. "It's actually said that I'm weak. I think I was the Navy who caught pirates back then," Belmer shouted. However, Nami and Nuauchigao didn't listen. To be honest, Belmer's strength is indeed very weak. It is estimated that even a pirate can't beat her, and she will not be used. Shock barrier. The high-speed moving barrier slammed Beckman back into the sea. "Damn, stop me," Shanks roared, and a huge sword chi slashed towards the warship, but it was also completely blocked by the raised barrier, and there was only a crack in the barrier. This is the power of the barrier fruit. This defense is not blown, even the attack of the 4 emperors can be defended. Shanks looked at the unbroken barrier and felt a sense of powerlessness. Chapter 544 Escape. "Hyuga-chan, how are you going to let us go?" Shanks stood on a wooden board floating in the sea. The torrent of bullets has disappeared, because the baby 5 really can't hold it. "I haven't had enough of it yet." Sugar felt a little unhappy. "Baby 5 doesn't want to talk to this girl. If it makes you happy, it can make me die from exhaustion." "Let you go. Don't be silly, you are pirates, I am a navy, justice will not allow you to go," Hyuga-chan said with a smile. The corners of Robin's mouth twitched when he heard this. "You are really not suitable for such words. Next time, don't say such high-sounding words." "Let them go, I'll stay here at your disposal." Shanks took a deep breath and said. "Head." Lajalu looked at Shanks, leaving tears of emotion. There were still tears, but I didn't plan to leave alone. It's a really touching scene. I've been touched by you all, don't worry. Just based on your feelings, I won't let any of you leave. Hyuga-chen assured them. Shanks, hurry up and leave, I'll block them, I believe I'll be fine, Beckman said. Shanks shook his head. In fact, anyone who stayed was to die, not to mention Hyuga-chen, even the group of women on the warship could end them. I won't leave my crew behind. Shanks clenched the western sword in his hand. Hyuga-chan, let's have a one-on-one duel. If you don't defeat me within 10 minutes, then let us go. Shanks said with a deep breath. Joke, why did Hukun agree to a duel with you? Hancock sneered disdainfully. Hancock is right, why should I agree to this condition, is it any good for me? As the strongest man in the world, are you afraid, or are you sure you can beat me in 10 minutes? Shanks said with a big laugh. Wherever you need a husband, Kun, the concubine can knock you down. Hancock said with his fists clenched in annoyance. Okay, I'll give you this chance, I hope you can hold on for 10 minutes. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. Shanks held the western sword, his face was very solemn, and he held onto it for 10 minutes in Hyuga-chan's hands, which he was sure of. Light speed kick. The golden light hit Shanks in an instant. Fortunately, Shanks protected himself with armament hockey, otherwise half of his fighting power could be wiped out with one kick. Hyuga-chan stepped on the sea, and the sea was frozen. An ice spear appeared in Hyuga-chan's hand. Come on. Let me see the strength of the 4 Emperor Shanks. Come on then. Shanks stepped on the ice, and his powerful force left a tiny crack on the ice. The western sword in his hand stabbed straight at Hyuga-chan's face. Hyuga-chan put the ice spear in front of him, blocking Shanks' straight thrust, and his western sword was still freezing. Upon seeing this, Shanks immediately retreated. If he hadn't known that the person in front of him was Hyuga-chan, Shanks would have thought he was fighting against Admiral Aokiji. What devil fruit did you eat? Shanks asked, frowning. You don't need to ask more about this. Hyuga-chan appeared in front of him, and his right leg was like a whip, sweeping towards Shanks' head. Just as soon as they fought, Shanks felt the pressure of terror, the speed of teleportation, the powerful and terrifying power, and it was invincible. Shanks, who had the confidence to persist for 10 minutes, was suddenly disintegrated at this time. Raised his right arm to cover armament hockey, blocking Hyuga-chan's kick. Crack. The sound of shattering sounded, Shanks' right arm was fractured, and his right arm was temporarily incapacitated. It was very bad for Shanks, who only had one arm, and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Head. Reikalu clenched his fist and wanted to shoot, but he was stopped by Beckman. Beckman, why did you stop me? Reikalu looked at Beckman dissatisfied. The current Hyuga-chan is not serious at all. If you intervene and make Hyuga-chan serious, then Shanks is really dead. Beckman said calmly. The more this time, the more calm it is. This is the most dangerous moment for their Yuhi pirates, and they must calm down. Lajalu looked at Hyuga-chan, and sure enough, he was acting casually, as if he was playing, but even so, his head couldn't hold on anymore. How can he be so strong? He is simply a monster. Reikalu smashed the ice. When you leave with Shanks in a while, I will block Hyuga-chan. Remember, no matter what happens, never look back. Beckman said seriously. Beckman, you. Don't say more, get ready. The Yuhifa pirates can't be wiped out. As long as Shanks doesn't die, the Yuhifa pirates will never disappear. Lachalu, Jesus and the others did not persuade them anymore. In fact, the Yuhi pirates are now the only ones left. Touch. Boom. Bang. Shanks smashed on the ice, cracking the ice as hard as steel, and spraying blood without money. Do you still want to stand up? Hyuga-chan looked at Shanks, who was struggling. For the sake of my crew, I must not fall. Shanks supported himself and stood up reluctantly. I have no sympathy for you. I don't need your sympathy either. Sympathy is the greatest humiliation to me. Shanks raised his head and straightened his body. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. A laser ray knocked Shanks out, and Shanks, who fell to the ground again, couldn't get up again this time, but it was only a minute later. Just hold on tight for a minute, and Shanks falls. Reiki Road, leave with your head. Beckman shouted. Lakalu said nothing, picked up Shanks and ran quickly into the distance, even though he was fat, but the speed was ranked in the top 3 in Yuhi's pirates. Jesus Cloth armed with a gun, while watching the back. Why haven't you left yet? Beckman looked at the cadre standing beside him, wearing a hat with a pirate flag on his head. Leave. I won't leave. You, the co-captain, won't leave. Why should I leave? One more person is left, isn't it just to buy a little more time? Are you going to start escaping? Landfoot light blade. Hyuga Chen smiled faintly, and then kicked out countless light blades with both feet. Be careful, it's coming. Beckman reminded, and then kept dodging, but the light blades were too dense. And it continued for 1 minute continuously, and the cadre who stayed to delay time with Beckman was already dead at this time. And Beckman is still insisting, he wants to delay more time for Lajalu and them, and only in this way can they escape. Chapter 545 Ben Beckman was arrested. I didn't expect you to be quite loyal to your captain. Hyuga Chen looked flatly at Ben Beckman, who was holding a knife and a gun. Husband Kun, Shanks and the others escaped, do you want me to catch up? Hancock came to Chen and asked. No need, just run away. In fact, if they don't meet me upright, I won't do anything to them. Hyuga Chen said softly. Originally Hyuga Chen wasn't interested in dealing with them, but they collided with each other. Even if they don't take a detour and pass by Hyuga Chen will never be idle and ignore them. But they sailed in a straight line with Hyuga Chen, couldn't Hyuga Chen make way for them? So they are tragic. The fate they have now is completely caused by themselves. Even if their navigational track deviates a little, they will not end up like this. If it is the future Shanks, there may not be so many things. The current Shanks is still relatively young and vigorous. And young, energetic, and powerful are not enough, so you can only pay the price. Now this is the price. Although there are not many people in the entire Yuhi Pirates, there are still dozens of people. Now with Ben Beckman and Captain Shanks, there are only 4 remaining members of the Yuhi Pirates, which is extremely miserable. Of course, the Yuhi FA Pirates are not just these people, there are other pirates affiliated to the Yuhi FA Pirates, but those can only be regarded as peripheral forces. Then this guy can't let him run away. Tina made the steel railing and trapped Ben Beckman here. It's also a big credit for catching the vice captain of the Yuhifa Pirates. Tautu said. I don't need any credit. Hyuga Chen said speechlessly, what did he want the credit for? Although the credit can be exchanged for valuable items from the Navy headquarters, but the things from the Navy headquarters are really not as attractive to Hyuga Chen. You can be a marshal. It would be great if Hu-kun became a marshal. Hancock said while holding Hyuga Chen's arm. Think about Sengoku, who is so busy all day, that if I become a naval marshal, aren't you afraid that I won't have time to accompany you? Hyuga Chen squeezed Hancock's cheek with a smile. Then forget it. Hu-kun should not become a marshal. Hancock said quickly. What is the admiral of the Navy? Nothing compares to Chen being able to accompany her. The trapped Ben Beckman's face was blue. How could he be the deputy of the 4 emperors? Why was he not seen at all? There is no way to trap me with an iron fence of this level. Beckman slashed on the iron fence, sparks flying everywhere. Although he cut off an iron fence, he obviously couldn't get out. There is armament hockey. Beckman's face sank. Blade also covered armament hockey, and the sword light was like a large net, covering the steel railing. Beckman's swordsmanship is also good. Although he is not as good as those great swordsmen, he is stronger than the average swordsman. After cutting off the steel railing that trapped him, Beckman fled into the distance. Even though he knew that his chances of escaping were very slim, Beckman was unwilling to let go of a chance. I still want to run away, Charlie snorted softly. Countless trees actually grew on the ice, and the trees wrapped around the fleeing Beckman. This trick, like Mokutan's wood-style World of Trees wall, is annoying to Beckman, and it's annoying that these trees are cut off and regenerated. Monet shot at the same time. The sky was falling with goose feathers and snow, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Beckman felt that his body was freezing, and the blood flow was not smooth. The movement also began to slowly stiffen, and he wanted to get out, but the trees that kept popping up made him unable to get out at all. Doesn't need Hyuga-chan to make a move, just the girls can make Beckman look good. Dull light. Taotu's dull light hit Beckman accurately, making his movements extremely slow. Thunder from the sky. Robin made a move with his hand, and powerful thunderclouds gathered, and a thunderbolt struck Beckman. Beckman completely fell to the ground, extremely miserable. Several iron nails flew out of Tina's hand, and the nails pierced Beckman's lute bone. Because of the pierced lute bone, Beckman, who fell to the ground, was restricted in movement and completely lost his combat effectiveness. However, this was not over yet. Hyuga-chan directly froze Beckman. Poor Beckman did not know how much torture he suffered. Charlie made a vine, tied the frozen Beckman, and tied the other end to the stern of the boat. Let's go. Hyuga-chan brought the girls back to the ship. The originally frozen sea instantly melted into seawater, and the warship sailed towards the Navy headquarters. And Beckman, who was frozen in ice, was just dragged in the stern of the boat, which was really pitiful. Kurla opened a huge door in front, and the warship slowly drove into the door. When it came out again, it had already returned to the naval headquarters. The door fruit is really convenient, Ain said. Kurla smiled. She hadn't been of any help just now, but she was the best at rushing. However, the sudden opening of the space door made the people in the naval headquarters terrified, and even Sengoku, who had been busy with his office, came over to check. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Hyuga-chan's warship. He thought who was going to attack the Navy headquarters. Seeing that Sengoku was going back, Hyuga-chan immediately stopped him. Sengoku frowned. What did Hyuga-chan stop him for? Sengoku, I'm coming back this time with a big present for you. A huge ice cube was thrown in front of Sengoku by Hyuga-chan. Sengoku's face darkened. Is this big ice cube a gift you brought me? But after seeing the person frozen inside, Sengoku frowned again, and then took a closer look. This is Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Uhifa pirates. Sengoku recognized him instantly. That's right, I just met the Uhifa pirates. The guy's boat blocked my way, and then their vice captain was arrested. That guy Shanks ran away with a cadre and a sniper, and the others people are buried in the sea. Sengoku had a look of joy on his face. Of course, he was happy that the four Emperor's pirates had been hit so hard. After being happy, Sengoku began to think about the follow-up. Uhifa, one of the four emperors, suffered such a loss, and the new world would definitely be in chaos. There are also many enemies of the Yuhi pirates, or in other words, as long as there are pirates in this sea, there is no one who will not fight. The enemies of the Yuhi pirates are relatively few. Sengoku was going to send Akainu and the others to the New World to garrison. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the pirates, and Sengoku wanted them to be in chaos. But Sengoku is afraid that their chaos will affect the countries under the world government in the New World. But compared to capturing the Emperor's deputy of the four emperors, none of these matters. Sengoku was very happy at this time, and Hyuga-chan finally did a serious business. Now Sengoku is still thinking of giving Hyuga-chan some rewards to encourage him and try to get him to arrest all the four emperors. Chapter 546 Luffy, who is determined to be a pirate. The four emperor pirates Yuhi announced that the deputy captain of the pirates, Ben Beckman, had been arrested, and the news that Yuhi had been beaten by Hyuga-chan has now spread. Almost the whole world knew about this news, and many people who were originally feuding with Yuhi's pirates started to move. Now is when Shanks is the weakest. If they kill Shanks, they can not only take revenge, but also become the four emperors. The emperor on the sea, this temptation is great, and few people can resist this temptation. Mention those who have hatred with Uhifa, even those who have no hatred with Uhifa, have also set their sights on Uhifa's body. This also includes Brother Doflamingo, who covets the position of the fourth emperor very much. If he can get the position of the fourth emperor, then the position of Chiwahai is not worth it. Ha ha ha, Luffy, have you seen it? That guy Shanks was beaten to pieces by Chen Boy, and now he is very embarrassed. I think you should become a navy. Garp held the newspaper and said to Luffy with a big laugh. "Ah, is this true? How's Shanks doing now? How can Big Brother Hyuga-chen beat Shanks?" Luffy jumped up and grabbed the newspaper. However, after grabbing the newspaper, he realized that he was illiterate. "What does 207 say on it? Could it be Grandpa? You lied to me." Garp clenched his fists and punched Luffy sharply. Even after eating the rubber fruit, Luffy, who was not afraid of bludgeoning, was punched and yelled by Garp. Garp's fist is covered with armament hockey, and Luffy eats the rubber fruit to no avail. "You stinky boy, you know how to play crazy all day long, you don't know how to learn, and you don't even know a word. It's a shame for me," Garp said angrily. If it is known in the future that his grandson Garp can't read a single character, his face will be disgraced. "In the future, you should study hard with the village chief, and if you dare to run around for me, I will break your legs." Garp was so angry that he tapped Luffy on the head again. Luffy clutched the big bag above his head and looked at Garp aggrieved. He wanted to resist, but he was afraid of being beaten again, so he could only honestly agree. "The Shanks you admire is really miserable now. The whole pirate group is in pieces. See what happens to him. Are you still a pirate?" Garp took the situation of Shanks as a negative teaching material. It would be better if this grandson who was a pirate could change his mind. "I believe that Shanks will be fine. I must go out to sea and become a pirate. I am the one who wants to become the Pirate King." Luffy stood up full of heart. Garp was annoyed. What's so good about being a pirate? The last One Piece is dead, and you can't even take care of your own family after death. You still want to be One Piece. "I just want to be a pirate, I just want to be a pirate." Garp is so angry. This bastard, he taught Luffy to become a navy all day, but this guy thinks about going out to sea and being a pirate all day. It's great to be a navy, to run after pirates. I just want to be a pirate. Luffy looked stubborn. Becoming a pirate is Luffy's childhood dream, and he will never give up because of Garp's few words. "Cap, I think Luffy wants to be a pirate, so let him be." The village chief of Windmill Village came over. "Grandpa, the village chief, it's really nice of you to support me as a pirate." Luffy looked at the village chief with a big smile on his face. "Humph, as long as you become a pirate, don't harm our small village." The village chief snorted coldly. "How come?" Luffy scratched his head. In fact, the village chief doesn't have much disgust towards pirates, including other villagers in Windmill Village, who have no dislike towards pirates. The main reason is that this is Garp's hometown. Generally, pirates don't dare to come here to find fault, and they don't look down on this small village. Windmill Village has not been attacked by pirates, so there is not much disgust for pirates. "What do you know, old man? Don't talk nonsense here." Garp couldn't understand the village chief, stood up and roared at him. "You, an irresponsible grandfather who is often not here, is not qualified to discipline his grandson." Saying that, the village chief took a stick and tapped Garp on the head. And Garp was knocked, and he could only bear it. Luffy was also thanked by the village chief for taking care of him in Windmill Village. Garp was actually very grateful to the village chief. So even if he was beaten, Garp didn't dare to say anything. "Luffy, do you have to go out to sea to become a pirate?" Garp looked down at Luffy, his powerful aura oppressing him. Luffy raised his head with all his strength, his eyes filled with determination. "I must go out to sea to become a pirate, not just a pirate, I want to find a treasure and become the Pirate King," Luffy said very firmly. "If you become a pirate, then I will meet you, but I will not be merciful." Luffy still looked at Garp firmly. Garp's aura blew out. "Luffy, your personality is really like your father." Garp sat down in frustration. "Dad, do I have a father?" Hearing Luffy's foolish words, Garp laughed angrily. "You don't have an old man, do you think you popped out of a crack in the stone?" Garp punched Luffy hard. How could this kid be so stupid? With his silly appearance, even if he becomes a pirate, Garp is also very worried. Even with this IQ, he can go out to sea and become a pirate. Get up quickly and train with me. Don't you want to be a pirate? Without a strong body, it is difficult for you to even go out to sea. It is not easy to be a pirate. Garp caught Luffy and taught him personally. Whether Luffy becomes a pirate or becomes a navy in the future, what cannot change is that Luffy is his grandson. Therefore, Garp also did his best to guide him. Now Luffy's age is the most suitable time to lay the foundation. Garp prepares to take a month-long vacation with Sengoku to accompany Luffy attentively. Grandpa, you haven't told me yet, how is Shanks doing now? Has he been caught by Big Brother Hyuga-chen? Is there something wrong? Luffy said while grabbing Garp's hand. Why do you ask so many questions? Shanks has not been arrested, but he is in a very bad condition now. You hurry up and train me. Garp roared loudly. I'm still in the mood to care about Shanks, so you better prepare me for training. Luffy's devil training has also begun, and Garp will not indulge Luffy just because he is his grandson. On the contrary, Garp was more strict with Luffy, and he complained about Luffy's training every day, but although Luffy complained, he kept trying his best to persevere. Garp looked at it and nodded. If you don't work hard, you won't have much success whether you become a navy or a pirate. Now Garp doesn't want Luffy to become a navy or a pirate in the future, let him choose in the future. As long as he doesn't regret it then, Garp doesn't want to interfere. Chapter 547 You are not an opponent. You look really embarrassed now. Hawkeye looked at Shanks, who was covered in scars. I didn't expect to meet you. Are you here to learn from me? I can't learn from you now. Shanks looked at Hawkeye and smiled bitterly. Reikulu and Jesus Bu looked at Hawkeye vigilantly at this time. Hawkeye was one of the 7 warriors under the king at this time. When Shanks was not injured, they didn't care. But now Shanks was hit hard by Hyuga-chen, and even they were injured. At this time, they had to defend against Hawkeye. Reikulu, Jesus, don't worry, I understand Hawkeye, he's not a man who takes advantage of others. Shanks said. Hawkeye is indeed not someone who takes advantage of people's danger, and his inner pride will never allow him to do things that take advantage of people's danger. But Lachalu and Jesus Bu still dare not relax. Vigilance is necessary at this time. I came to find you, not to discuss with you, and now you are not worthy of learning with me. Hawkeye said lightly. Shanks was not angry. What Hawkeye said was the truth. Now he is seriously injured. It is estimated that a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters will be able to take him down. I want to tell you that there are many pirate groups in the New World who are looking for you, as well as Doflamingo, who is under the king's Chihuahua, and he is also looking for you now. Hawkeye said. Shanks nodded. These people are looking for him, the purpose of which is self-evident, and it must be his life. Thank you, Hawkeye. You don't need to thank me. I hope you don't die. I don't want to have one less opponent, otherwise I would be very lonely. Hawkeye said lightly. Ha ha ha, I'm not so easy to die. After I'm healed, I'll settle the matter in front of me, and I'll come to you to learn from each other. Shanks laughed heartily. I want to ask you something. Hawkeye looked at Shanks with sharp eyes. Shanks was stunned for a while, then said, Ask. As long as I know and can tell you, I will tell you. I want to know, how strong is Hyuga-chen? Hawkeye exudes a powerful momentum, which is also full of fighting intent. Jesus Bu raised his spear and aimed it at Hawkeye, who exuded a powerful momentum. Shanks asked Jesus to put the gun down and clenched his fists tightly against the pane. Do you want to challenge him? Shanks asked, looking at Hawkeye full of fighting intent. Hawkeye nodded. He really wanted to challenge Hyuga-chen. It is rumored that Hyuga-chen killed the Golden Lion with one sword, then his swordsmanship must be very strong. Hawkeye's swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck, so he wants to fight Hyuga Tatsu. Although I have watched the battle between Hyuga Tatsu and Whitebeard, I have also seen the battle between Hyuga Tatsu and Count Yuhi. But Hawkeye still doesn't know how strong Hyuga-chen is, and he will never know without experiencing it himself. Look at me now, don't you understand how strong he is? Shanks said with a wry smile. Hawkeye looked at the current Shanks, At this time Shanks was indeed miserable. He hasn't used all his strength yet, and I've already done so, so you should not go to Hyuga-chen, you are not an opponent. Shanks advised. Hawkeye's swordsmanship Shanks is confirmed, but facing Hyuga-chen, Hawkeye is still too far behind. Shanks had a great hatred with Hyuga-chen at this time, and his crewmates all died because of Hyuga-chen. Now if someone goes to trouble with Hyuga-chen, of course Shanks will be very happy, but he and Hawkeye are friends, and Hawkeye is still here to remind him now. So Shanks won't deceive Hawkeye either. When Shanks bluntly said that he was not an opponent, Hawkeye was not angry, he knew that what Shanks said was the truth. Hawkeye also knows that if he really fights, he is definitely not Shanks' opponent. Now that Shanks is facing Hyuga-chen like this, let alone him. Others I may not be as good as him, but when it comes to swordsmanship, I don't think I'm weaker than anyone else. Hawkeye also has his pride and self-confidence. Perhaps the other powers add up, and Hawkeye believes that he is indeed not an opponent, but if it is only a competition of swordsmanship skills, Hawkeye is recognized as the world's largest swordsman. Shanks shook his head. Even in swordsmanship alone, Shanks doesn't think Hawkeye is an opponent. Hyuga-chen is much stronger than Hawkeye in terms of speed and strength. And thinking about the sword that the white-haired woman slashed out on the Hyuga-chen before, even he could slash away, which even Hawkeye couldn't do. Perhaps Hawkeye's proud swordsmanship is inferior to even the women on the Hyuga-chen ship. Shanks thought about it for a while, but still didn't say it directly. If he told Hawkeye directly that your swordsmanship is not as good as that of a woman, it goes without saying that Hawkeye would definitely turn his back on him. This is already humiliating. Shanks has a high emotional intelligence, of course he wouldn't say such things. After chatting with Hawkeye for a while, Hawkeye drove his western coffin boat away. Head, where are we going now? Reikulu asked. It's not too far from the Chambord Islands now, let's go to the Chambord Islands first. Shanks said after thinking for a while. At this time, their situation is very dangerous, and it seems that they need to help the former deputy captain. It doesn't seem right to go there. The Chambord Islands are really messy. Jesus said with a frown. There are many people there, and there are many pirates among them. They are easy to be found there. Now the most important thing is to find a doctor to cure Shanks' injury first. As long as Shanks is healed, they don't have to be afraid. To visit a person, he will help us, and now to ask for help, it is still very shameful to think about it. Shanks shook his head with a wry smile. Now I can only go to Pluto Rayleigh for help, and let him help send their group to Twin Points to find Kurokas, the ship doctor who used to be the Roger Pirates. Only Krokas can quickly recover from his injury. Shanks' decision, although Lachalu and Jesus Cloth felt inappropriate, but they did not object to anything. Since the head is going to Chambord Archipelago to find someone for help, it must be intentional, they just need to follow. The group dressed up, and then took a boat to the Chambord Islands, without any publicity along the way. Even in order to hide his identity, Lachalu deliberately found a very tight clothes, shrinking the fat on his body and changing his body shape. Otherwise, his physique would be a bit dazzling. Never would he have thought that the current 4 Emperor pirates would fall to the current state of embarrassment. But there is no way, now they can't attract the attention of the Navy, otherwise Sengoku will definitely not miss this opportunity, and will definitely find a way to arrest them. It can't attract the attention of the pirates, otherwise it will definitely attract countless pirates to come to encircle and suppress, and there are many pirates who want Shanks, the 4 Emperors, to die. Chapter 548 Meet Yuhi again. Hades Rayleigh. The 3 of Shanks sneaked and came to Aunt Xiao's ripping off bar. You 3 guys, sneaky, do you want to come to my shop to steal something? Aunt Xiao looked at the 3 of them with her arms in her arms. Shish tilde Aunt Xiao is me, I am Shanks. Shanks lifted Kabuto's hat and revealed his face. Aunt Xiao nodded, and then disregarded the objections of the customers in the store and drove them all out. Of course, there were not many customers in her store. What Aunt Xiao does is a one-shot deal. Basically, People who come here once will never come again, because this place is really a rip-off. Expensive to die, but the proprietress is still very powerful. I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. Aunt Xiao looked at Shanks with her hands on her face. Her arm was broken, and there were more fractures on her body. I don't know how you met Hyuga-chen. Aunt Xiao asked curiously. Shanks was silent when he heard the words. Why did he meet Hyuga-chen? Maybe it was because of his youthful spirit. But if you walk around after seeing Hyuga-chen, it's not a question of shame, it's also a question of dignity. So Shanks successfully took the Uhifa pirates to the bottom of the sea, and all but the 3 of them were annihilated. By the way, Aunt Xiao, do you know how Beckman is doing now? Has anything happened to him? Shanks asked anxiously. He was not killed, but I heard that it was very tragic. He was imprisoned by Admiral Sengoku and sent to the undersea prison to advance into the city. Hearing that Beckman wasn't dead, Shanks breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dead, even if he was imprisoned in Push City, there was no chance of him being rescued. Are you going to push the city to rescue your companions? Don't be stupid. The director of the big prison, Magellan, is not easy to mess with. Now you only have to be killed in seconds. Aunt Xiao reminded. Don't worry, I won't be selfish in the future. Shanks said. This time, it has taught him a lesson. Where's the co-captain? He went out and should be back soon. Shanks, let me tell you, we have retired, don't bring us in again. Aunt Xiao said. Shanks nodded and then said, I'm just asking for a favor now and send me to Kuroka's for treatment. In fact, Shanks can go by himself, but he is afraid that after accidentally exposing it, he will involve Kuroka's, who has chosen to retire. And with Rayleigh's means, they can definitely be sent to Twin Points safely. There's no problem with this. After thinking about it, Aunt Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Shanks immediately put on his hat and covered his face. Sorry, now here, how is it you? Aunt Xiao was shocked when she looked at the person who came. Come here for a drink, isn't it welcome to see the proprietress like this? The Admiral came to drink, how dare we not welcome it? Aunt Xiao looked at Hyuga-chen with a solemn expression. Could it be that Shanks has been discovered? You seem to be very nervous, we are just here to drink. Hyuga-chen sat down with the girls. I want to drink wine. Sugar tugged at Hyuga-chen's arm. Eat your grapes. What kind of wine are you drinking so little? Hyuga-chen said that the grapes blocked Sugar's mouth. I don't care, I'll drink it. Sugar tapped on the table. Nami, give me some money, I'll buy it and drink it, and I'll buy it for you. Nami refused without hesitation, wanting to ask for money in her hands, thinking too much. Nami was holding the gold coin box, for fear that Sugar would come and grab it. Although Aunt Xiao didn't know why Hyuga-chen appeared here, but Hyuga-chen came in, she couldn't drive Hyuga-chen out. Prepare some drinks, then wink at Shanks and the others, telling them to leave quickly. Shanks clenched his fist, and the pain from the fracture still did not affect Shanks' tightly clenched fist. Not long ago, he had a happy banquet with his mates on the ship, but after meeting Hyuga-chen, there were only 2 mates left. Head, calm down, let's leave first. Lajalu pressed Shanks' shoulders. Are you Shanks? Hyuga-chen glanced at him, then asked lightly. Shanks, footsteps froze as he walked out. Aunt Xiao, who was preparing drinks, also froze suddenly, and also the underworld King Rayleigh, who had just stepped in, frowned. Jesus Cloth was holding the gun on his body, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere suddenly became rigid. I didn't expect to come here for a drink, but I can still meet you. It seems that we have a good relationship. Hyuga-chen chuckled lightly. In fact, Hyuga-chen really didn't expect that he would meet Shanks when he came here. After handing Ben Beckman to Sengoku, Hyuga-chen left with the girls, wandered the sea again, and then came to the Chambord Islands. After spending half a day in the Chambord Islands, I saw the famous rip-off bar. Hyuga-chen originally wanted to meet Raleigh, the king of the underworld. But I didn't expect to meet Shanks. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Shanks said in a deep voice. Oops, what's going on? The atmosphere doesn't seem right. Silba's Riley came in. Rayleigh looked at Shanks, winked at him, and told him to leave first. Since Shanks came here, he would not let Shanks have anything to do. Shanks hesitated, then left directly. Hades Rayleigh's body was tense, guarding against Hyuga-chen's shot. However, Hyuga-chen did not take action, but let Shanks leave. Such a move made Pluto Rayleigh stay for a while, not knowing what Hyuga-chen was thinking. You are the right wrist of One Piece, Hades Rayleigh. Rayleigh was shocked. There are not many people who can know him now. I didn't expect that anyone can recognize him now. Riley and Aunt Xiao glanced at each other, knowing in their hearts that there was trouble this time. I didn't expect General Hyuga to recognize me. It's an honor for the old man. Why don't you have a drink? Hyuga-chen looked at Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao calmly brought the wine, and when Sugar's eyes lit up, she grabbed the wine and held it in her arms. Seeing that Hyuga-chen just asked him a question and sat there drinking, Rayleigh was a little confused about the situation. But it's better not to do it. Rayleigh has heard of Hyuga-chen's impressive record, so he doesn't want to do it with Hyuga-chen. Because Rayleigh knew very well that if he really fought with Hyuga-chen, he would definitely lose. Aunt Xiao was sitting at the bar, and she didn't know what Hyuga-chen was thinking. She had collected information for many years, so it can be said that Hyuga-chen should be the person she couldn't see through the most. The wine here doesn't taste that good. Hancock was a little picky. Although the drinks here are very expensive, the drinks here are just ordinary drinks, not much more than other bars except for the price. I think it's delicious, Sugar said, squinting. Rayleigh looked at the people sitting at the table tasting wine, walked to the bar, asked Aunt Xiao to give him a glass of beer, and drank it silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Except for the laughter from Hyuga-chen and the others, Riley and Aunt Xiao were a little silent. Chapter 549 Feared Draconian. Wow, the price of this wine is too expensive. This is a black shop. Nami yelled. She only saw the price list at this time. The price was too exaggerated. It was about 10 times the price in other stores. Nami wanted to smash the table. Nami, don't make a fuss, it's not that we have no money. Sugar said comfortably while drinking the wine made from grapes. Humph, even if we have money, we can't be taken advantage of. We can't pay this money. Nami was very concerned. Little sister, I'll treat you to a bar this time. You don't need to pay. Aunt Xiao suddenly interjected. Then why are you embarrassed? Let's order some more high-end wines. Do you have any treasures and take them out? Hyuga-chen said. Aunt Xiao was expressionless. This was the first time she had lost money in business, but forget it, as long as she could send them away. Please wait a moment, I'll be here soon. After Aunt Xiao said, she looked at Raleigh, the Hades who was drinking beer. What do you think I'm doing? Riley looked at Aunt Xiao in a daze. If you don't go to move the wine, it's hard for me to come and move. Aunt Xiao instructed Riley. Riley helplessly rested the glass, and then went to the back to carry the wine. Pity his famous Hades Riley, actually going to carry the wine. But Riley didn't care about that either. This old man is really One Piece's vice captain, Pluto Rayleigh. Tautu asked curiously. Looking at the powerful aura hidden in his body, it shouldn't be wrong. He should be the Pluto Rayleigh. Ordinary people don't have such a powerful aura. Xia Li said. He is indeed the Pluto Rayleigh. I saw his bounty at the beginning, although it has changed a bit now. Alvia said. Soon Pluto Rayleigh came out with the wine, and then personally delivered it to Hyuga-chen and the others. It's really our honor to have Rayleigh the Hades serve. Hyuga-chen said with a smile. It's my honor to serve the Admiral. Riley put the wine on the table. These are the fine wines that Aunt Xiao kept, and even he couldn't take a sip. Now, giving it to others, Riley felt a little distressed. This wine tastes good, it should be some years old. Hyuga-chen nodded with satisfaction. These wines tasted better than the tribute wine given to the Tianlong people. After drinking, Hyuga Chen picked up the already drunk sugar, and said, "Thank you for the hospitality this time. We will leave, and hope to meet again next time." Seeing that Hyuga Chen took the girls to leave directly, Aunt Xiao and Lei Li frowned. Did they just leave? Hyuga Chen didn't catch him, so he just left, and Shanks was let go before, which Rayleigh couldn't understand. As the vice captain of One Piece, Rayleigh is also good at reading people, but he is the only one who can't understand Hyuga-chan. He seems to be a god in the game world. He looks very handsome. If I were 30 years younger, I would definitely go after him. Aunt Xiao said while holding her chin. That would also make people look up to you. Riley glanced at her lightly. Whether he can see him or not is his business, whether I chase him or not is another matter. Aunt Xiao gave Lei Li a faint look. But it's better if he doesn't arrest you. Don't you want to go to the big underwater prison to eat in prison? If you go in, no one will save you. Yeah, Rayleigh nodded. He didn't want to fight Hyuga Chen, and he couldn't even fight Brother Chen. Are they from Tianlong? Looking at the person in front of him who was wearing a bubble hood and holding a person in his hand, Bai Xing pulled Hyuga Chen's hand. Yes, he is indeed a Tianlong person, but don't pay attention to him. Hyuga Chen held sugar in one hand and Shirahoshi's small hand in the other. You guys, why don't you kneel when you see Lord Tianlong? The dog-legged man who followed Tianlong asked Hyuga-chan. Because the Tianlong people passed by, everyone knelt down and saluted, so Hyuga Chen and the others were of course very conspicuous. To make us kneel, what are you? Hancock's face turned cold, and Conqueror's Haki was released. The man fell to the ground in an instant, blood flowed out of the 7 orifices, and there was no breath at all. Hancock had control of Conqueror's Haki, all concentrated on him, so the guy was unlucky enough to die. Humph! How dare you ask us to kneel, such a big dog. The people who were kneeling on the ground and bowing secretly raised their heads one after another, glanced at Hyuga Chen and the others, and gave them a moment of silence in their hearts. He actually dared to offend the Tianlong people. It seemed that he didn't know how to write the word, dead. Head, Hyuga Chen seems to have offended the Tianlong people. I wonder if he will be unlucky. Lajalu, who was hiding in the dark, looked at this scene with a schadenfreude smile. Hyuga Chen is an admiral, so it shouldn't matter. Shanks shook his head. My lord, I think it's better to capture them as slaves and torture them to death. The dogleg standing beside the Tianlong person suggested, with anger on his face, as if he had a good relationship with the person who died before. However, he didn't see that the Tianlong people's legs were shaking at this time. The words of this bastard made him come back to his senses, and then he drew his gun and shot him to death without hesitation. This made everyone in a daze, but it didn't feel wrong. The Tianlong people were so cruel, maybe that person's words offended the Tianlong people. It turned out to be Lord Hyuga Chen. The Tianlong man squeezed out an ugly smile and smiled reluctantly at Hyuga Chen. This made everyone stunned all of a sudden. What's the situation? Is the Tianlong person in front of you fake? Head, what's going on with this 953? Could it be that Hyuga Chen is also a Tianlong person? Or a Tianlong person with a higher status? Lakilu asked with an ugly face. Shanks shook his head, not knowing. In fact, if Chiwahai was here, they would definitely not be surprised by this scene, because they knew very well that Hyuga-chan had killed the Tianlong people. When Sengoku held a roundtable meeting, they learned that Hyuga-chan had killed a celestial dragon, and he was fine. However, Chiwahai did not dare to talk nonsense, otherwise the world government would not let them go. And the Tianlong man in front of him was the one who saw that scene. What's more, Lord Yimu has already ordered that no one should provoke Hyuga Chen by committing death, otherwise, even the body will not be collected. Therefore, this Tianlong person was very afraid. In his eyes, Hyuga Chen was the most cruel person, for fear that Hyuga Chen would kill him. You are very winking, save your life. Hyuga Chen glanced at him indifferently. The Tianlong Ren immediately breathed a sigh of relief and asked cautiously, then if it's all right, the younger one will step back first. Listening to the Tianlong people's subordinate-like tone, everyone else wondered if their ears were wrong. But they didn't dare to talk nonsense. They still knelt there, even buried their heads deeper. This is a character that even Tianlong people are afraid of. They are afraid of being noticed, and then die inexplicably. Chapter 558 Years Later. Conflict with Big Mom. Looking at this guy's appearance, it's really funny, but this guy is quite sensible. Hancock was very satisfied with the dog-legged demeanor of the Tianlong people. Tianlongren lowered his head and felt very anxious. What if he didn't let him go and killed him? If I had known earlier, I would not come to the Chambord Islands. I would just be honest with my family. This heavenly dragon man has already decided in his heart that as long as he can leave intact, he will stay at home in the future and never come out. Since you're so sensible, I'm not a cruel person, you should get out first. Hyuga Chen waved his hand and told him to get out. If this guy dared to be arrogant, Hyuga Chen would kill him easily, but now instead of being arrogant, he is still very respectful, and Hyuga Chen will not do anything to him. Of course, I don't want to see this guy, because this guy looks really sorry for human beings, looking at the pollution eyes. If the Tianlong people were granted amnesty, they immediately ran into the distance, for fear that Hyuga Chen would suddenly regret it. Why are all the Tianlong people so ugly, and there is no one who looks good? Hyuga Chen said speechlessly. Maybe it's a genetic problem. Alvia covered her mouth and smiled. It is indeed very possible. Let's go. Go to other islands for a turn. Hyuga Chen took the girls away. Hyuga Chen and the others had left for a long time. The people who were kneeling on the ground dared to raise their heads and then got up. Among them were some pirates. However, when facing the Tianlong people, even the pirates will be afraid in their hearts, and provoking the Tianlong people is equivalent to provoking the generals. Who is that person, who can make the Tianlong people so humble? Be quiet, don't talk too much about this, or the Tianlong people will not let us go. That person seems to be Admiral Hyuga Chen. But the Admiral of the Navy can't make the Tianlong people so respectful, so humble yourself. The status of the Tianlong people is higher than that of the Admiral. What do you care about? Maybe Admiral Hyuga Chen's identity is not simple. Xiaoyao, what do you think? Riley asked Aunt Xiao, who had just seen the scene through the window. How can I see? Of course, I see with my eyes and ask some useless nonsense. Aunt Xiao gave Riley a Byakugan. Rayleigh was speechless. He was still joking at this time. Is this the time to be joking? You're no longer a pirate. You've retired now. Now you can focus on your old age. You don't have to worry about what to do. Are you in a hurry? Aunt Xiao said angrily. Yes, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Rayleigh drank a sip of wine and said freely. After a while, Shanks walked in with Lakaloo and Jesus Cloth. Captain Rayleigh, long time no see. Shanks greeted Rayleigh. I haven't seen you come to see me before, but now if you're in trouble, you'll find me, an old man. Rayleigh, who was angry at Aunt Xiao, threw his fire on Shanks' head. Shanks smiled awkwardly, thinking that what he did was really unkind. Let me send you to Kuroka's for treatment, right? I can help you with this matter, but you have to be careful, there are countless people looking for you now, Riley reminded. Shanks used to be a tiger, a vicious tiger, but now it's just a sick cat at most, so there are countless people who come to get in trouble. I know this. Shanks nodded, and he didn't plan to show up until the injury did not recover. Just be clear, don't fight with Hyuga Chen in the future. Shanks fell silent when he heard the words. The death of the crew member could not be ignored. Seeing Shanks being silent, Riley didn't say anything. Shanks is no longer a child, and he doesn't need to remind him to do things, as long as he doesn't regret it. Follow me. Rayleigh took Shanks, Lucky Road and Jesus into a small boat and headed for Twin Points. Hyuga Chen and the others spent some time in the bubble island of the Chambord archipelago, then flew over the Holy Land Marijoa at the top of the Yuhi soil continent, and then entered the New World. This is the second half of the Great Waterway. Nami was lying on the bow, watching the new world where the situation changed and the storm began. The weather here changes really fast, Nami said in surprise. Let's have a good time here. The new world is dangerous to others, but to Hyuga-chen and the others, it is no different from the back garden. Time passed slowly, and after Yuhi's injuries healed, he came forward to kill many pirates with dissent. The originally unstable position of the four emperors stabilized again, and Yuhifa once again summoned the crew to develop forces and prepare to rescue Ben Beckman. It's just that this is not a simple matter. Ben Beckman is imprisoned on the 6th floor, and Yuhi did not dare to attack the advanced city directly, so he could only wait for the opportunity. Doflamingo began to study artificial devil fruits, and now he has hooked up with the Four Emperors guy. Whitebeard still sailed on the sea with his crew, and did not do anything major, and the ant was also nesting in Cake Island. However, in comparison, Auntie is very restless, and there are countless countries destroyed, but the Navy's control over the New World is very weak, so there is no way to take her. Recently, Auntie has a lot of peace, because Auntie doesn't want to be conquered by the Admiral, so she also restrained. Although there are countless new pirates going to sea, the situation on the entire sea seems to have calmed down. This is not very related to Hyuga-chen and the others. They are sailing in the New World, and no one dares to stop them. With Hyuga-chan's strength, unless someone is dying, no one dares to stop him. 8 years passed slowly. Luffy also drove a small boat to sea, and the plot officially began. At this time, Hyuga-chen was still in the New World, and he also had a conflict with the ant, one of the four emperors. You ugly old woman, get the hell out of here, believe it or not I'll kill you. Hyuga-chen scolded Charlotte Lingling's nose unceremoniously. Auntie's face was dark, and anger had burned her sanity. Hyuga-chen, don't go too far, don't think I'll be afraid of you. The ant roared angrily. Dare to stand in my way, I think you don't want to live anymore. Hyuga-chen looked at this guy coldly. Reason why they clashed was actually exactly the same as Yuhi's case, the two ships were on the same route. Of course Hyuga-chen wouldn't let go, and Charlotte Lingling, whether it was for the sake of her face or the little juju in her heart, wouldn't let it go. Husband-kun, quickly sink this ugly guy to the bottom of the sea. Hancock looked disgusted. The ant looks just like an old witch, and at first glance, it makes people feel unfavorable. Hyuga-chen, I know you are strong, but you are also a devil fruit person, and you are also powerless in the face of the sea. The ant snorted coldly, and then injected her soul into the sea. A big wave rose. This is the big wave with consciousness after the ant has injected her soul, and it is also the confidence that ant dares to face Hyuga-chen. Chapter 551 Soul Fruit. Hyuga-chen looked at the huge wave that was set off with a look of disdain, and just wanted to fight him just because of this. It's so naive. Is this how you face me? Hyuga-chen looked at Charlotte Lingling indifferently. That's right, this time I'll let you bury you in the sea and let the whole world know the name of my Charlotte Lingling. This is also the reason why Charlotte Lingling came over on purpose. That's right, she did it on purpose, because Hyuga-chen was famous, so she took Hyuga-chen as a stepping stone. I don't know who gave you the courage, but even if you don't come to me, I won't let you go. Hyuga-chen sneered. The ant's soul fruit, Hyuga-chen, really wanted to get it, so after seeing her pirate ship, Hyuga-chen came over on purpose. Originally Hyuga-chen thought that ant would run away, but she didn't expect that ant's head was very iron, and she rushed straight towards him. Therefore, the conflict between the two parties was entirely their intention. Hyuga-chen wanted the soul and soul fruit, and the ant wanted to defeat Hyuga-chen to enhance her prestige because she could control the sea. Hyoten Ice Style Aurora Beam. The big waves created by the ant were instantly frozen. Humph! Don't you think I know you have ice? Son Prometheus! Big Mom shouted. Prometheus, the son of Hermes, was infused with her soul in the flames by Big Mom, and used flames to burn ice cubes. Hyuga-chen smiled disdainfully. His Hyoten Ice Style is not easy to melt. If the ant had this idea, then she would have miscalculated. Seeing the unmeltable ice, the ant's face was very ugly. "Mom, what should I do now?" Baron Dandan was a little anxious. In fact, he was against Ant's provocation of Hyuga Chen, but Ant's decision was not something he could decide. Even the dessert 4 stars don't dare to disobey Auntie's decision. It's not yet the dessert 3 stars, because Charlotte Snag has not been defeated and has not been removed from the list. "Stop talking nonsense, or I'll eat you," the ant roared angrily. Baron Eggy fell silent immediately. "Mom, do you want to call the ministers?" Pokemus asked. "There are not many cadres on the ship now, and the sons and daughters of other aunts are not on board now." "Do you think I can't beat him alone?" Auntie asked fiercely. Baron Eggy immediately pulled Pokemus. If he said more, he would probably be eaten by Auntie in one bite. As long as the ant is angry, even her own son and daughter will be eaten, not to mention the outsiders like them. Everyone in the BIGMOM Pirates knows how cruel the ant is. Thunder. As soon as Robin raised his hand, the thunder struck instantly. Ant couldn't dodge at all, she was too big, the speed of lightning was too fast, and this lightning had a tracking effect, so she couldn't dodge at all. However, Auntie's skin is rough and fleshy, and Robin's attack can't cause much damage to Auntie at all. I didn't expect it to be so resistant. I'll try to increase the current. Just when Robin was about to continue to attack, a lightning bolt suddenly attacked her. This is a thunder and lightning attack from a black cloud, and it is also one of the Hormies made by Aunt Zeus. "You actually used lightning to attack me." Robin didn't dodge, and was hit by lightning, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Instead, it was supplementing Robin's strength. These two things don't seem to be killed by ordinary attacks. I wonder if they can resist Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball. Several dark spheres appeared behind Hyuga-chan. These small balls look ordinary, but they contain the power to destroy everything. Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball, hits the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus, and then the two Hormies vanish in an instant. Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball, can erase everything, unless you have the power of 6 paths to touch Gudodama, Truth-Seeking Ball. How is that possible? How can I easily destroy the Hormies I made? The ant was angry and lost her mind. Clenched his fist and hit Hyuga-chen. Is this old woman so brainless? Tautu pulled out Jinpyra, slashed the ant back with a knife, and the sharp blade cut a deep hole in her body. She wasn't cut in half, her body is so tough. Tautu was very surprised. Just now, Auntie didn't use armament hockey, and even so, she was able to block Momotu's slash. She shouldn't be a normal human, is she? It's definitely not a normal human being. Look at her size. Can an ordinary person have such a big body? Look at her ugly appearance. Can an ordinary person look so ugly? Hyuga-chen said. How dare you say I'm ugly? I'm going to kill you. Auntie ignored the wound on her body and looked at Hyuga-chen with Yuhi's eyes. It doesn't seem to have completely lost his mind. Hyuga-chen looked at her lightly. Armament hockey wrapped around her hands. The huge ant stomped her feet on the huge ship, and charged towards Hyuga-chen like a missile. It seems that you are unrepentant. You know that you are not your opponent, yet you dare to rush up. Hyuga-chen smiled coldly. The soul shock that Auntie uses secretly is ineffective against Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen, who possesses ultimate yin escape, can easily defend against Auntie's sneak attack using soul power. I didn't expect that you're not stupid, you'd even sneak attack. Hyuga-chen indifferently looked at the ant who was attacking recklessly, but secretly attacked. The sneak attack failed, but the wounded ant had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her body continued to fly towards Hyuga-chen. The huge palm was bigger than Hyuga-chan's body, and was patted down towards Hyuga-chen. This body is really big. Hyuga-chen complained. An armored Valkyrie appeared behind him, and Susanoo's huge arms grabbed her. Big, but Susanoo behind Hyuga-chen is bigger than her. You better go back to me. Control Susanoo to throw her back, and a fruit appeared in Susanoo's hand. This fruit is the soul fruit. The soul fruit is in hand, let's go. Hyuga Chen ignored the ant and drove the boat towards the distance. "Wo and who-kun killed this ugly old woman?" Hancock asked. "Forget it. Killing her makes my hands dirty." "Yeah, that old woman didn't deserve to be killed by husband Kun at all." Hancock nodded. The ant who fell on the pirate ship stood up abruptly, and she found that she had lost the ability of the soul fruit. "How could this be? Where's my soul fruit?" Auntie looked at the warship that was heading into the distance. Her face was extremely hideous, and Baron Eggy and Pokemus were shivering in fright. "Give me back the soul fruit." The ant stepped on the sea water and chased after the warship. "I actually chased after her, and Khalifa beat her back," Hyuga Chen said to Khalifa. Khalifa pushed up her glasses. Shock barrier. With a barrier with protruding spikes, the high-speed movement knocked Auntie back, and the protruding spikes stabbed her skin. The ant could only step on the sea water, watching the warship gradually disappear, roaring furiously. Chapter 552 See Restaurant Bharati. That Charlotte Lingling is really ugly. I really don't know why she still has the courage to live. If she was her concubine, she would have been killed by a headbutt, Hancock said. Yes, it looks really scary. Nami Tilda patted her chest and said. She also didn't understand why she could look so ugly, and she couldn't even say she looked ugly anymore. She was already an old witch. Don't talk about this, it doesn't matter if people are ugly, let's go to the East China Sea. Hyuga-chan said. Return to the first half of the Great Waterway through Fishman Island, and stop at Fishman Island for a while, and let Bai Xing communicate with his parents. Perhaps because of the changes brought by Hyuga-chen, Princess Otoheim is not dead now. What are you going to do in the East China Sea? Although the East China Sea is beautiful, it's not fun at all. Sha Tang said depressedly. Nami and Nuochigao are not happy anymore. Why is Donghai not fun? They were born in Donghai, and when they go to Donghai, they can go back to their hometown, Kokoja village. Looking at the glaring eyes of Nami and Nuochi, Sugar is not afraid at all. She has already eaten the fruit of the fun, and with her strong strength, there are few people on board who can afford sugar. Because of the childlike fruit I ate at the age of 15, the sugar still looks like a 15-year-old. Are you two trying to be turned into toys by me? Sha Tang threatened. Humph, you think we are afraid that you will fail. If you dare to turn us into toys, believe it or not, Chen will be the first to clean you up. Nami snorted, not afraid of sugar. It's time to teach the sugar a lesson. Relying on the fruit of childishness, he is lawless. Robin put down the book in his hand and said with a smile. What did you say, Robin? Sugar used the Navy 6 style shave and appeared in front of Robin in an instant, and then grabbed it towards Robin with her small hand. Robin smiled lightly, his body turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared, and the sugar couldn't even touch the corner of Robin's clothes. Damn, why am I not so fast? Sugar stomped her feet angrily. Sugar said that only I can't catch up. There is nothing that I can't beat, but she just can't catch up with Robin. You wait, when you go to bed, I will turn you into a toy and torture you for a few days. Sugar said angrily. Let's talk when you meet me. Robin chuckled, sitting on the bow and reading the history book with great interest. Hyuga Chen came over and glanced at the book, the dense text. Hyuga Chen said that if I read it, I could fall asleep. Robin, you can't learn much from reading this, I'll give you a real pose book. Hyuga Chen took out a book and handed it to Robin. Robin glanced curiously, and suddenly got angry, picked up the book and threw it at Khalifa. This Khalifa likes to watch it, show her. Robin gave Chen an angry look. Chen helplessly shrugged, this is really a book that can learn a lot of postures, and can make people feel better. Khalifa took the book that Robin threw over, flipped through it, and looked at the various pictures and texts on it, without the slightest shyness. I've seen this one. Does it look good? Can you show it to me? Shirahoshi raised his head and asked Khalifa while biting his fingers. Baixing, a child like you is not suitable for reading this kind of book. Khalifa put away the little yellow book and patted Baixing's little head with her hand. Oh, Bai Xing nodded obediently, but she was very curious about what book it was. Warship soon came to Upside Down Mountain, and Hyuga-chen was the first time to pass Upside Down Hill. The Upside Down Mountain is also very strange. If Newton saw this mountain, I don't know if he would die of anger. Entering the four seas from the Great Waterway, you must first go up against the current, and then go down against the current, because the ocean currents in the four seas are too strong, causing the water currents in the four seas to overcome the gravitational force and flow upwards. If a ship with insufficient horsepower cannot return to the four seas from the Great Channel. Nami looked very excited as the ship entered the four seas, because her hometown was in the East China Sea, where she lived when she was a child. I heard that there is a sea restaurant Bharati in the East China Sea. It has unique food. Do we want to try it? Alvia asked. Bharati, a restaurant on the sea. You can go and have a look. Hyuga-chen nodded, and he didn't know what time it was, but Hyuga-chen knew that Luffy should have gone to sea by now. Although the sea restaurant Bharati is erratic, it is very easy for Hyuga-chen to find it. The warship headed towards the sea restaurant Bharati. Half an hour later, the warship approached the sea restaurant Bharati. Nami was very surprised and did not understand how Hyuga-chen found the sea restaurant. It's a navy ship. Yuhi-jep looked at the slowly approaching ships outside. But Yuhi-jep didn't care. No matter who came here, it was a guest. The pirates who came to eat at the restaurant at sea also saw the warship, but they didn't care, and didn't take the navy seriously at all. Hyuga-chen brought a group of beauties into the boat. The pirates took a breath, not recognizing Hyuga-chen, but stunned by the beauties. Humph! Peach Rabbit snorted lightly, and the fierce aura made them bow their heads instantly. Wow! There are so many beautiful ladies. Sanji walked out and saw all the beauties. His heart was pounding, and his eyes were about to pop out. Just when Sanji was about to walk over, Yuhi kicked Zep out, kicked Sanji in the past, and dragged Sanji back to the kitchen. Take good care of him, don't let him cause me trouble. Yuhi-jep walked out of the kitchen after saying that. What do you want? Yuhi-footed Zep came over nervously. Yuhi-jep, who had been in the Great Channel before, was also a man of knowledge, and of course he recognized Hyuga-chen, the Admiral of the Navy. Serve all your specialties. Hyuga-chen looked at the recipe and said. Okay, please wait for a while. Yuhi-jep immediately walked to the kitchen, and did not forget to instruct the service staff on the boat. Let them be optimistic about the group of pirates, and not let them make trouble. Now that the Admiral is on the ship, if they are courting death, it will be fine if they die, but what if they are implicated? Back in the kitchen, Sanji immediately yelled at him. Stinky old man, why are you beating me? Stop talking nonsense, I'm here to save you. If you get close, maybe it's a corpse now. Yuhi-jep said rudely. Cut tilde, Sanji cut with disdain. Do you know who that man was just now? It's not just a little white face, a hateful little white face, there are so many women accompanying. Sanji looked envious and jealous. Shut up for me, or I won't collect your body if you die. Yuhi's foot Seppu covered Sanji's mouth. Poor Sanji, who was being held by Yuhi's feet Jep all the time, almost died. Chapter 553 Luffy is coming. Hawkeye. Seeing that Sanji was about to lose his breath, Yuhi's feet Seppu let him go. Sanji took a deep breath and almost died. Stinky old man, don't you want to kill me? Sanji roared angrily. Humph, I'm afraid of your death. The man who just came is the strongest man in the world, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate us people. Yuhi-jep said with a cold snort. You're lying to me, that little white face, he will be the strongest man in the world. In my opinion, he is also a little white face who eats soft rice. Sanji has a lot of opinions on Hyuga-chen. There are so many beautiful beauties surrounding him, isn't he just a little more handsome? What an amazing thing. A sword chi suddenly tore open the kitchen door, the sword chi cut a deep scar on Sanji's face, and blood slowly dripped onto the ground. Sanji swallowed sharply, his legs were shaking at this time, and his head almost moved. HMPH. Pay attention to what you say, or the next time will be when your head moves. Taotu took the knife back and said lightly. Guest, don't be angry, I will teach him a lesson. Yuhi Jep said quickly. What are you doing for me standing there? Hurry up and work for me, otherwise I'll see how I'll take care of you. Yuhi's Futsapu scolded Sanji bitterly. Because of the reason that he almost died, Sanji was honest and hurriedly dealt with the wound and went to work. He didn't want to move his head. Hey, brother Hyuga-chan, I didn't expect to see you here, Luffy said with a look of surprise. Hearing that, Hyuga-chan turned his head to look at the door, and saw Luffy and Lukai King Zoro walk in. Luffy, I didn't expect there are people you know here. Zoro looked at Luffy in surprise. Brother Hyuga-chan is in the Navy. And I heard from my grandfather that he is very high-ranking, like some kind of general. Luffy said indifferently. However, Zoro can't ignore it. Luffy, this idiot, doesn't know the meaning of the general, doesn't Zoro know it? Hearing that it was the admiral, Sauron immediately became vigilant. They are pirates now. When they met the admiral just after becoming pirates, Sauron expressed his despair. I didn't expect Luffy to go out to sea, did your grandpa know? Hyuga-chan asked with a smile on his face. Luffy shook his head. He didn't tell his grandfather about his trip to the sea. Luffy knew that his grandfather didn't want him to be a pirate. If his grandfather finds out, Luffy is afraid that his leg will be broken. I didn't expect to meet big brother Hyuga-chan. You wouldn't catch me, would you? I won't just grab it. I'm very strong right now. Luffy gestured with his fists, with fighting intent in his eyes. Forget it. I don't want to catch you yet. Hyuga-chan waved his hand. For him, eating now is the most important thing. And Hyuga-chan knew what Luffy was thinking. He wanted to learn from him, but Hyuga-chan wasn't interested. Luffy was disappointed when he heard this. They always heard that brother Hyuga-chan is very strong, so Luffy wants to learn from him. This is also because the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Those famous pirates will run away after seeing Hyuga-chan, and Luffy, a pirate who has not yet been rewarded, actually wants to learn from him. Luffy sat down, picked up the menu, and ordered a whole bunch of meat. Hurry up, I'm going to starve to death, I want to eat meat. Luffy shouted, knocking on the table. Zoro looked at Luffy's things, then touched his empty pants kabuto, and then glanced at Luffy. He didn't look like he was rich. Luffy, do you have any money on you? Zoro asked in a low voice. Money. Luffy gave Zoro a puzzled look, then touched his kabuto, then grinned and said, I don't have any money. Zoro wanted to beat him, but he dared to laugh without money. Did you come here for the overlord meal? And Luffy's voice did not hide. The service staff of the restaurant on the sea all looked at them with bad eyes. Now they already think that Luffy and the two are here to eat overlord meal. How can we eat without money? Why don't you have anything? Zoro roared angrily. He suspected that Luffy had been pitted. Except for a broken ship, Luffy actually has nothing. Although Zoro doesn't care about money, they must eat. Brother Hyuga-chan, can you lend me some money? Luffy looked at Hyuga-chan quickly, with a look of help in his eyes. I'll treat you to this meal, you can eat it at ease. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. Luffy is Garp's grandson, and he has a good sense of Luffy, so he doesn't mind paying him for a meal. There was a smile on Luffy's face, but he was not polite. Zoro covered his face. As a pirate, he actually wanted to invite the Admiral of the Navy to treat him. I always felt a little ashamed. Since Luffy and Zoro are in the restaurant on the sea, I wonder if Hawkeye will come here. Hyuga-chan thought while eating. However, seeing Ah-jin who came to beg for food, Hyuga-chan also confirmed that Hawkeye should come. However, after chasing down ordinary little pirates and chasing them all the way to the East China Sea, how boring is Hawkeye, and how unlucky is the East China Sea overlord, Crick. Sure enough, after a while Crick came too, and for his poor sake, Yuhi Jep gave him a meal. But after he was full, Crick immediately turned his face. When he was eating, he said that he would give money after eating, but now not only will he not give money, but he will also capture the restaurant on the sea. Why is this person so hateful? Luffy looked angry. Although he was a pirate, Luffy was a pirate with a sense of justice, not a despicable and shameless pirate like Crick. But in comparison, Crick is the real pirate, and the pirates are so cruel. A dark green sword energy slammed open the boat that Crick was docked outside. Seeing the figure in the distance, the originally arrogant Crick showed fear on his face. Speaking of this guy Crick, he is really unlucky. I don't know if he ate the unfortunate fruit and actually met Chihuahua Eagle Eye. That's Hawkeye, he actually appeared in the East China Sea. Tina looked stunned. What's so strange, we're not in the East China Sea right now. Eagle Eyes, the world's greatest swordsman. Yuhi Zappu looked solemn. There is also the strongest man in the world. As a result, another world's greatest swordsman came. What day is this, and why are big people appearing one by one? As the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro clenched his fists and was very excited. He came out to practice to become the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye's boat came slowly. Looking at the warship parked outside, he knew very well that it was Hyuga Chen's warship. Because Hyuga Chen's warship is the most luxurious of all warships, it is very easy to identify, and the Eagle Eye can recognize it at a glance. I didn't expect Hyuga Chen to be here too, so that's just right. Hawkeye held the black knife Yi at the back. For a long time, he wanted to compete with Hyuga Chen in swordsmanship, but he never found a chance, and now he finally met. Chapter 554 Hawkeye's Challenge. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, I want to challenge you. Looking at Hawkeye who was approaching, Zoro drew out his knife and looked at Hawkeye solemnly. The eagle eyes that had been staring at Hyuga Chen were stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned to Zoro. Looking at Zoro's firm eyes, his dedication to kendo, he seemed to see himself when he was a child. However, Hawkeye would not pay attention to him, because Zoro was so weak that he was not in the mood to pay attention at all. Damn, you actually came after him. Crick looked terrified. It was this man who destroyed his 50 ships, and the other party seemed to be playing with him, chasing him all the time. How to do? Do you really want to die, or do you kneel down and beg for mercy? But looking at the indifference in Hawkeye's eyes, Crick knew that even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, he would not let himself go. So Crick's eyes were stern. Even if he really wanted to die, he would have to pull a few people on the back, killing a few people and earning money. Crick looked around, and then set his eyes on Hyuga-chan, because Hyuga-chan was too handsome and hated by men, and Crick hated Hyuga-chan. Kill your little white face first. Crick said viciously. This guy has a good eye, and he picked the strongest person here at once, and his eyes are also vicious. Looking at Crick, who was rushing towards him, Hyuga-chan was speechless. Why do you like to call him a little white face? Don't you allow me to be handsome if you are ugly? Looking for death. Landfoot light blade. The high compression light blade that was kicked out directly cut Crick in half, and Hyuga-chan would not be merciful to this kind of guy who didn't know whether to live or die. The girls also felt very relieved when they saw Crick who was cut in half. If Hyuga-chan hadn't shot too fast, the girls would have done it. Sanji, who was standing in the distance, swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect this guy who he thought was a little white face to be so strong. But Sanji still couldn't believe that he was the strongest man in the world, but he didn't dare to underestimate Hyuga-chan. Crick Sanji is very clear that he is the overlord in the East China Sea, and he was solved by one move. From this, we can see his strength and can definitely kill him in seconds. Hawkeye, please accept my challenge. Zoro didn't even look at Crick, who was cut in half, and kept staring at Hawkeye. Defeating Hawkeye is Zoro's goal. Only by defeating him can he become the world's #1 swordsman. This is his agreement with Guina, and he will keep going with her efforts. Okay, I accept your challenge. Hawkeye looked at the persistent Zoro and nodded. As a swordsman, in the face of challenges, he would generally not refuse. Of course, it was mainly because the Eagle Eye saw that Sauron felt that he was a good seedling. I didn't expect you to be a three-knife. Hawkeye took down the knife hanging from his neck and looked at Sauron lightly. And Zoro was very angry in his heart and fought him with a knife. Is he looking down on him? This is a humiliation to him. Are you looking down on me? It was no wonder that Sauron could feel better when he was finally able to duel with the world's largest swordsman, but the opponent humiliated him with a knife. Now you are only worthy of me to use this knife, Hawkeye said lightly. Then let you taste my power. Zoro clenched the handle of the knife tightly, and then moved like a cunning rabbit and charged towards Hawkeye, the blade flashing with cold light. However, in the face of Zoro's three-knife flow, Hawkeye only used a small knife to completely block his three-knife flow. Soren's pupils shrank suddenly. This is actually happening. Although Zoro knew very well that he was no match for the world's largest swordsman at all, and now he challenged Hawkeye just to test the gap between him and the world's largest swordsman. Now it seems that the gap between them is really big, and it is quite outrageous. Hawkeye didn't care about Soren's attack at all, he just blocked Soren's attack with a knife. But Sauron was not discouraged or gave up. Even if the gap was big, he would not admit defeat. Looking at Sauron, who was stabbed in the heart by a knife, but did not flinch, Hawkeye did have a touch of admiration in his eyes. A swordsman can be weak, but he must never back down. Only with an indomitable spirit can he continue to progress. Luffy looked at Zoro and clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't make a move. It wasn't that Luffy was afraid, but that Luffy didn't want to hurt Zoro's dignity. Why, aren't you afraid of death? Hawkeye asked. Zoro laughed miserably. If you fail, you will die happily. I approve of you. Hawkeye pulled out the supreme sword Heidaoe behind him. Although Sauron was weak, his spirit was worth pulling out this sword by himself. Sauron used the three swords stream profound truth 3,000 worlds, but he still lost to Hawkeye in the end. The difference between Sauron and Hawkeye is too far. Come on. Sauron opened his hands and faced Hawkeye. A back injury is a disgrace to swordsmanship. Hawkeye slashed without hesitation. Soren's blood spilled, and his body fell to the ground. Sauron. Luffy jumped over immediately and helped Sauron up. Although the knife was very heavy, Zoro couldn't die, but Super Xiaoqiang could heal quickly no matter how much he was injured. Captain, until I defeat Hawkeye to become the world's greatest swordsman, I will not lose to any swordsman. Zoro said with tears in his eyes. Yeah, I trust you, because you are my Luffy's crew. Luffy said with a tear. Eagle Eye looked at Hyuga-chen at this time. Heidaoe raised his head, and said solemnly, I want to challenge you. Why do you challenge Fu-kun? Hancock said bluntly. Hawkeye just stared at Hyuga-chen. He had wanted to have a swordsmanship duel with Sun 493 Shang-chen for a long time. Although he knows that he may not be Hyuga-chen's opponent, maybe he will lose the title of the world's greatest swordsman in this battle, or even lose his life. But Hawkeye still won't back down. As a swordsman, he will never back down, and he can't make progress if he backs down. Swordsmen must face life and death calmly. Husband Kun, he actually dares to challenge you beyond his ability. Let his concubine teach him a lesson. Hancock said angrily. In Hancock's view, Hawkeye is not qualified to challenge his beloved husband Kun at all. Come on, I also want to see the swordsmanship of the world's largest swordsman. Momotaro held the hilt of the sword and looked at Shang-chen. It was boring, so I'll agree to your challenge. Hyuga-chen thought about it and agreed to Hawkeye's challenge. Hawkeye breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Hyuga-chen ignored him at all. Let's use this sea area as a battlefield. Hyuga-chen walked towards the frozen sea area, and then took out a long sword full of Senra's ghosts. This is the first generation of ghosts that Hyuga-chen snatched from the 5 old stars. After it got into Hyuga-chen's hands, this knife has been moldy. It seems that this knife is also in the Taopao 5 old stars, and it is also moldy, but it just continues to mold in another place. But today, Hyuga-chen will show the edge of the first generation of ghosts. Chapter 555 Battle with Eagle Eye. This knife. Hawkeye stared at the first-generation Gush in Chen's hands, frowning. This sword is one of the first-generation Onishi, the same supreme sword. Hyuga Chen said flatly. Hawkeye nodded, holding the knife in both hands and stepping on the ice with a cautious look on his face. He did not dare to be careless when facing Hyuga Chen. For this battle, Hawkeye has even given up his life and death. He wants to make his swordsmanship a step further by fighting Hyuga Chen. Fu-kun, come on, beat him, let him know how good you are. Hancock shouted loudly. Hyuga Chen smiled at Hancock in the distance. Defeating Hawkeye was not a big deal at all, he was going to defeat Hawkeye easily. Hawkeye was not affected, the blade raised, and then rushed towards Hyuga Chen. The speed was so fast that most of the people here could not see clearly. Is this the real strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro clenched his fists with a look of unwillingness. He tried his best before, but he couldn't even force out his strength and was easily defeated. Tang! The sound of the collision of the swords reverberated continuously in this area. Hyuga Chen held the sword in one hand, blocking the eagle eye with the sword in both hands. Zoro clenched his fists. One was the world's greatest swordsman, the goal he wanted to surpass, and the other was the Admiral of the Navy, the strongest man in the world. The battle between them can teach him a lot, and Sauron must watch it carefully. Watching this battle also broadened his horizons, and also allowed him to see the battles of the masters who really stood at the top of the world and understand their power. Hawkeye, don't you have a meal? Why don't you have a meal first and then fight with me, or your weak attack will make me very bored. Hyuga-chan said, blocking Hawkeye's slash with his hand. Hawkeye didn't speak. He had already used all of his strength at this time. Such a heavy slash did not put any pressure on Hyuga-chan. It's really strong, like a monster. Hawkeye stepped back to prevent Hyuga-chan from fighting back. Now Hawkeye knows that in terms of strength, he can never beat Hyuga-chan, so he can only see the speed. Speed is not just the speed of movement, but also the speed of reaction. Come again. Hawkeye rushed out like lightning. His body instantly came to Hyuga-chan's back, and then he slashed down with a swift knife. Black Blade Knight covered armament Haki, and observation Haki locked Hyuga-chan tightly. Your speed seems to be a little slow, is it really the reason why you didn't eat? Hyuga-chan appeared behind Hawkeye. Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly, until the blade slashed empty, and Hawkeye realized that what he had cut was an afterimage, and the real Hyuga-chan had already appeared behind him. As the world's largest swordsman, this reaction speed is of course top-notch. At the moment of Zonkong, he forcibly twisted his body and put the black sword in front of him. The first generation of Gui Toru, with the spirit of Sen Luo, slashed on the black knife with eagle eyes in front of him. The powerful force was transmitted through the black knife knight, and the eagle eye felt a shock in the tiger's mouth, the blood slowly dripped, and the whole body flew out like a missile with a super launcher installed. The body slid on the ice surface and slipped out a few hundred meters in an instant. Hawkeye inserted the black knife into the ice surface at night, and it took a lot of hard work to stop the body. Sauron was stunned, the Hawkeye who had just stabbed him easily, but now he was blown away by an easy sword. He wasn't dreaming. Sure enough, Hyuga-chan is very strong, Luffy said with a smile. As expected, he is the strongest man in the world. He can easily suppress Hawkeye with his swordsmanship. I'm afraid this man will have another name in the future. Yuhi Jep said silently. This time, the title of the greatest swordsman in the Hawkeye world is about to change hands. Hawkeye stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Hyuga-chan with a very solemn expression. You are really strong, you have no weaknesses at all, but I will not be afraid of you. Hawkeye's sharp eyes were like swords, staring at Hyuga-chan. The trembling hands gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and slashed towards Hyuga-chan in the distance. The green sword energy ripped apart the ice surface, and the dazzling light made one's eyes narrow. Not bad sword energy, but it's just not bad. Stroking. The powerful vacuum sword pressure shattered the green sword energy, and then continued towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye did not evade, The swordsman's intuition told him that he was locked and could not avoid this sword at all. Drink! Hawkeye shouted loudly, and Hei Daoye placed horizontally in front of him, with one hand on the back of the blade, defending against this vacuum slash. And the body was also torn open by the slash, but Hawkeye didn't care at all, still staring at Hyuga Chen tightly. You are not my opponent, do you want to continue? If you continue, I can't guarantee your life or death. In other words, you will most likely be hacked to death by me. Hawkeye did not speak, and once again pointed the knife up at Hyuga-chan, which had already proved his determination. In order to fight him, Hawkeye had already put his life and death aside, and he didn't care about life and death at all. Very good. You made me appreciate you a little bit. Chen chuckled lightly, and then the figure disappeared from Hawkeye's sight. Hawkeye became vigilant. He knew that Hyuga Chen was fast, and now he could only guard against the sudden attack, and the strong pressure was pressing in his heart. But Hawkeye's face is very excited. What he wants is this kind of pressure, how to grow without pressure, and with enough pressure, can he burst into higher potential. Boom! Hawkeye's body fell on the ice, with a scar on his back. Hyuga Chen was standing behind him, holding the knife in one hand. Hawkeye felt very humiliated. Just like Zoro said, the scar on the back is the shame of the swordsman. Although your courage is commendable, in front of me, your strength is completely vulnerable. Hyuga Chen looked at Hawkeye, who fell to the ground, and said unceremoniously. He didn't attack with the blade just now, but with the back of the blade, otherwise Hawkeye would have died now. Hawkeye slowly got up, with anger in his eyes. This anger is anger towards himself. Come on. I, Hawkeye, must defeat you in swordsmanship. Hawkeye didn't care about the wound at all. In order to become a great swordsman, he had suffered too many injuries. The scar behind him, apart from humiliation, cannot affect his combat effectiveness at all. To be a swordsman, one must have a strong will. Without a strong will, one is not qualified to reach the peak of kendo. In the face of Hawkeye's attack like a storm, Hyuga Chen casually swung his knife to block Hawkeye's attack. Although he only used the basics of kendo, the basics of kendo were the most important. Moreover, under the speed and strength of Hyuga Chen, even if it is only basic, it is still powerful and terrifying. No matter what kind of attack Hawkeye makes, it is easily blocked by Hyuga-chan, as if he is playing with Hawkeye. Chapter 556 Hawkeye Defeat. This man is so powerful. Fortunately, he didn't care about me before. Sanji touched his head, and it's good that he is still on his neck. Looking at this scene, Zoro felt a little confused. He wanted to surpass Hawkeye, and he wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, the current world's largest swordsman actually fell behind in the swordsmanship showdown with others, so what should he do with his goal? Damn, aren't you strong, Hawkeye? Don't give me a loss. Zoro roared loudly. Shut up, you green algae head, believe it or not I shot you. Baby 5 pointed the gun at him and said with a displeased face. Let Hawkeye not lose, wouldn't that make Lord Chen lose? How can Baby 5 allow? Under the threat of the gun, Zoro closed his mouth angrily. He was not afraid of death, but felt that being shot to death was too aggrieved. If he was beheading Sauron during a duel with human swordsmanship, he would definitely not regret it, but being beaten to death when he was seriously wounded would be unacceptable to Sauron. Hawkeye is obviously not Hu-kun's opponent. If he has to find an embarrassing challenge to Hu-kun, he deserves it, Hancock said. What is the world's 400th great swordsman? I, Sha Tang, are the most powerful. As long as I touch him, I can kill him in seconds. Sha Tang said with a small fist. Hawkeye was sweating, and every time he swung his sword, he used the strength of his whole body, and his physical strength was passing by rapidly. And Hyuga Chen, who was attacked, blocked all of Hawkeye's attacks with a comfortable look. He was obviously on the defensive side, but he was very relaxed. I'll let you eat some food and come back again. If you don't listen, you can't bear it now, Chen said with a smile on his face. Hawkeye's will is firm, and he is not affected by Chen's words. If it is someone else, he may be angry with Chen's words. However, Hawkeye was actually very angry in his heart. He used all his strength to attack and was easily blocked, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Your swordsmanship has been honed to perfection. Every swing is the pinnacle of skill, but sometimes skill can't change the gap between hard conditions. Chen said lightly. Whether it is the foundation of kendo or the skills of kendo, Hawkeye is all at the top. But the difference in strength between the two was too great. Hawkeye's sword swing was fast, but in Chen's eyes, it was very slow. In terms of strength, to tell the truth, in Chen's feeling, Hawkeye really seems to have not eaten. Is there a feeling of powerlessness in my heart? Chen asked, looking at Hawkeye. That's right, Hawkeye does feel powerless now. Chen is like a big mountain whose top cannot be seen. No matter how he climbs, he can't see the top. He could feel that compared to before the battle, his swordsmanship had indeed improved, but this improvement was like taking a step on a mountain, and it was completely useless. Moreover, human potential is limited. It is not that it can be squeezed infinitely, that is, the kiba paste is still squeezed out. Actually, you shouldn't challenge me. Chen shook his head and said. Perhaps the ultimate goal of Hawkeye is to improve. Fighting against the strong can indeed improve, but fighting against people who can crush you, you will lose hope. Hawkeye's sword swing slowed down. He stepped back a few steps and stared at Chen tightly, his brows furrowed. You want to shake my will. It's not that I am shaking your will, but you are shaking your own will. Chen said lightly. My will is to become the most powerful swordsman, and I will never waver. Hawkeye left everything in his heart. He didn't think about anything now, he just wanted to fight Hyuga Chen. You look better now than before. Chen blocked Hawkeye's knife again. But you keep attacking, so I can't help but fight back. Chen Jie blocked Hawkeye's knife, and then chopped it down toward Hawkeye's head. Looking at the first-generation Gedo with a black aura, Hawkeye was stunned for a moment. Just now, he seemed to see himself being beheaded with a knife. In the end, Hawkeye bit his tongue and escaped from the illusion, and instinct drove him to raise the black knife in his hand above his head. Chong! Bang! Hawkeye was half-knelt on the ground, his knees smashed the ice as hard as iron, and although his knees did not break, there were cracks on the bones. The first generation of ghosts is only a hair away from his forehead, and he can feel the edge of the first generation of ghosts. Hawkeye had a cold sweat on his forehead. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, if it wasn't for him getting out of the illusion in time, he might have been split in half by a knife now. There is a great terror between life and death. Even Hawkeye, who is as determined as iron and is not afraid of life and death, feels a sense of fear at this time, and his back is already wet with cold sweat. Because of the wound on the back and the cold sweat that came out, Hawkeye felt a burning pain. But Hawkeye couldn't care about the pain anymore. Biting Kiba's knife to block Chen, if he couldn't stop it, he could only shed blood on the spot. However, the blade above his head is like a big mountain. No matter what he does, he still can't let the blade move away, nor does it fall even a bit. Hawkeye thought for a while, then rolled his body and left the shadow of the first generation of ghosts, but the blade still did not fall. Hawkeye's face is very ugly. Is this showing mercy? No, it's an insult to him. Why? Hawkeye raised his head, a rare expression of anger on a face that was almost unchanged from eternal. In Hawkeye's view, this is disrespect to him. Why? You're too embarrassed to ask me why. It's not that you're weak, and I'm not even interested in killing you. Hearing that Hawkeye was even more angry, this was a blatant humiliation. As a swordsman, the most important thing is his own face, the eagle eye who feels that his face is lost, and the endless anger in his own heart. He cuts the ultimate knife towards Chen. Chen smiled lightly, cut out a jet black sword energy at Hawkeye, and then walked towards Balati, the restaurant on the sea, without even looking at Hawkeye. Hawkeye was blasted out by the sword energy, blood spilled into the air, and Hawkeye's body slid across the ice. Falling to the ground, this time Hawkeye didn't have the slightest strength to get up, and there was a hideous wound on his body that continued from his left arm to his abdomen. Fortunately, this was frozen by Chen, and the strong cold made his wound condense with frost, which stopped the frantically flowing blood. Otherwise, with such a big wound, blood alone can bleed him to death. After all, Hawkeye is only a normal human being, and he can't live without blood. Falling to the ground, Eagle Eye looked at the sky with a confused expression. He had already lost. Although he had expected it, he did not expect that he would lose so badly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even cut off a piece of Kakuzu of Hyuga Chen, and when facing Hyuga Chen, the feeling of powerlessness made him feel confused. Is the gap between us really that big? Hawkeye couldn't accept it. At this time, he didn't even notice that a crack had opened in his tenacious heart. Chapter 557 Johnny and Joseph. Congratulations, Husband Kun, for defeating the world's largest swordsman. Hawkeye, you will become the world's largest swordsman in the future, Husband Kun. Hancock came over and hugged Chen's arm. Isn't it normal for me to beat him? And the world's largest swordsman is just a false name, I don't care at all. Chen kissed Hancock's bright and jade-like forehead. People are just proud of their Husband Kun, and my concubine will serve my Husband Kun well tonight. Hancock looked at Chen with eyes like autumn water. Looking at the charming Hancock, Chen's eyes moved. At this time, the charming Hancock really fascinated people. Then I'll wait. Chen is looking forward to Hancock's service tonight. Anyway, among his women, Hancock has the most variety. Boss, settle the bill. Chen walked over to Yuhi's Futsapu and asked him to settle the bill. No, it's my honor that General Hyuga can come to my restaurant to eat, why do I need money? Yuhi's Futjep said with a smile, he dared not accept Hyuga Chen's money. I'm not someone who eats the overlord meal. Leaving some Bailey behind, he said hello to Luffy, and then walked towards the warship with the girls. General Hyuga, the money is too much. Yuhi Futsep shouted, and Bailey was given 10 meals at his place. The food you have here is good, I am very satisfied, if you have more, consider it as a tip. Chen said with a wave of his hand. He didn't care about Bailycan at all, he had too many Baileys to use up anyway. Nami glared at Chen when she heard the words, if you have too much Bailey, you can give it to me. Why give to others? Chen is very speechless to Nami, why does Nami still love money so much? Brother Hyuga-chan, I will meet you later, I must challenge you, don't refuse. Luffy shouted from behind. Hyuga-chan heard the words and waved his hand, let's talk about it after we meet again later. The confused Zoro stood up and looked firmly at Hyuga-chan's back. Hawkeye was defeated, Sauron was a little confused at this time, but at this time he had firmed his goal. Defeat Hawkeye first, and then challenge Hyuga-chen. After defeating Hyuga-chen, he is the world's greatest swordsman. Soon Chen took the girls on the warship, and then left for Nami's hometown of Kokoja village. Nami and the others were going to see their hometown. Brother, what's the matter with you? Who hurt you? We will avenge you. Hearing that, Zoro turned his head and saw Johnny and Joseph who had just come here. These two are the 4 strongest bosses in the pirate world, Johnny the swordsman and Joseph, the god of swords. Alongside them are the Axe King Monka, who smashed Garp with an axe, and the King of the Sea who bit off Yuhi's arm. Well, the above is all bullshit. Both of them are bounty hunters, they know Zoro, and they are very loyal. Originally they should have appeared long ago, but perhaps because of the butterfly effect, they only came to the sea restaurant now. Brother, tell me, who made you so badly injured, and I must kill him. Joseph was very angry. It's the one lying there. Luffy pointed at Hawkeye who was lying on the ice in the distance. It's that bastard, we'll go up and kill him. Johnny and Joseph rushed up. Zoro looked anxious at the two of them, and quickly got up to catch up, and Luffy followed. It was you who injured our eldest brother. Johnny drew his knife and pointed at Hawkeye who was lying on the ground bleeding profusely. You don't need to talk nonsense with him, just chop this guy to death with one knife. Joseph slashed down with a violent knife, and just as he was about to hit Hawkeye, Sauron came to block Joseph's knife. If Sauron hadn't arrived in time, perhaps with Hawkeye's current state, he might have been hacked to death by the two of them. If Hawkeye is really killed, these two can really be conferred gods. Brother, why? Johnny looked at Zorro in confusion. I will defeat him myself, and I will personally take revenge in the future. Zorro said firmly. Since Big Brother Zorro said it, let's let this guy go. For the sake of Big Brother Zorro this time, I'll let you go. Johnny and Joseph put away their knives. Hawkeye was let go by these two legendary strong men and saved a small life. Fortunately, Sauron interceded, otherwise one of the seven seas would die in this weakest sea. And this is also the peak moment of Johnny and Joseph. With this alone, the two of them can blow for a lifetime. This is almost killing Hawkeye. Hawkeye did not have the slightest expression, a look of confusion. Looking at Hawkeye's appearance, Zorro became angry, and a big-eared melon seed hit Hawkeye's face. Just like you are still the #1 swordsman in the world. I don't think you can even compare to some kendo students. Zorro said unceremoniously. The distance, footed Jeppo opened his mouth wide. Did he see it wrong? That green-haired boy dared to slap Hawkeye in the face. Although Hawkeye is now defeated, he is no longer the world's largest swordsman, but his power is beyond doubt. This kid is very daring. We will collect his body for a while, which can be regarded as admiration for him. Jep said. Soren's miraculous slap woke Hawkeye, who was in confusion. You won't lose this time and you'll be stunned. I've always dreamed of surpassing you, you bastard. Zorro scolded loudly. The person that Big Brother Zorro dreams of surpassing, shouldn't this person be the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye? Johnny and Joseph looked at each other, a little confused. The two of them seemed a little arrogant just now. I wonder if Hawkeye will hold revenge. You don't understand that feeling of powerlessness. Hawkeye looked at Sauron and said lightly. Then how do you know that when I was fighting with you, I felt powerless, and I didn't give up to defeat you? What qualifications do you have to be decadent? Zorro was even more angry. Hearing that, Hawkeye's eyes brightened, and the eyes that had lost their vigor became sharp again. That's right, after this defeat, he can still fight next time. Isn't that how he came here when he was a child? It seems that in the years of becoming the world's #1 swordsman, he has lost the spirit that he used to move forward bravely, and now Hawkeye has regained the spirit of the year. He completely let go of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Perhaps for him, this title is the source of restricting his progress. I will wait for you to challenge me again, provided you don't die. Hawkeye picked up the black knife next to him. Johnny and Joseph immediately became vigilant whether he would shoot them both. However, Hawkeye ignored them, gave Zorro a deep look, and then left in his boat. Hawkeye is also going to practice his practice. He always thought he was standing at the peak of kendo, so he was a little slack. Now Hyuga Chen let him know that there are days outside the sky, and there are people outside people. Speed and strength, but only in terms of kendo skills. Hawkeye is far behind Hyuga Chen, because he didn't let Hyuga Chen take it seriously at all. He didn't even have the qualifications. Now, Hawkeye wants to get the qualifications that Hyuga Chen faces, and then go to defeat him. Chapter 558. Are you qualified to bribe me? Finally back home again, Nami looked at the village of Kokoja in the distance. It has been 8 years since she left her hometown, and Nami misses her hometown very much, as do Nakigao and Bellmeyer. Soon the warship was docked on the shore, and Chen took the girls off the ship. This small village seems to be more desolate than before. Chen looked at the small village and felt that it was not as bad as when he came here 8 years ago. After stepping into the village, I found that the people here are all disheveled, with sad expressions on their faces. What's the situation? Why is everyone living such a bad life? Even though they were poor before, it wasn't like this. Bellmeyer said with a frown. Is it Burmal? A village policeman came over and asked. Are you Ajien? Why is the village like this now? Belmo asked. Alas. The fierce-looking Ajien sighed, and then said, it's not the damn Colonel Mouse. We have to pay the protection fee every month. Chen also understood the reason why they were so miserable without the dragon. It turned out to be the mouse colonel. A mere colonel is so over the top. Nami frowned, and then looked at Chen with dissatisfaction. Look at what I'm doing. Colonel Mouse is not mine. Chen shrugged and said. The Navy is really bad. There is no good thing, it's worse than pirates. Nami said angrily. No way, the Navy also wants to make extra money. You are such a money fan, you have no right to say that there are many pirates who have been robbed by you over the years. Chen spread his hands. Collecting protection fees is relatively normal for the Navy of the Four Seas, because the Navy of the Four Seas has less salaries, of course they have to plan their own money. Generally, as long as they are not excessive, the Navy headquarters only turn a blind eye, not to mention that the Navy headquarters is concerned with the Great Waterway, and the Four Seas are not the focus of their attention. Where's the mouse colonel? I'm going to kill him, Belmer roared. It's not far from the Navy's 16th Division. Ah Jian said. Belmer was aggressive and dragged Chen towards the warship, so they left in a hurry before they settled in the village of Kokoja. Jian, we are saved this time, said a villager looking at Jian. Jian nodded, but they knew that Hyuga Chen was a general, and with a general here, a colonel would definitely not be able to make waves. It's fortunate that Belmer is back, otherwise we don't know how to live. An old man sighed, their village really couldn't afford to pay the protection fee. Damn, it's really terrifying, don't your Navy executives care about these scumbags? Burma was very dissatisfied. How do I know this? How many times have you seen me back to the Navy headquarters? Belmer was speechless, and after 8 years on the ship, it seemed that Chen would never spend more than a week in the Navy headquarters. I really don't know why you, a person who doesn't do anything, can become a general of the Navy headquarters. I don't understand. Nami shook her head. Of course my strength is strong. Chen chuckled, in fact Sengoku wanted him not to go back. He has a command that does not move Chen. Rather than letting him see angry at the Navy headquarters, it is better to stay in the Navy headquarters all the time, out of sight and out of mind. Soon I came to the Navy's 16th Division. This small branch looks very luxurious. It seems that there is a lot of oil and water in the world. Colonel Mouse, there is a warship coming this way. I wonder if they are here to investigate us. A subordinate reported to Colonel Mouse, very nervous. What are you nervous about? Investigate what we are afraid of. Go and prepare a generous gift for me. I don't believe that in front of money, no one will be moved. Colonel Mouse was very calm. It's not the first time someone has investigated him, but the people who came to investigate him have all been put off by him with money. Colonel Mouse believes that money is the top priority. As long as there is enough money, anything can be done, and money can enlighten the mind. Let's go out with me to meet him. We still have to do what we need to do. Colonel Mouse led the way and led the soldiers to meet him. He's Colonel Mouse. He really deserves his name, isn't it, born from mouse and human? Shali said, looking at Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse was secretly angry, but did not dare to speak. You should know my purpose, right? Chen jumped off the warship and looked at Colonel Mouse lightly. Shengguan's purpose. Xiaoguan is very clear. Xiaoguan has prepared a generous gift for Shengguan, Squeak. Came over with boxes of gold-silver jewelry and placed them in front of Chen. Looking at these jewels, Colonel Mouse's eyes flashed a hint of distress, but it was easier to make money by managing them well. I didn't expect you to be very good at doing things, but you are a colonel. What qualifications do you have to bribe me? Chen kicked away the gold and silver jewelry in front of him with disdain. Colonel Mouse's face turned ugly. It's all mixed up in the naval system. Don't go too far, and I, Colonel Mouse, are not easy to mess with. Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy at all. A laser pierced his forehead. The little Navy colonel, or the branch Navy colonel, was not qualified to talk to him. After Colonel Mouse died, the Navy soldiers immediately backed away in fright, looking at Chen with fearful eyes. The Mouse colonel is very rich, and he has to search and confiscated their belongings. Nami's eyes turned into symbols of money. Nami really loves money so much that she wants to put it away when she sees it. Nami, this is the money from Kokoja village, and they have to be compensated for it, Belmul said. Nami pouted, and finally reluctantly agreed. Let's talk about it first, only a part of it can be given. This is not only the money that was looted in Kokoja village, but also the money looted from other villages. Nami said. It's no problem for Kokoja village. Kokoja village is her hometown, where she grew up. But the other villages don't even need 3.2. Helping them solve Colonel Mouse is already a great favor. The money will never be returned to them. Nami is not the virgin. I find that you love money more and more. Belmo looked at Nami speechlessly. Nami held on to the money and didn't let go. Money is a good thing, but it's not enough to count her for a lifetime. Chengdu was a little surprised by the amount of money taken from Colonel Mouse. He didn't expect a colonel from a small branch to have so much money. It is estimated that Kizaru and the others are not as rich as Colonel Mouse. But Kizaru and the others don't care about money anymore. Although money is important, the strength of this world is the main theme. If you don't have strength, you can't keep more money even if you give it to you. Colonel Mouse is an example. After so many years of searching, all the money has been received by Nami in her pocket. Chapter 559 Neferutali VV_. After scavenging Colonel Mouse's small vault, the Navy soldiers ignored it and were dismissed immediately. A group of scumbags didn't even have the qualifications to be killed. Then she returned to Kokoja village and distributed the money she got from Colonel Mouse to some of the villagers. Nami felt distressed for a long time. But being able to take money out of Nami's hands is not easy, and I don't know why Nami wants so much money. Stayed in Kokoja village for a few days, and then left here. Let's go to the kingdom of Alabasta to see if K-Rochdal has found any information about Hades. After leaving the Kokoja village, the warship headed for the kingdom of Alabasta. Sand Crocodile Rockdoll has been looking for the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto, and I don't know if he has found it now. The value of ancient weapons is higher than that of devil fruits. If you can sell them to the system, you should get a lot of exchange points. The Heavenly King core taken out of Robin's body has now been sold to the system by 22 Chen, and he has obtained 300,000 exchange points, and now Chen's exchange points have reached 2.15 million. Come to Upside Down Mountain again, then go through Upside Down Mountain into the Great Passage, and then go straight to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Whiskey Peak, let's stop here for a while. He looked at the two mountains and the town at the foot of the mountain not far away. This is a town that welcomes pirates, and all of them are bounty hunters. Compared with pirates and the Navy, the number of bounty hunters is very small. Is also a subordinate organization of Ba Rock Studio, and it is also the force of Sand Crocodile. When they came here, Chen and the others did not receive a warm welcome. Only pirates were welcome here, because pirates can bring them benefits, and what benefits can the Navy give them? These people are really realistic. Chen walked off the boat and touched his nose. He was all ready to be warmly welcomed, but he didn't expect people to even look at him. But it doesn't matter, I took the girls to drink a glass of wine, then replenished the supplies and set off directly. Come out. You actually ran into my boat, do you want to be a thief? Chen glanced at the cabin. And Neferutali Weiwei, who was hiding in the cabin, hesitated, and then came out. Hurry up and tell me, did you steal the money I hid? Nami turned around Weiwei. I didn't steal anything, I'm not a thief, I came to ask the general for help. Weiwei walked to Chen and bowed to Chen. She is a princess of a country, and she also has some understanding of things at sea. After seeing Chen's warship, she immediately recognized that it was Chen's warship. Then, after hesitating for a while, she dived into the warship. Because of the Ba Rock Work Club, in an attempt to start a civil unrest, Weiwei went undercover and learned that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Ba Rock Work Club was the Sand Crocodile Rockdoll, one of the Seven Seas. Weiwei knew that she had no power to stop K-Rochdal at all. She originally wanted to go back and desperately stop the civil strife, but she didn't expect to see Hyuga-chan's warship. This also gave Vivi hope that as long as she could get the help of the admiral, Shichibu Heike Rockdoll could also fight against him. So for the safety of the kingdom, she resolutely decided to sneak into the ship and ask Chen for help. Vivi spoke out about the plight of the kingdom of Alabasta, and promised that if Chen helped their kingdom resolve the crisis, she would definitely thank Chen. "What are you thanking for?" Chen asked while looking at Wei Wei. "Alas, why are you asking so many questions? It's better to just agree. Wei Wei is a princess of a country. Can you treat us badly?" Nami walked over and said. After knowing that Wei Wei was a princess, Nami was very enthusiastic. Because in Nami's eyes, the princess is equal to a rich person, so this is a rich person. If you help her once, she will definitely give a lot of small money. So for the small money, Nami became very attentive. "Nami, let me tell you, the kingdom of Alabasta is not rich, even a little poor," Robin said to Nami. Nami's face changed when she heard that, and her attentive smiling face disappeared, concealing what it meant to be reality for Wei Wei. Even Hancock, Alvia and the others, who already understood Nami's temperament, felt speechless when they saw her like this. "Wei Wei bit Kiba," Yuhi said with a face. We, the kingdom of Alabasta, are very poor, and we have nothing to repay, so we can only promise each other." This is also when she encounters a handsome Chen who is very attractive to girls, so she will say these words. "If you meet a wretched guy like Kizaru, you can only say that you can only repay by being a cow and a horse in the next life." No way, this is the different treatment of different appearances. "You want to be beautiful." Monet looked at Wei Wei badly. "This girl is very beautiful, not worse than her at all, very threatening." And Sha Tang also stood on the same front as her sister, looking at Wei Wei badly. "Your family was originally from Tianlong, right?" Chen asked while looking at Wei Wei. "The Neferutari family is one of the 20 kings, but the Neferutari family refused to accept the qualification to move into the Holy Land marry Joa. But even so, she should belong to the Celestial Dragon, but she is just a Celestial Dragon who has not been recognized." Wei Wei shook her head. She didn't know these things at all. "Then Pluto, you should know, right?" This time Vivi nodded. "I have seen an introduction about Hades in the collection of books in the palace, but I don't know anything else," Wei Wei said. "It doesn't matter if you don't know, your father should know, it seems that you are still somewhat useful." Chen 290 has decided to take Wei Wei to threaten Cobra and ask him to tell the story about Hades. Wei Wei looked at Chen's eyes twinkling, and felt a sense of danger inexplicably. Is she in a den of thieves now? Just stay here for now. Monet, take good care of her, don't let her run away, Chen said with a smile on his face. Monet nodded, then took out the rope and tied her up. "What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?" The tied Wei Wei had tears in her eyes. "Don't worry, after I know what I want to know, I will let you go. You can stay here at ease. I am not a bad person." "That's right, big sister, don't worry. Brother Chen is a good person." Bai Xing comforted Wei Wei. "Then what about my country? I'll take care of Krokdar, the kingdom of Alabasta will be fine, you can rest assured." Chen waved his hand and said. Wei Wei was silent, the admiral should not lie to her. Just why tie her up? Wei Wei didn't understand. But now that she is tied up, she can't do anything, she can only hope that Chen can help them solve the trouble in the kingdom of Alabasta. She is only a weak woman, facing the sand crocodile, one of the 7 seas, but there is no way, she can only rely on Chen, the savior. Chapter 560 Humiliated Sand Crocodile. Coming to the kingdom of Alabasta, Hyuga Chen directly found the sand crocodile Rockdar. "I don't know General Hyuga, what's the matter with me?" Rockdale asked with a smile. In fact, he was very nervous in his heart. "Of course I won't come to you when I have nothing to do. It's just that someone reported to me that you want to provoke civil unrest in a country. Is there such a thing?" Chen asked lightly. Who did General Hyuga listen to? There must be some rumors. I, Rockdale, are an honest person, and it is impossible to do such a thing. Rockdale smoked a big cigar and looked like an old dog, but in fact he panicked to death. I don't need to be honest, think about how to solve it. If I tell Sengoku about this, I don't know what Sengoku will do. Chen jokingly looked at Rockdale. Rockdale's face was gloomy. After thinking about it, he walked into the house and took out a large box, which contained gold-silver jewelry and devil fruits. Little respect, please accept it with a smile. Before Chen didn't say anything, Nami rushed out immediately, then picked up the box, and looked at Rockdale with satisfaction. This person will come. Chen, when I saw him, I knew he was an honest person. Nami said rudely. This lady is right, I, Rockdale, are an honest person. Rockdale assured. It's really worthless. Chen knocked Nami's head on the head, and this little thing bought you off, it's really worthless. Sha Crocodile, it's hard for me to help you with something like you. I'll report it casually. The reward Sengoku gave me is more than that. Chen said while sitting on the chair with his feet up. General Hyuga, didn't you agree that you want to deal with Crocodile? Vivi raised Yuhi's face. To openly accept bribes from pirates, is the Navy already corrupted to such an extent? You seem to see something that you shouldn't see, it seems that you must be silenced. Hyuga Chen took out his knife and smiled coldly. Woo. Wei Wei couldn't bear it any longer, so she burst into tears. It's because the person she admired most in the past was Hyuga Chen. Now, is she going to die at the hands of the person she once admired the most? Okay, is it interesting to scare the little girl? Alvia rolled her eyes at Chen, then patted Wei Wei's back with her hand to comfort her. Just kidding. Chen put away the knife, then looked at Rockdale, his eyes cold. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I want to listen to the truth about the news of Hades, how much you get. Seeing Chen's cold eyes, Rockdale's heart suddenly burst, and he couldn't help but get nervous. He didn't expect that Hyuga Chen actually knew that he was looking for Hades. Has his purpose been known by the Navy? But Sand Crocodile will definitely not admit it so easily, he still wants to struggle. General Hyuga, I don't understand what Pluto is. What are you asking me for? Does General Hyuga think that there is a Pluto hidden in this broken place? Crack. With a heavy slap, the Sand Crocodile fan flew out. I'll say it again, tell me the information about Hades, or it'll be more than a slap next time. Chen looked at the Sand Crocodile indifferently. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Sha Crocodile was very angry. He didn't slap anyone in the face. He was also a face-saving person. How could he bear being slapped in the face by Hyuga Chen? If Hyuga Chen used his fists, he would still have some face, but with a big slap fan, this is a trampling on his personality. The clay figurines are also angry. General Hyuga better not to force me, everyone has dignity. Sand Crocodile said with clenched fists. Really, I know you also have dignity and also want face, but the face is not given by others, but earned by yourself. Obviously you have no face with me. Chen said disdainfully. Sand Crocodile got up and felt very humiliated, but what was the use of humiliation? Did he dare to do anything? Enduring the humiliation can save your life, but if you resist, you may not be able to save your life. Sand Crocodile still thinks that life is more important than dignity. How did General Hyuga know that I was looking for Pluto? Sand Crocodile admitting that he was looking for Pluto. Because he knew that if he continued to pretend to be mad and foolish, what awaited him was death. How do I know? You don't need to ask. I am asking you to tell me about Hades now. I really don't know the news of Pluto. I can't decipher the ancient texts that recorded Pluto. Sand Crocodile said aggrievedly. This is also the thing that he feels the most embarrassed about. He has clearly found the historical text about Hades, but he doesn't know it at all. Where's Cobra? Hand him over to me. Sand Crocodile frowned. Cobra was the person most likely to know Hades, but he never spoke. But as long as Cobra can speak, he can hope to get Hades, so it is impossible for him to hand Cobra out. Don't think about letting that she-male come over to fool me, or you will end up miserably. Chen warned him. Sand Crocodile's face sank again. Originally, he really wanted Mr. Tu, who imitated the fruit ability, to fool Hyuga Chen, but now it seems that Hyuga Chen knows him very well. But let him hand over Cobra. This is impossible, he wasted too much time and effort for Hades. Even in the face of Hyuga Chen, he couldn't give up Pluto. Therefore, the Sand Crocodile shot towards Chen without hesitation, and quickly attacked towards Chen. His golden hook contains a very poisonous hook with Sasori poison. If the poisoner is not disinfected immediately, the poison will soon die. This is also his support. If Hyuga Chen can be poisoned, he believes that even Hyuga Chen will not be able to escape death. So the Sand Crocodile became more and more excited. If he could kill Hyuga Chen, wouldn't he be completely famous in the sea? Aren't pirates just for fame? As long as you can kill Hyuga Chen, that is to die immediately, and Sand Crocodile feels worth it. However, just relying on the sneak attack of the Sand Crocodile, he wanted to kill Hyuga Chen. Even if he could poison Chen, the poison would not make Chen any better. A barrier blocked the sneak attack of the Sand Crocodile, which was the barrier released by Khalifa. Sand Crocodile's face is very ugly. You are very courageous. You attacked me. Have you thought about how to die? Don't say that I don't take care of you. I will definitely give you a way to die that will satisfy you. Chen crossed his arms and looked at the Sand Crocodile lightly. Dead? I won't die, I will find Hades, and then come to take revenge. Sand Crocodile immediately ran out. Originally, he was ready to escape, so he escaped very quickly and decisively. If you let you escape easily in front of me, then I'll have no face. A gravitational force erupted, pulling the escaped Sand Crocodile back. Chen jokingly looked at the ugly Sand Crocodile.